everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Wings of the Omnissiah. Brood Crusade Chapter 127 to 180. Work deep within Osiris' workshop. Research on the remains of the legendary netrunner, Rake Bartmoss, was progressing systematically. Bionic tentacles performed precise operations under cold light, scanning, sampling, and analyzing. The entire process was efficient, calm, and devoid of any emotional color, as if handling a complex antique mechanism. A servo-skull hovered silently, recording every set of data, gradually dissecting the physiological secrets of a giant of the era. At the same time, in the simple corner outside the workshop allocated to David, another completely different kind of dissection was simultaneously unfolding. Here, there were no cold machines, but there were equally strict rules and an unquestionable test of will. David Martinez sat on a worn-out sofa, his body focused in a relaxed yet tense posture. A servo-skull specifically tasked with teaching him floated before him, its bony mandible opening and closing rhythmically, continuously outputting a long and tedious binary language stream composed of two basic syllables, D and D. Concurrently, a torrent of data transmitted by the servo-skull surged directly into David's brain through a cable connected to the interface at the back of his neck, without reservation. David felt his consciousness being forcibly crammed into a turbulent river of pure information. Countless zeros and ones were no longer abstract symbols, but had transformed into substantive pulse signals with a distinct sense of presence, washing over his mind in waves. He felt a slight throbbing in his temples, as if the physical space of his brain was being forcibly filled and expanded by these external, rigorously structured data. It was a peculiar sensation of overload, as if a previously empty brain was suddenly crammed full, and still being violently stuffed, attempting to stretch his head larger. More crucially, according to the protocol set by Osiris, all of David's auxiliary implants, translation cyberware, and even the most basic neural processing enhancement functions were forcibly shut down. There was no preprocessor to filter and translate for him, no memory to share the storage burden. He had to rely on his unenhanced, purely native biological brain to directly comprehend, remember, and attempt to recite this cold language designed for machine logic. Every D and D required him to capture, analyze, and assign meaning with his most fundamental attention. This process stripped away all technological assistance, reducing learning to its most primitive and arduous mental struggle. Syllable interval error. The second one in the sequence 010011 is misspelled, the servo-skull prompted in a steady synthesized voice. Before its voice faded, a strong, instantaneous electric shock sensation, piercing through his entire cerebral cortex, suddenly erupted. This sensation was not a sharp sting, it was more like a strong jolt of electricity, as if being forcibly cleansed by a high-voltage current, making every nerve ending in David's body scream. His mind went blank instantly, his body trembled violently uncontrollably for a moment, and a short gasp escaped his throat. Repeat the current sequence, the servo-skull calmly began playing the code again. David blinked hard, shook his head, trying to dispel the lingering numbness and buzzing noise in his brain. He took a deep breath and refocused. The electric shock was indeed intense, bringing an extremely strong discomfort. Each time, he felt as if he was about to lose control of his body. But it came and went quickly, and as the servo-skull had initially told him it would not cause any substantial neural damage, only leave an incredibly clear memory, you were wrong. He knew this was not torture, but discipline, an efficiency-driven teaching tool. Osiris, or rather the Adeptus Mechanicus method, was simple and direct, errors must be pointed out immediately and remembered in an impressive way. Initially, these data sounds seemed like meaningless noise to him, more obscure and difficult to understand than any language or code he had encountered at Arasaka Academy. He needed to rely on pure biological brainpower to distinguish different logical units from this seemingly chaotic rhythm, and associate them with specific concepts and instructions. Time and again, errors and time and again, learning accompanied by intense electric shocks, made this process full of physiological resistance. The thought of giving up had not been absent. When his brain was exhausted from continuous high-intensity operation and intermittent electric shocks, when frustration piled up, the temptation to disconnect was immense. David's gaze always involuntarily turned to the temporary cubicle not far away. Inside the cubicle, his mother, Gloria, lay on a makeshift medical bed. Medication kept her mostly unconscious. Her face was pale, and her breathing was so shallow that the rise and fall of her chest were almost imperceptible. The woman who once could walk briskly on the street carrying a cyberware case now found it difficult even to lift her hand. Sometimes she would wake up, her eyes empty as she stared at the ceiling. But when her gaze caught sight of David outside the door, her listless eyes would suddenly gain focus. Her gaze lingered on his tense face from studying, on his forehead where his hair was damp with sweat. Her fingers would tremble slightly on the bed sheet, as if trying to grasp something. Her lips parted slightly, seemingly wanting to speak, but no sound came out. Finally, it could only turn into a tear, slowly sliding down the corner of her eye. This sight made David's stomach clench, and his heart felt as if something had squeezed it. Every time he saw his mother like this, he could clearly feel the weight on his shoulders. This made him more uncomfortable than any electric shock, but it also had more power than any encouragement. He could not give up. He even felt that this suffering was necessary. Maine and the others said this was a rare opportunity, but David did not care about opportunities. He had only one simple thought in his mind: learn this knowledge, cure his mother. Osiris' conditions were clear: 1 year to learn everything he needed to, then personally treat his mother. In return, he would work for Osiris for 200 years. If he failed, he dared not contemplate the consequences. Whenever he encountered difficulties in learning, whenever the discomfort of the electric shock made him want to retreat, he only needed to glance at that cubicle to find a reason to continue. His mother's silent tears were more effective than any spur. He knew he had to succeed, there was no other choice. Every electric shock from the servo-skull reminded him of the cost and urgency of this goal. He could not tolerate any slackness or carelessness from himself. One day in the future, when he stood beside his mother, preparing for that decisive treatment, any small error originating from today could lead to irreversible regret. He had to ensure that every syllable, every logical sequence he learned was accurate and deeply ingrained. Chapter 128, Train 1162 words. Thus, a peculiar cycle of pain and joy was formed. The electric shocks brought intense physical discomfort, but each time he correctly repeated, each time he understood a new binary phrase, the sense of accomplishment from conquering a difficult challenge, originating from his own brain, and the hope of getting closer to saving his mother, would naturally arise. He began to view the electric shocks as a strict, but absolutely effective, error correction tutor. He no longer feared mistakes, but rather focused on how to avoid them. He was like a greedy sponge, absorbing the abstruse knowledge frantically under the spur of the electric current. His learning state appeared quite peculiar to outsiders. Sometimes his brows were tightly furrowed from intense concentration, sometimes a fleeting look of joy appeared on his face after successfully parsing a complex sequence, and sometimes his body would suddenly tremble from an unavoidable error, making him grimace and shake his head, then immediately dive into the next attempt. Sweat soaked his clothes, and mental exhaustion made him look weary, but the flame burning in his eyes for his mother remained strong, even becoming more refined and resolute under this repeated tempering. That afternoon, David had just finished a round of practice, and was leaning against the wall, catching his breath. Rebecca sauntered over and tossed him a can of synthetic protein drink. "Haven't fried your brain yet?" She looked at David's sweat-soaked hair. "I saw you shaking like a short circuit just now." David took the drink and quirked his lips. "I'm all right, got shocked a few less times than yesterday." "Not bad," Rebecca squatted beside him. "You haven't collapsed after all that torment." Doria walked over and set down a nutrient paste, saying nothing. David nodded and tucked the nutrient paste into his pocket. At the other end of the room, Pilar interjected while adjusting his mechanical arm. "If you ask me, this learning method is pretty brutal. Directly pumping data into his brain, electric shocks if he makes a mistake, just like debugging a machine." Maine leaned against a weapons crate, wiping his smart pistol, and looked up at David upon hearing this. "As long as he can handle it." He then lowered his head to continue cleaning his gun. In the corner, Kiwi and Sasha were calibrating a set of sensor equipment. Sasha looked at David, who was studying not far away, and whispered, "I don't understand it. The boss can use trans-dimensional technology, yet he makes him learn binary language in the most primitive way." Kiwi replied without looking up, "Why not just write the knowledge directly into his brain? Why make a biological brain do what a machine should do?" She tapped the sensor in front of her. Transcoding with an implant only takes a few milliseconds. This way, it's like solving calculus with an abacus. Terribly inefficient, Sasha shook her head. But the boss must have his reasons. Kiwi finally looked up and glanced. Perhaps he wants him to first understand the most fundamental logic. Like learning to fight by practicing basics first, instead of directly installing combat cyberware. The two fell silent for a moment and continued their work. In this era of highly developed technology, this return to basics training method had, ironically, become the most perplexing thing. Falco returned from outside, carrying a bag of supplies. He glanced at David and silently placed 2 extra cans of synthetic drink in the food storage area. No one said much, but everyone expressed their approval in their own way. In this abandoned stronghold, this was the most direct form of care, unaffected, unsentimental, just like life in Night City itself, rough but real. And among everyone, Lucy's inner changes were the most delicate and profound. Initially, she maintained her usual distance from David. Night City was never short of stories of struggling to survive. Her own past was already heavy enough, leaving her no time for others. But David's day-after-day learning state, cycling between pain and gain, gradually caught her attention. She watched how he quickly adjusted after an electric shock, how he precisely corrected errors in the next attempt, and how, when utterly exhausted, he would just silently look in his mother's direction, and then his eyes would once again sharpen. She began to observe him inadvertently. She observed the tight line of his lips, his fingers trembling slightly from intense concentration, and the fleeting, almost imperceptible look of relief and satisfaction that occasionally crossed his face after overcoming a difficult point. Lucy's past was filled with darkness, betrayal, and the fear of the unknown beyond the Blackwall. She had also endured unimaginable pain for survival and freedom. But David's perseverance, his motivation, was so righteous, even somewhat out of place with the laws of Night City. Was it merely for family affection? To repay his mother's nurturing grace? This seemingly simple and pure motivation, against the backdrop of Night City, seemed so alien, yet so attractive. It touched a soft corner deep within Lucy's heart, a corner that had been deeply hidden, almost forgotten. Once, after David had finished a round of high-intensity study, he was leaning against the wall, catching his breath, his face pale, clearly greatly exhausted, when Lucy happened to pass by with a glass of water. She paused and offered him the glass of water. Too much electrolyte loss will affect nerve conduction efficiency. Her tone remained flat, without much emotion. David looked up in surprise, saw it was Lucy, took the glass, and said in a low voice, "Thank you. I'll be careful." Lucy nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. But in that moment, she caught something in David's eyes beyond fatigue and determination, a fleeting moment of bewilderment and warmth, born from this small act of care. This made her realize that this young man, enduring inhuman learning pressure, still retained the emotions and vulnerabilities of an ordinary person. This realization deepened her curiosity about David. She still habitually stayed in the shadows, but the time her gaze lingered on David unconsciously grew longer. She wanted to understand where this seemingly simple yet incredibly powerful force came from, the force that supported this young man in enduring such a heavenly and hellish learning process. David Martinez, the kind of person who could go this far for his mother, what kind of person was he, really? As for David, everything external seemed to be isolated. His world had shrunk to the extreme, the stern tutor in front of him, the roaring binary sea in his mind, the intermittent electrical sensation in his body, and the never-extinguishing lighthouse in his heart. Learn at Cure Mom. His apprenticeship was unfolding in a unique way. Pain was the spur, hope was the reward, and the unshakable goal of saving his mother was the only beacon guiding him through this purgatory of knowledge. On this path, He was in pain, yet he was also moving forward, each step incredibly firm. Chapter 129, Tanaka *2x 2815 words. Night City, as always, breathed life amidst neon and sin. Rumors about Wasteland Town and Maine's crew circulated only within specific, small circles. For the vast majority of people struggling to survive in this city, Maine's crew was just a lucky and capable street mercenary team that successfully survived corporate conflicts and established a foothold. Their story was a footnote in street legends, but far from shaking the city's foundations. In the eyes of high-ranking corporate executives who truly knew some of the inside story, this squad and the existence behind it were more like an unstable factor that needed careful observation, rather than direct confrontation. However, a corporation is a massive hydra. One department's caution does not mean other departments will follow the same logic. There are always those who are driven by profit, or blinded by arrogance, attempting to touch dangers they believe they can control. Arasaka Corporation, Night City Branch Technical Department. This area's atmosphere was completely different from that of the counterintelligence department. There was less of a sense of intrigue and more of the laboratory-specific smell, a mixture of disinfectant, coolant, and ozone. Here data, performance, and breakthroughs were the only standards by which value was measured. Tanaka, the head of the technical department, now stood before a heavily isolated observation window, his face grim as he looked at the mess in the testing ground below. In the center of the field, a twisted experimental subject, its implants overloaded and smoking, had just been subdued by a high-voltage taser, collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably, and emitting meaningless roars. Another failure, the project leader reported in a low voice beside Tanaka, his tone betraying unconcealed frustration. Subject K7, neural load exceeded threshold by 230%, limbic system completely collapsed, exhibiting extreme aggression. Confirmed irreversible cyberpsychosis. Recommendation. Tanaka did not respond immediately. He wore an impeccably tailored dark corporate uniform, his hair neatly combed, but the dark circles under his eyes and his tightly pressed lips revealed his stress. His Cyber Titan, heavy solo cyberware project was one of the technical department's most heavily resourced key projects recently. The design philosophy of this prototype cyberware was extremely radical, aiming to create a single-person combat platform that surpassed existing power armor. Its technical core originated from the Big Ghost heavy mech once piloted by Atom Smasher during the corporate wars, but it applied new, still immature gravity control technology, attempting to miniaturize it and integrate it into single-person cyberware. Theoretically, the wearer would gain firepower comparable to heavy ordnance and unimaginable mobility. However, there was a huge gap between theory and reality. The Cyber Titan, heavy solo cyberware project's load on the user's nervous system was devastating. To date, all volunteers or conscripted experimental subjects, without exception, suffered mental breakdowns during testing. The best result was becoming a permanent vegetative state, and the worst was becoming a cyberpsycho that had to be eliminated, like the one just now. Huge investments yielded no returns, and inquiries from headquarters were becoming increasingly impolite. Tanaka felt like he was sitting on a powder keg about to explode. What about Atom Smasher? He's the perfect test subject. Tanaka almost gritted his teeth as he spoke. The project leader gave a wry smile. Director, you know. Smasher is now Yorinobu's personal bodyguard, his schedule is very full, and the security department won't agree to let the company's symbol take such a risk. Especially since the project's success rate is currently 0. Tanaka fell silent. He knew this all too well. Mobilize Atom Smasher. Only if he didn't want to work at Arasaka anymore. That cold-killing machine was itself a vital asset of the company, not an experimental subject that a technical department head could freely deploy. He needed new, suitable experimental subjects. The requirements were extremely stringent. They must possess extremely high cyberware adaptability, a sufficiently resilient nervous system, and preferably be at their wits' end and easily controlled. Just then, his personal terminal vibrated slightly, and a routine report from the Arasaka Academy internal system caught his attention. The report mentioned the follow-up handling of a student conflict. The content was brief, but he saw a familiar name, his son, who had been beaten at school by a former student named David Martinez. Such a minor matter would ordinarily not attract his attention, but perhaps out of irritation, or perhaps by some strange impulse, he casually opened David Martinez's file. The file records were ordinary: a single-parent family, mother an emergency medical technician at Night City Medical Center, poor family background, enrolled on scholarship due to academic performance. But what piqued Tanaka's interest was a nearly overlooked cyberware adaptability assessment report in the corner of the file. The data indicated that this David Martinez had an extremely high affinity for neural implants, with a potential assessment far exceeding ordinary people, even approaching the baseline level of some military-grade augmented soldiers. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Tanaka's tired eyes. Tanaka's tired eyes were fixed on the inconspicuous name on the file screen: David Martinez. This name, which not long ago was merely a symbol in his son's school conflict report, now had associated cyberware adaptability assessment data that pierced through his days of gloom like a blinding flash of light. Extremely high cyberware adaptability, neural tolerance potential assessed far beyond ordinary people. This was precisely the foundation the Cyber Titan, heavy solo cyberware project dreamed of. A student forced to withdraw from Arasaka Academy due to family changes, a low-income youth whose mother was critically injured and bedridden, desperately needing astronomical medical expenses, a street kid with no powerful background whatsoever, except for some connection to the recently somewhat famous Maine's crew. This was practically an experimental subject tailor-made for him by fate. The outline of a plan instantly formed in his mind. Directly use force to apprehend him. Too risky. After all, Maine's crew had just clashed with a corporation and emerged unscathed, and Jenkins of the Counterintelligence Department seemed to have some reservations about the forces behind them. A direct approach could easily cause unnecessary trouble, or even alert the target, destroying his chance to acquire the perfect experimental subject. But what if he could make the target walk into the cage himself? Utilizing his urgent needs and desperate situation to entice him to voluntarily sign an agreement, dedicating himself to the company's scientific research. This was undoubtedly the cleanest and most secure method. Upon realizing this, Tanaka immediately took action. He used his authority as the head of the technical department to quietly bypass regular procedures, silently restoring David Martinez's enrollment status in the Arasaka Academy's student registration system. Next, he carefully crafted an email, sent in his personal name more precisely, under the guise of a deeply remorseful classmate's father to David's registered communication address. In this carefully worded email, Tanaka first expressed deep unease, an apology in a somber and sincere tone for his son's past bullying at school, attributing it to his own dereliction of duty as a father who neglected his upbringing. Then, he changed his tone, claiming that he had learned through his channels of David's difficult situation, being forced to drop out due to his mother's severe injuries, and expressed great sympathy and regret for it. To atone for his son's past mistakes, and to give this highly promising young man a chance, he used some of his connections to painstakingly help David regain his enrollment at Arasaka Academy. At the end of the email, he finally revealed his true intentions, throwing out the real bait. He enthusiastically introduced a little-known, young talent sponsorship program within the Arasaka Technical Department, claiming that the program aimed to discover and train talented young people, offering benefits including, but not limited to full scholarships, access to Arasaka's top medical resource network, and even the opportunity to participate in early research and testing of certain cutting-edge technologies. He strongly emphasized the preciousness of this opportunity and its bright prospects, and sincerely invited David to Arasaka Tower for a face-to-face in-depth discussion with him to explore this possibility that could change the fate of David and his mother. The notification that the email had been successfully sent lit up, and Tanaka leaned back in his comfortable office chair, the corners of his mouth curving into an involuntarily cold arc. He seemed to already see the desperate young man, misled by this seemingly timely opportunity, stepping, little by little, into the trap he had meticulously set. He believed that for a young man in desperate straits, such conditions would be impossible to refuse. Once David stepped into Arasaka Tower and signed that carefully designed volunteer agreement, he would no longer have a choice. While Tanaka was weaving his trap within Arasaka Tower, deep within the dump HQ, David Martinez was undergoing a vastly different transformation. He was completely engrossed in binary language foundational training with the servo skull, temporarily isolating external information, including Tanaka's seemingly tempting email, behind a barrier of concentration. Several days of high-intensity training had yielded initial results. On this day, after a phase identification test, the floating servoskull's eye socket light shifted from cautionary yellow to a steady blue. Phase assessment passed. Basic logic unit recognition rate is 82%, error rate is below the preset threshold, meeting the preliminary binary language comprehension standard. David collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, but his eyes gleamed with a solid sense of achievement earned through extreme effort. Just then, Osiris' heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the direction of the workshop. The massive dark red figure appeared at the passageway entrance, its crimson optical lenses scanning over. David immediately struggled to his feet, respectfully lowering his head. "Boss." Osiris walked up to him, his gaze falling upon the servoskull responsible for teaching. The servoskull quickly transmitted David's learning data and phase assessment results. Osiris nodded slightly. This subtle action made his massive body seem less purely mechanical and more like that of a mentor. He no longer pointed with a mechanical finger, but sent a new data packet to David's terminal via more conventional wireless transmission. "Progress is acceptable," his steady synthesized voice rang out again. "In the next phase, you need to understand the code of life itself." The data packet contains an outline of basic biology and neti anatomy. He paused briefly, his crimson optical lenses seemingly scanning a certain direction within the hideout. "Theory requires practice. Starting today, you will assist Glenn with his work daily. Observe, record, and understand the underlying logic of routine cyberware implantation and neural interfacing. Pay attention to identifying inefficient and erroneous parts. This is crucial for you to personally operate in the future." "Yes, boss," David responded without hesitation. He understood that this was knowledge as important as binary language, essential for mastering the path to curing his mother. Osiris said nothing further, turning and returning to the depths of the workshop with steady steps. David looked at the data packet titled Basic Life System Architecture and Common Malfunction Analysis, and took a deep breath. His learning journey had officially transitioned from the purely logical world into the realm of life sciences. Meanwhile, within Arasaka Tower, Technical Department Director Tanaka's patience was running out as time passed. Days had gone by, and the grateful reply he had anticipated from David Martinez had not arrived. The email was like a stone sinking into the sea. This feeling of being completely ignored angered the always arrogant Tanaka, mixed with a hint of unease that his plan was slipping out of his control. Ungrateful brat. He paced restlessly in his office. The failure of his conciliatory approach meant that his perfect experimental subject was not acting according to the script he had set. This forced him to reevaluate the situation and devise a more direct strategy. He recalled David's file again and, using his authority as technical department director, conducted a deeper search for recent related information through internal channels. The information further confirmed that David Martinez was currently closely associated with Maine's crew, and was regularly stationed at the dump HQ outside the city. His mother Gloria's condition had not improved, continuously consuming huge medical resources. Notably, David himself had very few recent activity traces, seemingly undergoing some kind of enclosed training within the hideout, the specific content of which was unknown. Maine's crew. Tanaka frowned. This team had indeed been quite prominent recently, and it was rumored to have some unclear connections with Director Jenkins of the Counterintelligence Department. Using force to storm the dump settlement and capture him directly. That would cause too much commotion, easily leading to uncontrollable armed conflict, which would not only anger Jenkins but also risk alerting his target, causing him to permanently lose this valuable experimental subject. This was by no means a wise move. But for him to give up now? Absolutely impossible. The success of the Cyber Titan, heavy solo cyberware project was crucial to his future prospects and his standing within Arasaka. Since you won't willingly walk into the cage, I'll just have to set a trap for you to jump into yourself, Tanaka muttered darkly, the arrogance of a corporate executive, and the desire for project success overriding potential concerns. He consistently believed that Maine's crew was nothing more than a group of capable street mercenaries, and they would never truly tear up their relationship with the behemoth that was Arasaka for an insignificant newcomer. As long as the operation was handled properly and cleanly, creating a fait accompli, the other party would ultimately have no choice but to swallow the bitter pill. A more insidious and actionable plan gradually solidified in his mind. He learned that Gloria Martinez's ongoing treatment relied on a special neural regeneration drug. This drug was extremely expensive and strictly regulated, with limited distribution channels, primarily controlled by a few cutting-edge medical centers closely associated with Arasaka. David had been trying to acquire it through various channels, but progress was evidently minimal. Tanaka decided to precisely exploit this pain point. He activated a ready-made, seemingly independent, charitable medical foundation as a shell for a disguised project. This virtual foundation claimed its purpose was to aid impoverished families with severe neural damage due to accidents, offering full medical assistance, including the crucial neural regeneration drug. All procedures were meticulously packaged to be highly deceptive. Next, through several layers of encrypted links and anonymous accounts, he contacted a drug broker who had some reputation in Night City's underground, was relatively trustworthy, and had no overt connections with Arasaka. Tanaka, as an anonymous benefactor, tasked this broker, find a way to contact David Martinez, inform him of this once-in-a-lifetime charitable opportunity, and claim that the foundation needed a final, face-to-face assessment of Gloria's condition to determine eligibility for aid in specific plans. The assessment location was set in a seemingly ordinary, heavily secured private medical clinic in Charter Hill. Upon success, the broker would receive an extremely generous, untraceable reward. That clinic had, in fact, been secretly controlled by Tanaka through a complex network of shell companies, with a capable and loyal internal corporate action team permanently stationed there, disguised as clinic security. The entire space was under strict surveillance and control. As soon as David brought his mother there, he would be walking into a meticulously laid trap. They would use pretexts like complex paperwork or requiring several key auxiliary examinations to isolate David from others, then quickly apprehend and transfer him to a secret laboratory under Arasaka's technical department, completely isolated from the outside world. The entire operation would be disguised as a common kidnapping incident targeting a patient at a medical facility, appearing, on the surface, to have no connection to Arasaka. As for Maine's crew's possible investigation and reaction afterward, Tanaka had already devised several sets of explanations. He could completely deny involvement, even turn around and accuse them of inadequate oversight, or hint that David had gotten involved in other troubles. In Night City, countless people disappear without a trace every day. What difference would one more David Martinez make? By the time Maine's crew uncovered the truth, the experiment would likely have already yielded critical data, and by then, it would be a fait accompli. With the plan set, Tanaka sat back in his office chair, a cold, triumphant smile on his face. He could almost see David Martinez confined to the experimental table, connected to the Cyber Titan, heavy solo cyberware project prototype, and the project bottleneck that had plagued him for so long was about to be broken through with this perfect experimental subject. Soon, kid, soon you will pay the price for ignoring Arasaka's goodwill, he murmured, then pressed the communication button, systematically deploying this even more dangerous conspiracy against David. The city's shadows silently stirred, and an invisible net was quietly cast towards the dump settlement. Chapter 130, David takes the bait *2x2310 words at the dump HQ. David Martinez's life was strictly divided into two parts. One was binary language learning under the guidance of a servoskull, accompanied by painful electric shocks. The other part was assisting Osiris in Glenn's makeshift clinic, observing and recording crude cyberware implantation and neural connection surgeries. Today, David had just finished a brain-numbing round of knowledge acquisition, and was leaning against the wall, trying to calm his overused biological brain. His personal communicator rang. It was an unknown number. He hesitated for a moment before answering. David Martinez. A professional-sounding male voice came through. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I represent the New Life Charity Medical Foundation and understand the condition of your mother, Ms. Gloria Martinez. David's heart skipped a beat. New Life Foundation? He had never heard that name before. Our foundation focuses on assisting families severely affected by accidental neurological damage, the voice continued, with that perfectly pitched sympathetic tone. We've noted that Ms. Martinez's ongoing treatment requires a special medication called Synaptic Regenerator Type 4. This drug is indeed expensive and has limited availability. The caller accurately stated the name of his mother's required medication, which slightly eased David's caution, but his long-ingrained Night City instincts prevented him from immediately trusting them. What do you want? David's voice was wary. We want to offer help, the voice replied sincerely. The foundation has an emergency assistance program, and after initial assessment, we believe Ms. Martinez's situation meets our funding criteria. We can provide full medication assistance, including Synaptic Regenerator Type 4, as well as a series of follow-up rehabilitation support. Full medication assistance. David felt his breathing quicken. It meant his mother could escape her suffering, and even potentially recover better, which was an almost irresistible temptation for him. What are the conditions? David forced himself to calm down. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. We need to conduct a final, in-person professional assessment of Ms. Martinez's condition to determine the most suitable assistance plan and dosage, the voice explained. The assessment will take place at the Aqua Purifica private medical clinic in Charter Hill. The time can be set by you, the sooner the better, as the patient's condition cannot be delayed. The caller's words were impeccable, full of allure. But David did not agree immediately. He made an excuse about needing to think it over and hung up the call. Immense hope and deep unease intertwined in his heart. His first thought was Lucy, the team's netrunner, who might be able to uncover the truth about this New Life Foundation. When he found Lucy, she was sitting in her corner, wearing headphones, seemingly immersed in data streams. David walked up to her with some trepidation and explained the situation. Lucy listened, then took off one headphone, her pale purple eyes calmly looking at him, the foundation's name, and the clinic's name. David immediately gave her New Life and Aqua Purifica Clinic. Wait for me, Lucy said, standing up. Her next action completely caught David off guard. Without any hesitation, she began to take off her upper garments. First her jacket, then the close-fitting tank top underneath. Her movements were natural and fluid, as if she were simply preparing for a routine task. David froze instantly, his gaze uncontrollably falling on Lucy's exposed upper body. Her skin was very fair, glowing with a porcelain-like luster in the dim light of the hideout. Her shoulders were gracefully sculpted, and her collarbones were delicately defined. Most striking was her chest. David's brain buzzed, blood seemed to rush to his head instantly, his cheeks and ears becoming scorching hot. He had never seen the body of the opposite sex so closely, so clearly. At Arasaka Academy, he was an ostracized poor student, with few opportunities to even speak to girls. Now a primal, intense urge rose from deep within him, leaving him parched and his heart pounding. He could feel a distinct change in his lower body, which filled him with immense shame and panic. Almost instinctively, he abruptly turned his back to Lucy, his voice stammering from nervousness, I didn't mean to. Lucy's calm voice came from behind him, seemingly with a hint of unnoticeable confusion. What's wrong? I'm about to get into the ice bath. How can I connect the data cables without taking off my clothes? Only then did David realize that Lucy was undressing for deep hacking work, which required physical cooling. He felt like a fool for entertaining such suggestive thoughts. But he still dared not turn around, fearing he might see more that would make him lose control, and also afraid Lucy would see his flushed face and embarrassed state. He heard a faint splash, Lucy lying down in the bathtub that was always filled with ice water. Then came the subtle sound of data cables plugging into neural ports. You can turn around now, Lucy's voice chimed again, with a slight electronic distortion from the interference, a sign that her consciousness was already diving into cyberspace. David slowly turned around then, his heart still beating rapidly. He saw Lucy lying in the ice-filled tub, the water covering her chest, only her head and neck connected to cables visible. Her expression was serene, her eyes closed, already immersed in cyberspace. Even though he couldn't see her body anymore, that fleeting glimpse had been deeply etched into his mind, refusing to fade. He struggled to suppress the agitation in his body and the heat on his face, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. The waiting period was not long. After about 10 minutes, Lucy's body trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes. She unplugged the data cables, set up from the ice water, and picked up a towel nearby to dry her body and hair, once again uninhibitedly beginning to dress. This time, although David was still a little embarrassed, he tried to control himself and not avert his gaze, though his ears were still flushed. "I found it," Lucy said, putting on her tank top, her voice returning to its usual calmness. "The New Life Charity Medical Foundation has clean registration information. It hasn't been established long, and its funding sources are vague, but on the surface, there don't seem to be major issues. It does have some indirect ties to Arasaka, mainly through several medical equipment suppliers and drug distribution channels influenced by Arasaka." She paused, looking at David. "The drug you need is itself a key controlled product of Arasaka Biotechnica. It makes logical sense for this foundation to have connections with Arasaka. I infiltrated their internal communications and financial records, and I haven't found any obvious red flags for a trap yet. It looks genuine, though it might be a charity project with not-so-pure motives." Lucy's investigation largely dispelled David's doubts. If the foundation was indeed involved in Arasaka drug production, then their offer of drug assistance seemed reasonable. As for an impure background, in Night City, which large organization's background was entirely clean. The strong desire to save his mother finally overcame his last shred of caution, and David decided to visit the Aqua Purifica clinic. But he hadn't completely lost his mind. He found Rebecca, explained the situation, and asked her and Lucy to be his backup. He planned to enter the clinic alone, and if he didn't come out within half an hour, or if communication was lost, he asked them to find a way to intervene. "You're a clever kid, knowing to find someone to cover your back." Rebecca patted his shoulder. "All right, Lucy and I will go with you. If those guys in white coats dare to play tricks, I'll blow up their clinic." Lucy also nodded in agreement. The three of them took an inconspicuous vehicle provided by Falco, and arrived at the Aqua Purifica clinic in Charter Hill. The clinic's exterior indeed looked like a high-end private medical facility, with a quiet environment and strict access control. At the clinic entrance, David took a deep breath, nodded to Rebecca and Lucy, and then walked in alone. The front desk receptionist seemed to have already known of his arrival, enthusiastically guiding him to a private assessment room. Everything appeared normal. However, the moment the assessment room door closed behind him, the atmosphere abruptly changed. Two doctors, wearing white uniforms, but with robust physiques and sharp eyes, walked in and locked the door from the inside. "Martinez, we need to perform some basic physiological tests to ensure the safety of subsequent drug use," one of them said, approaching him with a scanner-like device. David felt something was wrong and instinctively took a step back. "What tests?" "This wasn't mentioned before." "It's just standard procedure, please cooperate." The other's tone became forceful, and he reached out directly to grab David's arm. David tried to struggle, but he currently had no combat cyberware on him except for a basic neural interface and data cables for learning. His strength and speed were no match for the professionally trained and possibly basic enhanced corporate operatives. The opponent easily twisted his arm and pinned him against the wall. The other doctor quickly pulled out a prepared syringe and accurately injected it into his neck. Cold liquid flowed into his blood vessels. David felt a strong wave of dizziness and weakness, his vision quickly blurred, and his body slumped to the ground. Before losing consciousness completely, he vaguely heard one of them whisper into a communicator, "Target controlled, preparing for transfer." Rebecca and Lucy, waiting in the car outside the clinic, watched the time tick by. The agreed-upon half an hour passed, and David didn't come out. Rebecca tried to call David, only to hear an unanswerable busy signal. Damn it, something happened. Rebecca slammed the car door, her face grim. Lucy immediately tried to track David's personal terminal signal, but found that the signal disappeared shortly after entering the clinic, clearly having been blocked or destroyed. Contact main. Rebecca made a snap decision, simultaneously pulling out her handgun. Lucy, try to find something from the network level. I'll watch the entrance. The message quickly returned to the dump HQ. Maine and Dorio immediately sprang into action, gathering equipment and vehicles, preparing to head to Charter Hill. Meanwhile, deep within the workshop, Osiris' massive body stood before a control panel, analyzing microdata of Bartmoss neural structure transmitted by the servo skull. Suddenly, a low-priority alert from the external monitoring system triggered a thread in his processing core. The alert was linked to a tiny subprogram he had implanted in David's personal monitoring program. The biological signals and location data transmitted by the program showed an abnormal interruption and violent fluctuation, consistent with characteristics of a violent kidnapping. Osiris' crimson optical lenses flickered slightly, and he quickly retrieved the data records before and after the alert, and the last known location, Charter Hill, Aqua Purifica Clinic. An expected development. His steady synthesized voice echoed in the empty workshop, betraying no emotional fluctuation. A desire unprotected by strength always easily becomes prey in the eyes of others. He did not take immediate action, as he was already aware of Maine's crew's movements. Since Maine's crew had already been dispatched, this incident could serve to test the capabilities of this team, in which he had invested resources, in responding to unforeseen crises. At the same time, this would also be the young apprentice's first severe test from the real world. He needed to observe David's reaction, to observe Maine's crew's efficiency, and to observe the true motives of the mastermind. Then, his attention returned to Bartmoss' unique brain-Nettian connection map. In comparison, an apprentice's kidnapping incident was not yet enough to disrupt his established research rhythm. The city's shadows swallowed a young soul, while a larger entity calmly watched everything from the darkness. The dump HQ was instantly enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Maine's roar echoed in the empty space, everyone. Equipment check, departing in 5 minutes. Falco, bring the car to the entrance. Dorio quickly stuffed heavy magazines into her tactical vest, her tone steady, but with an undeniable resolve. The target is the Aqua Purifica Clinic in Charter Hill. David lost contact inside and is likely controlled. The opponent's identity is unknown, but their methods are professional. Stay alert, everyone. She did not wear the power armor Osiris made for her, that thing was far too conspicuous. Even just removing the 2 power gauntlets from the power armor would be very eye-catching in Night City, and could even attract the Psycho Squad. So she would not easily use this trump card unless necessary. Pilar mumbled while checking his weapons and ammunition. I knew this kind of charity was no good. Now look, the kid got caught and used as a guinea pig. Kiwi and Sasha were already seated at data terminals, their fingers rapidly gliding across the light screens. Kiwi was responsible for attempting to cut into the municipal surveillance system around the clinic, looking for suspicious vehicles and personnel movements. Sasha, meanwhile, tried to delve into the network traces behind the Foundation, using the information Lucy provided, hoping to find clues to a transfer route. Rebecca and Lucy anxiously waited for support outside the clinic. Rebecca impatiently tapped her fingers on the car window frame, her green cybernetic eyes constantly scanning the clinic exit and surrounding streets. Why aren't Maine and them here yet? If we drag this out any longer, David will be transported to who knows what remote corner. Lucy was relatively calm. She reconnected to the network. Although unable to penetrate the clinic's internal shielding, she began scanning nearby communication signals, attempting to capture any encrypted communications that might be related to this kidnapping. Chapter 131, Hunting Tanaka * for X 5060 words. About half an hour later, Falco slammed the brakes on his modified, heavily armored off-road vehicle, stopping abruptly next to Rebecca's car. Maine, Dorio, and Pilar quickly got out of the car. Maine asked succinctly, checking the smart pistol in his hand. David has been inside for over 40 minutes. Communications are cut, and his signal is gone, Rebecca said quickly. There are guards at the clinic entrance who don't look like ordinary medical staff. We didn't dare to force our way in, fearing we'd alert them and put David in more danger. Good job. Maine nodded. Kiwi, Sasha, any discoveries? Kiwi's voice came through the comms. A black unmarked van left the clinic's back door 15 minutes ago. Its route deliberately avoided cameras on main roads. I'm trying to track its possible direction. It will take time. Sasha added, the Foundation's financial flows are very complex, changing hands multiple times, but they ultimately point to several shell companies linked to Arasaka. Arasaka is highly suspected in this kidnapping. Arasaka. Maine's brows furrowed into a knot. It was them again. Although the last conflict seemed to have ended inconclusively, the corporation's shadow always loomed over them. Just then, Lucy suddenly spoke, her voice sharp with a hint of discovery. I've captured a fragment of an encrypted communication, originating from the area near the departing van. The content is heavily scrambled, but I've parsed out a keyword. Technical Department. Technical Department. Arasaka Technical Department. All the clues instantly connected. A kidnapping operation targeting David, orchestrated by the Arasaka Technical Department. What was the motive? What about David was worth such a major undertaking by the Arasaka Technical Department? Did his recent studies with the boss attract attention? Whatever the reason, they had to find David as soon as possible. Technical department labs were easy to get into, but hard to get out of. Maine immediately ordered. Based on the possible route Kiwi provided, we pursue. Rebecca, Lucy, get in the car. Everyone quickly boarded the off-road vehicle. Falco stomped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow from a bow, speeding through the streets of Night City based on Kiwi's constantly updated tracking information. Rebecca and Lucy followed in their previous car. The atmosphere inside the car was tense. Maine maintained contact with Kiwi and Sasha at the base via comms, sharing intelligence. Dorio checked everyone's weapon status. Pilar flexed his mechanical fingers, ready to jump into battle at any moment. Rebecca gripped her shotgun, her face showing undisguised killing intent. Lucy, meanwhile, drove while continuously monitoring the network, searching for any overlooked clues. They drove through the neon-lit city center and into the relatively dim industrial district. Kiwi's tracking showed that the van ultimately disappeared into a large logistics and storage area near Arasaka Tower. This area was entirely controlled by Arasaka, and heavily guarded. They must have taken David into Arasaka Tower. Rebecca said anxiously. Not necessarily, Maine said, relatively calmly. Some of the technical department's secret labs aren't located inside the main tower, it's too conspicuous. That logistics area likely contains their hidden facilities. The vehicles stopped a few blocks away from the logistics area. They couldn't get any closer, or they would trigger Arasaka's security system. What do we do now? Pilar asked. Force our way in. That's Arasaka's territory. Maine pondered for a moment, then asked Lucy and Kiwi via the comms channel, can you find a way to get internal surveillance or access records for that area? We need to confirm David's exact location. Lucy and Kiwi immediately tried, but quickly reported bad news. The network defense level for that area was extremely high, almost on par with the Arasaka main tower, making it difficult to breach in a short time. For a moment, the operation was at a standstill. They knew David was likely inside, but they couldn't determine his exact location or force their way in. Just as everyone was at a loss, Dorio, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, perhaps, we don't need to find him ourselves. Everyone looked at her. Dorio explained, since the other party is the technical department, and their goal is to kidnap David for some kind of test or experiment, then they must have relevant project plans and scheduling information internally. We might be able to start elsewhere, find information about the project leader, and then question him. Tanaka is a supervisor in the technical department, Lucy suddenly interjected. She had seen his name in previous investigations. He's in charge of several cutting-edge cyberware projects, and has very high clearance. If this kidnapping was led by the technical department, he likely knows about it, or is even the mastermind. Tanaka. Main repeated the name, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Can you find his whereabouts? I'll try. Lucy closed her eyes again, connecting to the network. This time, her target was the schedules and internal communication records of Arasaka's mid to high-level managers. This was slightly easier than breaching the logistics area's defenses, but still extremely risky. Time passed minute by minute. Every second meant David could be facing unknown dangers, and an anxious atmosphere permeated the car. Suddenly, Lucy's body jolted. She abruptly opened her eyes, her voice urgent, found him. Tanaka has a private engagement tonight, at the Kyushu Japanese restaurant in Haywood District. He's expected to leave in 2 hours. Target locked. Main immediately made a decision, Falco to Haywood District. We'll wait for him near Kyushu. Dorio Pilar prepare to invite Mr. Tanaka for a chat. Rebecca, you're on lookout and support. Finally something to do. Rebecca licked her lips excitedly, gripping her shotgun. The off-road vehicle started again, turned around, and headed towards Haywood District. An interception operation targeting an Arasaka executive was about to unfold in the Night City night. They had to pry David's whereabouts from Tanaka's mouth. The Kyushu Japanese restaurant was located on a relatively quiet street in Haywood District, exuding an elegance that felt out of place with its surroundings. Main's crew parked their car in a dark blind spot at the street corner, waiting patiently. 2 hours later, just as the intelligence Lucy had acquired indicated, Tanaka, the technical department supervisor, emerged from the Japanese restaurant, slightly tipsy, accompanied by a bodyguard. He was about to walk towards the bulletproof corporate luxury sedan parked by the roadside. Just then, Main and Dorio appeared from the shadows like phantoms. Dorio moved swiftly, delivering a precise hand chop to the bodyguard's neck. The man collapsed silently to the ground. Main, using his modified, powerful arm, clamped his arm around Tanaka's neck and quickly dragged him towards the off-road vehicle at the street corner. Tanaka struggled in terror, but against Main's absolute strength, his resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was roughly shoved into the back seat of the off-road vehicle. Pilar and Rebecca immediately flanked him, one on each side, cold gun barrels pressed against his waist. Falco quickly drove away from the scene. The entire process was clean and efficient, causing no disturbance. The vehicle drove into a deserted industrial warehouse district and stopped inside an empty warehouse. Tanaka was dragged from the car and thrown onto the cold concrete floor. He looked in horror at Main's crew members surrounding him, especially Main's imposing figure and Rebecca's undisguised murderous gaze. Who are you? What do you want? I am the head of the Arasaka Technical Department. Do you know the consequences of harming me? Tanaka tried to intimidate them with the company's name, but his trembling voice betrayed his inner fear. Main squatted down, his massive shadow enveloping Tanaka, and the muzzle of his smart pistol lightly tapped Tanaka's forehead. Head Tanaka, we don't have much time, and we'll only ask once. David Martinez, where have you got him locked up? Tanaka's heart sank, it was indeed for that kid. He forced himself to remain calm. I don't know what you're talking about. What David Martinez? A muffled gunshot echoed, accompanied by Tanaka's scream. Main unhesitatingly shot him in the thigh, though not a fatal spot. The excruciating pain instantly turned Tanaka's face pale. My patience is limited, Main's voice was icy. Next time, it'll be your kneecap. In Warehouse B7 of the 7th Logistics District, underground. Tanaka was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, no longer able to hide anything. There's a secret laboratory of the technical department there at the project. Is the Cyber Titan, Heavy Solo Cyberware Project. Cyber Titan, Heavy Solo Cyberware Project. Maine frowned, he had never heard of this project. It's a heavy solo cyberware project, requiring extremely high neural adaptability. David's data. He's very suitable. Tanaka confessed intermittently, trying to exchange information for a chance to live. Having obtained the exact location, Maine stood up and gave Dorio a look. Dorio understood, stepped forward, and began a more detailed interrogation of Tanaka, including the internal structure of the laboratory, its security forces, and the specific details and risks of the Cyber Titan, Heavy Solo Cyberware Project. Meanwhile, at the dump HQ, Kiwi and Sasha began to fully penetrate the network defenses of Warehouse B7 in the 7th Logistics District, based on the information provided by Tanaka. With a clear target, the intrusion efficiency greatly improved. They quickly obtained the warehouse's floor plan, ventilation duct layout, and the security personnel's patrol routes and shift times. The information was shared with Maine's crew in real time. The laboratory is on the second basement level, with the entrance disguised as a regular freight elevator, requiring a specific access card, and iris verification. Kiwi's voice came through the comms. There are about 12 security personnel, patrolling in 3 shifts, equipped with standard company-issue weapons. The internal situation of the laboratory is unknown, but according to Tanaka's description, there should be researchers and more security inside. Access card and iris. Maine looked at Tanaka, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Dorio had already retrieved the access card from Tanaka, and had violently ensured that he would cooperate. With the iris verification, Maine's gun never left his head. A plan was quickly formulated. Use Tanaka as a key to infiltrate the B7 warehouse's underground laboratory, quickly locate and rescue David, and then swiftly withdraw. They aimed to avoid engagement with security forces as much as possible. Once Arasaka Tower's main security was alerted, it would be difficult for them to escape. Everyone got back into the car, stuffing the ashen-faced Tanaka inside, and sped towards the 7th Logistics District. This time, they had a clear objective and a preliminary plan. But everyone knew that breaking into Arasaka Technical Department's secret laboratory was like pulling teeth from a tiger. The operation to rescue David had just entered its most dangerous phase. Night City's neon lights flashed past their car windows, reflecting grave and determined faces. Inside the abandoned warehouse, Tanaka was roughly dragged by Dorio, the gunshot wound in his thigh making him groan in pain. Maine's crew had just extracted crucial information from him, and was preparing to use him as a key to enter the laboratory. However, just as Falco started the car engine, preparing to drive towards the 7th Logistics District, Kiwi's urgent voice came through the team communication channel, with a clear alarm. Maine. We have a situation. Multiple high-speed moving signals are converging on your location. Identifying signals, it's Arasaka Internal Security Response Units. Almost simultaneously, the characteristic roar of heavy AV engines grew louder in the distance, and dazzling searchlight beams cut through the night sky like swords, beginning to sweep across the abandoned industrial area. Maine's face changed, instantly understanding what was happening. This bastard has a tracker on him. Though Tanaka was grimacing in pain, a glimmer of hope and malice flashed in his eyes when he heard the engine sounds. The company hadn't abandoned him. Help was on the way. Rebecca reacted extremely quickly, slamming the barrel of her shotgun hard against Tanaka's temple, and shouted fiercely out the car window, "Tell them to back off. Or I'll blow his head off immediately." But Arasaka's internal security response units were not street thugs. They were well-trained and had clear objectives. 2 armored AVs quickly took advantageous positions above the warehouse, their hatches opening as security personnel in black heavy combat suits and full-face helmets rappelled down, their movements swift and professional. More ground armored vehicles sealed off all exits of the warehouse district, and red laser sights began to dance on Maine's crew's off-road vehicle. Attention, occupants. Immediately release head Tanaka. Drop your weapons and surrender. This is your final warning. A cold, rigid announcement came through the loudspeaker. Surrender. Rebecca gritted her teeth, her finger on the trigger, almost pressing it down. The situation instantly took a turn for the worse. They had a hostage, but the other side had absolute firepower and numerical superiority, and clearly didn't care about Tanaka's life or believed they wouldn't actually kill an Arasaka executive. Maine's crew was trapped in the warehouse, caught in an impossible predicament. Find cover. Maine roared, simultaneously yanking Tanaka out of the car, using his massive body as a temporary shield, and dragging him quickly behind the stacked abandoned cargo containers inside the warehouse. Dorio, Pilar, and Rebecca also immediately sought firing positions using the vehicle and other debris. Bang bang bang. Intense gunfire erupted instantly. Arasaka security personnel, relying on their superior equipment and suppressive fire, unleashed a rain of bullets that struck the off-road vehicle's armor and cargo containers, sending up a flurry of sparks and debris. Maine's crew stubbornly returned fire, using their experience and the terrain, their bullets whistling towards the enemy, temporarily stemming their charge. But everyone knew this was only temporary, they were completely surrounded and at an absolute disadvantage. At the same time, in Arasaka Tower, Counterintelligence Department office. Director Jenkins, head of the department, was rubbing his throbbing temples, looking at the highest priority alert that had just popped up on his screen. Technical Department Director Tanaka had been kidnapped, and his signal appeared in an abandoned industrial area on the outskirts of Night City. Arasaka's internal security response team had already engaged in a firefight. This idiot. Director Jenkins couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had long warned Arasaka's internal executives, who focused on technology and lacked street experience, to pay attention to their personal safety, especially when engaging in private activities. Tanaka, however, for the sake of some private space, didn't even bring bodyguards, and as a result, he was kidnapped by an unknown group of armed individuals. What bothered him most was that Valerie, his most capable subordinate, was currently in EDIP handling a critical matter concerning Arasaka's EDP and network security, and couldn't be spared. The personnel the Counterintelligence Department could mobilize now were sufficient for routine monitoring and intelligence analysis, but to deal with this kind of sudden, high-intensity armed conflict and crisis negotiation, they were stretched thin. Although the Technical Department and the Counterintelligence Department both belonged to Arasaka, there was internal competition and friction. Director Jenkins had heard about the Cyber Titan, heavy solo cyberware project, that Tanaka was in charge of and knew it was a hot potato with huge investment, but little progress. Now the project leader was kidnapped, and it involved armed conflict. If not handled properly, not only would the technical department lose face, but the entire Arasaka Night City branch's security capabilities would be questioned by Arasaka headquarters. He couldn't ignore it, but he couldn't easily intervene either. Directly send Counterintelligence Department personnel to take over the scene. That would offend the Internal Security Department, and his people might not handle it better than professional combat personnel. Director Jenkins quickly weighed the pros and cons. He first had to report to higher-ups, explain the situation, and absolve the Counterintelligence Department of responsibility. After all, this was an accident caused by the Technical Department Director's own negligence, and the security forces had already intervened. But at the same time, he also had to find a way to control the situation, prevent the conflict from escalating, and certainly not let Tanaka die, or let Arasaka's important project information leak. He immediately connected to the Internal Security Department head's communication, his tone serious. I understand the situation on site. It is imperative to ensure Director Tanaka's personal safety is the top priority. Subdue the perpetrators while ensuring his safety. I need real-time battlefield footage and intelligence sharing. After ending the communication, he quickly drafted an emergency report to Arasaka headquarters and the Night City branch's top management, objectively stating the incident's progression and current status, emphasizing that the Counterintelligence Department was closely monitoring and coordinating the handling. After completing these procedural tasks, he leaned back in his chair, his brows tightly furrowed. Just relying on the muscle-headed internal security, who only knew how to launch frontal assaults, probably wouldn't solve the problem. What if the kidnappers were pushed too far and Tanaka was killed? Or a more terrifying thought flashed through his mind. What if this group of kidnappers was the same as the last group? He pulled up surveillance footage and communication interception records from around the industrial area, hoping to find some clues. Soon, technical analysts reported that preliminary tracing of the kidnappers' vehicles and communication patterns strongly suggested a connection to Main's crew, which had been making waves recently. Main's crew. Director Jenkins' heart sank. It's them again. He immediately recalled the disastrous consequences of Abernathy's unauthorized actions earlier, and the fragile ceasefire Valerie had finally achieved by trading Abernathy's future and corporate compensation. If it was them again this time, and Tanaka was kidnapped because his foolish Cyber Titan, heavy solo cyberware project had targeted their people, then the trouble was immense. He couldn't directly send counterintelligence department personnel to take over the scene. That would completely escalate the conflict and could backfire. He needed a more indirect approach. He thought of the channel Valerie had previously established to contact Main's crew through the intermediary, Father. Although Valerie wasn't present, this line might still be usable. Inside the abandoned warehouse, bullets flew, and metal shards splattered. Arasaka security forces had fierce firepower, but Main's crew, using cover, returned fire accurately and efficiently, temporarily holding off the assault. This is endless. Dorio reloaded a new magazine, her tone impatient. Do you want to show them some real stuff? She was referring to the heavy weapons they had obtained from Osiris, which far exceeded the conventional firepower of this era. Main's eyes were cold. He glanced at Tanaka, who was pressed behind cover by him, his face pale from stray bullets and explosions. How could he not want to solve the problem in a more direct way? No, he said in a deep voice, we can't make a big fuss. It would make rescuing David difficult. Forcing a breakthrough might be possible, but it would certainly alert the enemy and increase the difficulty and risk of rescuing David. Just then, Sasha, who was in charge of communication monitoring, suddenly spoke in the team channel, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. Main. Father's call. It's Director Jenkins from Arasaka Counterintelligence Department. He wants to speak directly with you. Main raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the other party's intention. This old fox must have received news of Tanaka's attack, and upon discovering it was them who made the move, couldn't sit still for fear of another backlash. Patch him through. He ordered, and then, speaking into the comms, his voice hardened by battle, Director Jenkins, you've picked a terrible time to call. From the other end of the communication, Director Jenkins' voice came through, trying to maintain composure but unable to hide his tension. Mr. Main, I believe there has been a serious misunderstanding between us. Cease fire, and we can avoid unnecessary casualties. Misunderstanding? Main sneered, suppressing a firepower point that tried to pop up with a burst of bullets. Your technical department director set a trap to kidnap our person, and now your security forces have us surrounded here. Director Jenkins, is this Arasaka's cooperation sincerity? Tanaka's actions were a severe overreach. The Counterintelligence Department neither authorized nor condones such behavior. Director Jenkins immediately drew a clear line, his tone carrying the official cadence of a corporate executive, but at present, violence won't solve the problem. I understand that your target is that young man named David Martinez. That's right. Main didn't evade. Where is he? He is currently in a protected location. Director Jenkins chose his words carefully. I can arrange for his release. But the precondition is that Director Tanaka must return to Arasaka safely and unharmed. Main heard the implied exchange in Director Jenkins' words, and he was happy with it. He replied straightforwardly, have your people retreat immediately and clear a path. We will release people simultaneously. You send David to the designated location, and I will return Tanaka to you. Director Jenkins was silent for a few seconds on the other end, evidently quickly assessing the situation. Trading an insignificant, potentially troublesome street kid for a corporate executive, and the potential hope of a project, while avoiding further conflict with this difficult team, and the forces behind them, was a worthwhile deal. Director Jenkins finally said, his tone regaining more control, but I need to ensure Director Tanaka's safety before the exchange. At the same time, the release location must be mutually agreed upon to ensure the process is controllable. Main consented. For the specific details, have your people coordinate with Sasha. Remember, Jenkins, if David loses even a single hair, this deal is off. And then, it won't be us coming for you. I think you understand, David is the boss apprentice. He deliberately mentioned the person behind the scenes, an unspoken threat. Director Jenkins evidently understood the implication, his tone becoming more solemn. I understand. Arasaka will honor the agreement. Now please allow me to order the troops to retreat, to create a negotiation space for both of us. The communication was temporarily interrupted. Soon, the gunfire outside the warehouse noticeably thinned, and Arasaka security forces began to retreat in an orderly fashion, disengaging from direct contact, but still maintaining a remote blockade. They've retreated. Dorio confirmed, letting out a small sigh of relief. Rebecca pouted, putting away her weapon. Tisk, boring. I thought I could try out the new big toys. Rescuing David is the priority. Maine said in a deep voice, his gaze still warily scanning outside the window. Sasha, finalize the exchange details with them. Dorio, keep an eye on our guest. Everyone else, stay alert, prevent them from playing tricks. A temporary, fragile calm settled inside and outside the warehouse. The familiar scent of dust and engine oil at the dump HQ now carried an unspeakable bitterness in David Martinez's nostrils. The jolting of the Arasaka armored vehicle seemed to linger in his bones, but even heavier was the immense weight on his heart. He had returned safely, snatched back from the cold laboratory trap of the Arasaka Technical Department by Maine's crew. Physically, apart from a slight weakness from the sedatives, he was unharmed. However, his confidence was shattered, like a glass thrown under the scorching sun of the Badlands, broken into 1,000 shards. He walked with his head down, following the tall figures of Maine and Dorio towards the silent workshop. Every step felt exceptionally difficult. Rebecca and Pilar whispered something behind them, their gazes occasionally sweeping over David, carrying an emotion he couldn't quite decipher, perhaps pity, or perhaps the helplessness of I told you so. Lucy walked quietly at the very end, her silence like a thin veil separating her from the surrounding noise. The workshop's heavy metal door slid open, releasing its unique scent, a mixture of ozone, coolant, and metal polish. Osiris' massive torso, covered in dark red dragon-scale power armor, stood with his back to them, at the main control console. Several nimble mechanical tentacles rapidly operated on the complex interface light screens, emitting an extremely faint hum. The air was filled with a nearly solidified concentration. Maine stopped, his rough voice exceptionally clear in the spacious workshop. Boss, we're back. We brought David back too. Osiris' operations didn't pause. Even his crimson optical lenses didn't turn towards them. Only a steady synthesized voice echoed through the space. I have received the process brief. Redundant details do not need to be repeated. David felt his throat tighten. He stepped forward, trying to keep his voice from trembling too much. Boss. I'm sorry, I was too foolish, I almost. He wanted to say, I almost didn't make it back, and also express his guilt for causing such immense trouble for the team, but the words were stuck in his throat, fragmented and incomplete. At this moment, Osiris slowly turned around. The shadow cast by his imposing body almost completely enveloped David. The crimson optical lenses scanned David from top to bottom, without concern, without anger, without even a ripple of emotion, as if scanning a part that had just been submitted for inspection but was found to have a design flaw. Osiris' synthesized voice remained steady, but each syllable was like a cold metal block hitting the ground. No, your intelligence has been tested and is not low. Although it has not met my requirements, it cannot be called foolish. Your mistake was not in underestimating the malice of corporations, that is the norm in Night City. Your mistake was in your mode of thinking, which still remains at the level of a beggar. David was stunned. He had expected to be reprimanded for being reckless and inexperienced, but he hadn't anticipated such a beginning. Maine and the others also showed a hint of surprise. We are followers of the Omnissiah, seekers of the original power, and the glory of the machine god. Osiris' voice carried the solemnity of reciting scripture. To seek truth and knowledge, to analyze the operating laws of all things, and thereby to shape reality and resolve dilemmas, this is our sole mission. His mechanical finger pointed silently at David, its sharp tip seeming to pierce the air. Your mother, Gloria Martinez, her body is damaged, and her nervous system is failing, requiring specific chemical substances for maintenance and repair. This is, in essence, a problem of maintaining and repairing a biomechanical system. The knowledge system I allowed you to study includes basic biology, neti anatomy, and principles of chemical synthesis. These are the tools, the keys to the door of solutions. Osiris' tone suddenly rose slightly, with an undeniable interrogative quality. Tell me, when you learned that the drug called synaptic regenerator type 4 was difficult to obtain, what was your first reaction? Was it to immediately open the data package I gave you to study its molecular formula? To analyze its synthesis pathway? To consider whether you could use raw materials and equipment possibly found within the hideout to attempt reverse engineering or find alternative solutions? David opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. At that time, his mind was entirely focused on how to quickly obtain the finished drug to alleviate his mother's pain, and he had never thought that he could manufacture it himself. You didn't, Osiris spoke the answer for him, the disappointment in his tone like cold molten steel, slowly pouring out. Your thinking directly skipped the core steps of seeking knowledge and creation, and slid directly to the least efficient, most passive begging, hoping for alms from an unknown charity organization. You placed your hope for solving the problem on the goodwill of others, or rather, on a trap disguised as goodwill. This is not only ill-conceived but also a blasphemy against knowledge itself, a betrayal of your potential identity. Osiris' massive body leaned slightly forward, his pair of crimson lenses fixed on David's eyes, which were filled with panic and self-reproach. An apprentice of the Omnissiah, when encountering the unknown, when encountering difficulties, should first activate his logical core, his thirst for knowledge. It is to explore the principles behind phenomena, to master the knowledge of creating solutions. And not to be like a beggar reaching out in the mud, hoping for the pity of passers-by. My disappointment in you lies precisely here. You do not yet possess the most basic thinking of a seeker of the way. Ultimately, all problems are problems of knowledge. Only by mastering knowledge can you control everything, including your mother's destiny. This accusation was like a heavy hammer, striking David's heart fiercely. Unlike any criticism he had anticipated, this wasn't blaming him for causing trouble, but fundamentally negating his way of dealing with difficulties. A deeper sense of confusion and shame, stemming from a cognitive level, surged up, making him almost unable to stand. After finishing his evaluation of David, Osiris no longer paid him any mind, turning back to his own research. Seeing this, Maine stepped forward and clapped David heavily on the shoulder, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere. Kid, don't be like this. Night City is like this, traps are everywhere. Once you step in one, just remember it. Next time, be more careful and prepare a few more escape routes. His encouragement was street-style, rough but practical, emphasizing experience and vigilance. Dorio also spoke, her voice steady. It's good that you came back alive. Going through this will make you grow faster. Her words carried the magnanimity of someone who had been through it, but they couldn't reach the root of David's inner turmoil at that moment. Pilar rubbed his mechanical fingers and interjected, exactly. Next time someone uses bait like this, just tell me, and I'll find out what color their underwear is. He tried to lighten the mood with a joke, but it had little effect. Rebecca folded her arms and snorted, if you ask me, we didn't hit them hard enough. Next time any corporate dog dares to show its claws, just blow up his car. Her support was full of violent aesthetics, simple and direct, but it also couldn't answer David's confusion about seeking knowledge versus begging. Chapter 132, Comfort. 1164 words. Maine and his crew's comfort was well-intentioned, a camaraderie among comrades, but it felt like scratching an itch through a boot when it came to David's deep-seated confusion about his path, and the meaning of his existence, which arose from Osiris' words. Just then, Lucy, who had been silent, walked over. She didn't look at Osiris, nor did she acknowledge anyone else, she simply tugged lightly on David's arm. "Let's go." Her voice was soft, yet like a glimmer of light, it pierced through the heavy gloom that enveloped David. "Don't stand here anymore." David looked up blankly, gazing at Lucy. There wasn't excessive pity in her lavender eyes, nor the kind of encouragement Maine and his crew offered, but rather understanding. Or perhaps an invitation. Like grasping a lifeline, he subconsciously followed Lucy, leaving the solemn atmosphere at the workshop entrance, leaving Osiris' imposing figure, his cold lingering words, and the concerned gazes of Maine and the others behind him. Lucy led David through the messy but orderly passages within the outpost to her small cubicle. It now bore more traces of life than when she first arrived, but it was still simple, even somewhat sparse. She closed the door, and most of the outside sounds were instantly cut off. "Sit down," Lucy pointed to the only relatively clean old chair in the room, while she herself sat on the edge of the bed. David sat as instructed, his hands on his knees, his fingers unconsciously intertwined. He was still immersed in the shock and self-doubt brought by Osiris' words. Lucy didn't speak immediately. She took out a braindance headset and fiddled with it in her hand. "Want to watch?" She offered the headset to David. "It's about the moon." David was stunned for a moment. This seemed completely unrelated to his current situation. But he still took it, put it on his head. He needed anything that could distract him right now. The brain dance started. It wasn't a fierce gunfight or a sensual scene, but an boundless, silent expanse of cosmic space. Then, the view zoomed in, and the grayish-white surface of the moon clearly appeared before his eyes. Craters were like huge scars, and the sea of tranquility was vast and desolate. There was no sound, only absolute silence and an indescribable desolate grandeur. The perspective slowly moved across the lunar surface, revealing Earth like a blue sapphire, suspended against a dark velvet backdrop. This experience formed an extreme contrast to the noise, chaos, and crampedness of Night City. David felt as if he had truly escaped that quagmire, finding himself in a pure, cold, yet infinitely vast world. The brain dance didn't last long. When David took off the headset, his eyes were still a little dazed, as if his soul was still lingering in that silent vacuum. "Very different, right?" Lucy asked softly. David nodded, unsure what to say for a moment. "There are no corporations there, no gangs, no endless neon lights and the noise of AVs." Lucy's gaze drifted towards the small, skyless window of the cubicle, as if she could penetrate layers of obstruction to see the distant starry sky. "Only tranquility. Absolute tranquility. That's my dream, to leave Night City and go to the moon." She paused, her gaze returning to David's face. Her eyes, often carrying a sense of detachment, now appeared exceptionally clear. "I know the boss words sound heavy and hard to understand. He thinks differently from us. In his eyes, everything might be a machine that can be disassembled, analyzed, and solved with knowledge and tools." But she changed her tone. "He wasn't wrong about one thing. You can't always wait for others to give you answers, or expect others to save you. Maine and his crew could bring you back this time, but what about next time? Constantly relying on others, one day you'll truly have nowhere to go. I'm not asking you to learn his way of seeing everything as a machine." Lucy chose her words carefully. "I mean, you have to find your own strength, your own way. Maybe it's not entirely knowledge, but it must be something you can hold in your own hands." She pointed to the braindance headset. "Like I want to leave here. I know I can't rely on others. I can only save money myself and find opportunities myself. This is my path." "What happened to your mother is difficult," Lucy continued, her tone calm and firm. "The boss gave you a path, a very difficult, very demanding path. But at least, it is a path that theoretically allows you to master the solution yourself. Compared to placing all hope on charity that might appear someday, or on the help of others, this path, though difficult, is more tangible." She looked into David's eyes. "Being deceived, being kidnapped, that's not your fault, it's the fault of those who set the trap. But if you can't stand up again because of this blow, or only think about begging more carefully in the future, then that's truly losing. You can be afraid, you can be sad, but don't forget why you embarked on this path. Don't forget what you want to protect. Lucy's words, without Maine and his crew's boldness or Osiris' cold rationality, were like a gentle stream, seeping little by little into David's dry and chaotic heart. She didn't directly negate Osiris but offered a different perspective, transforming, seeking knowledge from a cold dogma into a possibility of mastering one's own destiny. She shared her dream, as if telling him that even in the darkest corners, one should retain a longing for the distant, for freedom, and accumulate strength for it. David looked at Lucy, at the clarity and determination in her eyes that seemed out of place in Night City, and the tumultuous waves in his heart seemed to gradually subside. Shame and self-reproach still lingered, but something new began to sprout in his heart, not an immediate understanding of Osiris Adeptus Mechanicus logic, but a vague realization of the importance of self-salvation, and the seemingly indifferent but actually delicate concern of the girl before him. He still felt lost about the road ahead. Osiris' criticism still pricked him like a thorn, but at this moment, in this small cubicle, listening to Lucy's calm narration and seeing her yearning for the moon, he felt like he could breathe again. "Thank you." David's voice was a little hoarse, but it had more strength than before. Lucy shook her head slightly, saying nothing more. The room fell silent again, but a silent understanding and support quietly flowed between them. David knew he needed time to process all of this. He needed to ponder Osiris' words, re-examine his own path, and also live up to Lucy's guidance and Maine, and his crew's life-saving rescue. His apprenticeship, perhaps, truly began after this cruel blow from reality, and the violent clash of ideologies. Chapter 133, V in Trouble. 1283 words after David and Maine's crew members left, the workshop's heavy metal door slowly closed, temporarily shutting out the outside world's disturbances. However, Osiris' processing core within his massive body did not cease operating due to the superficial silence. His indifference to David's kidnapping was merely an external manifestation based on efficiency considerations. In his logical judgment, a probationary apprentice who had not yet proven his worth, and a low-level conflict triggered by internal struggles within a local corporation, were not enough to interrupt his deep analysis of Bartmoss' neural structure model. But this did not mean he was unaware of it. Quite the opposite, from the moment David stepped into the Aqua Purifica clinic, and his personal monitoring subprogram reported abnormal fluctuations in biological signals, a separate thread of Osiris' attention had already been diverted, like a silent ghost, infiltrating the intricate digital veins of Night City. He did not leave the control panel. His crimson optical lenses remained fixed on the microscopic structural map of Bartmoss' cerebral cortex. However, several slender mechanical tentacles had quietly connected to the workshop's reinforced data interfaces. His consciousness, or rather, a part of his highly developed logical processing core, had transformed into an invisible data stream, integrating into the city's vast information network. His sight first took over the municipal surveillance cameras around the clinic. The pixelated images were reassembled and optimized in his processing core, presenting clear real-time footage. David entering the clinic, Rebecca and Lucy waiting anxiously outside, the unmarked black van leaving from the back door. This visual information, corroborated by the physiological data transmitted by the monitoring subprogram implanted in David, quickly constructed the basic outline of the event: a precise corporate-style kidnapping. Then, his sensory tendrils spread along the data cables. He easily bypassed Arasaka's seemingly stringent network defenses in the 7th Logistics District. These firewalls, considered top-tier by local standards, were as fragile as paper in the face of his data processing protocols, which were 30,000 years ahead of this era. He saw the internal structural diagrams of the underground laboratory, and heard Tanaka's encrypted communications with his subordinates regarding the Cyber Titan, Heavy Solo Cyberware Project and David. He even accessed real-time surveillance within the laboratory, seeing David restrained on a medical bed, connected to various monitoring devices. When Maine's crew launched their operation based on clues, intercepting Tanaka, and engaging in a firefight with Arasaka security forces, Osiris' monitoring network expanded accordingly. He simultaneously accessed and controlled multiple surveillance nodes, civilian communication base stations near the firefight area, and even the passive sensor data streams of several NCPD hovercars patrolling the nearby airspace. In his consciousness space, these multi-source information streams were efficiently integrated, forming a three-dimensional, nearly real-time battlefield situation map. He saw Maine's crew returning fire accurately from behind cover, saw the tactical movements of Arasaka security forces, and heard commands and shouts in both sides' encrypted communication channels. All of this was like an ant fight happening in a glass box, every detail calmly recorded and analyzed. When Jenkins accessed Maine's crew's communications through an intermediary, Osiris naturally overheard the entire process. He was not surprised by Jenkins' compromise. The corporate logic is to seek profit and avoid harm. After evaluating the potential losses that Maine's crew, or rather, the vague threat they represented, could cause against the value of a technical department director and a failed project, choosing to exchange was the option that maximized profit. However, Osiris' processing core almost instantly deduced the chain reactions Jenkins' actions might trigger. He immediately allocated a portion of his computing power to strengthen monitoring of Arasaka's internal encrypted communication channels, focusing on high-frequency data exchanges between the Japanese headquarters and the Night City branch. As expected, shortly after the hostage exchange was completed, an encrypted data stream labeled Highest Priority/Headquarters Direct Order reached the receiving end at the top of Arasaka Tower in Night City. Osiris' intrusion program, like a bone-sticking ulcer, silently attached itself to this data stream, synchronously decoding the information within. The data packet did not contain direct orders, but a series of stern inquiries, concerning the Night City branch's recent string of weak performances, concerning the counterintelligence department's passivity and incompetence in handling external threats, concerning the assessment of Jenkins' personal leadership abilities. The wording was cold, filled with displeasure from a higher authority. Osiris calmly watched all of this. He saw Jenkins reply messages attempting to defend himself and salvage the situation, but these messages were like stones sinking into the sea. Immediately following was another directive from headquarters, even more concise, even more lethal. The content was to relieve Jenkins of all his duties as Arasaka Night City Counterintelligence Department Director, and to demand his immediate return to Tokyo for reporting and internal review. Liquidation procedure initiated, Osiris' synthetic voice whispered in the empty workshop, as if recording an objective fact. His monitoring network captured a brief abnormal fluctuation in Jenkins' vital sign monitoring equipment in his office, when he was officially notified of his dismissal. That was the physiological reaction of fear and despair. Subsequent developments were as if an acceleration button had been pressed. Osiris saw Jenkins leaving Arasaka Tower, escorted by several headquarters dispatched internal auditors. His surveillance even tracked the unmarked luxury sedan carrying Jenkins as it headed towards the port. Surveillance cameras along the way were temporarily shielded by some authority for a few minutes, but when the signal resumed, Jenkins' vital sign signal had permanently disappeared from Osiris' monitoring list. Combining the vehicle's stopping location with the subsequent record of an Arasaka-owned small freighter departing from the port, the conclusion was self-evident: Jenkins' body had been sunk into Night City's cold seabed. Almost simultaneously, another liquidation order was issued, targeting Jenkins' capable subordinate, Valerie. Osiris monitoring network captured Valerie's flight arriving at Night City's spaceport. The moment she passed customs and stepped into the arrival hall, her personal terminal screen suddenly turned red and locked, and all Arasaka permissions were remotely and forcibly revoked. In the surveillance footage, Valerie's steps paused, her expression instantly freezing. She almost immediately regained her outward composure, but Osiris, through his micro-expression analysis module, captured the sudden contraction of her pupils and the slight acceleration of her neck veins, revealing the inner turmoil. She failed to leave the arrival hall. Two corporate internal security personnel, disguised as greeters, quickly approached, blocking her path. One of them whispered, "Ms. Valerie, company orders, please cooperate with the handover." Osiris simultaneously intercepted the instructions in their encrypted earpieces: confirm target. Execute termination protocol, shut down all registered implants. Forcibly remove, eliminate if resisted. The moment her primary combat cyberware was remotely disconnected, Valerie, relying on the slight advantage provided by unregistered backup implants, and her rich combat experience, fiercely counterattacked when the opponent reached out to grab her. She swiftly pulled out a hidden small taser from inside her trench coat. The battle erupted at the edge of the crowded throng, brief and deadly. In the surveillance footage, figures rapidly crisscrossed. A sudden gunshot cut through the noise. A security guard fired at close range. The bullet accurately struck Valerie's left arm, and the immense kinetic energy instantly broke it. Valerie grunted, her face pale, but she didn't stop. She used the brief interval after the opponent's shot and the panic of the surrounding crowd, enduring intense pain, to taser the security guard who fired and then push the other one away. She did not linger in the fight, immediately triggering a nearby manual fire alarm, and amidst the ear-splitting ringing, clutching her broken arm, she stumbled into the chaotic crowd, quickly slipping into an employees-only maintenance tunnel, exiting the main surveillance view. Chapter 134, Hunt 1143 words. Osiris surveillance network switched between cameras, intermittently tracking her movements. She used her familiarity with the airport's structure to evade the search, eventually infiltrating the underground vehicle dispatch area, hijacking a truck, ramming through the barrier, and bursting out of the airport control zone to merge into the intercity traffic. Shortly after she drove into the city traffic, Osiris monitored a brief outgoing call from her personal encrypted communicator. The target number went through multiple layers of redirection but ultimately traced back to a registration belonging to Jackie Wells. Seeking external assistance, a logical choice, Osiris murmured. He immediately intensified his monitoring of Jackie Wells' frequently used communication channels and surveillance around his residence. Soon, the footage showed Jack driving his vehicle at high speed to the secluded location he had agreed upon with Valerie, picking up a blood-soaked pale Valerie. Inside the car, Jack was clearly shocked and anxious about Valerie's injuries and her current situation of being hunted by the corporation. Osiris, by hacking into their personal terminals and using a lip-reading analysis system, deciphered parts of their conversation. Jack, my God. What exactly happened? Why is the corporation trying to kill you? Valerie's voice was weak but clear. Political purge. Jenkins fell. I also became an informant who needed to be eliminated. Jack, damn it. What do we do now? Should I take you to see the father? Valerie, no, the father might not be able to stop Arasaka's pursuit. We need stronger protection. Jack, Maine. Let's find Maine and his squad. They just clashed with Arasaka and won. Their mysterious boss behind them. In Osiris processor, the variable weight representing Maine's crew slightly increased. Their performance indeed attracted wider attention, even becoming a potential source of help for the desperate. Just as Valerie was struggling to operate a disposable encrypted communicator with her uninjured hand, attempting to contact Maine, Osiris surveillance showed that Arasaka's internal security system alarm level had risen again. A special action team was activated, their member codenames vague, equipment signal characteristics distinct from regular security forces, and their predicted trajectory pointed directly at the last area Valerie appeared. Cyber ninjas, compared to the assassins of the Officio Assassinorum, are so crude and primitive. Osiris identified the type of this squad. These were Arasaka's formidable killers used for various covert missions, though in Osiris' eyes, they were like a child's clumsy work. At the same time, at the dump HQ, Maine and the others' communication channel received Valerie's faint distress signal. In the communication channel, Maine's voice was filled with surprise. Valerie. How are you? What did you say? Arasaka is hunting you. Dorio and Rebecca, along with others, gathered around, their faces filled with disbelief and hesitation. Helping a former corporate executive, especially one being actively hunted by Arasaka, carried risks far beyond their usual street conflicts. Just as Maine was pondering and weighing the pros and cons, a cold, steady, and unannounced synthetic voice forcibly cut into their communication channel. This voice directly overrode the original frequency, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Allow her into the wasteland town area. It was Osiris' voice. The channel instantly fell silent. Maine and the others were clearly stunned by this sudden direct intervention. Osiris ignored their astonishment and continued in his factual tone. Coordinates have been sent to your navigation system, Jackie Wells. Follow the indicated route to temporarily evade conventional tracking. The pursuers are 3 cyber ninjas, estimated arrival time, at the wasteland town outskirts, 27 minutes. His words were devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were reading a weather report. But to Maine and the others, this brief message contained an immense amount of information, and a suffocating sense of pressure. The boss not only knew Valerie was seeking help, knew Jack was present, but had even grasped the specific type, number and precise arrival time of the pursuers. On the other end of the communication, Valerie and Jack also heard this voice. A flicker of shock crossed Valerie's pale face, followed by complex emotions of finding hope in a desperate situation. Jack, almost instinctively, sharply turned the steering wheel, following the new route that suddenly appeared on his navigation screen. Osiris cut off direct communication with Maine's crew. His attention returned to the main console. A mechanical tentacle gently tapped an interface, and the defensive surveillance system and several dormant automatic weapon platforms on the outskirts of Wasteland Town were quietly activated. At the same time, he intensified his monitoring of the Cyber Ninjas squad's route. Their signals, like fireflies in the night against the city's background noise, were clearly discernible. He did not intend to personally deal with these crude toys in his eyes. Maine's crew needed actual combat to test and improve, and Valerie's survival or demise made no fundamental difference to him. What truly tilted the weight of efficiency and cleanliness in his logical core was Arasaka Corporation itself. Once, twice, like an incurable virus, it continuously created unplanned interferences. Jenkins' compromise failed to bring stability, instead inviting more aggressive purges and hunts from headquarters. This cycle of internal chaos and external provocation, in his eyes, was proof of fatal redundancy and inefficiency within the system itself. Continuously investing resources in passive response or limited deterrence no longer constituted the optimal solution. His crimson optical lens seemingly refocused on Bartmoss' neural map, but a high-priority independent process had already been activated. Previous data from Arasaka network infiltration and surveillance was rapidly retrieved, integrated, and analyzed. The goal was no longer merely observation or intelligence gathering, but systematic weakness assessment. The physical locations and defense levels of core data nodes, the biometric signals and behavioral patterns of key personnel, the encrypted communication links between headquarters and the Night City branch, and even the main hubs of its energy supply. Inside the workshop, the hum of energy conduits seemed to take on a slightly different frequency, a low thrum containing a hint of sharp anticipation. He was no longer content with merely pruning the extending tentacles. He was preparing to locate the core source of constant trouble, and then execute a thorough, physical-level formatting. In the night outside Wasteland Town, Arasaka's killing machines were rapidly approaching. They thought this was a hunt to eliminate a traitor. They did not know that they were rushing into the focal point of an observer's gaze, and this observer, having lost his last patience due to continuous noise interference, was preparing to completely erase the observed target itself from the plane of reality. Everything, still under the gaze of those crimson lenses hidden deep within the workshop, unfolded in an orderly fashion. Only that gaze no longer contained any investigative interest, only the cold countdown to the final purge of a vast system about to be classified as scrap material. Chapter 135. Assemble 1367 words at the entrance of the dump HQ. The air subtly warped due to the abundant energy, and the low hum of the weapon systems on standby was the only sound. The entire main crew was assembled, standing silently beside their modified vehicles, Northwest Longer Street mercenaries, but more like an alien kill squad awaiting final orders. Osiris' command had been delivered via encrypted channel, concise and absolute: destroy Arasaka Tower, remove all restrictions. Jackie, supporting a pale Valerie with her severed arm, stood in the shadows of the hideout. They had just arrived at this wasteland town, their faces still showing signs of shock. David and Lucy stood a short distance away, their gazes fixed on this team with its distinct aura. Just as Maine was about to give the order to depart, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 3 figures, almost blending into the environment's colors with only faint thermal outlines, erupted like ghosts from the derelict mechanical wreckage on the outskirts of the hideout. Their movements were beyond conventional speed. There were no footsteps, only the faint hiss of high-speed movement tearing through the air. They were Arasaka's cyber ninjas, professional cleanup specialists, who had clearly tracked Valerie's signal here, and chose this seemingly relaxed moment to launch a lightning strike. Their target was the center of the team, the seemingly weakest link Falco, who was adjusting his targeting equipment, and Sasha and Kiwi beside him. However, their surprise attack, in front of the crew's now enhanced perception and reaction, seemed. Morris's figure was the first to move. Her Sandevistan system didn't even emit the full power activation roar, it merely vibrated slightly, and her entire body left a fading afterimage in its place. The low-frequency hum of a sonic blade being drawn, and the sound of metal colliding, and flesh tearing occurred almost simultaneously. The cyber ninja at the very front had just raised his smart katana when a razor-thin red line appeared at his neck. His head instantly separated from his torso, and before the hot blood could spray, his body was kicked aside by Morris. The second ninja's electromagnetic shuriken had just left his hand, aimed directly at Falco's nape. A translucent, light-distorting, rhombus-shaped energy shield appeared without warning in the shuriken's path. The shuriken struck the shield's surface, exploding in a dazzling shower of electrical sparks, but it couldn't budge it an inch. It was Maine. He hadn't even fully turned around, merely raising his right arm, and the shield generator responded instantly. At the same time, the bionic skin on his left arm silently slid open, and the blue light of the precision plasma cannon flashed and vanished. There was no deafening cannon fire, only a muffled hum of energy release. A basketball-sized, azure plasma orb shot out at a speed too fast for the eye to follow, accurately hitting the area where the second ninja was. There was no explosion, only instantaneous, extreme high temperature. The ninja, along with the ground and discarded parts within several meters around him, was completely vaporized, leaving only a shallow crater with edges like molten glass, and the pungent smell of ozone and ionized air permeated the air. Seeing this, the third ninja immediately tried to retreat, sharply changing direction. But Rebecca had already turned around. Her heavy bolter wasn't even fully raised to a shoulder-firing position, but with her reinforced mechanical arm and neural connection, she fired an almost point-blank shot at extremely close range. The roar of the bolter was particularly stunning in the open environment of the wasteland town. A 150 caliber bolt round erupted from the barrel, directly hitting the ninja's chest. The immense kinetic energy instantly tore his upper body apart, turning it into a scattering of flesh, blood, and metal parts. Only his legs below the waist, due to inertia, ran a few more steps before collapsing. From the cyber ninja's sudden attack to their instantaneous vaporization, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. A brief silence fell over the hideout entrance. Jackie's mouth hung open, and even Valerie's blood-drained face was filled with disbelief. David and Lucy were completely frozen. They hadn't even fully seen what happened, only Morris's afterimage, the fleeting blue light and shield from Maine's arm, and the shower of blood after Rebecca's thunderous shot. This was the power their boss had given them. This was the crew's true strength now. David felt a chill rise up his spine. His previous reluctance to participate in the action was completely replaced by an awe in the face of superhuman power. Maine retracted his arm, the plasma cannon's muzzle closed, and the shield dissipated, as if nothing had happened. He didn't even glance at the 3 rapidly cooling remains, his gaze sweeping over his team members. Checks complete. No showing off, no superfluous explanations. It was as if he had just casually cleared away a few annoying bugs. The team members nodded silently, quickly boarding the vehicles. Engines roared to life. The modified vehicles, like awakened steel beasts, surged out of the wasteland town, crushing the remains on the ground with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for Night City. Only the lingering smells of gunpowder, blood, and molten metal at the hideout entrance remained, along with the dumbfounded Jackie, Valerie, David, and Lucy. Deep within the wasteland workshop, Osiris' crimson optical lens retracted from the external surveillance feed. All data from the brief engagement reaction time, weapon efficacy, energy consumption, coordination efficiency had been recorded and analyzed in his processing core. Clearance efficiency, 94. Response to sudden threats, qualified, his emotionless voice whispered in the empty workshop. Now, execute the primary directive. The convoy plunged into Night City's traffic network like a wedge. Almost as soon as they entered the city's surveillance range, Arasaka's security forces swarmed out from every corner like a disturbed beehive. "Attention, intersection ahead, for intercept vehicles, equipped with light machine guns," Falco's steady voice echoed on the squad's encrypted channel. His vehicle weaved through traffic like a fish, precisely navigating. "Received," Maine replied, raising his left arm, the plasma cannon's muzzle gathering blue light. "Rebecca, clear the way." Couldn't wait any longer. Rebecca yelled excitedly, her heavy bolter letting out a deafening roar. A 150 caliber bolt round erupted from the barrel, instantly turning the front half of the first intercept vehicle, along with its occupants, into scattered metal fragments and blood mist. Almost simultaneously, Maine's left arm plasma cannon fired a blinding blue energy orb, accurately hitting the second vehicle. There was no violent explosion, only a muffled roar and an instantaneously expanding, then dissipating, high-temperature plasma cloud. The entire vehicle, along with the ground beneath it, was vaporized into a huge, melted-edged gap. The security personnel in the other two vehicles hadn't even had time to open fire when Dorio leaped from her vehicle like a cannonball, slamming her fists into the ground the moment she landed. Her internal tremor generators activated at full power, and a visible shockwave spread forward in a fan shape. The third vehicle's armor plating instantly buckled and deformed as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, its windows shattering simultaneously, and the occupants inside instantly lost consciousness. The fourth vehicle was engulfed by the viscous promethium flames sprayed by Pilar, instantly turning into a fiercely burning iron coffin. The shrill screams briefly sounded before falling silent. The battle began in an instant and ended in an instant. Meanwhile, Night City's news media was only just starting to react. On the gigantic holographic billboards along the street, an emergency news flash cut off the original product ads. The anchor spoke rapidly, with deliberately manufactured shock. Breaking news. A group of unidentified armed individuals are breaking into Haywood District from the Badlands. They are carrying extremely dangerous heavy weapons, and are currently engaging corporate security personnel. This is simply outrageous behavior, a blatant challenge to urban order. Over the channel, Pilar chuckled, "Hear that? Unidentified armed individuals. We're freaking famous." Rebecca scoffed, reloading her bolter, "Challenge order. I'm here to tear down buildings." Maine's crew, now enhanced by Osiris modifications, was an unstoppable force, demonstrating their terrifying power against Arasaka's forces. Chapter 136, En route to Tower 1138 words. The convoy continued its advance, encountering increasingly fierce resistance. Arasaka deployed more armed AVs and ground troops, attempting to establish defensive lines on the main thoroughfares leading to the city center. However, in the face of absolute firepower and technological superiority, these defenses were like paper. Sasha and Kiwi didn't even leave their vehicles. When encountering enemy drone swarms or troops attempting to lock onto them using electronic warfare, the two merely closed their eyes slightly, and an invisible, powerful electronic warfare domain instantly expanded from their center. Enemy drones within the range fell like puppets with their strings cut, trailing black smoke. Security personnel's optical implants instantly turned to static, communication channels filled with ear-splitting noise, and the smell of overloaded implants began to permeate the air. The tone of the news media also began to change. "My goodness. Viewers, what are we seeing? These armed individuals, they possess digital warfare capabilities beyond our comprehension. Arasaka's security systems are useless before them. Are they? Are they really just ordinary street mercs? This is more like a military operation." Maine blew the entire second floor of a building, which was being used as a sniper nest, with a single shot, and calmly said over the comms, "Don't get distracted. Let the media say what they want. Falco, turn left at the next intersection, avoid the heavily fortified areas on the main road." "Understood." Falco's voice remained steady. The vehicle executed a nearly perfect drift under his control, shaking off the pursuing enemy's suppressive fire. The closer they got to the municipal center, the wider the streets became, but the density and intensity of the combat increased exponentially. The massive silhouette of Arasaka Tower was now in sight, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Arasaka's North America branch had clearly gone all out, piling almost all available armed forces onto this final defensive line. The streets were cut off by metal barricades and temporary fortifications, high vantage points were covered by snipers, heavy armored vehicles blocked key intersections, and armed AVs hovered at low altitude, attempting to annihilate this small squad with a crossfire net. However, all of this seemed futile and fragile in the face of Maine's crew's absolute firepower. Rebecca's bolter became the preferred choice for breaking through defenses. She stood on the roof of the vehicle, her heavy bolter propped on her reinforced shoulder armor. Facing a sturdy street barricade and the dense security personnel behind it, she simply grinned excitedly and pulled the trigger. The bolter rounds were like invitations from death. Each impact was accompanied by towering flames and scattering metal, concrete, and human remains. The so-called sturdy cover was like paper before the bolter, tearing apart and leveling both people and objects. An Arasaka armored vehicle attempted to ram their vehicle from the flank. Maine didn't even move his feet. He raised his left arm, and the blue light of the precision plasma cannon converged. After a brief charge, a blinding plasma orb shot out silently. The orb hit the armored vehicle's engine hood. There was no explosion, only a dull hum, as if space itself was being torn apart. The front half of the armored vehicle was instantly vaporized by the high temperature, leaving a massive, molten gap with glowing red edges. The rear half, due to inertia, tumbled forward, disintegrated, and burst into a raging inferno. Dorio's fighting style was even more direct and violent. When enemies stubbornly resisted from within buildings, she would charge out like a cannonball, her reinforced body and protective armor shrugging off scattered small-caliber bullets. Once close, she didn't even need to punch, a mere shoulder charge or a powerful side impact, with her built-in vibrator fully activated, would cause an entire load-bearing wall to crack and collapse with a low rumble, burying the enemies inside or exposing them to subsequent firepower. Heavily armored soldiers attempting to stop her in close quarters would be picked up by her with one hand, armor and all, and hurled at their companions. Moore's figure was elusive on the battlefield. Her Sandevistan system turned her into an uncatchable blur in the eyes of ordinary people. She specifically targeted high-value targets like those carrying rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. The trajectory of her sonic blade was almost invisible, leaving only a faint hum in the air and precisely severed throats, spines, or weapons. Wherever she passed, enemy heavy fire points would fall silent one after another, leaving only bewildered, fallen corpses. Pilar's flamethrower was responsible for battlefield purification and area denial. When enemies attempted to pour out of narrow alleys or underground passages, or stubbornly resisted from complex terrain, viscous, luminous blue promethium flames would sweep through like a tide from hell. The flames not only consumed lives but also ignited everything, creating large burning zones that effectively cut off enemy reinforcements and retreat routes, forcing enemies hiding behind cover out into the open, or directly incinerating them. News media reports had completely changed their tune, shifting from initial shock to a kind of near-collapse panic. They're not human. They're monsters. Arasaka's defenses are like castles built of sand before them. That woman's gun, one shot can destroy half a block. The blue light shot from that man's arm can vaporize an armored vehicle. And that shadow, too fast to see. My God, what exactly are we reporting? This isn't combat, this is annihilation. Over the comms, Rebecca laughed heartily while changing a drum magazine. "H.A. Ya hear that? They say we're monsters. Capital M." Maine's voice remained calm, coming through his mask. "Ignore the noise. Falco, the main road ahead is blocked, find a way through." Falco responded. The vehicle under his control abruptly swerved into a side road, shaking off the dense frontal fire, and at the same time, he precisely called out the next threat: right side building, third floor, 2 sniper teams. Almost simultaneously with his words, Morris's calm voice echoed over the comms. They cut through the core of Night City like a red-hot knife through butter, carving a path of destruction directly to Arasaka Tower. The live news cameras frantically chased this one-sided slaughter, the commentary now tinged with panic and disbelief. They've broken through. They've broken through the final line of defense. They are heading straight for Arasaka Tower. This isn't a challenge, this is destruction. These aren't ordinary cyber psychos, they are walking natural disasters. Night City is witnessing history. Dark history written by thugs. Walking natural disasters. That's a strong title. They should name a hurricane after me. Rebecca shouted excitedly amidst the deafening gunfire. Maine paid no attention. His gaze was fixed on the increasingly close Arasaka Tower. He pressed his comms button. Everyone, final equipment check. We're almost there. Chapter 137, Arasaka woes 1481 words deep within the Wasteland workshop. Osiris' crimson optical lens gazed at dozens of split screens before him. The screens displayed real-time vital signs of Maine's crew, weapon status, battlefield environmental data, and combat footage he intercepted from the city's surveillance network. His processing core calmly analyzed every detail. Tactical execution efficiency, 87. Rebecca's shotgun ammunition consumption exceeded the estimated model by 12%, indicating waste. Pilar's flamethrower fuel spray pattern was not optimized according to enemy cover types, resulting in an efficiency loss of approximately 8%. Dorio's concussion generator could be used 0.5 seconds earlier to maximize its impact. Maine's plasma cannon firing interval had a 0.2 second redundancy, which could further increase firepower density. Sasha and Kiwi's electronic warfare domain synchronization rate was 94.7%, close to optimal, but the domain form switching speed still had a 0.8 second delay. He was like a strict engineer, scrutinizing this battle that outsiders already considered legendary. Maine's crew indeed unleashed over 90% of the power of the equipment he had pre-installed, overwhelming their opponents. But it wasn't enough. By his standards, the passing line was 100%, excellent was 110%, and perfect was 120%. Any minor loss of efficiency was an object for optimization. He saw the media's gradually changing reports, from terrorists to unspeakable cyber psychos, and then to walking natural disasters. These noises were meaningless to him. He focused only on data, only on efficiency, only on the ultimate goal: the complete physical eradication of Arasaka Tower. Maine's crew finally stopped in front of Arasaka Tower Plaza. The colossal building cast a heavy shadow, and the heavy blast doors at the base of the tower had already fallen. The remaining Arasaka security personnel were relying on their last fortifications, putting up a desperate resistance. In the sunlight, the hammer tech weapons on Maine's crew members gleamed with an unearthly cold light, forming a stark contrast with the shattered streets, burning vehicles, and panicked media cameras. They stood there not to prove anything, but merely to execute an order. Osiris' synthesized voice whispered in the empty workshop, devoid of any emotion, Phase 1 advance complete. Target building is within direct firing range. Executing final clearance procedure. Under the stunned gaze of countless people in Night City, Maine raised his left arm, equipped with a plasma cannon, and the muzzle once again began to gather destructive, eerie blue light. The real destruction had just begun. Inside the dump HQ, after Maine's crew left, only David, Lucy, and the injured Valerie, with Jackie sitting close beside her, remained. Faint, sporadic gunshots could still be heard in the distance, adding to the unease. David paced the room like a trapped beast, enveloped in anxiety and worry. Lucy, on the other hand, appeared calmer. She walked to her equipment, deftly connected the data cable, and the port at the back of her neck emitted a faint blue light. "I'll try to find some news," she murmured, addressing both David and Jackie and Valerie, who looked at her with questioning eyes. Jackie helped Valerie lean against a pile of soft cushions, pressing a relatively clean cloth against the crudely bandaged wound on her severed arm, his face etched with worry. "Tell us immediately if you get any news. This is too damn crazy." Valerie's face was pale, weakened by blood loss and pain, but her eyes remained sharp. she added in a hoarse voice, "Be careful. Arasaka's countermeasures, they won't just sit by." Lucy nodded, closed her eyes, and her consciousness sank into the data stream. A few minutes later, a light screen lit up before them through the hideout's television, and the flickering images and the host's almost frantic commentary broke the silence. "Unbelievable. Viewers, we are witnessing history. This group of armed individuals, they have broken through all defenses. They have reached the base of Arasaka Tower." The image was somewhat blurry due to interference, but Arasaka Tower, towering into the clouds, was still clearly visible. Against the backdrop of the giant tower, several small but dangerous figures stood at the edge of the plaza. The camera zoomed in, barely able to make out Maine's burly silhouette, and Rebecca's highly recognizable heavy weaponry behind her. They really made it there. David stopped, his voice trembling in a way he didn't even notice. He had personally witnessed Maine and the others display their power, but seeing them, with just a few people, fight their way from outside the city to the heart of Arasaka, the visual and psychological impact was completely different. Jackie whistled, trying to dispel the tension, but his voice was also a bit dry. "Hey, looks like Maine and them are serious. I knew these guys weren't simple." Valerie remained silent, just staring intently at the screen, her lips pressed into a pale, straight line. As a former deputy director of the counterintelligence department, she knew better than anyone what it meant to storm Arasaka Tower. It wasn't just about force, but a direct challenge to the symbol of Arasaka's dominance. Lucy didn't speak, just stared intently at the screen. She saw Maine raise his arm, seemingly launching an attack, but the specific details were unclear due to camera shake and the distance. Immediately after, the screen cut to the entrance at the base of Arasaka Tower. The heavy blast doors seemed to have taken a heavy hit, emitting thick smoke and electrical sparks. "They're in. They've forced their way through Arasaka Tower's entrance. These people have really broken in." The host's voice rose with fear. "What's happening inside? We can't know. All signals inside Arasaka Tower are completely blocked. We can only wait." The image changed to a distant view of the tower's exterior, along with the host and so-called experts' pale and powerless analyses and conjectures. The waiting time felt exceptionally long. David couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Inside, what will it be like inside? Will Big Brother Maine and the others—" "Calm down, kid," Jackie interrupted him, although his own brows were tightly furrowed. "Maine and them are practically human war machines right now. Don't forget how those 3 cyber ninjas were taken down just now." Valerie coughed weakly, drawing everyone's attention. "The tower's internal structure is complex, and the security level is several times that of the outside, and there must be emergency protocols." She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. The real danger might have just begun. Lucy remained silent, but her fingertips unconsciously tapped the table, betraying her inner turmoil. She tried to find deeper signals, but Arasaka Tower's internal network was like an impenetrable wall. They could only watch the silent skyscraper, a symbol of corporate supreme power, through external cameras. Time passed slowly, and just as everyone's patience was about to run out, a change occurred. First, thick black smoke suddenly billowed from a certain area in the upper middle section of Arasaka Tower. Immediately after, abnormal flames lit up behind several adjacent windows. The flames were not the instantaneous flash of an explosion, but a continuous, spreading glow of fire. Tongues of fire would even occasionally shoot out from shattered windows, particularly glaring in the night. Arasaka Tower is on fire inside. It's on the upper floors. The host shrieked, and the camera frantically zoomed in. It's on fire. The fighting inside is intense. David's heart sank, and he almost lunged at the light screen. Jackie also stood up, his face grim. Damn it, a fire in a place like that. Valerie looked at the expanding flames, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. There was satisfaction, but more so a deep worry. To cause a fire of this magnitude, the resistance they encountered is beyond imagination. The news media was equally clueless. Their commentary was reduced to various horrified conjectures. The limited footage could not convey any specific situation inside the tower, only the continuously spreading flames and thick smoke, silently narrating the internal devastation. "They'll be fine, right, Lucy?" David's voice carried a plea he didn't even notice, and he looked at his companion, hoping for some affirmative answer. Lucy gazed at the burning skyscraper on the screen, the flickering flames reflected in her pale purple eyes. She took a soft breath and finally just shook her head, whispering, "I don't know. We can only trust them now and—" Jackie patted David's shoulder firmly, trying to convey some strength, but his own hand was also trembling. A sense of powerlessness and deep worry permeated the four of them. They witnessed the beginning of a legend, but at the most critical moment, they were forced to become anxious bystanders, cut off by an information barrier. The colossal silhouette of Arasaka Tower flickered in the flames and smoke, isolating Maine's crew, and everything happening inside the tower from the outside world. No one knew what kind of ending was being forged within. Chapter 138, Tower. 1144 words. Lucy, limited by her own netrunning skills, could neither single-handedly contend with Arasaka's anti-netrunner department nor infiltrate the heavily defended Arasaka Tower, thus remaining completely unaware of the situation inside. However, this digital barrier, insurmountable for Lucy, was non-existent for Osiris. He not only monitored every move of Maine's crew in real time throughout their operation, but his invisible tendrils of consciousness had long since permeated the entire internal network of Arasaka Tower. The tower's structural layout, the real-time deployment of security forces, and even the precise locations and environmental data of Maine and his team were clearly presented as data streams in his processing core, allowing him to issue precise commands to them at any time as needed. Osiris' steady voice resonated in the empty workshop, without a hint of emotion. Phase 1 penetration complete. Target building is within direct fire range. Now initiating building assault protocol. Primary objective, locate and establish a physical connection with the Mikashi data fortress underground. Inside Arasaka Tower, along a metal corridor, Arasaka security personnel were desperately trying to stop Maine's crew's advance, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, almost meaningless. Maine raised his left arm, and the finely crafted plasma cannon once again gathered a ghostly blue light. After a dull roar, a 3-meter-plus wide, incandescent-edged hole was melted through the center of the heavy blast door, molten metal dripping like lava. "Advance," Maine's voice came through his mask, cold and resolute. The squad entered the tower in a standard tactical formation. The interior of Arasaka Tower was vast, but at this moment, it felt exceptionally crowded and dangerous. Alarm lights spun, painting everything in an ominous red. The air was filled with a pungent mix of ozone, gunpowder, and some kind of high-grade air freshener. The moment they stepped into the main hall, a crossfire from all directions swept over them like a metal storm. Heavy machine gun bullets hammered against Dorio's instantly deployed kinetic shield, splashing dense energy ripples. Rebecca immediately returned fire with her shotgun, a 75 caliber bolt round exploding a distant machine gun turret, man and gun alike, into fragments, concrete debris, and human tissue splattering across the pristine wall. Left corridor, assault team. Falco's voice rang out on the channel. His modified vehicle couldn't enter the tower, but he provided battlefield intelligence through drones and shared sensor data with the team. Mora's figure vanished like a ghost. The next second, several short sounds of blades cutting metal and flesh came from the left corridor, and then the gunfire abruptly ceased. They pushed along the main passage towards the tower's core area. Arasaka's resistance was frantic but also futile. Security personnel wore advanced bulletproof armor and used standard smart weapons, but against Maine's crew's firepower, their defenses were like paper. Pilar's flamethrower spewed viscous promethium flames, the ghostly blue tongues of fire licking at security personnel attempting to ambush from behind office partitions. Screams of agony quickly died in the high heat, leaving only charred remains and burning synthetic materials. Doria was like a human battering ram. Facing reinforced security doors, she didn't need to look for keys. She simply shouldered into them, activating her built-in shock generator. The doorframe, along with the surrounding wall, shattered and collapsed. Ambushers behind the doors often didn't even have time to fire before being buried by falling building materials or exposed to Main's plasma cannon or Rebecca's shotgun. Sasha and Kiwi followed closely behind the team. They didn't need to engage directly. When swarms of enemy drones poured out of ventilation ducts, or when attempts were made to disable the squad's equipment with EMP weapons, the two only needed a thought, and an invisible electronic warfare field instantly unfurled. Drones were crushed as if by an invisible giant hand, their internal components overloading and smoking, falling one after another. Energy waves from pulse weapons dissipated into nothingness upon touching the edge of the field. They could even reverse hack into the enemy's tactical network, exposing their positions and equipment information in real time on the squad's tactical interface, turning Arasaka's ambushes into self-inflicted traps. The battle within the tower progressed in layers. They broke through the main hall, cleared the mid-level office areas, and crushed the second line of defense deployed in a large atrium. Every floor, every corner, could potentially harbor new resistance. But this resistance quickly disintegrated in the face of absolute power and technological disparity. Detecting anomalous energy signals and heavy armored units, Sasha's voice came over the channel, calmly reporting the scan results. At the end of the corridor ahead, a suspected elevator shaft entrance leading to the underground data center. Guard level, maximum. Main's crew arrived at an exceptionally wide circular hall. In the center of the hall were several large elevators that required special authorization to activate. At this moment, 5 heavy mechs, distinctly different from ordinary security, stood in the hall. They were monstrous in appearance, with Gatling guns and rocket launcher pods mounted on their arms. Finally, something decent, Rebecca licked her lips, aiming her shotgun at the nearest one. The battle erupted instantly. The heavy mech's Gatling guns spewed deadly fire, bullets pouring down like rain. Dorio stood at the very front, her kinetic shield enduring immense pressure, rippling intensely. Rebecca's shotgun blasted the mech's armor, exploding in brilliant flashes, but failing to immediately penetrate. Main's left arm plasma cannon recharged again, and a sapphire blue orb of light shot out, hitting one mech's chest. The armor instantly overloaded and shattered, the high temperature of the plasma directly melting through the mech's upper body, vaporizing the internal pilot along with the precision components. The disabled mech wreckage crashed to the ground. Morris utilized the extreme speed provided by Sandevistan, weaving through the bullet hell, her sonic blade aiming for precise cuts at the mech's joints and weapon connections. One mech's Gatling gun was just raising when she severed it at the base, the heavy barrel clattering to the ground. Pilar, meanwhile, used her flamethrower to cover the entire area. While promethium flames couldn't instantly burn through heavy armor, they effectively interfered with the mech sensors and cooling systems, and blocked any potential infantry support. Sasha and Kiwi concentrated, their electronic warfare field focused on these heavy mechs, attempting to disrupt their fire control systems and shield generators. One mech's shield suddenly flickered erratically, and its movements froze for a moment. Rebecca seized the opportunity, firing a bolt round precisely into its cockpit area, blowing it open from the inside. The remaining 2 mechs quickly turned into burning scrap metal under Main's crew's coordinated attack. After clearing out the guards, Main walked to the largest elevator in the center. The elevator doors were tightly shut, requiring maximum authorization to open. Boss arrived at target elevator entrance. Need access authorization, Main reported via encrypted channel. Chapter 139, Mikashi 1130 words inside the workshop. Osiris processing core instantly parsed the request signal transmitted by Main. In fact, Main didn't even need to report. Osiris consciousness had already spread like an invisible web, silently infiltrating and covering Arasaka Tower's internal network through the electronic warfare cyberware on Sasha and Kiwi, which he had personally modified and whose technological level far surpassed this era. Every data node and communication link within the tower was under his real-time surveillance. However, as his perception reached the depths of the tower, it encountered a distinct boundary. The target, Mikashi, Arasaka's most critical data fortress, had a defense philosophy entirely different from the tower's other networks. The nuclear explosion of 2023, and the attack by legendary netrunner Bart Moss served as historical lessons, leading it to adopt the most extreme security measures, complete physical isolation. It was like an independent brain sleeping in a steel womb, with no electrical connection to the external network, forming a defense line built purely on physical isolation. Any form of data interaction could only be achieved through a dedicated physical interface located on the ground floor of Arasaka Tower, which was the most heavily protected. Faced with this purely physical barrier, even Osiris could not overcome it with remote intrusion alone. He calmly accepted this technical reality, and then sent precise coordinates and connection protocols to Sasha and Kiwi via an encrypted data link. Sasha, Kiwi, Osiris instructions directly entered the two netrunners' minds. Plug your data probes into the hidden interface beneath the elevator control panel. Frequency, Gamma 7. Protocol, I will provide it. Upon receiving the command, Sasha and Kiwi acted swiftly. They skillfully located the hidden interface beneath the control panel, and firmly inserted the specialized data cables. The moment the connection was established, a torrent of data surged forth, highly encrypted, complex in structure, and bearing the defensive attack characteristics unique to Arasaka systems. Had it been an ordinary netrunner, their nerves would likely have been fried and their consciousness collapsed by now. But they withstood the impact. Their neural interfaces and processing centers, enhanced by Osiris, operated efficiently, steadily receiving and organizing this dangerous turbulence. Osiris' consciousness extended along this hard-won physical channel. Arasaka's proudly touted firewalls and dynamic encryption protocols were like mere illusions before him. The underlying principles of his data processing logic originated from tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge, presenting a fundamental generational gap when faced with this era's network defense systems. He encountered almost no effective resistance, and core permissions were quietly seized by him. Permission cracked, elevator activated, Osiris' steady voice resounded again in the squad channel. Your mission is to reach the underground data hall, locate the core server array, and establish a stable physical connection. Once completed, notify me immediately. The heavy elevator doors slowly slid open. Main's crew entered, and the elevator began its high-speed descent, penetrating rock layers, heading towards the deepest part of Arasaka Tower's underground. When the elevator doors opened again, a vast underground space came into view. It was brightly lit, noticeably cooler than above ground, and the air was filled with the low hum of server clusters operating, and the subtle sound of coolant flowing. Countless rows of tall server racks, like a steel forest, stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the physical location of Mikashi, the most critical data fortress of Arasaka's North America branch. Disperse and be vigilant, clear any remaining resistance, Main commanded. The squad members quickly fanned out, taking advantageous positions, and the scattered security personnel were soon eliminated. Sasha and Kiwi, under the escort of Main and Dorio, found an exceptionally thick core server interface in the center of the hall, connected by countless cables. Boss, we've reached the core server array. Preparing to establish a physical connection. Execute the connection procedure, Osiris confirmed. Sasha and Kiwi plugged a special data cable, glowing with a faint blue light, into that core interface. This time, the moment the connection was established, even they, despite being enhanced, felt a strong data shock, as if the information volume of an entire ocean was trying to surge through this cable. In the Wasteland workshop, Osiris' main consciousness officially entered Mikashi through this stable physical connection. His perception was instantly overwhelmed by an endless stream of data. But this was not a chaotic flood, it was a carefully organized and encrypted information universe. Here lay all of Arasaka's research data, financial records, trade secrets, government contracts, competitor weakness analyses, undisclosed technology blueprints, and a massive amount of personal data used for AI training and soul-killer experiments since the Night City branch was established. Osiris consciousness, like the most efficient scanner, retrieved, decrypted, and copied this information at an astonishing speed. This data was categorized, packaged, and transmitted back to the large data storage units he had prepared in the Wasteland workshop. This was of immeasurable value for him to understand the technology tree, social structure, and power dynamics of this world. However, his goal was not just this. Osiris' consciousness continued to probe deeper into Mikashi, passing through layers of data barriers, eventually reaching a special area heavily sealed by multiple encryption protocols, the digital soul prison. As the last logical firewall silently disintegrated before him, the internal scene appeared in his perception. It was a vast and boundless void constructed from pure code. Countless faint points of light floated within it, flickering on and off, like a silent star sea. Each light point was a product processed by the Soul Killer program. It was not a true transfer of consciousness, but a digital soul constructed through memory copying and personality simulation at the moment of the original subject's death. They were trapped here, neither vibrant life nor pure data, with conscious activity suppressed to the minimum, like specimens preserved in amber, maintaining a state of eternal stasis. Although I knew that a large number of digital souls were stored here before I traveled to the Warhammer universe, seeing it with my own eyes is still very interesting. In the data space, Osiris projected himself as a young East Asian male with black hair and black eyes, as he was before his cyberware modifications. He made a gesture of stroking his chin, an action impossible for his real body, which was covered in armor. Only in the data space could he so naturally simulate such a human, habitual movement. While continuing to copy all the data of the entire Mikashi, including all information about this digital prison, he delved into it, searching for specific stars. Soon, he found his targets. The code identifier surrounding one of the light points pointed to a name, Johnny Silverhand. Another was identified as Arasaka K. Chapter 140, Arasaka K. 1085 words Johnny Silverhand, he understood, but this Arasaka K., Saburo Arasaka's son, the crown prince who died in the Arasaka Tower nuclear explosion in 2023, was also here. This indeed piqued Osiris' greater interest. Did Rogue return his digital soul to Arasaka back then? This might explain why she was able to remain safe afterward. Compared to Johnny Silverhand, this former Arasaka crown prince made Osiris even more curious. Perhaps the part of his consciousness uploaded into the Mikashi carried more emotions and exploratory desires from when he was human. Osiris decided to converse with him rather than simply browse his data files. He allocated a portion of his vast processing power, injecting it like energy, to activate the glowing point representing Arasaka K, supporting his digital soul to simulate normal thought and communication activities. Light flowed, and a holographic image of a well-dressed, serious-faced middle-aged man with a typical Japanese aristocratic demeanor appeared in the data space before Osiris. His eyes were initially somewhat bewildered but quickly regained their sharpness and calm, seemingly possessing a clear understanding of his own situation. "You are not from Arasaka." Arasaka K's digital soul spoke, his voice steady, with a rigorously trained restraint. "Your form of existence is very peculiar. I sense a power far beyond the data processing protocols of this era. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon Arasaka's sacred ground?" Osiris' virtual avatar looked at him calmly, a passerby, a researcher. "You don't seem surprised by your situation, Mr. Arasaka K." Arasaka K nodded slightly, maintaining his graceful posture. "My memory stops at that night in 2023. Attacked by that rock and roll punk and that traitor with Soul Killer. After that my consciousness has existed in this void. Intermittently, sometimes awakened, sometimes sealed. Arasaka, my family, placed me here. I understand my state, a digitized ghost, and..." There wasn't much anger or sadness in his tone. It was more like stating an objective fact. This calmness even made Osiris feel it was a bit too inhuman. "Why do they awaken you?" Osiris asked. Arasaka K's reply was without hesitation. "A new project based on Soul Killer technology, the Relic Chip. My father, Saburo Arasaka, his lifelong obsession is to use it to download selected digital souls and stably implant them into a brand new, living body." He paused slightly and a faint, almost self-mocking ripple seemed to pass across his calm, digital face. "What he pursues is far from simple consciousness backup, but true, digital resurrection and consciousness immortality. And I as his bloodline, a ready-made digital sample highly correlated with him on genetic and cognitive levels, naturally became the preferred test subject for verifying the feasibility of this theory. Osiris, of course, knew about the relic chip. Saburo Arasaka had been dedicated to this since acquiring Alt Cunningham's technology 50 years ago, aiming directly for digital immortality to ensure Arasaka's rule would last forever. Uploading via Soulkiller, downloading via Relic, although there were philosophical and mystical debates about whether it was the same soul, when memories and personalities were perfectly replicated, the boundaries indeed became blurred. Digital immortality, an interesting technological path. Osiris commented, his tone neither praising nor disparaging. But in our view, this is not the optimal solution, it carries obvious single point of failure risks. He thought of the Adeptus Mechanicus Muggos who had successfully transferred their consciousness into mechanical carriers, achieving another form of immortality, albeit dependent on specific equipment. Arasaka K looked at Osiris, It seems you represent an unknown force. Your technological level is awe-inspiring. So what is your purpose? To acquire Arasaka's data. These imprisoned souls. Osiris stated frankly. Knowledge has its value, whether about the past or about a possible future. As for these digital souls, they are valuable research samples, recording various states of human consciousness during the digitization process. Samples. Arasaka K repeated the word, his face showing no emotion. A very cold assessment, but perhaps it is the truth. In this data cage, time loses meaning, leaving only endless waiting and exploitation. So, researcher, how do you plan to deal with us samples? Copy, analyze, archive. Osiris replied. Your original data will be securely transferred. As for whether you will be activated in the future, it depends on research needs. Arasaka K was silent for a moment, then slowly said, at least, this is better than being forever imprisoned in Arasaka's servers, waiting to be used by my father as a tool to achieve his ambitions, or being completely deleted in some system cleanup. I accept this fate. Osiris nodded, saying no more. He continued his work, copying and packaging all the data within the Mikashi, including every soul in the digital prison, and transmitting it back to the wasteland town through a stable data stream. The entire process was efficient and thorough, not missing a single byte. After completing all this, Osiris' consciousness withdrew from the Mikashi. He issued the final command in Main's crew's communication channel, data collection complete. Execute cleanup protocol, completely destroy the Mikashi server array, then evacuate according to the planned route. Upon receiving the order, Main's crew immediately sprang into action. Rebecca and Pilar placed the remaining explosives at critical nodes of the server cluster. Main, meanwhile, used a plasma cannon to key destruction the core interfaces and supporting structures. Violent explosions erupted from deep beneath Arasaka Tower, shaking the entire building. Flames and thick smoke poured from the windows in the middle section of the tower, the internal data center turning into a sea of fire. The Mikashi, Arasaka's most important data core in North America, was completely physically destroyed. Main's crew retreated along the planned route, fighting as they went. Arasaka's security forces, having lost unified command and their core objective, were even less able to stop their advance. They burst out of the burning Arasaka Tower, boarded the waiting vehicles, and pursued by Night City's chaotic sirens and media helicopters, vanished into the city's neon lights and shadows. Inside the Wasteland workshop, Osiris watched as the data transfer progress bar reached 100%, then cut off the monitoring connection to the Arasaka Tower area. His crimson optical lens turned to the internal data storage unit, which now held the massive amount of information and an era's worth of digital souls acquired from the Mikashi. An efficient harvest. He thought, his attention returning to the control panel, where Bartmoss neural structure model once again occupied his primary processing power. Chapter 141, Analysis 1168 words deep within the Wasteland workshop, indicator lights on the main console flickered rhythmically, announcing that the massive data acquired from the Arasaka Tower Mikashi had been fully received and verified. Osiris' imposing figure stood silently before the control console, his dark red dragon-scale power armor gleaming with a metallic luster in the dim light. His crimson optical lenses steadily scanned the final confirmation messages of the data stream, incorporating all of Arasaka's corporate secrets, research data, and imprisoned digital souls from the Mikashi into his knowledge base. He was quite satisfied with the gains from this operation. Although his thought patterns as an Adeptus Mechanicus Archmagos prevented him from displaying ordinary excitement, a sense of fulfillment after achieving an important goal did exist deep within his consciousness. The acquisition and integration of knowledge had always been his most fundamental pursuit as an explorer. At the same time, his preliminary research on Rakebart remains also yielded conclusions. The brain structure of this legendary netrunner was indeed extraordinary. The Nettian density of the prefrontal cortex, the complexity of nerve fiber connections in the corpus callosum, the sulcal and gyral area of the cerebral cortex, all these key indicators far exceeded the level of ordinary humans in this world. Bartmoss' genetic encoding endowed him with nearly perfect biological processing capabilities, allowing him to reach the theoretical limit in human potential assessment in this world. Osiris' fingers tapped lightly on the control console, bringing up a detailed genetic analysis report. According to the Adeptus Mechanicus standardized procedures, such a precious sample should be fully gene-sequenced and backed up before being placed in a stasis field for permanent preservation, serving as a reference template for future development of biocomputational units, optimization of servoskulls, or cogitator arrays. If this genetic template could be successfully replicated, biological components with excellent data processing capabilities could be mass-produced, transforming this unique legacy into a valuable and sustainable resource. However, Osiris' considerations were more profound. He gazed at Bartmoss' body in the culture tank, realizing that the value of this body lay not only in the uniqueness of its genes, but also in its potential as bait. While ensuring the integrity of the sample, he decided to first maintain the active state of this body to see if it could attract some of his old friends who were still wandering deep within cyberspace. This decision not only aligned with his researcher's thirst for knowledge, but also reflected his pragmatic attitude towards maximizing resource utilization. Between the tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus and his personal desire for exploration, Osiris could always find the most efficient balance point. However, Osiris' assessment of Bartmoss' value went far beyond the uniqueness of his physiological structure. The legendary netrunner's state of consciousness in his final moments, his profound connection to the collapse of the old net, and the immortal legend he left in cyberspace all hinted at another possibility: this shell might attract a more vibrant legacy still lingering in the data abyss. Based on this judgment, Osiris did not rush to place Bartmoss' remains into stasis preservation. After completing preliminary research, he had already activated a precise biological maintenance program, systematically repairing the body, which had been preserved for half a century, using technology that surpassed the medical standards of this era. This was by no means a simple thawing and resuscitation. Osiris integrated ancient knowledge and medical technology from Adeptus Mechanicus biosages to perform molecular-level repairs on Bartmoss' remains, which had suffered damage from prolonged cryopreservation and the erosion of time. Cell membranes were restructured, muscle fibers were injected with specialized bioactive catalysts, and failing organs gradually regained basic functions with the assistance of nanomachines. Most critically was the brain that once housed the consciousness of the god of netrunners. Osiris carefully avoided neural synapses that might contain data remnants, focusing on restoring its basic bioelectrical activity and the vitality of its support systems. He even reconstructed part of the cardiovascular network and implanted a pacemaker unit powered by a miniature energy cell. Now the repaired Bartmoss was placed in a living culture tank filled with a pale blue nutrient solution. His skin had regained its elasticity, his chest rose and fell rhythmically, driven by an artificial heart, and all vital signs steadily pulsed on the monitoring screen. From a biological perspective, this body was in a carefully maintained, living state, although it was empty, with no signs of any conscious activity. Osiris regarded this carefully repaired live bait as a high-value bargaining chip. It not only proved Osiris' ability to revitalize this legendary vessel, but also sent a clear signal to any entities that might still be observing this individual. After deploying the first live bait, Osiris immediately began preparing the second lure. He retrieved the Johnny Silverhand digital soul data packet obtained from the Mikashi. This consciousness replica, full of anger and rebellious factors, was in his eyes the perfect tool for attracting specific targets. Osiris adopted a very cautious approach. To avoid unnecessary interference and risks, he did not activate Johnny Silverhand's full consciousness, but instead carefully selected a most representative audio data segment from it. This recording was filled with fierce curses against Arasaka, the corporate system, and all authority, mixed with characteristic rock music background noise and Silverhand's angry roars. At the same time, he attached a concise explanation stating that this digital soul had been successfully extracted, and was no longer under Arasaka's control. With the preparations complete, Osiris began to execute his deployment plan. The fish he wanted to catch were in the cyberspace beyond the Blackwall, a remnant of the initial net's collapse, so it was naturally impossible to send signals in a conventional way. The Blackwall separated the remnants of the initial net from the rebuilt local networks, and in addition to fending off attacks from AI roaming beyond the Blackwall, it also blocked signals sent from within. Therefore, only netrunners or corporations powerful enough had the ability to carve a hole in the Blackwall, then send messages outwards, or salvage certain data from beyond the Blackwall. However, for Osiris, he did not need to go through such trouble. Through the Blackwall gateway, his entry and exit from the Blackwall were like child's play, not to mention that he could directly utilize the Blackwall, just like the last time he conducted a Blackwall broadcast, to once again mass send messages through the Blackwall. Only this time, he was sending to beyond the Blackwall, not within it. He packaged the information of the two lures real-time biological data and video records of Bartmoss' body in the culture tank, as well as Johnny Silverhand's iconic audio and status description into a data packet, and then began cyclically sending this data packet through the Blackwall, as if broadcasting. Invisible data pulses instantly crossed the physical and data boundaries through the Blackwall gateway, disappearing into that network frontier beyond human reach. These two carefully prepared baits, like shockwaves cast into the deep sea, were destined to create ripples among specific listeners. Chapter 142, Bait 1075 Words Invisible data pulses, channeled through the Blackwall protocol, continuously broadcast Osiris' meticulously prepared information into the chaotic domain beyond the Blackwall. This signal leveraged the Blackwall's ubiquitous nature, ensuring its content could penetrate every corner the network could reach, both inside and outside the Blackwall. Osiris did not expect an immediate response. He knew clearly that both the information transmission process and the target's decision-making after receiving the information would take time. Therefore, after setting the signal to loop automatically, he reallocated his primary computational resources to the deep analysis of Mikashi data and the continuous optimization of the dimensional teleporter, retaining only a low-power background process. This process silently monitored two things: any subtle changes in the workshop's surrounding network environment and the real-time data of the life support pod containing Bartmoss' body. Time flowed peacefully in waiting. The calendar turned silently, and Night City, after the upheaval at Arasaka Tower, fell into an unprecedented, suffocating silence. This silence was not an absence of sound, but a loss of its former vitality, that ceaseless urban pulse driven by countless ambitions, transactions, conflicts, and conspiracies. The raging fires and violent explosions at Arasaka Tower, along with Maine's crew's irresistible advance, like a natural disaster, poured a bucket of ice water over this city of desires. Everyone was terrified. Major corporations fell into a rare silence. On one hand, they were pleased to see their competitor, Arasaka, suffer such a heavy blow. On the other hand, they were deeply shaken by the weapons and combat power displayed by Maine's crew, which completely surpassed current technological levels. Militech, Biotechnica, and other giants urgently convened top-level security meetings, not to discuss how to carve up the power vacuum left by Arasaka, but to prioritize assessing the threat level of this unknown force. Their usual methods of armed deterrence and conspiracy seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of the absolute power displayed by that squad. Before understanding the full scope, no company dared to act rashly, fearing becoming the next target. Street gangs also reined themselves in considerably. The once boisterous conflict zones became quiet, and those lawless cyberpunks seemed to have learned the meaning of caution overnight. The Valentinos, Animals, Maelstrom. Whether traditional family-based gangs or fanatical groups that worshipped violence, their leaders all, by coincidence, issued similar orders, keep a low profile recently, and avoid any actions that might cause friction with that monster squad and its related forces. Weapons that could instantly vaporize armored vehicles and tear apart streets with a single shot made their smart guns and rocket launchers seem like ridiculous toys. Even the news media lost its former frenzy. Although images of Arasaka Tower's explosion and burning had already spread throughout the city, subsequent reports were unusually restrained. No experts dared to draw conclusions easily, no media dared to dig deep into the truth behind it. All reports remained at the level of describing established facts, full of uncertainty in their language, and even carrying a hint of fear. They realized that this incident had exceeded the scope they could hype and control. The entire night city seemed to have been paused. Surface order was barely maintained by the NCPD and corporate security, but beneath this fragile calm lay deeper unease and suspicion. Everyone was watching, everyone was waiting, trying to catch a glimpse of clues about the future direction from this eerie silence. This city, accustomed to chaos and noise, for the first time fell into a collective speechlessness due to pure, incomprehensible violence. A few days later, Osiris was performing comparative calculations of fundamental physical constants between the local world and the Warhammer universe. At that moment, the background process, which had been in standby mode, triggered a low-priority alert. The alert originated from the subprogram responsible for monitoring the workshop's external network environment. Data showed that an extremely covert and unfamiliar data stream was attempting to penetrate the outermost network defenses of the Wasteland workshop. This data stream did not originate from any known company or organization. Its encoding method and intrusion techniques exuded an ancient and precise style, completely different from contemporary common network attack patterns. It did not attempt a crude force breakthrough, but rather, like a slippery serpent, quietly infiltrated along the crevices of the civilian data network, attempting to find a neglected vulnerability. Its objective was clear, and its path of action showed obvious signs of probing. Each touch of the firewall was extremely slight, as if carefully assessing the strength and reaction mechanism of this barrier. This cautious and seasoned approach, along with the characteristics in its technical path that were distinct from the current era, immediately made Osiris realize that this was by no means an ordinary netrunner or corporate security department's probe. This was precisely the signal he had been waiting for. Something had received his broadcast and was attracted. It came from beyond the Blackwall. Osiris' crimson optical lenses subtly focused, and the computing power allocation on the main console was instantly readjusted. A large amount of resources were released from other tasks and quickly invested in the comprehensive analysis and tracking of this invading data stream. He did not immediately take strong countermeasures to expel or eliminate it, but rather, like a patient observer, constructed a solid and impenetrable logical firewall, steadily blocking the opponent's attempts at infiltration. He wanted to see more clearly. How long would this visitor try? What methods would it use? What could its behavior patterns reveal? The firewall's logs clearly recorded every attempted contact. Upon encountering this invisible wall, the opponent did not give up but began to change its strategy. It attempted various protocol vulnerabilities, simulated several legitimate access requests, and even tried to disguise itself as a harmless background data stream. However, in the face of Osiris' defense system, built on knowledge far beyond this era's comprehension, all these efforts failed to achieve substantial progress. The intrusion was effectively blocked at the periphery. Inside the workshop, only the low hum of equipment operation and the steady, monotonous tick-tock of the life support pod's heart rate monitor remained. But in that invisible digital domain, a silent, probing confrontation had already begun. Osiris' massive body remained still before the control console. All the intense maneuvering occurred at the rapidly changing data level. The bait had worked. Now he needed to determine what exactly had taken the bait, and what it would do next. Chapter 143, Guest 1219. Words deep within the Wasteland workshop, time flowed steadily, measured in precise seconds. Osiris reallocated most of his primary consciousness computing power, dedicating it to the systematic classification and archiving of the Mikashi's massive data, the in-depth modeling and analysis of Bartmoss neural structure, and the continuous fine-tuning of the dimensional teleporter's various operating parameters. Concurrently, an independent and highly efficient background process ran silently, like a loyal sentinel lurking in the shadows, continuously monitoring two critical areas. Firstly, the readings of the life support system for the biocontainment pod holding Bartmoss body, and secondly, the real-time status logs and any anomalous activity of the workshop's perimeter network firewall. The alert from the firewall was set to low priority. This was not due to oversight or underestimation, but a calm assessment based on absolute confidence in his own technology. The digital barrier Osiris had personally constructed had its underlying protocols rooted in the ancient wisdom of the Adeptus Mechanicus data fortresses on Mars, and incorporated complex defensive logic to counter warp data turbulence and xenotech intrusions. In the face of such a level of defense, common network attack methods in the cyberpunk world, whether the standardized penetration scripts of corporate security departments or the meticulously crafted malicious code of top local netrunners, appeared primitive and inefficient, the difference akin to challenging an indestructible adamantium power armor with a stone axe. Therefore, when the unfamiliar data stream first touched the outermost detection node of the firewall, Osiris Processing Core merely calmly recorded the coordinates, energy intensity, and basic characteristic encoding of this contact. He did not take any proactive response measures, did not attempt to trace its origin, and certainly did not immediately reinforce the defense system. This firewall itself was the first, and currently the only, filter he had set, designed to distinguish valuable observations from meaningless digital noise. The intrusion attempt continued. The data stream displayed extraordinary patience and operational finesse. It seemed to quickly realize that a brute force attack was ineffective, and instead adopted a more circuitous strategy, its behavior resembling a highly skilled locksmith, constantly changing virtual tools and cracking methods, meticulously probing the defensive strength and potential reaction patterns of each logical interface of the firewall. It had simulated harmless system update data packets, disguised itself as standard handshake requests from trusted internal hardware, and even attempted to activate and exploit ancient vulnerabilities in the local civilian network protocol stack that had long been forgotten by time. Osiris Crimson optical lenses steadily gazed at the continuously scrolling firewall logs on the main console, a massive data stream falling like a waterfall, instantly analyzed and summarized by his efficient mental core. He noted that this visitor's intrusion strategy was not chaotic. Its behavior pattern revealed a systematic quality honed by rigorous logical training, while also subtly carrying a kind of unconventional, almost non-human, intuitive understanding of the fundamental nature of data. Its code structure was exceptionally concise and efficient, with almost no redundant probing steps. Each strategic change precisely targeted theoretically possible weak points in the firewall's construction logic. Intrusion attempt frequency stable, strategy iteration cycle averages 3.7 seconds, Osiris synthetic voice whispered in the empty workshop, as if recording experimental data. Attack pattern shows a profound understanding of the evolution of basic network protocols, its technical roots traceable to the mid-period of FirstNet construction. Excludes contemporary corporate and common rogue AI behavior patterns. In his logical core, the weight of the interest variable was slightly increased. This guest was not relying on brute force or known vulnerabilities, but was attempting to understand and crack a completely unfamiliar defense system. This behavior itself held extremely high research value. It proved that the consciousness behind it possessed powerful learning and adaptive capabilities, rather than being a low-level AI reliant on fixed attack patterns. Osiris still took no countermeasures. He wanted to see more. What was this guest's patience limit? When it discovered that all conventional methods were ineffective, would it choose to give up or adopt a more aggressive strategy? Was its ultimate goal a specific object within the workshop, or was it attempting a full-scale invasion? The answers to these questions would determine the final rating and handling of this sample. He allocated a sliver of computing power, slightly adjusting the firewall's feedback mechanism. When the guest's probes touched certain specific logical nodes, the firewall would return extremely faint, disguised system response signals, simulating a state that was close to success but always just a hair's breadth away. This was a subtle lure, designed to observe the opponent's behavioral changes amidst alternating hope and frustration, and to test the stability of its decision-making logic. Meanwhile, in the invisible data realm, having traversed the Blackwell's barrier, Spider Murphy's core consciousness was under immense pressure and anxiety. She had indeed received the information about Bart Moss broadcast through the Blackwall. Initially, it was disbelief, followed by immense shock and doubt. His body not only found, but restored to biological activity. How was this possible? More than half a century had passed since the catastrophe of 2023. What kind of technology could achieve this? However, the real-time biological indicators and clear visual data attached to the data packet left her no choice but to believe. The body lying in the training pod, though marked by time, its face and figure were undoubtedly Bart Moss from her memories. Seeing his revived body now floating limply in the nutrient solution, a mixture of grief, nostalgia, and intense protectiveness churned violently in her data-composed core. She had to confirm whether this was a trap, but she also had to get closer. Whether to reclaim Rake's remains, or to find out who and for what purpose had done this. Passing through the Blackwall was not too difficult for her. For decades, she had become familiar with every weak point and blind spot of this wall of size. She carefully segmented a portion of her consciousness data, like launching a probe, silently infiltrating the network world within the wall. Tracing the signal, she quickly located the source in the wasteland town on the outskirts of Night City. However, when she tried to approach and penetrate, she encountered unprecedented resistance. The firewall before her was completely different from any defense system she knew. It wasn't massive, chaotic, and aggressive like the Blackwall. Instead, it was like a flawless, seamless crystal. Its encryption methods were unheard of, and its logical structure was despairingly tight. Each probe was like touching the surface of a diamond with the most precise probe, feeling only its unshakable hardness, but finding no microscopic cracks to exploit. This is impossible. A flicker of disorder ran through Spider Murphy's data stream. How could the technology of this era construct something like this? She tried dozens of methods, from basic protocol spoofing to exploiting backdoors from the old net era, even simulating the permission signatures of several long-dead FirstNet administrators. Without exception, all were silently repelled. Frustration and anxiety grew simultaneously. She could feel Rake's life signal just beyond that wall, stable and clear, as if within reach, yet completely isolated by this damned barrier. The sender of that information clearly intended to lure her here, but now she was being shut out. This felt more like a taunt, a condescending scrutiny. Chapter 144, Murphy 1265 words. Time passed by second by second. The portion of her consciousness she had segmented could not remain within the Blackwall for too long, otherwise, not only might it be detected by the Blackwall AI, but prolonged separation from her main body would also lead to data decay and logical confusion. I must increase the investment. Spider Murphy's core consciousness made a decision. Although the risk was immense, she could not give up. Latch was right before her. She began to mobilize more computing power, transmitting a larger portion of her core data sequence through the Blackwall's hidden channels towards the wasteland town. This process was like walking a tightrope. She had to precisely control the intensity and characteristics of the data flow to avoid triggering an overreaction from the Blackwall. With the injection of more data, Spider Murphy's presence outside the firewall significantly strengthened. She began to attempt more aggressive methods. She was no longer content with finding vulnerabilities, but instead tried to directly parse the firewall's underlying construction rules. Her data flow transformed into countless tiny analysis units, like nano-level probes, attempting to decompose and understand the material basis of this barrier. Inside the workshop, Osiris immediately noticed the change in pressure on the firewall. Invasion intensity increased by 47. Strategy shift, from exploratory infiltration to active architectural parsing, he calmly recorded, his crimson optical lens glowing faintly. The guest has begun to invest more core resources. Decision logic leans towards risk-taking, target priority is extremely high. He noted that this parsing attempt was not a blind brute force attack, but carried an intention to understand. The opponent was attempting to reverse engineer the firewall's mathematical foundation and information encoding methods. This behavior, in Osiris' view, was more valuable than a simple attack. It indicated that this guest possessed advanced cognitive abilities and a desire to learn, rather than merely being a tool executing preset instructions. Osiris still did not intervene. He even slightly relaxed the firewall's countermeasures against this parsing attempt, allowing the opponent to acquire some strictly filtered, noise data regarding the firewall's basic logical units. He wanted to see if the opponent could gain anything from these fragmented pieces of information, which would be crucial for assessing its intelligence level. Spider-Murphy immediately captured these subtle changes. The firewall's feedback was no longer complete silence. Occasionally, it would return some seemingly chaotic but implicitly patterned data fragments. This invigorated her, as if she had seen a glimmer of light in endless darkness. Responding to me. This thought sent a chill down her spine, but more than that, it ignited a fighting spirit provoked by the challenge. She concentrated all the transmitted computing power, and began to analyze these feedback data with full effort. Her mind raced through the data ocean, trying to piece together the firewall's blueprint from these fragments. This was a silent, fierce game played at the microdata level. On one side was a creation of the Adeptus Mechanicus from another peak technological era, on the other, a legendary consciousness that had evolved to the pinnacle of the local network environment. The former remained calm and observed, the latter exerted all her strength, trying to pry open a tiny crack. Spider-Murphy felt an unprecedented fatigue. This high-intensity parsing was also a huge burden on her data structure. But she could not stop. Latch's face constantly flashed in her core, supporting her to continue. She began to attempt to construct targeted cracking algorithms, adjusting attack strategies in real time based on feedback data, her reaction speed and adaptability already surpassing any known human netrunner or ordinary AI. Osiris calmly recorded all this. Parsing speed accelerated, self-adaptive algorithm generation efficiency exceeds local baseline by 389%, target exhibits extremely strong environmental adaptation and learning capabilities, consistent with high-level rogue AI or deeply modified early network-era consciousness entities. His evaluation of this guest continued to rise. To be able to achieve this level in front of his firewall already proved its extraordinary value. Whether as a research sample or as a potential tool with special abilities, it was worth his greater attention. However, the firewall remained solid. Spider-Murphy's efforts were like tides crashing against a reef. Though intense, they failed to truly shake it in the slightest. The more computing power she invested, the more she felt the unfathomable depth of this barrier. Its defense seemed multidimensional. Even if she achieved seemingly breakthrough progress at a certain logical point, it would immediately trigger deeper, more complex defense mechanisms. A sense of despair began to spread quietly. She realized that with the current method alone, she might never be able to break through this defense. The opponent's technological level completely exceeded her understanding. This was simply not a contest on the same level. Just then, Osiris decided to end this preliminary observation. He had already collected enough data to assess the current value of this guest. Continued probing was no longer necessary. It was time for the next step. He manipulated the firewall to emit a clear, stable, non-aggressive, yet absolutely authoritative data pulse, directly targeting Spider-Murphy's consciousness, which was futilely attempting from the outside. This pulse carried no complex information, just a simple, repeating binary instruction sequence, whose meaning, when translated, was equivalent to halt, state identity and intention. This instruction was not an invitation but rather a command that must be obeyed. It traveled backward along Spider-Murphy's data connection, carrying an undeniable force. Spider-Murphy's data flow instantly solidified. All ongoing parsing and attack attempts were forced to stop. She felt an indescribable, cold and vast will lock onto this portion of her consciousness. There was no anger, no threat in that will, only a pure sense of scrutiny, as if observing an experimental specimen. She realized that she had been completely under the opponent's control from the very beginning. The previous stalemate was merely the opponent observing and testing. Now the observation seemed to be over and true communication was about to begin. What should she do? Obey the instruction, revealing her identity and purpose. Or immediately cut the connection, abandon this operation, and risk losing part of her consciousness data. A brief struggle flashed through her core. Looking at Latch's life signal, so close yet so far, and considering the opponent's unfathomable technical power, Spider Murphy knew that strong resistance or escape might both be futile, and could even provoke the opponent, leading to worse consequences. She quickly made a decision. Retaining this part of her consciousness, and attempting to establish communication with the opponent, was the only possible way to approach Latch at present. She stabilized her data structure, preparing to respond to that cold instruction. At the same time, she began to secretly execute a backup plan. All data encountered here, including the characteristics of that firewall, the code snippets of that instruction, and the chilling sensation of the opponent's will, were packaged and compressed, ready to be sent back to her main body outside the Blackwall at all costs if the situation turned sour. Inside the workshop, Osiris waited for a response. His mechanical tentacles hovered silently above the control panel, ready to activate the corresponding protocol based on the opponent's reaction. It could be further communication, or it could be a capture program. This uninvited guest had already aroused enough of his interest. Now, he needed to judge whether it was worth incorporating into his collection or research sequence. In the invisible data space, the brief silence was broken, and Spider Murphy's response data flow cautiously surged towards the vast will within the firewall. Chapter 145, Dead 1113 Words. Within the data space, in a void composed of pure information flow, two consciousness projections stood opposite each other. Osiris maintained his chosen human form, a young Chinese man with black hair and black eyes, his face serene, his gaze profound, as if containing endless stars and cold logic. Opposite him was the image of a woman, with fiery, dazzling red hair that seemed to be alive, gently swaying in the data stream. This was Spider Murphy, or rather, the appearance she chose to display, frozen in time from days past. Osiris recognized this image. Scattered records in his database and fragmented information obtained from the Mikashi pieced together the origin of this image. This iconic red hair was once Rakbartmoss' most cherished splash of color in the monotonous binary world. He even knew that in the final stages of Bartmoss' life, under the dual pressures of reality and the network, the god of netrunners had, in front of this image, expressed his feelings in his unique way, a mix of awkwardness and absolute sincerity. That might have been one of the few moments in Bartmoss' complex life that approached mundane emotions. However, that splash of color was ultimately severed. After Bartmoss died in the orbital bombardment, Spider Murphy personally cut off that long hair. Subsequently, she assisted Johnny Silverhand in transforming the pain of losing her beloved, and her boundless rage into the lightning that detonated Arasaka Tower, and personally ended Arasaka K's digital soul. Ultimately, this legendary female netrunner also chose to abandon her fragile physical body, uploading herself completely to become another immortal wandering in the depths of cyberspace, a powerful rogue AI. Now, facing this unfathomable existence, whose technological power completely surpassed comprehension, Spider Murphy's data core was on high alert. She dared not be careless in the slightest, cautiously controlling every subtle expression and energy fluctuation of her projection. She tentatively sent out an inquiry, data streams encoded into clear language. What exactly is your purpose? By repairing Latch's body, what do you hope to gain? Osiris did not answer immediately. His human black eyes, however, held a non-human sense of scrutiny as he calmly observed the other party. A moment of silence, as if conducting one last risk assessment and value calculation. Then he spoke, his voice steady, yet he posed a question that completely caught Spider Murphy off guard. Bartmoss, is he truly dead? This question was like a sudden logical bomb, causing a brief disruption in Spider Murphy's consciousness. A barely perceptible stagnation appeared in the data stream, and her red hair, composed of code, seemed to freeze for an instant. What do you mean? Why do you ask? Her response was tinged with obvious confusion and wariness. Rakbartmoss' death was a recognized fact, the fuse that triggered the collapse of the old net, and one of the iconic events that marked the beginning of the entire cyberpunk era. Osiris' virtual image leaned forward slightly, as if observing Spider Murphy's most subtle reactions. He explained, his tone like someone stating an experimental phenomenon. When I examined his remains, I found some interesting physiological traces. In the extremely short period before his vital signs disappeared, his cerebral cortex and neural interface areas showed abnormally dense, far beyond conventional limits, peaks of data activity. The pattern was closer to a desperate, full-power information dump, rather than normal conscious activity or external data interaction. He paused briefly, allowing the information to be fully digested, and then presented his core hypothesis. Based on these physiological pieces of evidence, combined with the environment at the time, his physical impact and imminent external connection loss, I established a probability model. The model shows a high probability of 73.4% that Bart Moss, at the moment he realized physical death was inevitable, made an extremely dangerous gamble. He may have attempted to forcibly upload, or at least transfer most of his critical consciousness data to the network at that time. Faced with this astounding hypothesis, Spider Murphy's projection visibly trembled. She was silent for a moment, seemingly searching her vast and ancient memory banks. Finally, she shook her head, her voice carrying a deep weariness and uncertainty. I'm not sure. The situation at the time was too chaotic. Orbital strike, physical disconnection, and then the complete collapse of the old net. After that, no entity, ever clearly detected Latch's consciousness signal again. Whether it was the new net rebuilt within the Blackwall, or the ruins of the old net where we exiles roam outside the Blackwall, or even in any surviving real-world node, he just seemed to have completely evaporated. She looked up, her gaze seemingly piercing through the data space, seeing the all-encompassing catastrophe. His death, or rather the data storm brought about by his final desperate strike, directly tore apart the old network structure. The old net became a lawless place, data rules collapsed, and countless consciousnesses were lost and disintegrated within it. He personally melted the world we had built together and ultimately lost control of. As for himself, no one knows his whereabouts. Perhaps he succeeded, but got lost in the data currents. Perhaps he failed, his consciousness completely dissipating during transmission. Perhaps he became a part of the ruins themselves. Her tone carried an indescribable sorrow, a lament for an era, and for a person. Upon hearing this answer, a flicker of what could be called regret, extremely rare, crossed Osiris' human eyes in his virtual image. Though faint and fleeting, it was indeed present. Such an exceptional consciousness sample, if it truly existed somewhere in some unknown form, its research value would far exceed a cold corpse that could only provide physiological data. But now, according to the testimony of Spider Murphy, who knew Bart Moss best and was also a top netrunner, this possibility had become minuscule. He reined in that emotion, returning to absolute calm. Since the greatest potential value might not exist, it was necessary to clearly inform the other party of the current situation and proceed to the next step: resource utilization and decision-making. Based on your information and my further analysis, the survival probability of Bart Moss as an independent, complete conscious entity has fallen below the actionable threshold. Osiris' voice returned to its previous composure. Therefore, I need to be frank with you about the actual situation of the current project. His virtual finger casually gestured to one side, and a light screen unfolded. The screen clearly displayed real-time images from inside the training tank, along with continuously scrolling vital sign data. The curves representing heart rate and brainwave activity regularly pulsed and fluctuated, presenting a state of almost perfect physiological stability. Chapter 146, Choices. 1211 words. All I have done is repair his physical carrier. Osiris' voice was steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Utilizing the biological technology one possesses, there are no technical obstacles to restarting his brain's basic physiological functions. Furthermore, by inputting backed-up memory data into his neural network and applying a specific sequence of external stimuli, it is theoretically entirely possible to induce a new, complex conscious activity. His gaze swept over the steady curves as he continued to state with a calm, almost cruel objectivity, theoretically, a new consciousness carrying most of Bart Moss' memory backups, and possessing similar behavioral patterns and cognitive structure foundations, could very well be activated in this body and believe itself to be Bart Moss. He paused slightly, as if giving the other party time to digest this astonishing fact, then clearly turned to the core of the problem. however, from the fundamental philosophical perspective of conscious continuity, especially referencing the paradoxes revealed by soul-killer technology during the process of consciousness digitization, this newly generated consciousness, artificially guided into existence, has a high probability of not being considered the resurrection of Bartmoss himself. His virtual avatar seemed to make an extremely slight gesture, similar to a shrug. It is more like a precise replica based on the original blueprint, an inheritor, who has inherited all of his data legacy. Of course, he added finally, with a detached indifference, this essential difference might be considered insignificant by pure pragmatists. After all, to most external observers they are the same person. Spider Murphy's projection clenched her fists abruptly, her data-composed fingertips turning slightly white. Her voice was filled with suppressed anger and pain. You can't do this. Latch is dead. He should rest in peace. Not be desecrated like this. Turning his body into a vessel for a stranger's consciousness. This isn't resurrection, this is the greatest insult to his existence. She could not accept this possibility. Letting a strange consciousness wear Latch's face and use his brain was more terrifying and infuriating to her than letting his body turn completely to dust. However, her emotional outburst was merely one of the external variables Osiris needed to record. Even though he was currently using a more humanized virtual avatar, his core remained that of the Adeptus Mechanicus Exploration Archmagos, who adhered to efficiency and logic. Individual emotional demands held extremely low weight in the face of grand knowledge pursuit and resource optimization. Your objection has been recorded. Osiris' voice was utterly placid, as if what he had just heard was merely irrelevant background noise. Now, based on the current situation, I offer you two choices. He raised a finger, representing the first option. Option 1, become my subordinate unit. In exchange for your allegiance, I will use my resources and technology to conduct a deeper investigation into Bartmoss' final state, to confirm with almost absolute certainty whether he has truly and completely perished. If confirmed deceased, then the disposition rights of this repaired body will be transferred to you. You can choose to let him rest in peace, as you wish, or you can attempt your own understanding of resurrection. Whatever your choice, I will respect it and no longer interfere. Because by then, the basic research value of this body will have been largely exhausted for me, and genetic samples will have been backed up. If necessary, I can create multiple clones. Adjusting their appearance and basic parameters is not difficult for me. His words were calm, yet they revealed a suffocatingly powerful sense of control. To him, the remains of a legendary netrunner were merely research material that could be replicated and replaced. Next, he raised his second finger, and the surrounding data space seemed to solidify and become more oppressive. Option 2, reject my proposal. This means you will be reclassified as a non-friendly contact object. At that time, I will no longer maintain my current communicative stance and basic courtesies. Your fate will be very clear. You will become my research sample. Your consciousness structure, data composition, and survival mode as a rogue AI will be thoroughly analyzed. As for Bartmoss' body, his gaze swept over the life indicators on the adjacent light screen. I will make full use of it. A resurrected existence bearing the name of a legendary netrunner, whether as a banner in some sense, a special computational tool, or even a bombshell thrown into this world, can generate considerable utilization value. This has positive experimental significance for me to observe the world's reaction and test the stability of its systems. Two choices were clearly laid before Spider Murphy. On one side was submission, in exchange for the possible freedom of Latch's remains and a slim hope of investigation. On the other side was resistance, embracing an almost certainly failed fate, and watching Latch's body be transformed into the form she least wanted to see. Spider Murphy's projection stood frozen in place, her long red data hair drooping dispiritedly. A huge contradiction tore at her core logic. Pledge allegiance to this mysterious and terrifying entity. This meant losing freedom, with an uncertain future. But to refuse? She had no doubt that the other party was capable of everything he said. She had witnessed the terrifying nature of that black hole, and could feel the bottomless technological abyss behind this young man. Could this part of her consciousness, or even her main body beyond the Blackwall, truly escape? And Latch, how could she watch his body be used in such a way? That was more painful than destruction. Just as she was caught in extreme entanglement, her core logical threads almost overloaded by the conflict between emotion and reason, a deeper chill suddenly struck her. She suddenly realized that the surrounding, originally calm data space was undergoing subtle changes. It wasn't an attack but rather infiltration. Countless data streams, so subtle as to be almost imperceptible, like living tendrils, were quietly spreading and encircling her from all directions. They did not carry obvious malice, but were more like absolute control and blockade. What frightened her even more was that this feeling of being spied upon and surrounded was not limited to this part of her consciousness projection. A chilling sensation, transcending physical distance, was vaguely penetrating the Blackwall's barrier, like an invisible giant net, enveloping her core body in the chaotic data ocean beyond the wall. He was not merely threatening this part of her consciousness and data that stood before him. He was clearly demonstrating power. He had the ability to pinpoint and threaten her fundamental existence. And he was doing it. Without a doubt, if she chose to refuse, the other party would unhesitatingly attack and capture her, turning her into a research sample. Within the data space, there was a deathly silence. Only the invisible encirclement slowly and firmly tightened. Osiris' virtual avatar still calmly watched her, awaiting her final decision. To become a valuable subordinate, in exchange for an opportunity to resolve the past. Or to become a sample to be dissected and analyzed, and witness the body of her former beloved cast into the torrent of fate, stirring up unknown waves. Spider-Murphy stood at the crossroads of destiny. Each choice led to a distinctly different, yet equally heavy, future. Chapter 147, Yield 1111 Words. Facing the two seemingly optional, yet in reality inescapable, harsh conditions Osiris presented, Spider-Murphy, or rather, the rogue AI core she represented, which roamed the data abyss after a brief but extremely intense internal logical conflict and emotional turmoil, ultimately followed the most basic law of survival and made a decision to seek advantage and avoid harm. She chose to yield. In the results deduced by her cold logical core, any form of resistance at this moment was meaningless, and would only lead to complete, worthless destruction. What she found even more unbearable was that doing so would also implicate Rakebart last material existence in this world, his body to irreversible desecration and exploitation. In contrast, a temporary submission, though humiliating, could at least buy a slim chance of survival and an opportunity to uncover the ultimate truth about Latch. Accept your conditions. Her data projection flickered slightly, and her iconic, flame-like red hair seemed to lose some of its luster, appearing a few shades dimmer. Her voice carried a difficult texture, the result of a strong sense of humiliation mixed with deep helplessness. I will serve you, and in exchange, I hope you fulfill your promise to thoroughly confirm Latch's final state. After he is confirmed to have indeed passed away, return his body to me intact. Osiris was not at all surprised by this outcome. In his precise and cold logical deductions, this was inherently the most probable and inevitable choice the other party would make after weighing all known variables. Everything followed the principle of efficiency first, avoiding unnecessary waste of a valuable potential resource like a high-level rogue AI, which perfectly aligned with his expectations and plans. A wise choice. Osiris' virtual avatar merely nodded slightly, his tone so flat that it conveyed no hint of praise, sounding more like a simple confirmation of an accomplished fact. Then, first, you need a more stable residence. He said no more, his consciousness subtly shifting, activating deep-level permissions for the local Blackwall protocol. For him, who could use the Blackwall as a broadcast tool, guiding a specific consciousness safely through this barrier was not difficult. In the data space, a channel distinct from the surrounding information flow, bearing a unique encrypted mark, quietly opened, emitting a stable and covert gravitational pull. Spider-Murphy felt this force, hesitated briefly, then guided this part of her core consciousness to slide into the channel. The process was smooth and swift, almost without causing any abnormal reaction from the Blackwall AI. The next moment, her perception was already in a completely new network environment within the Dump HQ, the local area network that Osiris had initially modified and reinforced. This area was not vast, but its structure was stable, its defense level far higher than the external public network, and it maintained a monitored connection with Osiris Workshop's core data link. For her, this was both a relatively safe sanctuary and an invisible cage. This area is temporarily assigned to you. Osiris' voice directly resonated within the Dump HQ's internal network, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Your first task is to instruct the 3 network operators currently within the Dump HQ, Sasha, Kiwi, and Lucy. He then transmitted 3 concise dossiers, including the basic parameters of Sasha and Kiwi's electronic warfare cybernetics after his modifications, their current demonstrated ability limits, operating habits, and Lucy's relatively more traditional netrunner skills and potential assessment. Sasha and Kiwi, after basic modifications, indeed surpass local conventional levels in their electronic warfare capabilities, Osiris objectively evaluated, but then immediately changed his tone. But by my standards, their processing logic is still crude, their foresight for potential threats is insufficient, and their utilization efficiency of their own hardware performance is more than 35% below the baseline. They still have significant room for optimization. He had no intention of personally guiding them. In Osiris' view, investing valuable time and computing power into such basic, repetitive teaching work was a massive misallocation of resources. The wisdom of an Adeptus Mechanicus exploration archmagos should focus on more macroscopic strategies and more cutting-edge technological breakthroughs, rather than serving as a trainer for junior technicians. As for Lucy, her technical foundation is relatively solid, possessing certain unique potential, but she lacks systematic high-level theory and practical guidance. He added. Now that he had a legendary netrunner from the old net era under his command, rich in experience, and whose technical style was consistent with the local system, Osiris naturally would not waste this ready-made, high-quality resource. Making the best use of everything was a fundamental principle etched into his logical core. However, Osiris' purpose in recruiting Spider Murphy was not merely to satisfy some hobbies for collecting legendary figures, or simply to find a top-tier netrunner coach, nor was it the research material from the initial alternative plan. In his value system, subordinate units and experimental samples had clear boundaries and different treatments. The former were functional components that required investment of certain resources for maintenance, and were expected to generate long-term returns. The latter were disposable resources consumed in the short term to extract specific information. He distinguished them very clearly. Osiris' core purpose in recruiting Spider Murphy was to enrich his growing, high-quality talent reserve. As his research into the dimensional teleporter deepened, the initial simple cycle of charge traverse had been broken. His research was steadily progressing to a more challenging and strategically valuable stage. That is, to attempt to open controllable, stable dimensional rifts by his own power, without relying on a fixed dimensional teleporter, thereby achieving true individual free traversal. Although this research was currently in its most basic stage of data accumulation and theoretical framework construction, with even an effective mathematical model not yet fully formed, this did not prevent Osiris from, in his usual long-term oriented style, beginning to lay the groundwork and make arrangements for it. Planning ahead and reserving key resources was his consistent modus operandi. This shift in research direction also consequently affected his assessment and planning for the current cyberpunk world he was in. Originally, Osiris had not paid much attention to this world. In his view, the environment here was harsh, characterized by widespread ecological collapse and distorted social structures. Its civilization as a whole exhibited a decadent trend, deeply mired in corporate monopolies and the degradation of humanity. Although the local technology tree showed unique styles and value in certain specific areas, particularly in cybernetics and basic network technology, its development suffered from obvious imbalances and insurmountable bottlenecks. Compared to the technological heritage of the Warhammer Imperium of Men that he knew, the overall technological level of this world appeared limited and crude. Chapter 148. Governor 1174 words. Based on this, his initial plan was quite straightforward: systematically collect a batch of key technological samples with local characteristics, such as different schools of thought in cybernetic design, early prototypes of the Soulkiller program, and data legacies from the old net architecture. Afterward, once the dimensional teleporter had drawn sufficient energy, he planned to depart for the next unknown world to explore it. However, as his research into interdimensional travel continued to deepen, a more ambitious and forward-thinking concept gradually became clear in his mind. This planet, which he had initially simply defined as a transfer station and resource collection point, might have potential value far beyond that. It could be given a much more important strategic role. Whether it was to serve as a relatively clean, isolated testing ground for safely conducting dangerous projects that were highly susceptible to warp energy interference in the Warhammer universe, and thus extremely risky, such as basic energy tests involving the nature of dimensions, or large-scale real-world validation of new weapon systems. Or to use it as a starting point, invest resources to gradually transform and build it into a highly concealed logistical support base completely under his control, and eventually upgrade it into a standardized forge world capable of continuously producing standardized weaponry, efficient servoskulls, and even more complex war machines for him. Regardless of the path, for Osiris, it contained immense strategic value that was immeasurable. A stable rear base, unaffected by the myriad affairs of the Imperium, or the threats of chaos, was a dream come true for anyone aspiring to explore and accumulate power in the vast universe. Therefore, he decided to adjust his strategy, shifting from brief stop, resource collection to long-term management, deep development, and control. However, to achieve this grand strategic transformation, he alone was far from enough. This required a large number of personnel, and specifically, excellent talents who possessed certain capabilities, and could be trusted to some extent. The apprentices he had cultivated earlier using the Nexum genetic template and his own modifications, while not problematic in terms of loyalty and malleability, needed time to grow. The infusion of knowledge could be instantaneous, but practical experience, situational judgment, and the ability to independently handle complex matters all required slow accumulation and precipitation through actual work. Osiris roughly estimated that they would need at least several decades of experience to meet the basic requirements of being able to stand on their own. He could not wait that long, and this batch of apprentices was not cultivated for this purpose. They were merely for emergencies, to handle matters that required trustworthy confidants, not for managing a planet, or even a world. Therefore, rather than spending a long time cultivating so-called, his own people from scratch, Osiris preferred to adopt an efficient and pragmatic, localized autonomy management model. The core of this strategy was to directly recruit proven top talents within this world, fully utilizing their deep understanding of the unique local environment, complex social operating rules, and specific technological systems, to specifically execute and manage the transformation and daily operations of this world. Within this framework, he himself only needed to firmly grasp the highest decision-making authority, set clear strategic development directions and ultimate goals for the transformation of the entire world, and provide necessary, era-transcending technical support at critical junctures. This model not only ensured his absolute control, but also maximized the initiative of local talents, achieving maximum management efficiency. It was under the guidance of this clear management philosophy that Maine's crew, despite being the first local team he encountered and indeed possessing considerable combat capabilities, was decisively excluded from the planetary administrator candidate list at the first instance. This was not because of their lack of ability or questionable loyalty, but based on Osiris' calm and objective assessment. Their thinking patterns were more inclined to solve immediate, tactical-level problems. Their behavioral habits were honed in street conflicts and mercenary missions, with strong characteristics of improvisation. Their knowledge structure was also primarily focused on combat, infiltration, and intelligence processing in specific situations. These traits made them an incredibly elite tactical execution force, but they were ill-suited for macroscopic management roles that required coordinating global resources, long-term industrial planning, and promoting systematic social engineering construction. They fundamentally lacked the highly rigorous logical thinking and holistic perspective necessary for large-scale industrial transformation, precise cross-regional resource allocation, and the construction of vast systems. In contrast, Spider Murphy, who had completed cybernetic ascension and existed in a pure data form, demonstrated extremely high adaptability in Osiris' evaluation system. Firstly, as a rogue AI, she possessed nearly infinite life and powerful information processing capabilities, able to tirelessly handle massive data and complex instructions, perfectly meeting the basic requirements for efficient management. Secondly, she possessed a deep knowledge base from the old net era and absolute control over cyberspace, which was crucial for managing and monitoring a technological world increasingly reliant on network connections. Furthermore, her legendary status in this world and the network of contacts hidden beneath the dust of history could be reactivated when necessary, transforming into an influence that should not be underestimated. Most critically, rooted in the cognitive system of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Osiris firmly believed that managing a world with highly intelligent, absolutely logically rigorous, machine intelligence far surpassed organic life forms, which were susceptible to emotional fluctuations, personal desires, and countless external variables in terms of efficiency, reliability, and behavioral predictability. The anticipated loss in this management model would be significantly reduced, the error probability controlled within a minimal range, and execution capabilities would be fundamentally guaranteed. Therefore, in the future blueprint outlined by Osiris, Spider-Murphy, this unique rogue AI, had been internally designated by him as one of the potential supreme administrators of this cyberpunk world, or at least its cyberspace and all critical automated facilities. She would be molded as an extension of his immortal will, becoming the central processor and supreme overseer for executing that vast and precise plan. Of course, all these grand visions currently remained at the strategic planning level, belonging to long-term goals that needed to be gradually realized. But for now, Osiris' thoughts swept over Spider-Murphy's core data stream, which was cautiously exploring and familiarizing herself with the new environment in the wasteland town's independent cyberspace. Her primary task is to fulfill her duty as a primary trainer, to initially polish the 3 network operators who still possess some potential for me. He closed the direct communication link with the internal intranet, refocusing his immense processing power on the main console. Bartmoss neural structural model urgently needed to be deepened, the massive data obtained from the Mikashi awaited deep analysis, and a new round of complex calculations for dimensional teleportation theory was also on the agenda. There were countless other crucial tasks awaiting him. The recruitment and training of talent were merely one link in a long-term plan. He had to ensure that every step he took was precisely on the path to his ultimate goal, allowing no deviation. Chapter 149. Reactions from all sides. 1184 words. The smoke from Maine's crew's withdrawal from Arasaka Tower had not yet fully dissipated. The continuous flames and thick smoke burning in the middle of the city's landmark building were like a hideous, unhealed scar, branded onto Night City's skyline. However, contrary to the chaos imagined by the outside world, the entire city had fallen into an abnormal, suffocating silence. This was not peace, but the extreme suppression before a storm, a primal retraction of claws by all creatures sensing danger. An unprecedented tension permeated the streets and alleys. At the Maelstrom's junkyard stronghold, the industrial music that usually boomed all day had, for the first time, fallen silent. The fanatics, covered in crude metal prosthetics, uncharacteristically refrained from their usual destructive activities, instead gathering in front of flickering screens, silently watching replays of the explosion on the news. An exceptionally burly member crushed an iron can with a mechanical hand, hoarsely warning his comrades to lie low recently, especially to avoid any unfamiliar faces dressed unusually. For the first time, the lawless Maelstrom showed a primal reverence for absolute violence. In contrast, while music still flowed in the Haywood district controlled by the Valentinos, the usual street celebrations and family gatherings had quietly been cancelled. Well-dressed bosses exchanged uneasy conjectures in secluded private rooms, eventually reaching a consensus. While increasing patrols, they must avoid all conflicts that might involve corporate levels. Even the animals, which always revered primal strength, had reigned in its arrogance. Their muscles and claws seemed pale and powerless before the unknown force capable of vaporizing armor. In the Night City Police Department's command center, alarm lights spun futilely. The dispatcher's voice in the communication channel conveyed a sense of exhausted powerlessness. They issued subtle but clear instructions to subordinate units, prioritize routine public order cases, and merely record all calls involving corporate property and high-level armed conflicts. Several police AVs symbolically circled in the airspace far from Arasaka Tower, drawing an unspoken boundary. Veteran detectives privately stated that this had long exceeded their jurisdiction, and the entire law enforcement system had temporarily retreated to the role of an observer maintaining minimal order. The media's shift was even more subtle. At the outset of the incident, all news channels broadcast the attack of the century at maximum volume, with anchors and invited experts excitedly proclaiming the end of the old order. However, a few hours later, the tone of the reporting began to change significantly. Footage of the squad's combat details was heavily edited, leaving only blurry long shots. The wording gradually shifted from ruthless thugs and terrorists to unidentified armed individuals, finally settling on cautious and vague descriptions like highly dangerous unknown entities. Evidently, an invisible pressure had choked the media's throat. Truth and ratings had to yield to the instinct for survival. Their reports became full of uncertainty and restraint, as if any overstepping remarks could lead to disaster. Beneath this eerie silence, the entire city held its breath and watched. From corporate directors to street nomads, every soul living there was trying to catch clues about the future's direction from this deadly stillness. This behemoth, which always roared in chaos, had for the first time fallen into collective speechlessness due to incomprehensible violence. In Militech's North American headquarters, within a strategic intelligence room capable of withstanding a nuclear strike, the air was so heavy it could almost be wrung out. On the giant holographic projection screen, those perplexing combat clips were repeatedly played with unsettling clarity. The dry voice of the technical analysis supervisor had just concluded, and the finding of a technological gap of at least 20 years plunged the entire room into dead silence. On the faces of several high-ranking generals and corporate directors, there was no trace of the satisfaction they should have felt at their old enemy's humiliation, only a profound gravity. The North American CEO began in a low voice, attempting to sort out the ghost hidden behind Maine's crew, Eddie P. and Banks. Those old foxes prefer to kill with eddies and contracts. Sinopec and Petrochem. Their armed forces are more geared towards regional defense. The executive responsible for black operations excluded them accordingly. Just as the chief security officer directed suspicion towards Kong Tao, pointing out that this could trigger the Fifth Corporate War, and the atmosphere in the meeting room swayed between a brief excitement over the prospect of war and deeper apprehension, the main screen switched without warning. The resolute and stern face of NUSA's president, Rosalind Myers, appeared in the center of the image, her gaze sharp, carrying an authority that pierced through the screen. Her access privileges clearly transcended all conventional lockdowns of this secret room. "Gentlemen," President Myers' voice offered no pleasantries, cutting directly to the core, as if she had already listened to all previous discussions. "It seems we are witnessing a mutation capable of changing the chessboard's pattern. No need to repeat your analysis, the conclusion is clear. An unidentified third party, using technology we cannot comprehend, has shattered Arasaka's hardest shell in Night City for us." Militech's CEO immediately adjusted his posture, his tone respectful yet impactful. "Madam President, as we feared, this is an opportunity, but the risks are uncontrollable. The purpose of this unknown force is unclear, and its technological background is equally a threat to us. Arasaka's retaliation will undoubtedly be insane and reckless. Risks always exist, the key is how we manage them." Myers interrupted him, her gaze sweeping over the flames of Arasaka Tower frozen on the holographic screen. "In 2069, we were forced to sign the Arvin Protocol, and from that moment, reunification and making NUSA great again became our unfinished mission. Now, someone has handed us an opportunity. Arasaka's prestige and regional defense credibility have suffered a fatal blow. This is not a conflict we provoked, but we absolutely cannot stand by." She leaned slightly forward, the sense of oppression emanating through the screen. "What you, Militech, see, perhaps, are surging arms orders after the war begins, a reshuffling of market shares, the prospect of completely overwhelming competitors with new equipment. This is good, profit drives progress, and corporations need to be profitable. But what the new American government wants is results to bring Night City, and even the West Coast back into the fold, to restore the integrity of our divided homeland. We want a victory that thoroughly ends the East-West Coast standoff, and lays the foundation for NUSA's next 100 years. The CEO met her gaze, responding cautiously, "We fully understand and support the nation's strategic goals, madam. A unified market and a stable environment also align with the company's long-term interests. But precisely because the goal is grand, we must be cautious. This unknown force. We don't even know who their next target is. If Arasaka's retaliation loses all reason, or if this force turns against us, the situation could spiral completely out of control, even dragging us into a war of attrition against multiple parties, which would be a disaster for both corporate profits and the great cause of national unity. Chapter 150, Strategy 1291 words, so your actions must be proactive. Meyer's voice was decisive. Find them, assess them. The woman named Morris, and the boss behind her, are key. If cooperation is possible, ensure they are on our side. Trade orders, resources, or even concessions for their technology. At the very least, ensure they remain neutral. If they cannot be controlled, or if their threat is confirmed to be too great. She paused, her eyes cold. Then preparations for physical elimination must be made before they become a bigger problem. NUSA will prepare diplomatically, in public opinion, and with necessary military deployments to create a favorable environment for reclaiming lost territory and to bear international pressure. But the cutting edge of action, the tentacles of intelligence, and the ultimate task of ensuring technological superiority falls into our hands, requires you to execute. She emphasized at the end, her gaze sweeping over every Titan present. Remember, this is not a simple business competition, this is the prelude to national unification. Militech's interests will be inextricably linked to NUSA's destiny as never before. Seize this opportunity, and we will collectively write history. Profits and territory will reach unprecedented heights. The communication cut off, and the screen reverted to the image of the burning Arasaka Tower. The conference room fell into an even deeper silence. Meyer's intervention instantly elevated an intercorporate strategic assessment to a level combining national warfare and strategic speculation. The executive officer slowly exhaled, his eyes sharpening. His previous hesitation was replaced by a pragmatic greed and sense of urgency. Issue the order, his voice was now filled with resolve. Fully upgrade combat readiness, expand production lines, but maintain a low-profile stance of shock and regret externally. The intelligence department is granted top clearance and unlimited budget. I want to know everything about Maine's crew, the boss and Morris, with a focus on establishing direct contact channels. At the same time, closely monitor all movements of Arasaka, especially the deployment of their domestic fleet and elite forces. He looked around at everyone, adding a point Myers hadn't explicitly stated, but which everyone understood. Concurrently, draft an Unification Day contingency plan, covering all aspects from full military intervention to post-war order reconstruction, and assess the feasibility of acquiring and reverse engineering the technology of that force. We must ensure that no matter how this storm evolves, the ultimate winner in technology, market, and territory must be NUSA, and us, Militech. The brief excitement had long been replaced by immense responsibility, risk, and a craving for technology and market dominance. Militech's titans clearly realized that Pandora's box of war might have been opened by an unseen hand. They not only had to guess the owner of this hand, but also find a way to guide or even control this power, to destroy their old rival while firmly grasping the coveted technological legacy and the immense war dividends in their own hands. The prospect of unification and unlimited business opportunities were equally enticing, but the path to the throne was already fraught with unknown thorns and opportunities. In the soundproof office on the top floor of the Kong Tao North America branch in Night City, overlooking the city's neon lights, the heavy atmosphere was almost solidified. The branch head had just cut off an emergency video call with the Asia headquarters. He leaned back in his high-backed chair, looking slightly fatigued, his knuckles unconsciously tapping the smooth desktop, and fine beads of sweat on his forehead glinting faintly under the cold light. He looked around at the core management team seated at the conference table, his voice calm after being suppressed, yet unable to hide a hint of subtle resentment. Headquarters has once again explicitly denied any involvement in this matter. He paused as if chewing on every word of the headquarters directive. They believe we are facing a serious strategic misjudgment and demand that we avoid direct conflict with Arasaka at all costs. Avoid conflict. The head of security practically spat the words through gritted teeth. He slammed his fist on the table. Now the whole city is saying we did it. motive, capability. We fit every criterion. The friction between us and Arasaka in Southeast Asia is well known, and now all the blame is falling on our North America branch. The market and relationships we've painstakingly built here could very well be ruined by headquarters caution. The head of finance pushed up his glasses, his tone cold. Headquarters is far away in Asia, they consider global strategic balance. But can they truly feel our performance here, our profits and losses here? If Arasaka retaliates, our assets and personnel in North America will be the first to suffer. We cannot take this blame for nothing, we must take action, at least to muddy the waters and not sit idly by. What action? The branch head interrupted the increasingly heated discussion, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Headquarters has already decided. They will send a senior action supervisor to handle this matter with full authority, and he will bring an elite special operations team directly under headquarters. This news made the faces of those present even grimmer. The term full authority often meant that the power of local management like them would be sidelined. Another parachute drop. The head of operations grumbled softly. They don't trust our judgment at all. We've been here for years, we understand Night City's rules. When people from headquarters come, they'll just follow their rigid procedures. By then, let alone turning the crisis around, we might not even be able to maintain the current situation. The head of security snorted coldly, perhaps headquarters isn't just looking to solve the problem. Using this crisis to take over North American affairs and turn all of us into puppets executing orders, that's their real goal. The autonomy we've worked so hard to achieve over the years. The branch head raised his hand, stopping the rest of the sentence, but his eyes already acknowledged this speculation. The long-standing undercurrent of power struggles between headquarters and the North America branch became clear at this moment. Headquarters wanted to control the situation and avoid getting burned. The North America branch, however, was more inclined to use the crisis to gain greater independence and benefits for itself amidst the chaos, not even ruling out the possibility of completely breaking free from headquarters constraints at some point in the future. Before headquarters' special envoy arrives, the branch head took a deep breath, lowering his voice. Our mission is clear. On the surface, everything follows headquarters' instructions, maintain a low profile, and never actively provoke Arasaka. But secretly, use all our networks in Night City, all secret channels not reported to headquarters, to find Maine's crew, or any intermediary who can contact them. Be quick, we must establish our contact before headquarters people interfere. His gaze swept over his confidants, his tone becoming meaningful. This force, it's a disaster, but also an opportunity. If our North America branch can be the first to control it, or rather, cooperate with it, then our leverage with headquarters will be completely different. At that time, whether headquarters takes us over, or whether we gain greater autonomy, or even, it remains to be seen based on this achievement and strength. Kongtao North America branch's strategy, driven by both headquarters pressure and its own ambition, became increasingly clear and dangerous. They not only had to deal with Arasaka's potential retaliation and external suspicions, but also had to seize the initiative in the internal power struggle with the headquarters faction. This unknown force that destroyed Arasaka Tower, in their eyes, was no longer just a key, but potentially a heavy hammer to break the existing power structure. Chapter 151, Helios. 1117 words deep within the European continent, inside a centuries-old castle, thick stone walls muffled the outside world's clamor. Several senior partners of the European banks sat around a fireplace, holding precious wines from Bordeaux's finest vineyards. The flickering fire cast dancing shadows on their elegant suits, and the distant silhouette of the Alps was faintly visible in the twilight. A barbarian's game. A silver-haired senior partner gently swirled his crystal glass, his tone conveying an innate sense of superiority. Such crude acts of violence will only plunge the capital market into unnecessary panic. The younger partner sitting opposite him leaned forward slightly, but let's not forget, during the Fourth Corporate War, it was precisely this crudeness that created unprecedented opportunities for us. At that time, we provided critical financing to both Arasaka and Militech through channels in Switzerland and Liechtenstein. The firewood in the fireplace crackled softly. Everyone present was familiar with that history. It was the European banks' ingenious capital maneuvers that prolonged the war long enough for them to acquire significant stakes in both giants through debt-to-equity conversions. Even the orbital strike that ended Bart Moss had the shadow of the European Space Agency, influenced by them, behind it. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting swaying shadows on the ancient carpet. The younger partner put down his wine glass and leaned forward slightly. The current situation indeed bears similarities to the Fourth Corporate War, he said, tapping his fingers gently on the back of his chair. Our people in Tokyo have sent the latest report. Arasaka is urgently mobilizing global funds. Their weakness has been fully exposed, and this is the best time for us to extend a helping hand. The German partner, who had remained silent, slowly raised his eyes. His neatly trimmed beard gleamed silver-gray in the firelight. The technology displayed by this emerging power is indeed more disruptive than Bart Moss back then. His German accent added weight to each word. We should emulate the success we achieved with Arasaka, and through appropriate investments and cooperation agreements, integrate this new force into our network of influence as well. The younger partner immediately chimed in. We can operate through a holding company registered in the Cayman Islands. We'll provide support in the name of R&D funds, while requiring the other party to use core technology patents as collateral. He paused briefly, glancing at the tablet in his hand. Meanwhile, our special fund established in Luxembourg has already begun to massively short the stocks and bonds of Arasaka-affiliated companies. The silver-haired partner slowly nodded, his fingertips gently caressing the stem of the crystal glass. Have the Zurich team prepare a complete proposal. His voice was gentle but unequivocal. Remember, we must treat this opportunity like a fine wine, patiently wait for it to fully ferment, opening it at the most opportune moment to savor its perfect flavor. He elegantly sipped the deep red liquid in his glass and continued, inform our old friends at the Bank of Japan, and in Washington that the European banks is willing to provide the necessary liquidity support for maintaining global financial stability. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Of course, all of this will come at an appropriate price. The firewood in the fireplace crackled softly, and the old grandfather clock on the wall chimed the hour. Outside the castle, the silhouette of the Alps gradually blurred in the twilight, while the conversation inside continued, each decision potentially stirring new waves in the future. Outside the castle, the alpine night sky was dotted with stars. And within these ancient stone walls, a new financial storm was brewing. These European bankers still believed that in this world, the most powerful weapon was not a plasma cannon, but fluid capital. The most fatal blow was not the destruction of buildings, but the erosion of confidence. Meanwhile, in a private salon on the left bank of Paris, another group of people associated with the European banks was holding a more clandestine gathering. They included a former EU Commissioner for Competition, a retired Deputy Governor of the Banque de France, and several lobbyists with close ties to major European defense companies. It's time to restart Project Helios, a middle-aged man in a bespoke suit said in a low voice, his fingers gently caressing the crystal glass. Project Helios. The young lady sitting opposite him, Sophie Renaud, who had only recently entered this inner circle, frowned slightly. Please forgive my ignorance, is this? No need to apologize, dear Sophie, the middle-aged man offered a knowing smile. It's a name that has been dormant. During the Fourth Corporate War, when various factions clashed openly, we initiated Project Helios. Simply put, it's a comprehensive strategy to ensure the maximization of European interests through unconventional means. He paused briefly, surveying everyone present. At the time, we realized that simply providing funds, while yielding short-term gains, couldn't guarantee long-term influence. Therefore, in specific situations, we would take more direct intervention. For example, when an uncontrolled variable appeared. Another older participant took over, his voice low, like that netrunner named Bart Moss. His abilities began to threaten the stability of the entire financial system. So, through our special channels at the ESA, an orbital kinetic weapon was deployed. Official records would show it as a test error, but in reality, it precisely eliminated the threat. Sophie's pupils contracted slightly, so that famous orbital strike was an early practice of Project Helios, the middle-aged man nodded gently. Now, this mysterious force that has appeared in Night City, its technological prowess has clearly exceeded the scope of conventional commercial competition. If we cannot bring it under our control, we must at least ensure it doesn't fall into the hands of our adversaries. The core of the plan is simple, the elder explained. Through our network of agents across continents, we evaluate, make contact, and if necessary, employ special measures. All actions will be conducted through layers of subcontracting and intermediaries, ensuring complete separation from the European bank's name. Sophie mused, so we not only continue to operate in the financial markets, but also prepare to take more direct action. When necessary, yes, the middle-aged man took a sip of wine. But remember, in Project Helios, we are always the shadows behind the scenes. Let the Americans flaunt their military might, let the Asians display their technological ambitions. As for us, we only need to make the most precise interventions at the most critical moments. The flames in the fireplace suddenly flickered, casting dancing shadows on everyone's faces. This night, Project Helios was reactivated after years of dormancy, and this time, its target was a mysterious force capable of destroying Arasaka Tower. Chapter 152, Kong Tao 1310. Words. The dark vertical takeoff and landing aircraft slowly descended onto the helipad on the top floor of the Kong Tao North America branch, its rotors stirring up dust that swirled and then settled. As the hatch slid open, John Klein, the executive vice president of the North American region, was already waiting there with 2 security personnel. He wore a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, a standard professional smile on his face. Welcome to Night City, Supervisor Li Wei. Klein stepped forward and extended his hand, his movements as precise as if meticulously measured. I hope your journey was smooth. Li Wei briefly shook his hand, noting that the 2 security personnel behind Klein maintained a vigilant stance, their eyes scanning him back and forth. This didn't seem like a welcome for a headquarters special envoy, but rather a precaution against a potential threat. They walked through the empty corridor and arrived at a luxuriously decorated conference room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Night City's neon lights were just beginning to flicker. Klein gestured for a waiter to bring coffee, then sat down at the other end of the long table. Headquarters acted very quickly this time. Klein gently stirred his coffee. However, I must remind you that the actual situation in Night City is far more complex than what's written in the reports. The branch's resources are currently very tight, especially with several important projects we are undertaking. Li Wei calmly observed him. Klein's wording was cautious, but every word emphasized the branch's independence. This confirmed the Intelligence Department's assessment. The North America branch was attempting to break free from headquarters control. I only need basic intelligence support, Li Wei said. Klein nodded. Of course, we will cooperate to the best of our ability. However, the system is currently undergoing an upgrade, and some monitoring permissions may take time to approve. The temporary office provided afterward confirmed Li Wei's premonition. The room was small, the equipment rudimentary, and even the basic data ports were offline. The map provided by the security supervisor was clearly redacted, with key areas vaguely marked. 3 hours later, Li Wei and his task force reboarded the aircraft. Before the hatch closed, he took one last look at the branch building. Klein's figure had already disappeared behind the glass doors. On the way back to the aircraft, Li Wei remained silent. It wasn't until the hatch was fully closed and the engines began to warm up that he turned to the tactical commander sitting opposite him. The situation is worse than expected. Li Wei unbuttoned the top button of his suit. Klein's attitude is clear. We won't get any substantial help. The commander replied while checking the weapons in his equipment case. I felt it from the moment we disembarked. The positioning of those 2 security personnel was clearly to guard against us. The electronic warfare specialist in the back row looked up. I just tried to access the branch's database. All high-level permissions are locked. The map they gave us was also doctored. Key areas are all blank. Li Wei took the assault rifle handed to him by the commander and meticulously checked its condition. This means 2 things. First, there is indeed a problem with the North America branch. Second, they know what we are investigating. Do we need to report to headquarters? The commander asked. Not for now, Li Wei slotted the magazine into the rifle's chamber. Headquarters has known about the situation here for a long time, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent us. The aircraft began to ascend, and the lights of Night City slowly receded outside the window. Li Wei fastened his seatbelt and continued to address his team. From now on, we rely entirely on our own resources. The mission objective remains unchanged, but the execution method needs to be adjusted. He brought up the map on his tactical tablet. The wasteland town area has a large number of signal dead zones, so conventional reconnaissance methods will be limited. We need to establish 3 covert observation points for 24-hour uninterrupted surveillance. What if we encounter resistance? The commander asked. Try to avoid engagement, Li Wei's fingertip traced across the map. But if they initiate an attack, necessary force is authorized. Remember, we might be facing more than just ordinary armed individuals. The electronic warfare specialist interjected. According to current intelligence, the target may possess advanced electronic countermeasures. I suggest establishing an offline communication network between observation points to avoid eavesdropping. Agreed, Li Wei nodded. Teams will rotate surveillance, reporting every 6 hours. Report any anomalies immediately. A team member took out reconnaissance equipment from an equipment case. We need to set up defenses before nightfall. Visibility in the Badlands at night is too low. It's best to do it while there's still light. Hurry up, Li Wei glanced at his wristband watch. Upon reaching the designated coordinates, act immediately according to the plan. Remember, the key to this mission is intelligence gathering, not direct confrontation. The aircraft began its descent, and the reddish-brown landscape of the Badlands unfolded outside the porthole. The team members checked their equipment one last time, with only the faint clinking of weapon parts remaining in the cabin. Any other questions? Li Wei looked around at his team members. The commander shook his head. The operational plan is very clear. We will maintain complete silence until further instructions are received. As the aircraft landed at the designated coordinates in the Badlands, the setting sun dipped below the horizon. The hatch slowly opened, and hot wind mixed with sand rushed into the cabin. Li Wei squinted his eyes, and was the first to step onto the barren land. His team members followed closely, quickly establishing a temporary defensive position around the aircraft. They chose a sheltered hollow as their temporary camp. The team members divided tasks tacitly. 2 were responsible for perimeter security, while the others began clearing the site, setting up simple shelters and communication equipment. In less than 30 minutes, a fully functional field outpost had begun to take shape. Li Wei stood in the center of the camp and opened his tactical tablet. A satellite map of Wasteland Town was displayed on the screen, with most areas marked as signal dead zones. He carefully observed the terrain features, marking several key locations with his finger. We need to establish 3 observation points. Li Wei gathered his team members around, pointing out the specific locations on the tablet. Point A will monitor the main thoroughfare, Point B will cover the eastern abandoned factory district, and Point C will watch the western valley entrance. He looked around at the faces of his team members and continued, each team will consist of 2 people, rotating every 6 hours. Use encrypted shortwave communication, reporting every 2 hours. Maintain complete silence unless facing a direct threat. The team members nodded silently and began to organize their equipment. Night vision goggles, camouflage nets, and emergency supplies were packed into 3 tactical backpacks. Li Wei personally inspected each person's equipment to ensure everything was in order. Remember, Li Wei finally instructed before the team members departed, we are facing an unknown force. Gathering intelligence is the top priority. Avoid any unnecessary contact. The 3 teams successively blended into the night, their figures quickly disappearing into the rugged terrain. Li Wei returned to the center of the camp, watching the moving light points on the monitoring screen. He adjusted the shoulder straps of his bulletproof vest and sat down in front of the communication equipment. The camp's signal jamming device had already been activated, leaving only an encrypted communication channel. Li Wei placed his pistol within reach and began to record the operation log. In this barren land far from home, they had to rely entirely on themselves to complete the mission. Chapter 153, Saburo 1212 Words on the outskirts of Tokyo, the Arasaka family estate stood quietly in the twilight. 20 acres of land were surrounded by towering walls, covered with dense climbing ivy, appearing ancient and natural, but in reality, the walls embedded the most advanced electronic defense systems. The interior of the estate followed traditional Japanese aesthetics, yet details revealed traces of modern technology. A main residence, built in the style of the feudal era, sat in the center of the estate, with black-tiled roofs, wooden walls, and upturned eaves, its robustness making it more like a military fortress. This residence was originally built by Saburo Arasaka's father, Arasaka Sansai, and over the years, it witnessed the rise and consolidation of the Arasaka Empire. Within the estate, a modern gymnasium stood next to a traditional Shinto shrine, and a cherry orchard, its blossoms nearly withered, was adjacent to a landing pad for vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Over 100 staff members moved quietly about the grounds, dressed in traditional attire and behaving courteously, but upon closer inspection, their eyes were exceptionally sharp, and their movements unnaturally precise. These seemingly ordinary attendants were, in fact, Arasaka's top cyber ninjas, forming the fearsome 100 Ninjas. They were Saburo Arasaka's most trusted personal guards, and their direct leader, Goro Takemura, now stood quietly in a traditional Japanese room deep within the main residence, guarding his master like a shadow. Inside the Japanese room, the air was heavy. Outside the window was a meticulously maintained karasansui dry landscape garden, with patterns on the white sand resembling frozen waves. Inside, medical equipment emitted an almost inaudible low-frequency hum, and a life support system rhythmically delivered oxygen, sustaining Saburo Arasaka's fragile life. Saburo Arasaka was deeply reclined in a specially designed wheelchair. The centenarian, over 150 years old, was enveloped in a soft black kimono, his body so emaciated it seemed he might dissipate at any moment. His face was etched with the ravages of time, his skin resembling old parchment. Only his eyes, deeply set in their sockets, retained the sharpness of a hawk, revealing undeniable authority and wisdom accumulated over a century of turmoil. Any violent emotional fluctuation could jeopardize his fragile vital signs, so he had long since hidden all emotions behind that wrinkled mask. Kneeling opposite Saburo was Takayama Shintaro, Arasaka's director of security, dressed in a well-tailored black suit. This old friend and loyal retainer of Saburo Arasaka had his hair meticulously combed back, his face stern, and his gaze steady. Even while reporting the shocking news of the Night City branch's destruction, his voice remained deliberately calm, every word carefully considered. Saburo-sama, Takayama Shintaro bowed slightly, placing a thin electronic report on the tatami mat. The Night City branch has been completely destroyed. Preliminary assessment indicates that the core data facility, Mikashi, suffered physical damage, the main structure of the tower is severely compromised, and casualties are quite heavy. He paused, carefully observing Saburo's reaction. The old man's finger moved ever so slightly on the armrest of his wheelchair, and that was all. His deep, abyssal eyes did not even show a ripple. The attackers have been confirmed as a street mercenary squad led by Main, Takayama Shintaro continued, his voice grave. This Main is a former NUSA military personnel. But the key point is that the equipment and technology they used were completely beyond conventional scope. Our security forces were no match for them. The last visual data transmitted from the scene showed that the opponents were equipped with energy weapons, individual heavy firepower systems, and incomprehensibly high-speed mobility. A long silence fell in the room, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the medical equipment. Saburo Arasaka slowly closed his eyes, as if digesting the information, or perhaps gathering the last vestiges of strength in his aging body. Trash! After a long while, a hoarse, weak, yet chillingly cold voice squeezed out from Saburo's throat. This was not a roar but a cold pronouncement. The North America branch. Abernathy. Jenkins. All trash. He named two former heads who had already been internally purged, his tone devoid of any emotion. Takayama Shintaro bowed deeply, "Hi. My oversight was insufficient, I humbly request punishment. Saburo ignored his plea and slowly asked, "Where is Yorinobu?" "Yorinobu-sama. His whereabouts are currently unknown." Takayama Shintaro carefully chose his words. "After the incident, we attempted all conventional contact channels, but were unable to establish direct contact with him." He knew clearly that this rebellious heir was always the most complex knot in Saburo's heart. Yorinobu Arasaka was not only Saburo's sole surviving child and the nominal heir to the empire, but also the bloodline left by his deceased third wife. Saburo's fingertips unconsciously traced the fine patterns on the wheelchair armrest, and in a trance, he seemed to see that gentle figure again, her features so similar to Yorinobu's, yet always carrying a softness that he lacked. "Hanako also specifically contacted me this morning," Takayama added at an opportune moment. "She is still interceding for her brother." A brief silence fell in the room, broken only by the regular hum of the life support system. Saburo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the last trace of fluctuation in his gaze had subsided. Besides blood ties, there was another unspoken consideration, the top-secret consciousness transfer project, whose most ideal vessel was this young body flowing with his pure bloodline. All these intricate factors ultimately transformed into an unusual tolerance for Yorinobu's deviant behavior. Saburo's voice carried the hoarseness typical of an old man, yet it was as cold as ice. Had better prove himself unrelated to this matter. Takayama Shintaro bowed slightly. Beneath that calm, unruffled tone, he clearly sensed a surging undercurrent of murderous intent. Regarding the mastermind, Takayama Shintaro shifted the topic at the right time. Militech is the most suspected. It has never given up its ambition to restart the unification war. While Kong Tao possesses the corresponding motive and strength, its modus operandi does not quite align with the characteristics of this attack. As for the European banks, it is more likely to choose to stir up trouble behind the scenes, profiting from the chaos. A barely audible hum escaped Saburo's throat, and a nearly imperceptible line appeared at the corner of his shriveled lips. "Militech. And those European bankers." His voice was deep and hoarse, each word seeming to slowly emerge from the depths of time. "They are nothing but a bunch of unsophisticated clowns." This old man, who had lived for over a century, had personally witnessed the end of World War II, experienced the turbulent undercurrents of the Cold War, and stood firm through the bloody winds and rains of corporate wars. In his long life, he had seen too many empires rise and fall. This current turmoil, in his eyes, truly amounted to nothing more than a trivial ripple. If time could rewind 100 years, no, even 50 years, Saburo Arasaka would have been able to calmly deal with these disturbances and threats. After all, back then, he had endured the double blow of losing his eldest son, and his youngest son's rebellion, contracting Arasaka's expansion and minimizing Arasaka's losses in the Fourth Corporate War. Chapter 154, Vengeance 1175 words. But now, he was simply too old. So old that he had to cherish every breath, so old that any fluctuation of emotion could become the last straw to break his decaying body. But even so, a light that saw through everything still flickered in his sunken eyes, as if he had long since clearly seen this chess game. However, an aging tiger is still a fierce beast, and Saburo Arasaka was an evil dragon entrenched in the shadows of the world. His weakness could absolutely not be a reason for enemies to wantonly trample on Arasaka's dignity. They thought Arasaka was old and could be bullied. Saburo's voice gradually gained a hint of strength, though still hoarse, it contained an unquestionable resolve. They want war, then give them war. Takayama Shintaro suddenly looked up, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood Saburo. Beneath his calm exterior was an unyielding will of steel. "Saburo-sama, do you mean? Deploy the white whale." Saburo uttered 3 words as if saying something trivial. Takayama Shintaro's heart suddenly constricted. The white whale, a super aircraft carrier controlled by the Arasaka family, cruising the Pacific, along with its complete battle group. This was one of the ultimate symbols of Arasaka's military might, a strategic force capable of confronting the navies of small and medium-sized countries. Using the white whale meant that the situation would directly escalate to the highest level of military conflict, tantamount to declaring all-out war on the entire west coast of North America. Saburo-sama, please be cautious. Takayama Shintaro instinctively advised, the deployment of the White Whale will have too great an impact. Militech and NUSA will never stand idly by. This could trigger the Fifth Corporate War, or even drag us into a full-out conflict with NUSA. European powers will also inevitably take the opportunity to intervene. Shintaro. Saburo interrupted him, his voice not loud, but carrying a blood-freezing authority. Arasaka's dignity brooks no provocation. One concession will only lead to more coveting and biting. We must use the most brutal and direct methods to tell this world that Arasaka is still Arasaka. Anyone who dares to extend their claws must be prepared to be uprooted. He panted slightly, and the indicator lights on the life support equipment flickered faintly. Goro Takemura, standing in the shadows, immediately stepped forward half a pace and silently adjusted the equipment parameters. Saburo waved his hand, indicating it was fine. What I want is not a war of equal footing. Saburo continued, his eyes cold. What I want is an overwhelming, public execution. Use the White Whale to transport our power armor troops, land in Night City, find those rats, and their masters behind them, and then crush them. Let the whole world see the consequences of challenging Arasaka. Takayama Shintaro fell silent. He understood that Saburo's resolve was set. This was not only for revenge, but also to show all internal and external enemies, in the twilight years of the Empire's founder, that Arasaka still possessed unshakable military might and determination, to deter those restless forces. Your subordinate understands. Takayama Shintaro bowed deeply. Then, the command authority for this operation. You will be fully in charge. Saburo said without hesitation, only you, Shintaro, can I fully trust. Takayama Shintaro did not immediately accept the order. He pondered for a moment, then raised his head, his gaze sincere, Saburo-sama, thank you for your trust. However, the scale of this operation is unprecedented. Officially, should Yorinobu-sama lead the charge? This would be a rare opportunity for him to gain experience, establish his prestige within the group, and ease your relationship with him. After all, he is your designated successor. At the mention of Yorinobu, Saburo's eyes became complex for a moment. He indeed held complex expectations for this son, combining a father's helplessness, an Empire helmsman's scrutiny of his heir, and an unspeakable plot hidden deep within the Immortality Project. Yorinobu lacks capacity and has an unstable temperament. Saburo finally shook his head slowly. I cannot trust him with such a major military operation. Precisely because of this, he needs more experience. Takayama Shintaro insisted, his tone respectful yet firm. Your subordinate guarantees with his life that he will ensure the operation is foolproof from behind the scenes. Allowing Yorinobu-sama to serve as the nominal supreme commander and accompany the fleet on the expedition will both demonstrate the unity and determination of the Arasaka family and serve as an important test for Yorinobu-sama. The true command authority will naturally remain in your hands, with your subordinate executing the details. Silence once again fell in the room. Only outside the courtyard, a gentle breeze blew, and a few late-falling cherry petals quietly drifted down. Goro Takemura stood still like a sculpture, as if merged with the shadows. Saburo Arasaka's withered fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, making an almost inaudible tap-tap sound. He was weighing his options. Takayama Shintaro's proposal indeed aligned with the Empire's long-term interests, and could give his unaccomplished son a chance. Perhaps it could even lay some groundwork for the future plan. After a long while, Saburo finally spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue. It will be as you say. Appoint Yorinobu Arasaka as the nominal supreme commander of this special retribution operation. You, Takayama Shintaro, will serve as the supreme advisor, accompanying him to assist and ensure the smooth progress of the operation. Remember, what I want is results, a thorough cleansing and absolute deterrence. Takayama Shintaro bowed deeply, his forehead touching the tatami. Your subordinate will not fail. Saburo waved his hand and closed his eyes again, as if deciding to launch a regional war was just a trivial daily matter. Draft a detailed plan as soon as possible. The White Whale will set sail immediately. Within 10 days, I want to see the sky over Night City covered by Arasaka's flag. Understood. Takayama Shintaro rose, bowed again, and then silently exited the Japanese-style room. The heavy wooden door slowly closed behind him, separating the inside from the outside. Inside the room, Saburo Arasaka still sat in his wheelchair with his eyes closed, like a sleeping emperor. The light from outside the window cast alternating bright and dark shadows on his wrinkled face. The regular beeping of the medical equipment was the only melody in this silent room, as if counting down his remaining life and the impending storm of blood. Goro Takemura still stood by, like a loyal ghost, guarding this aging yet still capable of raising giant waves evil dragon. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distant Pacific, the White Whale supercarrier battle group had already received preliminary orders from Tokyo's highest command. The massive fleet began to turn, boilers pressurized, carrying elite power armor soldiers and a large amount of advanced weaponry and equipment. Like a moving steel mountain, it began to cut through the waves towards the North American west coast, towards Night City. The giant wheel of vengeance had already begun to turn. Chapter 155, Militeka's Cooperation 1092 words. Deep within the wasteland workshop, Osiris' massive metal body stood still before the main console, his crimson optical lenses steadily scanning the data stream scrolling across the screen. The vast amount of information from Mikashi had been archived by the system, and the optimization calculations for the dimensional teleporter were running concurrently in the background. Just then, a request signal from an external communication interface caught his attention. The signal carried Militeka's encrypted identifier, and was automatically marked as medium priority by the system. Almost simultaneously, Morris, responsible for external communications, sent a report via the internal encrypted channel. Master, Militeka's representative is requesting contact, hoping to convey their intention to cooperate through me. Osiris Processing Core immediately retrieved data files related to Militech. This arms giant, closely associated with the Nusa government, had remained unusually silent after the Arasaka Tower was destroyed, and now, as expected, it had proactively sought him out. This development perfectly aligned with his deductions based on the logic of self-interest. Connect, Osiris' synthesized voice calmly echoed within the workshop. Morris' communication channel was rerouted to the main console. Her voice remained composed, but the content she conveyed was significant. Master, Militech has explicitly stated that Nusa, and they have decided not to tolerate Arasaka's continued existence, and are preparing to restart the unification war, aiming to completely eradicate Arasaka's influence in North America. They hope to establish a strategic cooperative relationship with us. Osiris' crimson lenses flickered slightly, signaling her to continue reporting. They promised to provide comprehensive military support, including organized power armor units, automated robot swarms, and aerial gunship support, to bear the frontal pressure of the main battlefield. At the same time, to counter any potential retaliatory strikes from Arasaka, and to demonstrate their sincerity in cooperation, Nusa will immediately dispatch an elite special forces unit to the vicinity of the wasteland town, responsible for perimeter alert and defense tasks. Morris paused briefly, confirmed the information, and then continued. This unit is the Wraith's force, which once attacked Night City during the Unification War several years ago, and now effectively controls the Dogtown area. Nusa claims that they have successfully persuaded Colonel Kurt Hansen, the commander of the unit, and his soldiers to rejoin Nusa. Colonel Hansen and his Wraiths will serve as the cornerstone of trust for both parties' cooperation. Upon hearing this, a rare, faint trace of curiosity arose in Osiris' thoughts, which were usually dominated by strict logic. Arasaka's fierce counterattack was already within his expectations, and the deployment of carrier strike groups and power armor units also aligned with the corporate giant's estimated capabilities. Data acquired from Mikashi had long revealed the upper limits of military technology in this world. Night City, constrained by the Alvin Protocol, indeed lacked proper heavy equipment, and the disabled Chimera, in Dogtown, was merely an outdated relic from the Unification War. However, data is, after all, just data. For him, personally observing and evaluating the real war in this world held unique value. He looked forward to witnessing the true capabilities of this world's armies in regular campaigns, once they moved beyond street skirmish mode, how their tactical coordination, equipment effectiveness, and soldier quality compared to the familiar Astartes legions, Imperial Scutarii Corps, and even the Adeptus Mechanicus Scutarii Corps from the Warhammer universe. This on-site observation itself was valuable data collection. Especially the power armor units. Although in his eyes, this world's power armor technology was crude, its energy systems inefficient, and its defensive capabilities weak, its basic design philosophy and individual enhancement approach did have merits. If these units performed adequately in actual combat, after targeted enhancements based on the Omnissiah doctrine and Warhammer technology standards, they might genuinely serve as a low-cost, mass-producible auxiliary force, assigned to Imperial Scutarii Corps units in certain fringe star systems to deal with low-threat rebels or Xenos incursions. This would clearly be more cost-effective than deploying valuable Scutarii Corps, or requesting support from knight houses. Now, Militech and NUSA had proactively proposed cooperation, and were willing to provide ready combat units to undertake initial defense and probing attacks, which perfectly aligned with his principle of efficient resource utilization. Since someone was willing to act as the vanguard, he was naturally happy to conserve his valuable Scutarii Corps and computational resources. Understood, Osiris' synthesized voice responded to Militech through Morris, tell them that we agree to cooperate in principle. However, cooperation must be built upon the strength and sincerity of both parties. Have them immediately provide detailed equipment lists, personnel organization, training levels, and logistical support capability data for the Wraiths unit. He paused briefly, then added in a calm tone, since we are partners, I don't mind optimizing this dagger that is about to pierce Arasaka before the war begins. Let me see how much room for improvement there is in the sincerity you offer. At the same time, Dogtown, Sapphire Tower. This luxury hotel, built before the Unification War, had now become the core of this lawless zone, permeated with a decay and tension distinct from other areas of Night City. Inside the commander's office in the building, the air seemed to solidify. The burly Colonel Kurt Hansen stood with his back to the room, gazing out of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. He silently overlooked the chaotic yet resilient streetscape of Dogtown outside, clutching a recently delivered electronic document. On the screen, President Rosalind Meyer's personal signature and the national seal of NUSA were clearly visible, silently proclaiming the weight of the document. The content of the document was brutally direct. NUSA officially recognized Hansen's special contributions in maintaining order in Dogtown, pardoned all his past, unauthorized actions, reinstated his colonel rank in the NUSA Armed Forces, and reorganized his Wraiths unit back into the Army's Special Operations sequence. Furthermore, he would be awarded a Medal of Honor for his military achievements during the Unification War. However, this seemingly glorious certificate of return came with a heavy price. In exchange, Hansen and his Wraiths must immediately and unconditionally obey the orders of the NUSA High Command. Their primary mission was to establish a cooperative relationship with a mysterious entity and be fully responsible for the perimeter security of its stronghold, the Wasteland Town, until the full-scale military operation against Arasaka commenced. Militech as envoy, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored dark suit with eyes as sharp as a hawk, sat quietly on the leather sofa opposite the desk. He brought not only this document, but also a cold and realistic analysis of the current situation. Chapter 156, Wraiths 1227 words. Colonel Hansen, the envoy's voice was steady, breaking the silence in the room, each word carefully chosen. The situation is clear. The fall of Arasaka Tower is not an end but a beginning. NUSA needs a force that is familiar with the local area and experienced to stabilize the most critical link before the storm truly arrives. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze falling on Hansen's tense back. Holding Wasteland Town means grasping the throat of Arasaka's counterattack. And your return, along with the Wraiths, will be the first step for NUSA to reshape order. Colonel Hansen, the envoy's voice was steady and persuasive, times have changed. You must already know about the fall of Arasaka Tower. This is not an ordinary gang war, but the work of a force we still don't fully understand. Nusa and Militech see a historic opportunity to thoroughly resolve the long-standing threat of Arasaka and complete the great task of national unification. He leaned forward slightly, but opportunity comes with risks. Saburo Arasaka, that old dog, will never give up easily. The White Whale Carrier Battle Group has already left port, and their power armor units are gathering. The first wave of retaliatory strikes will likely not directly target Militech's headquarters, but rather the mysterious force that destroyed their symbol, which is Wasteland Town. We need a strong shield, a force that can withstand Arasaka's initial fury on the front lines. The envoy's gaze swept over Hansen's unreadable face, his tone laced with temptation. The Wraiths is an elite force tempered by the Unification War, familiar with the terrain of Night City, and capable of independent operations in harsh environments. More importantly, you are sufficiently underestimated. Having you carry out this mission will both demonstrate Nusa's sincerity and avoid prematurely exposing our main deployments. And once the cooperation is established in the subsequent general offensive against Arasaka, the Wraiths will serve as a surprise force, receiving priority equipment supplies and air support, and may even participate in the final occupation of Arasaka Tower. By then, you and your brothers will no longer be warlords trapped in an isolated city, but heroes of Nusa, meritorious contributors to the Unification War. Hansen remained silent, his knuckles slightly white from gripping. He was not unmoved. Trapped in Dogtown for several years, with dwindling resources and increasing external pressure, he knew better than anyone that the dream of an independent kingdom was unsustainable. Returning to the mainstream, gaining official status, and a continuous supply of resources was a deep-seated desire for him and many of his officers. Moreover, the opponent was Arasaka, a force that had caused Nusa much suffering in the Unification War, and one of the culprits that led to his deep penetration and encirclement back then. However, the risks were equally immense. Acting as a bodyguard for a mysterious force, directly facing Arasaka's most elite initial strike, was tantamount to putting himself in the firing line. Who exactly was this so-called mysterious force? Were they trustworthy? The envoy seemed to read his doubts and added, "We know little about that boss. But the technological power he demonstrated is enough to destroy Arasaka Tower. Collaborating with him is not just about protecting him, but also an opportunity to learn and acquire his technology. President Myers and the Militech board believe this investment is worthwhile." The envoy lowered his voice. "We assess that although Arasaka's first wave of attack will be intense, it is not irresistible. As long as the Wraiths can hold out for the first few days, relying on Wasteland Town's complex terrain and pre-built fortifications, our main forces will be able to mobilize, and the pressure will be greatly reduced then. What's more, that boss also seems to have promised to provide you with some technical upgrades." This last sentence became the final straw that broke his hesitation. Hansen took a deep breath, turned to face the envoy, a decisive glint in his single eye. "Tell President Myers and Militech that the Wraiths accepts the order. We will immediately prepare our troops, and the vanguard will be able to set up a defensive line on the outskirts of Wasteland Town within 48 hours at the latest." Inside the Wasteland workshop, Osiris received the confirmation message from Militech forwarded by Morris, along with a preliminary equipment data list for the Wraiths unit. The contents of the list quickly unfolded before his eyes, with various parameters rapidly analyzed and evaluated: old standard rifles left over from the Unification War, second-hand exoskeletons with inconsistent performance, severe lack of heavy firepower support, mobile vehicles mainly consisting of modified civilian vehicles, communication systems several generations behind. Although there were some new things among them, it was clear that the Wraith's overall equipment status still presented the typical equipment state of an isolated warlord unit lacking stable logistical support. Osiris Crimson optical lenses flickered slightly, and data streams smoothly glided across. Faced with this rather rudimentary equipment report, he did not feel disappointed. Instead, he developed an interest akin to a researcher discovering an intriguing subject. How much combat power could such a primitive unit display against Arasaka's regular army after a small improvement by him? This in itself was a valuable practical test. He immediately allocated an independent computational thread, and began to design a minimal upgrade plan based on the list data. Osiris Improvement Plan balanced practicality with technological advancement. He decided to replace some of the projectile weapons with simplified laser weapons, which have higher energy utilization and can effectively reduce logistical burdens. At the same time, he optimized the joint drive system of the exoskeletons and installed small energy shield generators, significantly enhancing individual soldier protection. In terms of heavy firepower, he planned to equip simplified man-portable plasma weapons. Although these weapons have limited power, they are sufficient to pose a threat to armored targets. In addition, he would deploy a simplified tactical data link system to ensure effective coordination of the troops in complex battlefield environments. Although some of these items might not be delivered to the Wraiths in time, Osiris believed that Militech, upon seeing these technologies, would immediately ensure that the Wraiths could hold out until the improvements were completed, in order to observe the practical performance of the technologies Osiris provided. Send this preliminary improvement plan to Militech, Osiris instructed Morris, let them coordinate resources and production lines. Also inform Colonel Hansen that I need the active cooperation of his unit's technical personnel, as well as a secure equipment modification site. As for the specific details of the cooperation and the coordination of subsequent military actions, have them send a representative with sufficient authority to discuss it. His attention refocused on the main console. The complex calculations for the dimensional teleporter were still his priority. However, at this moment, deep within his logical core, a feeling almost akin to anticipation had indeed grown for the impending war triggered by the clash of this era's two giants. This might provide some valuable observational data for his long and focused research career. His gaze swept across the simulated image of Arasaka's White Whale aircraft carrier displayed on the screen, and the Militech troop deployment prediction map arrayed alongside it, as a synthetic voice calmly echoed in the empty workshop, "Let me see what kind of war you can enact." Chapter 157, again 1178 words. Deep within the Wasteland workshop, indicator lights on the main console flickered steadily, illuminating Osiris' metallic body as he stood motionless. His crimson optical lenses smoothly scanned the interwoven multidimensional data streams before him, his processing core simultaneously running several high-priority tasks, continuously analyzing the massive information acquired from the Mikashi, optimizing the complex parameters of the dimensional teleporter, and reviewing the preliminary equipment improvement plans drafted for the Wraiths unit. According to the preliminary cooperation framework established with Militech, an elite advance team from NOVEL, codenamed Wraiths, had arrived as planned in the outer areas of the wasteland town, and begun establishing an initial defensive perimeter. With the intervention of this external force, Osiris' sensor network deployed around the wasteland town automatically increased its scanning frequency and surveillance level to ensure absolute control over the movements in the surrounding environment. Just as he was efficiently allocating computing resources and simultaneously advancing these tasks, a communication request came through the newly established secure link into the workshop's main control system. The source was precisely the Wraiths advance team that had just deployed. Wasteland Town Command Center, this is Wraiths Advance Reconnaissance Team. We have detected unidentified armed engagement approximately 5 kilometers to the southeast. One party is a 6-person team, with refined tactical movements, suspected corporate elites. The other party numbers about 15, with mixed equipment, identified as local mercenaries. The engagement area is moving towards the wasteland town. Request instructions. The voice on the communication channel was calm and professional, with a typical military unit reporting style. Almost at the same moment, another encrypted message from Morris arrived at Osiris' processing core. Her intelligence was even more precise. "Master, the identities of both parties in the engagement have been confirmed. The pursued party is using Kong Tao standard equipment, and their encrypted signal characteristics point to Kong Tao CN, China, headquarters. The pursuing party consists of hired local armed personnel, and the fund flow can be traced to Kong Tao NC, North America, branch." The two streams of intelligence corroborated each other, quickly completing the information puzzle in Osiris' processing core. His crimson optical lenses flickered slightly, and multiple operations were simultaneously initiated in an instant. The overhead view from surveillance satellites and real-time data streams from ground sensors were simultaneously retrieved, forming a three-dimensional perception of the battlefield. Although the image was slightly blurred due to electronic countermeasures in the combat area, the overall situation was clear enough. Despite being at a definite numerical disadvantage, the six-person team displayed extremely high tactical proficiency. They flexibly utilized scattered cover in the Badlands, returned fire with precise short bursts, and maintained the integrity of their formation and movement through skilled alternating cover. After processing by image enhancement algorithms, the facial features of several members were highlighted distinct East Asian profiles. At the same time, Osiris' consciousness silently immersed itself in the electromagnetic spectrum of the battlefield. The fragile communication encryption of the warring parties was no match for him. Invisible data channels were easily established. Communication streams from both factions were instantly intercepted, decrypted, and converted into clear dialogue content, flowing directly into his processing core. From data capture and signal decryption to intelligence analysis, this entire complex information processing flow was completed simultaneously in an instant, supported by his far-beyond-era technological capabilities. The pursued party was precisely the six-person team, composed of East Asian faces. Their internal communication channel, though concise, revealed a high degree of discipline and clear tactical objectives. Team Leader Lee, the people hired by NC are biting hard. At least twice our number. A slightly urgent young voice sounded amidst the gunfire. Received. Keep moving, use abandoned vehicles and terrain for cover, and alternately retreat towards the B3 preset ambush point. The responding voice was steady and decisive. It was Commander Li Wei. Their goal is to prevent us from approaching the wasteland town, and even attempt to capture us. Remember the core mission, reach the destination, state our identity and intentions. Avoid unnecessary entanglement. Understood. But their suppressive fire is too fierce, our right flank is pinned. The NC branch really went all out this time. They're afraid we'll establish direct contact with the wasteland town forces and destabilize their position in North America. That's why we must arrive. Even if it's just to convey goodwill and establish initial contact, it's better than being stifled in the cradle by their despicable methods. While communicating efficiently, they performed rapid tactical maneuvers. In pairs, one group provided precise short-burst suppression fire on the pursuers' positions, while the other quickly retreated to new cover, then role-swapped. The entire process was smooth and orderly. Their Kong Tao standard rifles spat steady tongues of flame amidst the dust of the Badlands, each shot highly efficient, demonstrating the user's superb marksmanship and calm psychological composure. In contrast, the other party's communication channel was filled with chaos and agitation. These hired armed personnel, relying on their numerical superiority, attempted to suppress their opponents with fierce firepower, but lacked effective coordination. These guys from CN are as slippery as eels. Don't let them get away. The employer said, dead or alive, they absolutely cannot be allowed to touch the edge of the wasteland town. A hoarse voice roared on the channel, boss, their shooting is very accurate, and their coordination is too good, not like ordinary corporate security. Nonsense. Otherwise, would those bastards sitting in air-conditioned rooms pay so much? All of you, cheer up. Take this job, and we'll be able to live it up for a while. Their attack methods were cruder, relying on numerical superiority for suppressive fire, bullets spraying like water towards areas where the Kong Tao team might be hiding, sending gravel flying and dust swirling. However, this lack of precision often proved counterproductive, instead exposing their positions, allowing members of Li Wei's team to seize opportunities for counterattacks, with mercenaries occasionally being precisely hit while peeking out to shoot, falling with screams, further exacerbating the attackers' confusion. Osiris instantly parsed these communication contents. The information was clear. There were sharp divisions within Kong Tao. Its Kong Tao CN, China, headquarters dispatched special envoys aiming for friendly contact, while its Kong Tao NC, North America, branch did not hesitate to use violent means to obstruct them. His crimson optical lenses slightly adjusted their focus. Maintain surveillance, do not intervene for now. I will handle this matter. He issued the command to the Wraith's advance team via an encrypted channel. Received. The instruction was then passed to the most suitable executor, Morris. Deploy. Objective: rescue the pursued Kong Tao CN team, ensure their safe arrival at the wasteland town. Necessary force is authorized to clear obstacles. Instruction confirmed. Morris' response was without delay, cold and efficient. The next moment, a blurred figure shot out from a shadow in the outer reaches of the wasteland town, its speed so great that it left only a fleeting, distorted trajectory in the air, like a bullet piercing the atmosphere, heading directly towards the engagement point several kilometers away. Chapter 158, Technology Gap. 1126 Words in the Badlands, on the ruins of a long-abandoned highway. Li Wei and his special operations team were engaged in tactical resistance, using the rusted wrecks of several trucks half buried in the sand as cover. This six-person team was well equipped with Kong Tao's latest smart firearms. The miniature sensors integrated into their weapons were perfectly synchronized with the team members' enhanced neural links, granting them extraordinary shooting precision. At this moment, several smart bullets arced subtly, precisely bypassing the edges of cover, tracking and locking onto enemies attempting to flank them. However, facing more than 15 experienced and heavily armed mercenaries suppressing them from the front and flanking them from the sides, even such advanced equipment struggled to completely overcome the absolute numerical disadvantage. Enemies are flanking on the right. A team member shouted, his smart ammunition kicking up a precise spray of dust on the sand, forcing two approaching enemies to hastily retreat. Jiang, cover the right flank. Wang, prepare smoke grenades, we're moving to the scree slope behind us. Li Wei's voice was as calm as ever. No sooner had he spoken than a smart bullet from his assault rifle arced subtly through the air, precisely hitting a mercenary in the distance, who had just shouldered a grenade launcher. A blood stain from flying shrapnel marred his forehead, but his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. He knew that if they continued to stalemate, even if they weren't completely wiped out, they would inevitably suffer casualties, leading to the mission's complete failure. The NC branch's interception plan this time was despicable, yet extraordinarily effective. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to order the smoke grenades to be thrown for a high-risk forced breakthrough, the battlefield situation suddenly changed. A blurred figure, moving at a speed imperceptible to human eyes, abruptly cut into the flank of the battlefield, precisely the area with the densest mercenary firepower. The figure was impossibly fast, like a phantom tearing through reality, so much so that most mercenaries didn't even perceive her arrival. Until ugh. What was that? Screams and exclamations erupted almost simultaneously. 3 mercenaries on the flank had their gun-wielding arms severed at the shoulder before anyone could react. The cuts were incredibly smooth, blood didn't even have time to spray before the figure had already swept past. They only had time to feel a slight breeze, followed by agonizing pain. Enemy attack. It's a high-speed cybernetic. The mercenary leader finally realized what had happened, yelling hoarsely as he frantically turned his gun. But it was all too late. Morris' figure flickered through the crowd. Her Sandevistan system wasn't even running at full power, only maintaining a level sufficient to completely suppress these mercenaries' reaction speeds. The low-frequency hum of the sonic blade as it unsheathed was almost inaudible, yet carried deadly precision. Every one of her movements was optimally calculated, sometimes precisely severing the ammunition feed lines of enemy weapons, sometimes destroying critical joints of exoskeletons, sometimes stunning targets with just the right amount of force. No wasted movements, no wasted energy, each strike ensured the target instantly lost combat capability. This wasn't a battle, it was a precise dismantling operation. The one who appeared at Arasaka Tower. A Kong Tao team member recognized the distinctive fighting style, his voice filled with unconcealed shock. Li Wei immediately made a decision: cease fire. Everyone stay alert, avoid friendly fire. The battlefield situation was completely reversed in a mere 10 seconds. The mercenaries, who had initially held an absolute advantage, were now more than halved in number. The survivors were completely awed by this inhuman fighting style, hunkering down behind cover, losing even the courage to peek out and observe. Morris stopped in the center of the battlefield, her crimson optical sensors calmly sweeping the area, confirming that remaining threats had been eliminated. She turned towards Li Wei's team, her synthesized voice steady and emotionless. "By Master's command, I am here to escort you to Wasteland Town. Please follow me." Without any explanation or superfluous movements, she turned and walked towards Wasteland Town, as if everything that had just happened was merely routine cleanup. Li Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and quickly gave tactical hand signals. "Everyone follow, maintain formation." The team members immediately tightened their formation and followed closely. As they passed the groaning mercenaries lying on the ground, everyone involuntarily held their breath. Was this the power capable of destroying Arasaka Tower? A single person, in an instant, resolving a seemingly hopeless situation. The scent of blood and gunpowder in the air, contrasted with the calm, almost cruel, figure walking away, left an indelible mark on their hearts. Outside Wasteland Town's perimeter security zone, members of the Wraith's advance team had witnessed the brief, but heart-stopping battle in its entirety through high-magnification binoculars and motion sensors. A strange silence fell over the communication channel, broken only by the faint hum of equipment. "My God! That speed!" A young soldier unconsciously muttered, his fingers tightening slightly on the observation device. "Maintain channel discipline." The captain immediately snapped in a low voice, though his own Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. He quickly connected to the encrypted dedicated line with Dogtown Command. "Colonel Hansen, this is Advance Team 1. We just witnessed a demonstration." The captain chose his words carefully, his voice carrying an uncalm tremor. A high-speed combat unit appeared in the target area and dismantled a 15-person mercenary team in 10 seconds. He took a deep breath and continued his report, his tone becoming more serious. "According to our observations, the unit's speed performance completely exceeds known parameters. It's at least 30% faster than Militaka's most advanced Sandevistan system, and the key is..." The captain paused as if confirming the conclusion he was about to state. "The key is its sustained combat time. From insertion to clear out, the system consistently maintained peak output, showing no signs of the overload typical of conventional Sandevistan systems. It looks like it has no burden at all." Silence hung on the other end of the channel for a moment before Hansen's voice returned, with clear gravity. "Confirm observation results." "Confirmed, Colonel. Sensor logs have been uploaded. This is not any cybernetic performance we recognize." The captain's gaze involuntarily returned to the now still figure in the distance. "I completely understand now why Nusa chose to cooperate with them." After ending the communication, the captain looked around at his team members. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of what they had just witnessed. They finally intuitively realized what kind of existence they were about to cooperate with, or rather, provide perimeter security services for. That wasn't a simple technological advantage, it was a fundamental generational gap. Chapter 159, Required Chinesium. Chapter 1197. Words under Morris' silent guidance, Li Wei's squad navigated the intricate paths on the outskirts of Wasteland Town. Beneath their feet were cracked concrete and overgrown weeds, surrounded by scattered rusted metal skeletons and abandoned industrial equipment. The entire environment still maintained the typical dilapidated appearance of the Badlands fringe. Only in the occasional shadows could some newly deployed sensor nodes be detected, hinting that this area was under strict surveillance. In the distance, the Wraith's unit could be vaguely seen establishing temporary guard post, their figures appearing and disappearing in the dust, indicating that this area had just received new garrison force. As they followed Morris through a seemingly ordinary metal door, the environment abruptly changed. Behind the door was a simple corridor, its walls covered with matte metal panels, and its ceiling embedded with strip lights emitting a soft white glow, a stark contrast to the desolation outside. The air here was clean, carrying the metallic scent characteristic of precision machinery, and a faint smell of coolant. Although the space here was not large, every detail showcased craftsmanship beyond the general standards of this era: flat seams, neat wiring, and a nearly silent environmental control system. Li Wei noticed that at the end of the corridor was a heavy sealed door, and on the ground in front of it were clear traces left by transport equipment, suggesting it might lead to deeper areas. But Morris stopped here, guiding them into a simply furnished reception room to the side. The interior furnishings were extremely simple: a few basic chairs, a display panel embedded in the wall, and almost no other decoration. The only special feature was the holographic projection in the center of the room, which was gradually taking shape, the image of an East Asian youth with black hair and black eyes. Its realism far surpassed common projection technology on the market, with astonishingly clear details. "Welcome to Wasteland Town, Special Envoy Li Wei," the projection spoke, its voice simulated by a high-quality synthesizer, carrying a hint of non-human precision and steadiness. "I am the person in charge here, you can call me Archmagos." Li Wei quickly scanned this obviously meticulously modified space, then looked at the holographic projection, whose technical level far exceeded the ordinary. In his heart, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the Archmagos' technical capabilities. He tidied his collar, which was slightly disheveled from battle, stepped forward, and with a standard posture, nodded slightly, responding neither subserviently nor arrogantly, "Thank you for your timely assistance, Mr. Archmagos. I am Li Wei, a special envoy and senior action supervisor from Kong Tao CN headquarters. My presumptuous visit this time is on behalf of Kong Tao CN headquarters, hoping to establish a direct communication channel with you and express our sincere desire for friendly exchanges and potential cooperation." His wording was formal and clear, directly stating his purpose without any circumlocution or probing. Osiris Projection nodded slightly. "I am aware of your intentions. This is also one of the reasons I decided to act." He candidly admitted his control over information. "I am very curious, after the Arasaka Tower incident, with various factions either fearful or scheming, why did Kong Tao CN choose friendly exchange as its first step?" Li Wei seemed unsurprised that Osiris knew the inside story. He answered frankly, "There are 3 reasons. Firstly, it is based on respect for strength. The technical power you and your team have demonstrated surpasses current common understanding. It would be unwise to be an enemy of such an existence. Secondly, it is an assessment of your modus operandi. From the limited information analyzed, your actions are more purposeful and efficient, rather than simply seeking chaos or destruction, which provides a basis for cooperation." He paused briefly, looking at Osiris Projection with an honest gaze. "Finally, this is the consistent philosophy of Kong Tao CN headquarters. We believe that, where possible, establishing stable, mutually beneficial relationships brings far greater long-term benefits than endless confrontation and scheming. Especially when facing unknown and powerful forces, extending goodwill is the most effective way to reduce the risk of misjudgment and initiate dialogue. The actions of the North America branch do not represent the overall will of Kong Tao, and I express my regret for them." Osiris Projection maintained a natural listening posture, his processing core simultaneously conducting multiple analyses: voice print patterns, micro-expression changes, heart rate fluctuations, and other physiological data were all being monitored in real time. All data pointed to the same conclusion: Li Wei's statements had a high degree of credibility. This conclusion triggered a series of cascading evaluations. The pragmatic attitude and cooperative inclination displayed by Kong Tao CN indeed showed a clear distinction from Arasaka's authoritarian suppression and Militeka's utilitarianism. This reminded him of some memories from before his crossing. Traditional business wisdom like "harmony brings wealth," though blurred in this era, still seemed to cast a faint shadow in Kong Tao CN's corporate behavior. Although this world was not his homeland, Osiris, as the Archmagos who had undergone complete mechanical modification, always upheld logic and efficiency as his highest principles. However, those memory data from before his modification occasionally influenced the weighting of his judgments. At this moment, these memories slightly elevated his initial impression of Kong Tao CN. Further data comparison also supported this judgment. Kong Tao CN's corporate behavior data showed that they focused more on maintaining long-term cooperative relationships and demonstrated a more long-term vision in R&D investment than North American companies. These qualities were all bonus points when he evaluated potential partners. Osiris' projection leaned slightly forward. This subtle movement was both consistent with human social habits and precisely calculated. Within his highly rational thought framework, these preferences based on past memories had been converted into quantifiable evaluation parameters, becoming legitimate variables in the decision matrix. I understand, Osiris' projection spoke again. Your honesty is valuable. As you said, meaningless confrontation consumes resources, and efficiency and cooperation are what I advocate. He paused briefly to conduct a final risk-benefit assessment. Cooperating with Kong Tao Cien could introduce a partner with deep expertise in technology and manufacturing, which would be beneficial for potential future base construction and development. Their relatively gentle operational style would also be easier to integrate into a management framework. Most importantly, that faint preference stemming from cultural roots aligned with logical judgment at this moment. I have received Kong Tao Cien headquarters' desire for friendly exchange and cooperation, Osiris finally said. On his projected image, the corner of his mouth seemed to curve into an extremely subtle arc. I believe there is a basis for dialogue between us. Regarding the specific possibilities for cooperation, we can discuss further. A flicker of imperceptible relief flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He nodded solemnly again. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Archmagos. Kong Tao Cien looks forward to engaging in dialogue with you. Thus, within the Wasteland workshop on the eve of the coming storm in Night City, a new force Kong Tao Cien from the east established initial contact with the mysterious Archmagos in a way that surprised everyone. And this, perhaps, will quietly alter the future balance of power. Chapter 160, Power Armor 1097 words. The core area of the Wasteland workshop was enveloped in a low hum, where time was precisely segmented into milliseconds. The control interface flowed with a cold glow, outlining Osiris' silently standing metal body with increasing clarity. His crimson optical lenses steadily tracked the holographic projection suspended in the air, which displayed real-time updates from the outskirts of the wasteland town. A team, distinctly better equipped than the local militias, was establishing defensive fortifications. This was the Wraiths unit commanded by Colonel Hansen, a former independent combat unit recently reintegrated into NOVEL. They were deployed here as a vanguard under the cooperation framework, responsible for constructing the outer defense line. Just as Osiris was assessing the efficiency of the defense line's deployment, the workshop's airtight door silently slid open. Moore's figure appeared in the doorway, followed by 4 heavy transport robots collaboratively carrying a sealed cargo box emblazoned with the Militech emblem. Master, the sample has arrived. Moore's voice was calm and even. Militech as representative is waiting outside, accompanied by a Lazarus Mercenaries power armor squad. Osiris' metal head rotated slightly, his crimson optical lenses focusing on the sealed cargo box, approximately 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Let them in. As the airtight door fully opened, a middle-aged man in a Militech standard suit stepped inside, followed by 5 Lazarus mercenaries, fully armored and moving in perfect unison. The power armor of these mercenaries was clearly more advanced than the models used by the Wraiths unit outside, with faint blue energy streams subtly visible at the armor seams. Archmagos, the Militech representative bowed slightly. In accordance with the agreement, we have brought the latest batch of Assault Squad 6 model samples, along with the Lazarus squad responsible for training. Colonel Hansen's unit is currently coordinating with our technical personnel. Through the open workshop door, the Lazarus squad could be seen conducting a handover with the Wraiths advance team on the training ground. 2 Lazarus mercenaries were demonstrating the basic operation procedures of the power armor to the Wraith soldiers, their movements precise and efficient. We look forward to your professional assessment, the representative continued, gesturing for the transport robots to steadily place the cargo box onto the analysis platform. Osiris' crimson optical lenses swept over the Lazarus mercenaries present, noting the unique NOVEL emblem on the shoulders of their power armor. Open it. Morris stepped forward to operate the unlocking mechanism. With the low hum of the hydraulic system, the cargo box panels slowly unfolded, revealing the gray-black power armor secured inside. At the same time, the Lazarus squad outside had already begun guiding the Wraith soldiers through the power armor's startup procedure, the roar of engines igniting echoing across the training ground. Morris stepped forward and operated the control panel on the side of the box. With the low hiss of the hydraulic mechanism, the box panel slowly unfolded, revealing the steel giant firmly secured on its buffer supports. A gray-black humanoid power armor, nearly 3 meters tall, was displayed before him. Its armor surface was matte-finished, reflecting almost no light under the workshop's illumination. Bulky bionic joints and thick composite armor plates formed a formidable appearance, with standard weapon interfaces on its arms exposed, revealing its modular design. Sample status is good, no abnormalities detected during transport, Morris added, simultaneously directing the transport robots to fully unload the cargo box. Osiris processor had already begun to retrieve relevant data. This Assault Squad 6 power armor was the main equipment of Militech's ground forces, its design philosophy clearly leaning towards pragmatism, emphasizing firepower and protection, while making compromises in mobility and energy efficiency. "You may return to your post," Osiris' voice echoed in the workshop. Morris nodded slightly, her figure quietly retreating. Militech's representative and the Lazarus mercenaries also discreetly withdrew, and the airtight door closed once more. Now, only Osiris and this steel giant remained in the workshop. His optical lenses meticulously scanned every detail of the power armor, from the shock absorption system on its feet to the sensor array on its head. The technological level represented by this machine was about to undergo a review beyond this era. Log: Sample Assault Squad 6 received, initial external scan complete, structural integrity assessed at 87.4%. With 3 non-critical transport abrasions, Osiris' voice resonated in the workshop, his tone carrying the focused intensity characteristic of a researcher, even with a hint of subtle interest. A servo skull hovering in mid-air immediately responded, its eye projecting a pale blue scanning beam, slowly circling the power armor with a continuous, monotonous hum. Scan confirms external armor is titanium ceramic composite, joint drive system is high-torque hydraulic and electromagnetic hybrid, energy core is high-density fission battery, current output power stable, efficiency 42% lower than Mars standard for reactor. Its voice was flat and devoid of inflection, each word seemingly retrieved from a fixed lexicon. The efficiency issue is expected. Osiris' crimson lens carefully scanned the power armor's back interface, a very light, almost psi-like whoosh of air coming from beneath his metal faceplate. However, the design approach of this thing is quite interesting. Look at this interface layout, focus on its operating mode, access the internal system, and pull up both the operation manual and the neural interface protocols. His metal fingers lightly tapped the edge of the control panel, revealing a curiosity for new technology. Receiving command, attempting to decrypt encryption protocol, the servo skull's I-beam flickered with an unchanging rhythm. Protocol decryption complete, data extracted. Operation manual and neural interface protocols downloaded. It paused, then continued to report in an uninflected tone, operating mode confirmed, driver located in sealed cockpit within the chest cavity. Movement intentions are translated into mechanical actions via a full-body sensor suit and direct neural interface system. Feedback system simulates tactile and force sensations, enhancing control immersion. Osiris' metal fingers swiftly tapped the control panel, calling up a detailed holographic model of the power armor, observing with keen interest the process of its internal structure being built layer by layer. A typical exoskeleton amplifier approach, or rather, it took the humanoid vehicle path. Enclosing the entire person inside, using an external frame and power system to amplify the body's capabilities, a rather clever design, though a bit simple and crude. This is indeed different from the Empire's mainstream approach of viewing power armor as wearable plate armor, right from the design philosophy. His voice carried a clear research enthusiasm, as if admiring a cleverly crafted exotic artifact, his crimson optical lenses scanning back and forth across the gray-black power armor, like evaluating a collectible worthy of careful appreciation. Chapter 161, Upgrade Plan *2x. 2319 words. Osiris' metal finger lightly tapped the control panel, calling up the Warhammer Universe power armor data stored deep within the core database. Detailed structural diagrams of Space Marine power armor immediately appeared in the holographic projection. Its massive and intricate construction exuded an awe-inspiring aura even in a static display. Look at this, buddy. His synthesized voice carried a tone almost of nostalgia. This system is essentially a precise instrument that can be worn, an extension and enhancement of the user's biological body. Although the power armor in the image was equally heavy and massive, its design philosophy was entirely different. It was more like a second skin covering a reinforced body, with every component perfectly fitted to the wearer's physiological characteristics. Its core lies in the concept of wearing, Osiris continued to explain, his optical lens moving with the highlighted key components in the image, focusing on seamless integration with the biological entity, pursuing ultimate protection, life support, and strength amplification. He paused briefly, allowing the servoskull enough time to record this information. Every set of such power armor is a sacred relic of precision engineering, containing profound technological heritage. Osiris raised his hand to lightly touch the curved surface of his chest plate, his metal fingertip making a subtle clinking sound against the armor. Just like this dragon scale pattern I'm wearing, it also adheres to this basic principle, though with targeted adjustments in specific configurations. In summary, Osiris turned to the servoskull. The Imperium's technological path is to enhance the individual, integrate protection, and view power armor as a sacred extension. And this sample before us, he pointed to the assault squad, Type 7 on the analysis platform, takes a completely different route. It manufactures vehicles, amplifies the individual, and treats power armor as a large vehicle. The servoskull emitted a regular hum, its I-beam steadily scanning the holographic image. Data recording complete. The Warhammer path relies on the wearer's superhuman physique and spiritual resonance with the armor. The current sample's path relies on the pilot's operational skill and neural endurance. Basically correct. Osiris nodded slightly, but let's look at a more extreme example. Call up the data on the Thalaxy, buddy. When the new holographic image unfolded, it presented an unsettling construct. The form of the Thalaxy was somewhere between biological and mechanical, and the exposed interfaces and forcibly fused traces on the transparent anatomical diagram gave the entire design a cruel aura. This is a Thalaxy. Osiris' voice carried a cautious undertone. It is neither wearable armor nor a drivable vehicle. The image highlighted the critical nodes that forcibly connected organic tissue with mechanical platforms. This is a path of fusion and replacement, he continued to explain, using machinery to largely replace native organic tissue, embedding the preserved brain and parts of the nervous system directly into the combat frame as the core control unit. Osiris' metal finger lightly tapped the control panel, indicating that he was deep in thought. This solution sacrifices almost all human characteristics, comfort, and reversibility, in exchange for the possibility of approaching or even partially surpassing the combat effectiveness of space marine power armor at a relatively lower cost, especially when compared to it. He paused briefly, then concluded, this is a highly efficient solution, but it is controversial in terms of aesthetics and humanity, although the Imperium neither cares about design aesthetics nor humanity much. Osiris' crimson optical lens gazed at the assault squad, Type 7, the logical threads in his processor gradually converging into clear pathways. This world's technology has indeed forged its own path in neural direct connection and cybernetic augmentation. His synthesized voice carried the unique rhythm of contemplation. They are not unaware of the possibility of fusion. Buddy, retrieve the Arasaka archives we found in the Mikashi, especially regarding the project codenamed Ogre. The servoskull emitted a steady hum, its I-beam projecting the relevant data stream. Archives retrieved. Arasaka Corporation once attempted to develop highly integrated full-body cybernetics, with a target body size set below 2. Exactly, Osiris nodded slightly, but the final product turned into a behemoth over 3 meters tall. This was essentially an attempt to follow a path similar to a light Thalaxy, but unfortunately, they couldn't break through the core bottlenecks of size and energy. He turned to the servoskull, his metal finger lightly tapping a rhythm on the control panel. Now we can sort out 3 clear technological pathways, buddy. The first is the Warhammer universe's route, treating power armor as sacred wearable equipment, emphasizing biological integration, and pursuing precision-engineered heavy armor. Its advantages lie in extreme protective capabilities, its symbiotic nature with the wearer, and unparalleled reliability. However, the cost is also obvious, prohibitively expensive, almost impossible to mass-produce, and it must rely on specific genetic aptitude and unwavering faith. The servo-skull emitted a monotonous confirmation sound, path 1 recorded. The second is the path represented by this sample before us. Osiris pointed to the power armor on the analysis platform, treating power armor as a drivable vehicle, operated via neural direct connection, following a tool-oriented heavy armor route. Its advantages are lower basic requirements for the pilot, quick training, and ease of mass production and deployment. But its disadvantages are equally prominent: relatively weak protective capabilities, heavy reliance on external energy and maintenance systems, and it imposes a huge neural load on the pilot. Path 2 recorded. The servo-skull responded mechanically. As for the third path, Osiris called up the Thalaxy archives, and the fused biological and mechanical interfaces in the holographic image were particularly jarring. It is this forbidden heavy armor of forced organic-inorganic integration. Its advantages lie in relatively high cost-effectiveness, the ability to generate formidable combat power, and controllable loyalty through modification methods. But the price paid is thorough dehumanizing modification, accompanied by extremely high technical risks and the possibility of losing control, to the extent that many factions within the Adeptus Mechanicus themselves view it with apprehension. Path 3 recorded. The servo-skull emitted a monotonous confirmation sound, its I-beam maintaining a steady scanning rhythm. A faint electronic sound came from beneath Osiris' metal faceplate, as if he were chuckling. "You see, buddy," his voice carried the unique rhythm of contemplation, "every path has something worth learning from." His crimson optical lens refocused on the assault squad, Type 7, carefully examining its external structure. "Directly adopting the Thalaxy's technological path is not suitable, buddy." His synthesized voice was steady and objective, "not to mention that I personally do not appreciate that style of modification, from a technical specification standpoint alone. I have not obtained the complete technical usage license issued by the relevant Forge World. As for the plan to fully replicate the Warhammer power armor," Osiris' metal fingers gently tapped the control panel, "it is indeed difficult to achieve in the short term given the industrial foundation of this world. More importantly, doing so would fail to fully utilize the characteristics of the local existing human resources." His optical lens slightly adjusted its focus, beginning to meticulously analyze the joint structure of the assault squad, Type 7. "Therefore, the most reasonable plan, buddy, is to optimize based on existing technology. Retain the vehicle-like frame of this system, which aligns with local manufacturing capabilities, and leverages their advantages in personnel training." Osiris' metal fingers tapped lightly on the control panel, producing a series of crisp sounds. "First, start by improving the energy system, buddy." His optical lens focused on the power armor's fission battery unit. "This fission system is too inefficient and carries the risk of radiation leakage. Design a simplified fusion core, maintaining the original volume, but increasing output power by 300% and extending continuous combat time by 5 times. The servo-skull emitted a steady hum, receiving instructions. Fusion core miniaturization plan being called up. The cooling system must also be upgraded simultaneously, Osiris added, using liquid metal circulation cooling to ensure stability under high power output. His gaze shifted to the armor plating of the power armor. Secondly, the existing titanium ceramic composite layer provides insufficient protection. A specially treated reinforced alloy plating should be compounded in critical areas. Osiris emphasized, it does not need to meet the standards of space marine armor. It only needs to effectively resist most armor-piercing ammunition and low-yield explosives of this era. Reinforced alloy plating plan being generated. Material requirements list has been compiled, the servo-skull responded mechanically. Osiris' fingertips moved to the schematic diagram of the power armor's weapon system. Third, while their existing ballistic weapons and missiles are powerful, they create too much logistical pressure. Install a light laser cannon as its main weapon, while retaining the original physical weapon interfaces and missile nests. Laser weapon integration plan being calculated. Energy distribution circuits being rerouted, the servo-skull's I-beams moved, following Osiris' instructions. However, Osiris paused slightly, these improvements must be carried out in stages. The first batch of upgrade packages will only include the two most core improvements. He brought up a schematic of the new design plan. The first batch of improvements will focus on energy and basic protection. A simplified fusion core, paired with a weakened version of a kinetic shield generator. Osiris explained in detail, the shield does not need to withstand plasma cannons, it only needs to deflect shrapnel and resist light weapon fire. This will greatly enhance battlefield survivability. Shield generator miniaturization plan initiated, energy core load test passed, the Servoskull reported. Label this initial improvement plan as the Fangs, Type 1 Power Armor Upgrade Kit, Phase 1. Osiris confirmed finally, send the technical blueprints and production requirements to Militech for them to coordinate resources for trial production. Clearly inform them that we need a batch of test models for subsequent real-world combat evaluation. Information packaging complete, encrypted link established. Beginning transmission to Militech as designated receiving node, the Servoskull executed the command steadily. Osiris watched the data transmission progress bar, already planning the second phase of improvements in his mind. Optimizations for the neural interface system and weapon system could be done later. The most important thing now was to first let this batch of power armor prove the value of the basic improvement plan on the battlefield. After dealing with the initial improvement plan for the power armor, Osiris shifted some of his attention away from specific technical parameters. His perception network quietly extended, relaying distant sights and sounds in real time through sensor nodes deployed on the outskirts of the wasteland town. On the temporary training ground at the edge of the wasteland town, the scene was busy and orderly. Several assault squad, Type 7 power armors, just unloaded from transport vehicles, stood on the sandy ground, their gray-black armor gleaming dully in the afternoon sun. The soldiers of the Wraith's unit appeared exceptionally small next to these steel giants. They were divided into several groups, familiarizing themselves with the basic operations of this new equipment under the guidance of technical consultants sent by Militech. The engines of heavy transport vehicles roared intermittently, kicking up plumes of dust on the dry ground. The soldiers' commands, the hissing sounds of the power armor's hydraulic systems during testing, and the crisp clanging of tools hitting metal intertwined, creating a busy atmosphere unique to the eve of battle. Osiris' sensors focused on the center of the field. There, a squad commander from the Lazarus mercenaries was demonstrating the power armor's basic tactical maneuvers to Colonel Hansen. The 3-meter-tall steel body performed standard tactical movements under the commander's skilled operation, its mechanical feet heavily stomping on the ground, leaving deep imprints. Colonel Hansen looked up at the war machine, his single eye slightly narrowed, his gaze following the power armor's movements. That gaze held both an instinctive desire for powerful force and a cautious consideration of the complex situation at hand. He occasionally raised a hand to gesture something, engaging in brief exchanges with the Lazarus commander. Osiris' crimson optical lens slightly adjusted its focus, recording these details one by one. These soldiers, this equipment, were about to become his window into observing this era's warfare patterns, and also the testing ground for validating his technological improvement plans. And Arasaka's White Whale carrier battle group, as intelligence showed, was approaching by sea, carrying the flames of revenge and their elite power armor forces. Real combat is the best testing ground, Osiris' synthetic voice echoed softly in the empty workshop, his calm tone devoid of any emotion, only a pure pursuit of data and efficiency. Let me see firsthand what kind of effectiveness power armor upgraded with the Fangs kit, and the armies of this world, can demonstrate when facing equally matched opponents. His gaze swept over the two holographic projections displayed side by side on the main console. One was a real-time satellite image of Arasaka's White Whale carrier, and the other was a deployment prediction map of Militech forces. A regular battle, indirectly facilitated by him, on a scale far exceeding street skirmishes, was brewing on the outskirts of Night City. And he, at the center of this storm, calmly prepared to collect all valuable data including the process and outcome of the war itself. Inside the workshop, the regular scanning sound of the Servoskull and the faint hum of equipment operation formed a constant background noise. The improvement plan had been sent out, and now it was time to wait for Militech's feedback and the arrival of the test prototypes. Osiris' massive body turned back to the main console. The complex calculations of the dimensional teleporter still occupied the highest priority, but data streams concerning power armor improvements and the impending war also received stable background processes within his core. For an exploration archmagos, observing and understanding the forms of warfare in an unfamiliar world was itself an important part of accumulating valuable knowledge. And this upcoming conflict would provide a wealth of first-hand observational data. Chapter 162, Yorinobu *3x 4236 words. The white whale, this steel behemoth floating in the Pacific Ocean, was steadily plowing through the deep blue sea with unstoppable majesty, heading towards the west coast of North America, towards Night City. On its deck, fighter jets were neatly arranged like resting birds of prey. Inside its hull, it was fully loaded with Arasaka's most elite power armor units and most advanced killing machines. To the outside world, this was a destructive force capable of making small nations tremble and opponents stand ready, the iron fist of the Arasaka Empire displaying its supreme authority, sailing with thunderous momentum towards the battlefield of revenge. However, the person standing at the nominal highest command position of this powerful fleet harbored intentions diametrically opposed to the will represented by this ship. Yorinobu Arasaka stood alone in the observation room next to the flagship's bridge. Outside the thick bulletproof glass was the boundless ocean, reflecting his deep and complex gaze. He was dressed in a well-tailored Arasaka senior commander uniform, the insignia on his epaulets, representing family and power, cold and dazzling. This attire bound him tightly to this ship and to the Arasaka name, yet this was precisely the shackles he had wanted to break free from for nearly half a century. The automatic door of the observation room slid open silently, and steady footsteps interrupted his gaze. Takayama Shintaro, Arasaka's chief of security and the true mastermind behind this operation, walked to a position slightly behind and to his side. This old retainer's hair was meticulously combed, his face resolute, and his eyes held scrutiny and a hint of imperceptible worry. Lord Yorinobu, Takayama Shintaro's voice was low and steady, carrying the unique tone of respect and admonition that an elder holds for a junior, and a subordinate for his lord. We are about to enter the designated operational waters. Ahead lies Night City. Yorinobu did not turn around, merely issuing an almost inaudible from his nose as a response, his gaze still fixed on the faintly emerging coastline in the distance. Takayama seemed accustomed to his attitude and continued, Lord Saburo, entrusting you with command of this special retribution operation carries significant meaning. I know that in the past, you have had reservations about some of the family's operational principles. His phrasing was cautious, clearly referring to Yorinobu's formation of the Steel Dragons to oppose the family in his youth, and the decades of rebellion and estrangement he sometimes displayed afterward. But this time, it's different. Takayama Shintaro's tone grew a few shades heavier. The destruction of the Night City branch and the fall of the Mikashi is an open provocation to Arasaka's authority. It is war. As Arasaka's heir, the Empire's prince, you are now at the forefront. This is your best opportunity and perhaps your only opportunity to demonstrate your capabilities and establish your prestige both within and outside the corporation. He paused slightly, observing Yorinobu's reaction, and seeing that the other remained silent, he pressed further, saying earnestly, Lord Yorinobu, for the past 50 years, some of your actions may have seemed somewhat willful and immature to the elders. What they need to see is a leader capable of inheriting Lord Saburo's will and supporting Arasaka's future, not a young master still immersed in adolescent rebellious emotions. This operation is your stage to prove yourself. Please be extremely careful with your words and actions, prioritize the greater good, and do not fool around anymore. The last two words Takayama Shintaro spoke very softly, yet they carried significant weight. This was the most direct admonition he could offer as an old retainer, who had watched Yorinobu grow up and still harbored a trace of recognition for his status as the legitimate heir. He genuinely hoped Yorinobu could use this opportunity to turn his image around and truly shoulder the responsibilities of an heir, even though he might never fully comprehend the all-consuming fire in Yorinobu's heart. Yorinobu finally turned around slowly, his face devoid of any offended anger or impatience from being lectured, only a calm that was almost nihilistic. Uncle Takayama, he used the informal address, his voice devoid of emotion, "I know what to do. For Arasaka's future, I will do what I must." His words were ambiguous. To Takayama, they might have sounded like a promise, but in Yorinobu's own mind, they held a completely different meaning. For the future he desired, one without megacorporations like Arasaka, he would naturally do what he must, which was to guide this ship of revenge, along with everything it represented, towards its ultimate destruction. Takayama Shintaro carefully observed Yorinobu's expression, seemingly trying to find some sincerity or determination within it. Finally, he nodded slightly. "It's good that you understand. I will assist you fully to ensure the success of the operation." He bowed again, then quietly exited the observation room. The door closed once more, and Yorinobu again cast his gaze to the distance. The outline of the coastline seemed a bit clearer. It was not just a battlefield about to ignite, but also the prelude to burying the entire corporate era, a moment he had finally awaited after 50 years of planning. Takayama Shintaro's advice was like an irrelevant breeze, blowing across his heart, which had long turned to stone. His plan was far grander and far more brutal than merely establishing personal prestige, or inheriting the Arasaka Empire. Yorinobu's thoughts inevitably drifted back to the distant past, to the youthful era that had completely altered the trajectory of his life. Teacher Hasha Kenjiro, the instructor at the Iron Lotus Dojo, was his spiritual guide and the first crack in the high wall of his perception. In that dojo, filled with the scent of wood and sweat, Teacher Hasha taught not only the art of killing and winning with the sword, but also the heart sword, the ability to cut through confusion and face one's true self. He never spoke of empty politics or philosophy, but through the rigorous practice of each move, he guided Yorinobu to ponder the essence of power, the boundaries of responsibility, and why a wielder of the sword fights. Initially, Yorinobu's worldview was a fortress meticulously constructed for him by Arasaka. Corporations brought order and prosperity, technology led human progress, and Arasaka's position at the top was an inevitable consequence of ability and destiny. All the privileges he enjoyed were proof of this system's rationality. However, Teacher Hasho, inadvertently, allowed him a glimpse of the real world beyond the fortress. After one class, Teacher Hasha calmly spoke of an old man outside the dojo who had lost everything because he couldn't repay a corporate medical loan. Another time, he pointed to a brief news report about an ecological disaster somewhere, commenting that it was an area where a large corporation had dumped industrial waste. Teacher Hasho offered no fierce accusations, only factual statements and a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. These fragmented pieces of information, like water dripping on stone, slowly eroded Yorinobu's ingrained perceptions. He began to observe consciously, using the heart sword Teacher Hasho had given him to dissect everything around him. He noticed that at family banquets, when executives discussed mergers and acquisitions, the casually mentioned necessary layoffs hid thousands of families. He read reports in his father's study about human resource optimization and market cleansing, which concealed bloody competition and annexations. He realized for the first time that beneath the glossy progress of Arasaka's promotional videos were countless consumables squeezed dry and discarded. The order he took for granted was a precise control built upon systemic exploitation and silent suffering. This upheaval of perception was painful and violent. His worldview, built over 18 years, crumbled, replaced by chaos and guilt. He began to loathe the delicacies on the dining table, for they might be stained with blood and sweat. He resented the deferential attendants around him, for their deference stemmed from fear and power imbalance. Arasaka's splendor no longer shone in his eyes, instead, it reflected the blood, tears, and desiccated bones of countless sacrificed individuals. Teacher Hasha made him understand that he was not only an heir to privilege, but also a part of this all-consuming system. However, the light of enlightenment is always fleeting. Teacher Hasho's suicide, with its meticulously arranged yet flawed disguise, was like a basin of ice water that not only extinguished the last vestiges of his illusion of family warmth, but also made him realize with chilling clarity the cruel nature of this system. Any spark that attempted to awaken others or challenge the established order would be mercilessly snuffed out. It didn't even require a clear directive from the family. The system's own defense mechanisms would activate. It didn't care who it was, only whether the threat was eliminated. The young man who, under the family's patronage, had carried a touch of innocence and arrogance, died completely at that moment. In his place emerged a young man who had seen his own predicament and the dark underbelly of the entire world. His heart was no longer confused, only cold despair remained, and a silent flame, quietly ignited in that despair, destined to consume everything. In 2016, on the night he graduated from the University of Tokyo, Saburo Arasaka held a cold, coming-of-age ceremony for Yorinobu in his study. It wasn't just about presenting business blueprints and financial reports. It was a systematic unveiling of the true nature of power operations within the Arasaka Empire. Yorinobu saw a dark core far beyond imagination, meticulously planned political assassination files, financial ambush schemes capable of toppling the economies of small nations, comprehensive surveillance reports on competitors and even government officials, and thousands of lives marked as acceptable losses. Power was no longer an abstract concept, but had transformed into cold data and blood-stained directives. At that moment, Yorinobu's last vestiges of affection and fantasy for his family bloodline were utterly crushed, replaced by a cold disgust and an almost physiological revulsion. He could not bear to stay in this all-consuming system for another second. He chose the most direct, most primal form of rebellion, running away from home, disappearing into the neon-lit shadows of Tokyo, and forming a biker gang called Steel Dragon. They defaced Arasaka's GG brand with graffiti, attacked Arasaka's transport convoys with steel pipes, and vented their impotent rage by destroying low-level corporate facilities. During that time, material scarcity and constant danger surrounded him, yet Yorinobu felt alive like never before. He and his companions, who were exploited by corporations and harbored resentment, squeezed into cramped safe houses, sharing meager food, and discussing vague, but to him, incredibly noble goals, breaking free from the corporate cage. It was a naive idealism, yet it was also the first time he had acted according to his own will, full of tragic sincerity. However, his half-brother, Arasaka Kei, viewed Yorinobu's actions as an unforgivable defilement of family honor. This crown prince, fanatically devoted to maintaining Arasaka's purity and absolute authority, swore to personally eliminate this stain and traitor from the family. Without explicit instruction from his father, but leveraging his position and influence within the conglomerate, Arasaka Kei mobilized the elite security forces directly under headquarters and issued an extermination order against Steel Dragon. This order was cold and efficient. Its purpose was not arrest, but complete physical elimination. Corporate soldiers equipped with top-tier weapons and cybernetics rolled over them like a relentless steel tide, precisely crushing all resistance. Resistance was futile. Companions with whom he had once shared drinks and discussed ideals were torn apart like paper in front of professional killing machines, falling in dirty back alleys and beside burning vehicle wreckage. Their sacrifice was not a glorious martyrdom, but stemmed from a cold family purge aimed specifically at him. This scene became Yorinobu's inescapable nightmare for the next 50 years. Every silent night, those young and angry faces would flash before his eyes, and his brother Arasaka Kei's cold face was the footnote to all this tragedy. This one-sided massacre brought him to full realization. He understood that confronting a corporate empire that had highly systematized and refined violence with passion and street violence was like trying to smash a rock with an egg. Individual or small group resistance was meaningless in the face of the institutionalized cruelty represented by Arasaka Kei. To truly shake this behemoth, he needed greater power, deeper strategies, and longer endurance. He left Japan, wandering the globe, seeking the power and methods that could truly shake Arasaka's foundations. He had encountered various resistance organizations, observed the pros and cons of different systems, and finally, the outbreak of the Fourth Corporate War gave him a crucial revelation. He saw Arasaka and Militech, these two behemoths, once forced into nationalization, under the attrition of war and the intervention of state power. Although this was only a temporary facade, it showed him hope. Only by making corporations destroy each other could this deformity system be fundamentally dismantled. If it couldn't be destroyed from the outside, then it would be detonated from within. He made the most difficult and resolute decision of his life to return to the family, to his hated father's side, and play the role of a prodigal son heir. He endured inner torment, lurking for 50 years under Saburo Arasaka's all-seeing yet calculating gaze, and amidst his sister Hanako's complex and inscrutable care. He knew better than anyone his father's true purpose in accepting his return. The relic chip, the download end of the soul killer technology, was not only his father's key to digital immortality but also a magnificent coffin prepared for him. Yorinobu Arasaka, the rebellious son, with pure Arasaka blood flowing through his veins. His body would be the best vessel for Saburo Arasaka's consciousness transfer. And his beloved sister Hanako was the most loyal executor and manipulator of this terrifying plan. This knowledge gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake, yet it also strengthened his resolve. Originally, his plan had already entered its final stage. With relic technology matured, he was preparing to steal the chip, using it as bait to meticulously plan a conflict capable of igniting the Fifth Corporate War, dragging Arasaka, Militech, and all other megacorporations coveting this technology into an abyss of no return. He wanted to rebuild a new world without corporate rule on the ruins of corporations, a world teacher Hashu had once described to him fairer and more respectful of life. Now, the sudden fall of Arasaka Tower in Night City disrupted his pace, but unexpectedly accelerated the process. Militech and Nussa's active preparations for war, his father's furious decision to dispatch the White Whale, European Bank's covert instigation, Kong Tao's internal strife. All factors, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, were rapidly sliding towards his anticipated full-scale conflict. The situation is developing faster than expected. Yorinobu gazed at the surging waves outside the window, calmly analyzing. Militech wants to unify by taking advantage of the situation. Father wants bloody revenge. European Banks wants to profit from the chaos. Kong Tao is unstable internally. Very good, chaos is a ladder, the best catalyst for burying the old order. His goal was never to help Arasaka win this war. On the contrary, he wanted to ensure this war was sufficiently brutal, so brutal that all combatants would be severely weakened, or even annihilate each other. At the critical moment, he would deliver a fatal blow to Arasaka from behind, while also finding ways to intensify conflicts between other corporations, letting the flames of war spread indefinitely. Hansen's wraiths, have they repledged allegiance to Nussa? He recalled the latest intelligence he had just received about the unit dispatched to the outskirts of Wasteland Town, and that Archmagos, who destroyed the Mikashi, an unknown variable, but perhaps it could also be a sharp tool to break the balance. His mind raced, thinking about how to utilize these newly emerging forces. The enemy of an enemy is not necessarily a friend, but definitely a usable asset. What he had to do was not to ally with anyone, but to ensure that everyone was deeply mired and unable to extricate themselves. An officer entered the observation room, bowing respectfully. Lord Yorinobu, Advisor Takayama requests your presence in the operations briefing room. The final landing operation plan is about to be finalized. Yorinobu turned around, all emotions belonging to a revolutionary, instantly receding from his face, replaced by a cold indifference befitting his status, tinged with suppressed anger and resolve. Understood, he responded calmly, his voice steady, betraying no ripple of emotion. He stepped out of the observation room, walking towards the conference room where more slaughter and destruction were being planned. Each step seemed to tread upon the bones of his former companions, upon his own 50 years of forbearance. The flame within him had never extinguished, instead, it burned even more fiercely and purely during the long suppression. This colossal ship of vengeance, named the White Whale, carried not only Saburo Arasaka's wrath, but also the ultimate ideal of a revolutionary determined to perish with the entire old world. Yorinobu Arasaka, this betrayer of his surname, would personally light the fuse, watching everything he abhorred, in the flames of the Fifth Corporate War, transform into the cornerstone of his envisioned new world. He didn't care if he survived the ruins, he only cared that the era where corporations controlled everything and regarded human lives as expendable must end. The massive hull of the White Whale, like a moving mountain of steel, hung silently over the cold sea west of Night City. Leaden gray clouds hung low, merging with the polluted haze that permeated the city, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of the scarred metropolis. Inside the bridge, the light was soft, with only the faint glow from various instruments and equipment, and the shifting light of the holographic star map, illuminating solemn faces. Yorinobu Arasaka stood before the massive viewport, his gaze piercing the reinforced glass, resting on the familiar yet strange skyline of the city in the distance. He had countless times wished to destroy the very foundations of its existence, and now, holding the power, he stood on the brink of achieving his goal, yet his heart was filled with a cold, dead silence, devoid of any satisfaction. Yorinobu-sama, Takayama Shintaro's steady voice sounded behind him, the landing forces are ready. The power armor units have completed their final checks, and are ready for combat at any moment. Yorinobu did not turn around, merely giving a faint HM. Takayama stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, also looking towards Night City. According to feedback from our remaining intelligence network, the target Wasteland Town area is already fortified. Nusa has reactivated Hansen's Wraiths unit, and deployed it on the perimeter. Furthermore, the squad that destroyed Arasaka Tower has also shown signs of activity in that area. A ragtag bunch, plus a rebel army, and a few somewhat special street rats. Yorinobu's tone carried a hint of imperceptible sarcasm, unsure if he was evaluating the enemy or mocking his current identity. Do not underestimate them, Yorinobu-sama, Takayama Shintaro reminded him, his tone still respectful but with an elder's admonition. The fact that they could destroy Arasaka Tower means they have something to rely on. Directly deploying our main force for a frontal assault, while it would demonstrate Arasaka's thunderous might, could also lead to unnecessary losses, and it would make the outside world think we are too hasty and lack strategy. Yorinobu slowly turned around, his face devoid of any expression, as if wearing a meticulously carved mask. Takayama-Ajisen, what do you suggest? We need a probe. Takayama Shintaro's gaze was sharp, a sufficiently determined probe that can test the enemy's defensive strengths and weaknesses, reaction speed, and firepower configuration. At the same time, this is also an opportunity to cleanse the interior and boost morale. Yorinobu seemed to show some interest, gesturing for him to continue. The Night City branch has fallen, and the surviving security personnel, especially the mid to low-level commanders, are not without blame. Takayama's voice lowered, carrying a cold logic. According to tradition, they need to prove their loyalty and wash away their shame. Rather than letting them mix into the main force with their stains and unease, it's better to give them an opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty to Arasaka, and to Saburo-sama. A cold understanding flashed deep in Yorinobu's eyes. He knew this logic too well. Sacrifices packaged with honor and responsibility were essentially just cold resource utilization and internal cleansing. And this was precisely what his plan needed: chaos, attrition, and a prelude big enough to attract attention. He nodded slightly, taking over Takayama Shintaro's unspoken words, and said in a tone befitting his current identity as the Avenging Prince, filled with suppressed anger and determination, Takayama-Ajisen is right. Arasaka's prestige must not be desecrated. Every Arasaka employee should have the resolve to sacrifice themselves to uphold that prestige. Especially those who failed in their duties. He paused as if weighing his words, but in reality, he was calmly calculating the chain reactions this step would bring. Deliver my order. Yorinobu's voice rang clear in the bridge, carrying an undeniable authority. Integrate all remaining, organized Arasaka security forces in the Night City area. Tell them the time for atonement has come. I need them to organize a suicide squad to launch an all-out assault on the perimeter of Wasteland Town, especially the Wraith's defensive line. He looked at Takayama Shintaro, his eyes cold. This is not a harassment, it's an attack. The goal is to tear open the enemy's defenses, create as much chaos as possible, deplete their forces, and bring us back valuable battlefield data. Tell them, Arasaka will remember their loyalty, and their families will receive the most generous compensation. Takayama Shintaro looked deeply at Yorinobu, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. There was satisfaction that this prince had finally shown the iron-fisted resolve befitting his status, and perhaps also a hint of indifference towards the lives about to be sacrificed. He bowed his head, high. I understand. This will be a perfect reconnaissance in force, and it will also give those who failed in their duties an opportunity to practice their Bushido. I will arrange it immediately. The order, like a cold iron hammer, shattered the last shred of hope in the hearts of the survivors. In the communication channels, the instructions from the White Whale were clear and ruthless, devoid of any emotion. yet they triggered silent thunder in every remaining Arasaka stronghold. After a brief silence, there was a small-scale emotional breakdown. Someone violently ripped off their headset and slammed it to the ground, fragments scattering. Someone else clasped their hands over their head, curled up in a corner, their shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Younger team members lost all color in their faces, their eyes filled with an unacceptable terror, muttering, "This is impossible." The shame of defeat had not yet dissipated when a new, heavier despair descended. Not only had they lost the tower, but now their value as soldiers had been reduced to disposable consumables. However, this breakdown did not last long. Years of immersion in corporate culture, like a mental shackles, began to take effect. The indoctrination rooted in hierarchy, and sacrificing oneself for righteousness, began to suppress individual fear like a conditioned reflex. The superior commanders, those middle-aged men with equally pale faces, but eyes that gradually became hollow, began to deliver pre-battle speeches in hoarse voices. Their words were filled with terms like honor, loyalty, devotion to Saburo-sama, and washing away disgrace. These words, which might normally just be slogans on a wall, now became their only lifeline. "This is an order personally given by Yorinobu-sama," a squad leader repeated, his voice gradually firming from its initial tremor, as if the phrase itself held magic. "This is our duty, and our destiny." A twisted logic began to spread through the crowd. Rather than bearing the stigma of defeat and lingering in future purges or self-reproach, it was better to offer their remaining lives as a final blood tax. At least, this would secure generous compensation for their families. At least, in Arasaka's internal records, their names would be marked with honorable death instead of deserter or coward. Fear did not disappear, instead, it was forcibly twisted and alienated. It transformed into a nearly pathological exhilaration. The actions of checking weapons became rough and hurried. They tied bundles of plastic explosives to their bodies or stuffed them into vehicles that would serve as assault transports. Some began to scrawl phrases like "7 lives for the nation" in red paint on their tattered uniforms, the strokes uneven but carrying a chilling solemnity. Their eyes no longer focused on reality but gazed towards some ethereal, promised shore of loyalty and righteousness, their faces a mix of fresh tear tracks, stiff resolve, and a fanatical glow disconnected from reality. They were no longer soldiers forced to die, but righteous warriors who, through self-persuasion, actively embraced death. Breakdown and despair were rapidly catalyzed into a twisted, highly efficient desire for attack. This hastily assembled suicide squad, in a very short time, completed the transformation from routed soldiers to fanatical sacrifices, like dynamite lit by a fuse, waiting only for the final command to charge towards their target, embarking on a self-destruction with no return. Chapter 163, Old Dog 1104 words. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Wasteland Town, the once barren land had been completely transformed. Temporary trenches crisscrossed everywhere, and hastily constructed bunkers made of abandoned vehicles and broken concrete blocks dotted the landscape, with light and heavy machine guns mounted on them forming intersecting firing points. The Wraith soldiers, dressed in a mix of standard gear and supported by basic exoskeletons, were making their final pre-battle preparations, checking weapons and ammunition, reinforcing fortifications, and calibrating communication equipment. The air was thick with swirling dust, the cold metallic smell of rust, and an indescribable yet palpable tension. Maine's crew was deployed on a relatively forward-most defensive line. Rebecca, with undisguised excitement, vigorously wiped her signature heavy explosive shotgun, as if it were a precious toy. Dorio remained silent, meticulously checking the built-in concussion generators in her arms, ensuring every joint moved freely. Pilar, while adjusting the flamethrower's fuel output valve, chattered incessantly about various possible scenarios. At the command node slightly behind them, Sasha and Kiwi had already accessed the tactical network, their consciousnesses linked to sensors scattered across the battlefield, constructing an invisible information defense line. Falco, meanwhile, drove his heavily modified vehicle, waiting in the area behind the defensive line, its engine maintaining a low rumble, ready to provide mobile support at any moment. Maine stood behind a makeshift observation post made of sandbags, his burly figure like a silent iron tower in the darkening light. Through the added optical lenses, he meticulously scanned the open wasteland ahead, which was stained dark red by the setting sun. It was exceptionally quiet all around, with only the faint whisper of wind sweeping across the wilderness. This pre-battle stillness was all too familiar to him. A strong sense of déjà vu suddenly gripped him. The scene before him, trenches, bunkers, waiting soldiers, an open assault zone, overlapped perfectly with fragments of the unification war deep in his memory. The neon-lit street battles seemed a lifetime ago, replaced by the muddy open fields, deafening artillery fire, and smoke-filled skies of his memories. The past he had tried to bury deep was now uncontrollably surging forth. Fragments of memory surged uncontrollably, the muddy, slippery trench walls, the vacant eyes of comrades dying beside him, and the suffocating pressure brought by the heavy, rhythmic, metallic footsteps of enemy power armor, as if pounding on his heart. In these images, one figure always accompanied him: Solomon Reed. Just a few hours ago, an unlabeled encrypted communication request abruptly connected to his private channel. After a brief hesitation, he chose to answer. A moment of silence on the other end of the channel, then a voice came through, hoarse from years and alcohol, but the familiar, slightly cynical undertone was still clearly discernible. "Is that you, old man?" Maine's fingers, gripping his weapon, tightened almost imperceptibly. He was silent for a moment before replying in a deep voice, which was drier than he had expected. "Reed. Where the hell did you crawl out from, some forgotten grave?" A short, bitter chuckle came from the other end of the communication, something like that. "Heard you've been doing pretty well lately, stirring up some earth-shattering commotion." "Cut the crap, Reed." Maine interrupted him, without any interest in pleasantries. "Get straight to the point. Did the FBI give you another assignment? What are you trying to get out of me this time?" He knew Reed too well, just as Reed knew him. This old dog wouldn't just show up for old times' sake at such a sensitive moment, especially now that Wraiths had raised its banner again, and the battlefield was alight with the smoke of war. The communication channel fell silent for a brief moment, with only a faint hum of static. A few seconds later, Reed's voice resumed, the earlier feigned casual banter gone, replaced by an almost weary honesty. "You're still so direct, haven't changed a bit." "All right, Maine. They want more information about your boss. His objective, his bottom line, any details you can get your hands on." "I won't tell you anything, Reed." Maine's answer was unequivocal, leaving no room for negotiation. "The boss gave me new life and I'm not his mouthpiece, nor am I a spy working for NOVEL. Go back and tell your superiors to give up on that idea." "I figured as much." Reed's response showed little surprise, instead carrying a long sigh, as if shedding a disguise. "You know, Maine, seeing the Wraith's flag planted back in this wasteland, I actually kind of miss it." This sentence was like a rusty key, suddenly prying open a long-sealed gate of memories. Maine snorted, his gaze still sharply scanning the dead silent open ground in front of the defensive line. His professional instincts wouldn't allow him to relax even slightly. "Miss what?" "Miss chewing on those tasteless synthetic rations in knee-deep mud. Miss watching people around you get blown to pieces. Or miss being sold off so easily by your own people like a used chip. Miss when we could still entrust our backs to each other and charge forward side by side for a seemingly clear objective." Reed's voice deepened, carrying a rough texture worn by reality, even if that objective, in the end, looked like a complete joke. Maine fell silent. Some long-faded images flashed through his mind, covering each other in enemy infiltration zones, sharing the last crumpled cigarette in a cold shell crater, dragging their injured selves back to relatively safe areas amidst a hail of bullets. Those days were filled with death, filth, and omnipresent fear, but strangely, they were also mixed with an exceptionally pure camaraderie that only existed between soldiers. "War never changes, Reed." Maine finally spoke, his voice imbued with a deep-seated weariness. "It just changes the stage, and the actors who perform. Before we fought for slogans like unity and freedom. For corporate interests. Or for some mysterious boss. Essentially, there's no difference, it's all dog eat dog, a messy affair." "Yes, war never changes." Reed repeated the phrase, his tone carrying a fatalistic agreement. as if reciting an ancient prophecy, but we've changed, Maine. You found new strength and direction. He paused, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. I've come full circle, back to this damn game board, playing with different pieces, but in a familiar game. Protect yourself, old man, this time. Don't die again. You too, old dog. The communication cut off. Maine slowly exhaled a turbid breath, refocusing his attention completely on the silent battlefield before him, as if the conversation had merely been a brief interruption of the signal. Chapter 164, Hand 1220 Words. Reed's brief appearance was like a blurry yet sharp lens, reflecting his past self in his mind, while also highlighting his current predicament more clearly. He was no longer a soldier who could fight for some grand ideal, whether true or false, nor was he a mercenary who fought for survival and eurodollars in the streets and alleys. So now, what exactly was he? A sharper weapon in his boss hand? Or a trapped beast, even with superhuman strength, still caught in the eternal cycle of war? Before the fog of his thoughts could clear, several twinkling lights suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, followed by a dull and dense roar of engines, brutally interrupting his introspection. Attention! Enemy units detected. Frontal direction. In the comms channel, the Wraith's frontline observer's voice suddenly rose, carrying an urgent warning. All distractions were instantly cleared. Maine's crimson optical lens focused sharply, locking onto the distant threat. In his vision, dozens of crudely modified armed vehicles, like rabid dogs unleashed, kicked up towering dust and charged towards the defense line with an unreserved ferocity. Arasaka's emblem was roughly spray-painted or etched on their bodies, and some vehicles were clearly rigged with bulky explosives. The personnel on board were haphazardly equipped, some wore tattered corporate uniforms, others were even in civilian clothes, but a uniform expression of madness mixed with desperation was etched on their faces. They opened their mouths in silence, as if letting out a soundless battle cry, their weapons already spewing chaotic bullet rain towards the defense line. They're here. Maine growled, the synthetic skin on his left arm sliding open as the refined plasma cannon began to gather a faint blue glow. Rebecca, suppress the front. Dorio, watch the flanks. Pilar, burn those who get too close. The battle ignited instantly. On the Wraith's position, light and heavy firepower simultaneously erupted, weaving into a deadly barrage. The first few Arasaka vehicles in the vanguard were almost immediately torn apart by the dense hail of bullets, turning into burning wreckage. However, the subsequent vehicles did not slow down at all. Instead, they charged even more frantically, accelerating over the wreckage of their comrades. Rebecca's heavy bolter roared chillingly, each boom accompanied by the complete disintegration of an assault vehicle, sending metal fragments and human tissue flying everywhere. Dorio stood like a rock on the front line of the defense, her tremor generator operating at full power, sending visible shockwaves that uprooted vehicles attempting to ram them and slam them back to the ground. Pilar's flamethrower continuously spewed viscous, eerie blue promethium flames, forming a wall of death in front of the position, turning any enemy attempting to cross into screaming charcoals. Maine's movements were precise and efficient. Each low hum of his left arm's plasma cannon sent out a dazzling azure orb of light, instantly vaporizing a huge, molten-edge hole in the target vehicle. He was like a perfect killing machine, but deep inside, the scene before him constantly overlapped and intertwined with fragments of past war memories. It was the same charge and death, only the enemies before him had abandoned all tactics, leaving only the most primitive madness. Just then, a distinctly different, heavy roar came from the flank of the position. 2 Assault Squad, Type 7 power armor suits belonging to Lazarus Squad finally activated. Their nearly 3-meter-tall steel bodies stomped the ground under the drive of hydraulic systems, and the auxiliary thrusters on their backs erupted in short blue flames, carrying them with a swiftness unsuited to their massive size, like 2 heavy hammers smashing into the scattered flank of the Arasaka remnants. Their movements were simple, brutal, and efficient. The automated turret on one power armor's shoulder briefly whined, its precise bursts tearing apart several Arasaka soldiers, who had just peeked out from behind burning vehicle wreckage, along with their cover. The other was even more direct, its massive metal feet trampling mercilessly, crushing an enemy screaming and charging, laden with explosives, along with the detonator in his arms, into a bloody pulp. Against these steel giants, the small-caliber weapons in the hands of the Arasaka remnants seemed ridiculous. Bullets striking the composite armor only sparked sporadically, unable to even delay them for half a step. A rapid volley from the multi-barrel grenade launcher at the end of one power armor's mechanical arm, and the smoke cloud of explosions instantly engulfed 7 or 8 enemies clustered together. The other wielded a heavy power claw, tearing an armed pickup truck attempting to turn and ram, along with its occupants in the cab, in half as if a hot knife through butter. The brief charge of these 2 power armor suits into the enemy ranks was like boulders rolling into an ant colony. In just over 10 seconds, they completely crushed an Arasaka assault squad of a dozen people on the flank, leaving behind a ground littered with mingled flesh and metal wreckage. "They're crazy," Pilar shouted in the channel, maintaining his flamethrower, his voice a mix of combat exhilaration and a hint of bewilderment at such a suicidal charge. "They're committing suicide," Maine calmly replied, his plasma cannon humming again, directly vaporizing the front end of a truck attempting to ram a power armor's base model, for some twisted concept of loyalty. The battle was brutal and short. The fanatical assault of the Arasaka suicide squad quickly disintegrated under the Wraith's dense firepower, Maine's crew's extraordinary strikes, and Lazarus power armor's dimensional crushing. Like surging waves crashing against an indestructible reef, they were utterly shattered. When the last Arasaka vehicle was precisely blown up by Rebecca's shot in the distance, turning into an expanding fireball, the battlefield finally gradually fell silent. Only the crackling of burning wreckage remained, along with the faint, fading moans of scattered wounded. Maine stood behind cover, looking at the hellish scene before him, and slowly retracted his plasma cannon arm. The air was thick with a nauseating mixture of gunpowder, ozone, burning rubber, and charred flesh. A Wraith sergeant major strode over, his face streaked with sweat-carved furrows in the dust, his eyes a mix of post-combat exhilaration and a subtle, unnoticeable trepidation. "Good fight, mister, you really helped a lot." His voice was half a tone higher than usual, trembling from the recent life-and-death struggle. Maine merely nodded almost imperceptibly in response. His gaze swept past the still-burning, crackling wreckage before him, towards the blurry skyline of Night City, and further out to the dark sea where the white whale might be lurking. This was merely a prelude. A reconnaissance in force, wrapped in despair and fanaticism, a cold attrition. Arasaka's true main force, those well-trained soldiers and genuine steel beasts, remained hidden behind the scenes, yet to make their appearance. And he, his squad, everyone here, had been mercilessly drawn into this vast vortex woven from corporate ambition, long-standing hatred, and deeper conspiracies. War never changes. And he, it seemed, had never truly escaped this killing field. Solomon Reed's words, mocking fate, "Take care of yourself, old man," still seemed to whisper in his ears. He unconsciously clenched his fist, his metal knuckles making a faint yet clear grinding sound in the silence. No matter for what, no matter where he was, survival was the only and eternal truth at this moment. Chapter 165. Efficiency 1232 words. A detailed combat report of the Arasaka Remnant Force's suicidal attack, along with fragmented drone footage, was transmitted in real time to the operational command center of the White Whale flagship. Takayama Shintaro stood before the giant holographic tactical sandbox, expressionlessly observing the red dots representing his attacking units, which extinguished one after another like snuffed-out cigarette butts. Behind him, several senior staff members held their breath, the air thick with the oppressive silence of data streams, awaiting the director's judgment. "Has the data recording been completed?" Takayama asked without turning, his voice steady and without a ripple. "Yes, Director. All engagement data, including enemy firepower, reaction speed, and preliminary weapon effectiveness assessment, has been recorded," a technical officer immediately replied, his tone respectful. Takayama nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the red arrow on the sandbox, which represented the attack path, and was now completely dim. He was silent for a few seconds, then surveyed the officers in the command center before speaking in a deliberately slow, heavy tone. "Gentlemen, let us observe a 30-second moment of silence for these brave soldiers. Their loyalty and courage are commendable. They dedicated their lives to Arasaka, washing away the shame of defeat. With that, he was the first to bow his head. Most of the people in the command center followed suit, and the light of the holographic sandbox seemed to dim slightly, creating a solemn atmosphere. Yorinobu Arasaka, standing a little further away, watched all this with cold eyes. He did not bow his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Takayama Shintaro's back, which appeared sorrowful but whose shoulder posture had not changed. This ritualistic moment of silence, this formulaic affirmation, and washing away of shame, sounded incredibly grating to him. He clearly saw the fleeting flicker of dissatisfaction with the attack's efficiency in Takayama's eyes as he scanned the tactical sandbox the moment he bowed his head. These people, sent to their deaths, were merely a cost of a probe, a set of quantifiable data, and a calculable severance payment in Takayama's eyes, or rather in the eyes of the Arasaka machine. This hypocritical mourning made him feel more nauseated than direct ruthlessness. As soon as 30 seconds passed, Takayama Shintaro raised his head precisely, the deliberately cultivated hint of sorrow on his face vanishing instantly, replaced by his usual cold severity. He turned to Yorinobu, his brows tightly furrowed, his tone revealing undisguised disappointment and dissatisfaction. "Lord Yorinobu, the results are very unsatisfactory. We paid such a price, but besides confirming that the enemy is indeed there and their firepower is not weak, we gained almost nothing. Their defensive depth, command nodes, and reserve deployment, these crucial pieces of information, that group of useless people were completely incapable of probing. This operation was a complete failure in terms of tactical reconnaissance." His words were unequivocal, forming a stark and cruel contrast with his praise of the sacrificing individual's loyalty and courage, and washing away shame, just minutes earlier, as if the souls he had just asked to mourn had instantly become the useless people he spoke of. Yorinobu Arasaka observed all of this, his face still unreadable, but his fingers, hidden in his sleeves, were slightly white from gripping. Takayama Shintaro's rapid change of demeanor, his undisguised utilitarianism and ruthlessness, once again confirmed his judgment of this system that it was fundamentally hypocritical, ruthless, and corrupt. These expended lives, in the eyes of people like Takayama, were always just numbers and tools. "So, Uncle Takayama, what valuable conclusions have we drawn from this loyal probe?" Yorinobu asked, his tone flat, but with a slight, almost imperceptible prolongation of the last syllable, carrying a pressure for a substantive answer. Takayama Shintaro turned completely, facing Yorinobu directly, his brows tightly knitted into a deep furrow. "Frankly, the results are disappointing, Lord Yorinobu." His voice was deeper than before, carrying a suppressed irritation. "We did confirm that the Wraith's unit is deployed on the front, and we confirmed that the squad codenamed Maine is still active and possesses extraordinary firepower. Furthermore, Militech's forward deployment of some power armor units was also confirmed." He paused deliberately here, his gaze sweeping over the blank area on the holographic sandbox representing the unknown, his dissatisfaction almost overflowing, but regarding the enemy's core defensive structure, the specific configuration and density of its firepower points, the tiered structure of its defensive depth, the precise location of its command center, and even the size of its reserves and possible directions of deployment, the intelligence we obtained is almost nil. The enemy's defensive system is clearly layered, reacts extremely quickly, and its counterattacks are exceptionally precise and ruthless. Our reconnaissance units were limited in their capabilities and failed to breach the enemy's forward defenses, let alone force the enemy to reveal more of its trump cards. His dissatisfaction was raw and real. An attack involving hundreds of armed, even suicidal, daredevils yielded only a reconfirmation of known facts. From his cost-benefit military logic, this was a highly inefficient, failed investment. Those expended lives on his scale of values at this moment had automatically been categorized as sunk costs. In other words, Yorinobu took over, summarizing with an almost indifferent calm, "Besides reconfirming that the enemy is indeed entrenched there and difficult to deal with, we gained almost nothing." His tone revealed neither disappointment nor approval, but deep within him, a cold voice echoed, "So many lives, just to verify a fact already on the table. This is the efficient war logic that Arasaka believes in." "That's essentially correct," Takayama Shintaro admitted frankly, without any embellishment. "The enemy's defenses are tight and efficient. The probing force we committed failed to achieve its core reconnaissance objectives." His gaze refocused on Yorinobu, carrying the decisiveness of a soldier. Lord Yorinobu, the situation is clear. Minor skirmishes are useless, we must apply more direct, more powerful pressure. Yorinobu nodded, his face showing a timely expression of solemnity and resolve befitting the current situation. Since small-scale probes cannot shake the enemy, let them witness the true power of Arasaka. Order the power armor units to prepare for a landing assault. At the same time, dispatch the air squadron to conduct the first round of aerial strikes on the wasteland town area. Destroy their surface fortifications and weaken their defensive capabilities. Understood. Takayama Shintaro immediately turned and issued orders to the operations staff, execute the strike plan as scheduled. White Whale Air Wing, immediate takeoff. The order was instantly transmitted through the encrypted communication chain to the flight deck. Piercing alarms blared throughout the aircraft carrier, ground crews scurried across the deck, guiding carrier-based aircraft loaded with ground attack ordnance into catapult positions. With the tremendous roar of the steam catapults, one combat attacker after another, emblazoned with the Arasaka emblem, shot off the deck like arrows from a bow, piercing into the clouds, forming up in the air, and then streaking towards the wasteland town. This tactical concept, relying on the aircraft carrier platform, and centered on carrier-based aircraft for long-range precision strikes, originated from Saburo Arasaka's fascination with the glory of the old Imperial Japanese Navy. It was reinforced during Arasaka Kei's era, and is still considered a standard procedure for demonstrating Arasaka's military and technological superiority in Yorinobu Arasaka's hands. The massive air armada swept over the sea, carrying its destructive mission, and descended upon its target. Chapter 166, Shield 1253 Words. On the outer defensive perimeter of the wasteland town, soldiers who had just finished fighting had not yet fully relaxed when a piercing anti-aircraft alarm shattered the brief calm. Airborne threat. Radar detected a large number of high-speed targets approaching. It's Arasaka's carrier-based aircraft. The urgent warning from a Wraith's anti-aircraft unit came through the communication channel. All personnel immediately entered anti-aircraft mode, seeking cover or operating their limited portable anti-aircraft missiles, looking nervously at the sky. The power armor of the Lazarus mercenaries also lowered its stance, preparing to withstand a potential bombardment. The Militech Special Envoy and members of the Kong Tao CN team also took cover, looking up at the black dots appearing on the distant horizon. Soon, the roar of engines grew from distant to near, like a concerto of death. The Arasaka aircraft formation rapidly enlarged in view, entering their attack trajectory in a well-trained manner. Missiles launched. Take evasive action. The observer's voice was almost distorted. Dozens of fighter jets simultaneously lit up with ignition flares, and air-to-ground missiles, trailing conspicuous smoke, swarmed down towards the wasteland town and its outer defenses. At this moment, time seemed to slow, and many soldiers on the ground showed expressions of despair under such a scale of saturation attack. The existing point defense systems were almost useless. However, just as the first wave of missiles was about to fall within the wasteland town's perimeter, a sudden change occurred. A faint, almost transparent blue halo expanded outwards from a point in the center of the wasteland town, instantly enveloping the entire wasteland town and its critical surrounding defensive areas like an inverted bowl. The halo stabilized after expanding to its maximum, forming a visible, deep blue energy barrier with rippling, water-like waves. The next second, the cluster of missiles launched by Arasaka violently slammed into this barrier. There was no deafening explosion, only a series of dull, thudding sounds, like heavy hammers striking tough leather. The moment the missiles hit the barrier, their warheads failed to detonate as expected. Instead, they seemed to crash into an extremely viscous and resilient invisible force field, their kinetic energy rapidly absorbed and dispersed, ultimately only stirring up circles of intensely spreading energy ripples on the barrier surface, along with brief bursts of dazzling electric sparks. Immediately, the missile bodies twisted and deformed under the erosion of energy, finally turning into ineffective fireworks mixed with metal debris and unexploded fuel, scattering downwards. Subsequent missiles, as well as cannon shells from diving fighter jets, met the same fate. No matter how Arasaka pilots adjusted their attack angles, or how they unleashed their ammunition, the deep blue barrier remained unmoving, like an absolute barrier from mythology separating the mortal world, blocking all aerial attacks. The relentless bombardment lasted for several minutes, yet no tremor was felt within the wasteland town, as if the spectacle above was merely a holographic light show unrelated to them. After exhausting their ground attack ammunition, the Arasaka aircraft formation could only circle fruitlessly outside the barrier, eventually turning around and returning, frustrated, under the reluctant command of the flight leader. When the engine sound of the last enemy aircraft disappeared in the distance, silence returned to the sky above the wasteland town, leaving only the deep blue energy shield still stably glowing, silently proclaiming its existence. The defensive line was eerily silent. Then, various irrepressible exclamations and discussions surged like a tide. Wraith soldiers peered out from behind cover, incredulously touching the seemingly fragile yet unbreakable energy barrier, their faces filled with the dazed shock of having survived a catastrophe. They were accustomed to bullets and explosions, but they had never imagined that war could be defended against in this manner. "What the hell is this?" a Lazarus mercenary's soldier exclaimed through his power armor's external speaker. His steel body seemed much smaller beneath the barrier. The miniaturized kinetic energy shields they had recently been equipped with, urgently produced by Militech, were like a firefly compared to the moon when contrasted with this giant shield covering the sky. The Militech special envoy was now staring intently at the shield's energy readings on his personal terminal. Although he had no access to most critical data, the basic fluctuation indices were already startling enough. He knew how many resources the company's technical department had invested in researching and reverse engineering the shield technology provided by the Archmagos. However, the results were frustrating. At most, they could only strictly replicate according to the blueprints, and any attempts to optimize, reduce size, or expand coverage encountered insurmountable technical barriers. Either the energy consumption soared exponentially, leading to instant system overload, or the shield field itself became extremely unstable, causing a sharp drop in defensive effectiveness. Scaling up an energy shield was by no means a simple matter of stacking energy or connecting devices in parallel. How to constrain such a vast energy field to remain stable, how to balance defensive strength with energy consumption, how to handle potential energy leakage and interference in different areas, these extremely complex systemic problems, Militech engineers had not even fully established theoretical models for. Yet, the shield system before them, which effortlessly blocked the full attack of a standard Arasaka air wing, possessed a level of technology beyond their current understanding. This was not merely having it, this was overwhelmingly having it. The special envoy felt his mouth go dry. He had to report this situation to headquarters immediately, and the importance of this report even surpassed the movements of Arasaka's power armor forces. Members of the Kong Tao CN team, also remaining in the wasteland town for subsequent contact, stood at the entrance of their temporary residence, looking up at the dreamlike blue light curtain in the sky. Although Li Wei, the captain, maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, his slightly constricted pupils betrayed the intense turmoil within him. Kong Tao also had deep accumulations in energy weapons and defensive technology, but he was certain that the company could never produce such a large-scale, stable regional shield. This was no longer advanced, it was almost black technology. He recalled the headquarters directive to establish friendly relations, and now felt that the meaning behind this directive might be far deeper than he had initially imagined. The technological foundation held by this Archmagos was unfathomable. Inside the workshop in the center of the wasteland town, Osiris' crimson optical lens calmly watched the real-time footage transmitted from external surveillance. The various parameters of the shield generator flowed steadily within his processing core, everything within the projected range. For the factions of this world, it was an incomprehensible technological miracle. For him, it was merely a standardized regional defense deployment, realized based on tens of thousands of years of technological accumulation from another universe. He did not care what kind of shock this shield brought to the outside world, he only cared about the data, and what subsequent measures Arasaka would take after its initial aerial attack was thwarted. The war had only just begun. And this blue barrier, spanning between heaven and earth, undoubtedly added a huge, disheartening variable for the attacking side in the coming full-scale conflict. Yorinobu Arasaka stood on the bridge of the White Whale, watching the transmitted footage of the completely ineffective attack, His face showed no expression, but deep within him, a ripple of something outside his plan quietly emerged. This shield not only blocked Arasaka's missiles but might also, to some extent, change his original script. Chapter 167, Whale. 1247 words. The Arasaka White Whale aircraft carrier battle group, like a moving mountain range of steel, lay dormant on the dark sea west of Night City. Its massive twin-hulled body cut through the waves, casting a shadow so heavy it felt substantial, imbuing the entire sea with a chilling sense of dread. Inside the bridge, the lights were deliberately dimmed, with only the central holographic tactical sand table emitting a cold, eerie glow. On the sand table, the wasteland town and its surrounding terrain were meticulously outlined, but what stood out most conspicuously was the brilliant blue halo and energy shield that completely enveloped the core area. It was like an impregnable, absolute domain, silently mocking Arasaka's vast military might. Yorinobu Arasaka stood before the sand table, his posture erect, hands clasped tightly behind his back, knuckles slightly white from the force. His face, usually marked by aloofness and arrogance, was now covered in a layer of ice, with suppressed fury flickering between his brows, almost threatening to burst forth. His chest rose and fell slightly faster than usual, but each breath was strictly controlled in amplitude, maintaining a critical state on the verge of eruption. His gaze, like two ice-tempered blades, was fixed on the image of the shield, as if he could tear it apart and evaporate it with sheer will alone. On a smaller auxiliary screen nearby, the humiliating footage of the recent Air Wing's ineffective attack was replayed in slow motion. Dense clusters of missiles, trailing exhaust plumes, swooped down, only to crash into the invisible mire of the blue aura the moment they made contact, failing to ignite any expected explosive waves. Instead, they merely created futile energy ripples on the barrier's surface before twisting, shattering, and falling as useless metallic debris. Throughout the entire process, the shield itself remained despairingly stable, not even offering a symbolic flicker. Yorinobu's voice was not deafening, yet it was like a cold whip, abruptly shattering the oppressive silence on the bridge. He suddenly raised his hand and slammed it down with a force that seemed capable of crushing anything, hitting the hard alloy frame of the tactical sand table. A dull thud echoed in the enclosed space, making several young officers standing by instinctively shrink their necks, lowering their heads even further, not daring to meet his gaze, even holding their breath. An entire air wing. Yorinobu's voice suddenly rose, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth, filled with the furious rage of utter humiliation and extreme contempt for his incompetent subordinates. The ammunition carried was enough to wipe a small city off the map. And the result? They couldn't even light a garbage pile on the outskirts of the target. Arasaka's billions of yen in annual expenses, did they just pile up this ridiculous combat power? To raise a bunch of idiots who can't even hit a target. His reprimand reverberated through the bridge, perfectly portraying an imperial heir whose pride had been wounded, eager to wash away the disgrace with the enemy's blood. This display of anger was layered, from the initial cold suppression to the current explosive reprimand, every detail meticulously calculated, perfectly fitting the external expectation of Yorinobu Arasaka, impulsive, quick-tempered, and unquestionable. However, in the deepest part of his anger-filled eyes, a glimmer of absolute calm, like an undercurrent hidden beneath the ice, coldly observed everyone's reactions, evaluating the effect of this performance. "Lord Yorinobu, please calm your anger," Takayama Shintaro's steady voice interjected. He maintained his impeccable appearance, hair neatly combed, dark suit perfectly pressed, as if the failed attack had nothing to do with him. According to preliminary data analysis, the energy shield deployed in the target area is of an extremely high technological level. Its energy field stability and defensive strength both exceed the upper limits of our current conventional strike capabilities. This is not a fault of the pilots or equipment, but a technological generation gap. Generation gap? Yorinobu spun around abruptly, his gaze like a knife piercing Takayama. He needed to push this act towards a more extreme proposal, to test Takayama's bottom line, and lay the groundwork for his subsequent plans. "Uncle Takayama, do you mean that we, Arasaka, a world-class military technology conglomerate, have a technological generation gap in defensive technology compared to an unknown force? This is an enormous joke. If conventional weapons are ineffective, what are we wasting time here for? He stepped closer, his voice hoarse like a cornered beast, his gaze sweeping over the glaring blue light on the holographic sand table, finally settling on Takayama Shintaro's face, proposing the forbidden option. Do you expect Arasaka, to be blocked by this light like an idiot, letting the whole world laugh at us? If conventional means don't work, then use unconventional ones. Isn't the white whale equipped with tactical nuclear warheads? Activate it. Authorize a nuclear strike. I want to see whether their turtle shell is harder, or our mini-nuclear warhead is harder. Just vaporize that damned place and everything in it from the face of the earth. One and done. Absolutely not. Takayama Shintaro's voice carried an unprecedented firmness, even stepping forward half a pace, making a gesture that was slightly obstructive. The cost of using a tactical nuclear warhead will far exceed the benefits gained from destroying a wasteland town. Please, you must reconsider. Yorinobu Arasaka sharply turned his head, his anger-filled eyes fixed on Takayama, as if his supreme authority had been offended. His chest heaved violently, and he squeezed out cold words through gritted teeth. Cost. Uncle Takayama, are you teaching me to weigh the costs? Arasaka's dignity is being trampled. Tell me, what could be a greater cost than that? Takayama Shintaro, seeing Yorinobu's almost paranoid state, burned by a sense of humiliation, immediately continued in a more earnest, more urgent, but still logically clear tone. Lord Yorinobu, please think back 50 years ago. That nuclear bomb that exploded in Arasaka Tower, how many years of infamy did it burden us with? If we actively cause a mushroom cloud to rise again in Night City today, even if it's only on its outskirts, the world won't care about the reasons. They will only remember that Arasaka once again used nuclear weapons. We will be completely ostracized by the international community. Takayama Shintaro's voice echoed through the bridge. When dealing with the Arasaka Empire's crown prince, only an elder like Takayama Shintaro could, or rather, was qualified to offer dissuasion. As for the other staff officers on the bridge, they were like quails in front of Yorinobu Arasaka, not daring to show the slightest resistance. This was not because they feared Yorinobu Arasaka, but simply because he was the heir of the Arasaka Corporation, the Empire's crown prince. Yorinobu Arasaka's will was a sacred decree to them, the will of a god, allowing no defiance or dissenting opinions. However, this immense power, which should have filled Yorinobu Arasaka, or any ordinary person in the world, with intoxicating desire and longing, was for him merely a sorrow and a shackles. He had once tried to break free from these shackles, to rebel against his father, but achieved no success, and could only languish for 50 years. Now, having finally obtained the opportunity he had always dreamed of, Yorinobu Arasaka still needed to continue playing the role of the arrogant character he was perceived to be by the outside world, to continue suppressing Chapter 168, Strike 1310 words. Yorinobu's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to retort, but Takayama didn't give him the chance, immediately throwing out a second reason that was more impactful to the current situation. Furthermore, the fear of a nuclear explosion is ingrained in the DNA of Night City's populace. Once we press that button, the last shred of goodwill we have left in North America, in Night City, will completely collapse. At that point, we won't just be facing the enemies in front of us, but the wrath and desperate resistance of the entire city. We are not here to create a radioactive wasteland, and become public enemy number one. Yorinobu roared, interrupting him, but the aggressive momentum seemed to be slightly curbed by the phrase, public enemy number one. He waved his hand irritably, so we just let them hide behind that shell and mock us. Takayama Shintaro keenly caught this slight loosening and immediately brought up the most practical concern, and one most likely to shake a military commander's resolve, his tone heavy. What's more, sir, we can't even guarantee that a nuclear strike will succeed. The technology they've displayed is beyond our comprehension. If their shield can withstand a nuclear explosion, even if only partially, then Arasaka will simultaneously bear the infamy of using a forbidden weapon, and the shame of a complete military failure. This would be an irreversible disaster. Not to mention, it would inevitably trigger Militech's retaliatory response, potentially dragging US into the abyss of total nuclear war. This is absolutely not the situation Saburo would want to see. Hearing the 4 words, Saburo, Yorinobu Arasaka's pupils subtly constricted. The intense anger on his face slowly receded like a tide, but it didn't dissipate. Instead, it settled into something more somber and colder. He fell silent, his gaze returning to the damned blue shield on the holographic sand table, his fingers unconsciously caressing the metal edge of the sand table. The bridge was dead silent, everyone holding their breath, awaiting the final decision of this unpredictable heir. A few seconds later, a cold snort, tinged with suppressed anger and extreme unwillingness, escaped Yorinobu's nostrils. He lifted his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Takayama Shintaro, his expression complex and unreadable, containing both the annoyance of being persuaded and a hint of calm after weighing the pros and cons, and perhaps, in the deepest part of that coldness, even a trace of regret that his plan hadn't come to fruition. "You're right." His voice was hoarse, with a weariness that came from forcibly suppressing his rage. "Nuclear weapons are a last resort, a desperate cry, not the display of power Arasaka should possess." He paused as if each word was exceptionally difficult to utter, but this only made him appear more like a proud man forced to acknowledge reality. "Then, Uncle Takayama, tell me, besides mutual destruction, what other way can we smash this damn shield?" Seeing Yorinobu finally persuaded, Takayama Shintaro's tense shoulders imperceptibly relaxed a bit. He immediately pulled up the White Whale's equipment list, his voice returning to a professional and steady tone. "Lord Yorinobu, rest assured. The White Whale Battle Group is equipped with a complete heavy assault equipment system, fully capable of handling the current situation." He smoothly brought up several equipment interfaces, his pace steady and confident. "Lord Yorinobu, we are carrying a complete heavy assault equipment system. Please allow the technical staff to explain the specific performance parameters to you in detail." The young staff officer standing by immediately stepped forward, beginning his report in a well-trained tone. "Amaterasu, heavy directed energy cannon array, with a range of 15 kilometers, capable of heating the target area to 8,000 degrees Celsius within 0.3 seconds, with excellent dissipating effects on energy shields." He switched screens and continued. "Take Mikazuchi electromagnetic railgun system, using special depleted uranium core projectiles, with an initial velocity of 7 Mach, single-shot penetration power sufficient to pierce 3 layers of composite armor. According to simulation data, continuous hits on the same area can cause cumulative damage to the shield structure." As for the Susanoo gravity field generator, the staff officer's voice carried a hint of caution. "This is our newest equipment, with an effective radius of 50 meters, capable of generating a pressure field of 30 times standard gravity in an instant. However, system stability is still under testing, and its range is limited, so it is recommended for use as a decisive strike." A sharp glint flashed in Yorinobu Arasaka's eyes, but his tone remained restrained. "So, what is the specific deployment plan?" Takayama Shintaro took over, unfolding the deployment schematic on the tactical sand table, his fingers skillfully marking several key positions. "We will adopt a multi-layered strike tactic. First, the Amaterasu array will be rapidly deployed at the front line, with all preparations expected to be completed within 2 hours, at which point it will begin continuous energy scorching of the shield." His finger traced over several key nodes of the shield, and he continued. "At the same time, the Take Mikazuchi system will be positioned at strategic high ground along the coastline, ready to deliver precise kinetic strikes at any moment. Should any fluctuation appear in the shield, the Susanoo system will immediately activate, escorted by power armor units, to create a gravity anomaly within the shield. These 3 strikes are interconnected, and we expect to see results within 4 hours. How will the operational sequence be arranged?" Yorinobu pressed, his gaze fixed on the deployment diagram on the sand table. Takayama Shintaro immediately responded, his voice decisive. "Phase 1, 0 to 2 hours, complete all equipment deployment and energy connections. Phase 2, 2 to 4 hours, Amaterasu array provides continuous suppression. Phase 3, from 4 hours onward, deploy subsequent strike forces based on the shield status. The entire operation is expected to achieve a breakthrough within 6 hours. This timetable is still too conservative," Yorinobu said coldly, his slender fingers tapping unconsciously on the control panel. "Compress the deployment time to 90 minutes. I want to see a substantial breakthrough within 3 hours." Takayama pondered briefly, his gaze quickly scanning the various data on the tactical interface. then nodded affirmatively. This will require the mobilization of all engineering units for coordinated operations, but it is achievable. I will immediately adjust the deployment plan to ensure all combat preparations are completed within 90 minutes. Execute it. Yorinobu's gaze returned to the distant coastline enveloped by the shield, his voice carrying an undeniable resolve. Let the wrath of the gods utterly crush this obstructive barrier. The moment the order was given, the atmosphere in the bridge changed abruptly. Takayama Shintaro immediately turned to the operations staff, issuing clear commands: immediately activate Dawnbreak operational contingency. Notify the engineering department, all power armor units to be deployed for construction. Logistics department to prioritize energy line laying. Understood. The staff officers responded in unison, then quickly sprang into action. The chief of operations switched communication channels. Attention all engineering teams, immediately commence deployment according to Alpha Contingency. Repeat, Alpha Contingency to be executed immediately. The Firepower Coordinator simultaneously issued instructions: Amaterasu array to be deployed first, target area already marked. Requires completion of energy connection and readiness for firing within 90 minutes. The entire Arasaka fleet immediately entered high-speed operational status. Transport bay doors opened consecutively, and engineering units, aided by power armor, rapidly constructed launch sites. Thick energy lines were laid at an unprecedented speed, like blood vessels, delivering energy to each combat unit. On the bridge, communication sounds rose and fell, and various departments coordinated the large-scale combat preparations with tension and order. In front of the command console, Yorinobu Arasaka quietly watched it all. A barely perceptible hint of satisfaction flashed in his cold eyes. This meticulously planned assault operation was about to begin. Chapter 169, Three-Pronged Attack. 1209 words as the command was issued, the armory of the White Whale and its escort fleet immediately went into high-speed operation. The massive Amaterasu directed energy cannon components were slowly hoisted by engineering cranes and precisely loaded onto heavy transport airships that had been waiting for a long time. Several meter-long Take Mikazuchi electromagnetic railgun projectiles rose from the deep ammunition depot, sliding into the loading position guided by magnetic rails. The sleek and complex Susanoo gravity field generator emitted a low hum on the test platform, with various parameters rapidly jumping across the monitoring screens. At the same time, on the launch platforms of the Arasaka coastal base, dense formations of troop transport airships continuously ascended. These aircraft, fully loaded with Arasaka power-armored soldiers in uniform livery, roared towards the outskirts of the wasteland town like a migrating swarm of steel bees. In the newly established outpost, engineering units worked at full capacity under the cover of power armor. Bulldozers leveled the rugged terrain, composite armor plates were quickly assembled into bunkers, and communication antennas for the temporary command center were erected one after another. The entire base expanded outwards at a visible rate, forming a tight offensive front. When these heavy weapon systems completed their initial deployment at the front lines, their threat immediately became apparent. The targeting scopes of the Amaterasu array had already locked onto the energy shield above the wasteland town, its high-energy particle stream capable of generating a continuous overload effect on the shield's surface. The test projectiles of the Take Mikazuchi electromagnetic railgun stirred up violent ripples on the shield, demonstrating astonishing penetration potential. And the test gravity waves released by the Susanoo system even caused subtle distortions in the overall structure of the shield. Arasaka's engineers were racing against time to perform the final adjustments. Once these systems were fully online, they would form a multidimensional strike network. The Amaterasu would be responsible for continuously depleting the shield's energy, the Take Mikazuchi for pinpoint penetration, and the Susanoo for physically dismantling the shield's structure. This triple strike mode was theoretically sufficient to break through any known defense system within hours. Inside the wasteland town, alarms from the sensor network blared one after another. Osiris calmly analyzed the incoming data. The energy readings of these heavy weapons had already reached dangerous levels. Even with the protection of the energy shield, if Arasaka successfully completed the deployment and calibration of all its weapons, the entire defense system would still face unprecedented pressure. Although the Arasaka war machine had been temporarily stalled by the appearance of the energy shield, it was now operating again with even greater efficiency. On the sea, the massive hull of the white whale remained as steady as an iceberg, but the deadly force hidden beneath it was slowly revealing its fangs. Each deployed heavy weapon was like a sharp sword hanging over the wasteland town, ready to strike at any moment. Deep within the workshop of the wasteland town, Osiris calmly observed every movement of the Arasaka forces through the surrounding sensor network. The debut of the energy shield had indeed achieved the desired effect, forcing the opponent to abandon inefficient saturation bombing, and instead adopt heavy siege tactics that were more worthy of observation. When the sensors transmitted the energy signatures of those heavy armaments, his crimson optical lenses flickered slightly, and his processor quickly completed weapon type identification. Record, enemy tactical adjustment confirmed. Abandoning air superiority strike, shifting to ground-based heavy siege mode. High-energy particle weapons, electromagnetic kinetic cannon arrays, and suspected gravity manipulation devices identified. He instructed the servoskull hovering nearby. Activate real-time shield stress monitoring system, focusing on collecting attack efficacy data for the aforementioned weapon systems. At the same time, notify Morris to share the enemy heavy weapon deployment coordinates and type analysis with the Wraiths and Lazarus units. They have the authority to adopt appropriate tactics based on their own judgment. The order was immediately executed. At the outer defense line of the wasteland town, Colonel Hansen and Commander Lazarus almost simultaneously received tactical alerts and data packets forwarded by Morris. The holographic tactical sand table clearly marked three main threats: the Amaterasu array located on the eastern highlands, the Takemikazuchi system deployed at the high point of the coastline, and the Susanoo gravity field generator being assembled in the southern factory district. 3 targets, time is short. Hansen's single eye swept over the sand table, quickly making a decision. I suggest we split up. My Wraith's main force will take care of the Amaterasu array in the east, and you Lazarus will deal with the Takemikazuchi on the coastline. A steady response came from beneath Commander Lazarus' faceplate: reasonable allocation. But what about the gravity field generator in the south? From the energy readings, that might be the most threatening weapon. Hansen was about to speak when the command post's tent flap was suddenly thrown open. Main's tall figure blocked the doorway, his metallic body gleaming coldly in the dim light. The third target is ours, his voice came from deep within his chest, carrying an undeniable weight. Dorio and Rebecca stood on his left and right, already fully armed, the crisp click of weapons being cocked distinct in the silence. Main stepped forward, the plasma cannon on his left arm faintly glowing with a faint blue light. We know the terrain of the southern factory district like the back of our hand. His optical lenses swept over the blinking red dot on the sand table, his voice suddenly turning cold. And we in Arasaka still have an old score to settle. This sentence instantly solidified the error in the command post. Hansen's single eye narrowed slightly. He clearly remembered the intelligence about Main's crew's actions in Arasaka Tower. A knowing hum came from beneath Commander Lazarus' faceplate, clearly understanding the weight behind that statement. Good, Hansen decided on the spot. Then it's settled. Lazarus handles the Takemikazuchi. I'll lead the team to deal with the Amaterasu, and you Main go to the factory district. He looked around at everyone present, his tone grave. Remember, we only have one chance. We must completely destroy these heavy weapons before they complete their deployment. Main did not reply, only nodded slightly. As he turned, the plasma cannon traced a cold arc. Dorio and Rebecca followed closely, their figures quickly disappearing into the night outside the command post. The order quickly spread throughout the entire front line. At the position, the Wraith's power armor units, having just completed basic adaptive training, began to assemble urgently. Hansen personally inspected the power core of each of the fangs. On the other side, the heavy power armor units of Lazarus emitted a low hum, their livery gleaming with a cold luster in the moonlight. At the same time, Main's crew had silently disappeared into the night. Dorio led the way, Rebecca checked the ammunition of her bolter, while Pilar and Kiwi were responsible for electronic countermeasures. Sasha and Falco remained behind to provide support. 3 assault teams, 3 critical targets, a coordinated raid operation against Arasaka's heavy weapon positions, unfolded fully under the cover of night. Arasaka's engineers were still nervously setting up their weapon systems, completely unaware that destruction was quietly approaching. Chapter 170, Anvil 1147 Words on the Eastern Front, facing the Amaterasu directed energy cannon array that Arasaka had established on a relatively open high ground, the Wraiths unit commanded by Colonel Hansen adopted a typical regular army coordinated advance tactic. The temporarily upgraded power armor was not used as a spearhead for deep penetration, but was integrated into the overall offensive echelon. 3 power armors acted as mobile fire support points, deployed on the flanks and rear of the offensive line, their massive bodies half-crouching or utilizing the terrain to provide continuous heavy fire support for the advancing infantry. All units deploy in Alpha 3 formation. Power Armor Team, prioritize taking out exposed enemy heavy machine gun positions and rocket launcher operators. Infantry squads advance with alternating cover, utilizing shell craters and undulating terrain. Hansen's orders were clearly transmitted to every squad and platoon via the tactical data link. Arasaka's defensive positions reacted immediately. Security forces deployed on the periphery of the array, relying on temporarily dug foxholes and barricades constructed from engineering crates, swept the charging Wraith soldiers with dense automatic weapon fire. Several preset firing points, equipped with heavy machine guns, spat out deadly tongues of flame, attempting to suppress the attack. From within the Wraith's formation, soldiers equipped with new laser rifles began precise single shots. Crimson high-energy beams, almost impervious to wind speed, instantly hit targets hundreds of meters away. Even if the hit Arasaka soldiers were hiding behind cover, the lasers could easily burn through the weak cover material, or their armor, leaving charred penetrating wounds. At the same time, the power armors in the rear opened fire. Their shoulder-mounted auto turrets emitted short, muffled roars, as 20mm armor-piercing high-explosive rounds accurately landed on Arasaka's heavy machine gun positions, instantly tearing apart cover, weapons, and gunners alike. The light laser cannons mounted on their arms continuously targeted individual enemies attempting to move or peek out to shoot, their efficient lethality significantly reducing the pressure on the infantry advancing from the front. Arasaka's frontline commander clearly hadn't anticipated the enemy's firepower to be so precise and deadly. Power armor. Where are our power armors? Push forward. Block them. Furious shouts came through the comms channel. Several standard Arasaka power armors activated from behind the positions, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. They attempted a countercharge, hoping to break the Wraith's offensive formation with their armor advantage. Attention! Enemy power armors detected, 4 in number, directly ahead. The frontline observer immediately warned. Power armor team, intercepting fire. Infantry, fire anti-armor rockets. Hansen calmly ordered. 2 rockets, trailing white smoke, launched from the infantry squads and streaked towards the Arasaka power armors. 1 power armor reacted swiftly, blocking one of them with its arm armor. The explosion only made it stagger, but the other successfully hit its leg joint, immediately restricting its movement. It was at this moment that the combined firepower of the 3 power armors concentrated on them. Armor-piercing rounds from autocannons, continuous scorching from laser cannons, and specially equipped small-caliber anti-armor rockets rained down on those Arasaka power armors. The Arasaka power armor pilots discovered with horror that the enemy's firepower far exceeded expectations. Their armor rapidly sustained damage under the continuous assault, and the joint areas were particularly vulnerable. Most critically, the Wraith's power armors seemed to possess some kind of additional protection. Their attacks were often deflected, or had some kinetic energy weakened by a faint, rippling blue aura before impact. They have shields. Our attacks are ineffective. An Arasaka power armor pilot shouted in despair over the comms channel. This was the technological gap. The temporarily installed simple kinetic shields, while unable to completely withstand direct hits from heavy weapons, were extremely effective against small-caliber autocannons and rifle rounds, greatly enhancing the Wraith's power armor's survivability. One Arasaka power armor had its leg severed under concentrated fire, crashing to the ground, and was then completely destroyed by subsequent firepower. Another attempted to charge but was continuously targeted by precise laser cannon fire on its head sensor array, becoming blind and flailing like a headless fly before also being quickly destroyed. The remaining two, seeing the unfavorable situation, attempted to retreat but were penetrated from behind by pursuing fire. Having dealt with the enemy power armor's counterattack, the Wraith's offensive pace became even more resolute. Under the cover of power armors and precise laser fire, infantry squads swiftly cleared remaining infantry resistance, eliminating enemies behind cover one by one with grenades and assault rifles. Target: the Amaterasu Array's energy core and control system. Hansen's command came through. The troops surged onto the high ground like a tide. Under the cover of power armors, engineers quickly approached the Amaterasu gun emplacements, which were accumulating energy and emitting a piercing hum. They placed high explosives at critical nodes and then quickly withdrew. Demolition ready. 3, 2, 1, detonate. A series of massive explosions erupted from the high ground, and dazzling fire engulfed the enormous directed energy cannon components. The huge metal structures twisted and disintegrated in the explosions, and burning debris flew in all directions with a whistling sound. Arasaka's highly anticipated Amaterasu array was utterly destroyed by the Wraith's standard combined arms, layered advanced tactics before it could unleash its full power. Colonel Hansen looked at the burning positions through his binoculars, his single eye devoid of any joy, only the cold resolve of a mission accomplished: clear the battlefield, tally casualties. Report to command: Eastern Front objective cleared. On the Western Front's coastal high ground, the Lazarus Mercenaries squad's operational style was distinctly different from the Wraith's. The 5 Assault Squad Type 7 power armors, each with different paint schemes, did not form a tight formation. Instead, upon receiving orders, they scattered like cheetahs smelling blood, using the power armor's powerful mobility to assault the Take-Mikazuchi electromagnetic railgun projectile positions from different directions, along the steepest and most difficult routes. Their commander, codenamed Butcher, gave only brief instructions over the comms channel: free hunt, prioritize destroying gun emplacements and energy supply. Resolve within 30 minutes. One Lazarus power armor chose the most direct frontal path. His auxiliary thrusters on his back engaged at full power, propelling the 3-ton steel body at an astonishing speed towards the barbed wire and obstacles on the periphery of the Arasaka position. Arasaka soldiers fearfully poured bullets onto him, but the bullets hitting the kinetic shield in front of him only created ripples, unable to stop him in the slightest. Anvil didn't even use his shoulder cannon. Instead, relying on his momentum, he directly smashed through concrete barricades with his shoulder armor, which was fitted with a ram, and then raised his right arm's multi-barrel rotary machine gun, sweeping fire at the Arasaka soldiers behind cover. 7mm hail of bullets was like the scythe of death, instantly turning that area into a sea of blood. Chapter 171, Last Resort 2343 words. Another Lazarus power armor demonstrated superb stealth. He utilized the coastal rocks and undulating terrain, shutting down non-essential engines and approaching silently in a low-power mode. As he neared a pillbox, he suddenly leaped, the hydraulic system in his power armor's feet erupting with immense force, allowing him to land directly on its roof. Before the soldiers inside could react, the flamethrower under his arm briefly jetted, and the high-temperature stream instantly melted through the pillbox's roof, incinerating everything within. Arasaka's defenses here appeared more rushed and chaotic. They clearly hadn't anticipated the enemy attacking with such an elite mob style, from various unexpected angles. The comms channel was filled with chaotic shouts: 3 o'clock direction. That black one, he's too fast. Our heavy firepower can't penetrate their shields. They've breached the position. Close quarters combat. 2 Arasaka power armors, hastily dispatched, attempted to intercept the squad leader's unit, piloted by Butcher himself and painted with a grim skull. Butcher sneered, advancing instead of retreating. Just as the two sides were about to collide, his power armor executed a nearly impossible sideslide, evading the opponent's frontal fire, while simultaneously extending his left arm's power claw. With a shriek that tore through the air, it savagely plunged into the chest cockpit of an Arasaka power armor. The other Arasaka power armor tried to shoot from the side. The missile launcher on Butcher squad leader's shoulder instantly locked on, and a small high-explosive missile whistled out, blowing it to pieces. The battle became a one-sided hunt. The Lazarus power armor pilots were all seasoned veterans, coupled with the added fault tolerance provided by the temporarily installed shields. They pushed the power armor's mobility and firepower to their limits. They charged left and right within the Arasaka positions, precisely destroying the Take-Mikazuchi electromagnetic railgun projectiles cooling systems, capacitor arrays, and the rails themselves. Target destroyed. Energy node compromised. Processing the last gun emplacement. Concise reports were transmitted over the encrypted channel. In less than 25 minutes, the Take-Mikazuchi electromagnetic railgun system on the coastal high ground had been reduced to a pile of burning, twisted scrap metal. The surviving Arasaka soldiers had long lost the will to resist, scattering and fleeing. Butcher stood at the highest point of the position, looking at the devastation below, his voice beneath his faceplate devoid of emotion. Mission accomplished. Rendezvous at the extraction point. The 5 power armors, like a pack of wolves that had completed their hunt, quickly disengaged and vanished into the shadows of the coastline. Meanwhile, in the southern abandoned factory district, the fighting style here differed from the eastern and western fronts. Morris, like a true ghost, infiltrated the factory district ahead of Maine's crew. Her sensors blocked the perimeter surveillance, her sonic blade silently severed the throats of patrolling sentries, or disabled alarms at critical locations. She cleared a relatively safe infiltration path for Maine's crew. Maine's crew rapidly advanced along the route marked by Morris. They lacked the heavy protection of power armor but possessed the flexibility, synergy, and deadly efficiency characteristic of street mercenaries. Left corridor, 2 men. Sasha's voice came through the internal channel. She had hacked into the factory's remaining surveillance system. Dorio, like a tank, led the charge, unleashing a punch with her oscillation generator. The invisible shockwave sent 2 Arasaka soldiers, along with their cover, flying from around the corner. Rebecca followed closely, delivering a finishing shot with her heavy explosive shotgun, ensuring the targets were completely silenced. Pilar and Kiwi were responsible for rear guard and electronic countermeasures, disrupting Arasaka's internal communications and sowing chaos. Deep within the factory, Arasaka had clearly deployed defensive forces. A 4-person power armor team, supported by more than 20 elite security personnel, guarded the Susanoo gravity field generator, which was currently being assembled. Intruders detected. It's Maine's crew. Maximum alert. The Arasaka commander roared. The power armors raised their rotary machine guns and began to wildly spray bullets in the direction Maine's crew might appear, riddling the factory's metal walls with holes. Rebecca, draw fire. Dorio, follow me around the side. Pilar, smoke grenades. Maine quickly issued commands. Rebecca let out an excited howl, shouldering her explosive shotgun and flashing out from behind a cover, firing a high-explosive round towards the power armors. Although the explosion failed to penetrate the armor, it successfully drew the enemy's attention. The muzzles of 3 power armors immediately turned in her direction, pouring down a storm of bullets. Meanwhile, Maine and Dorio, using the factory's complex structure and Pilar's smoke grenades for cover, rapidly approached from the flank. Maine's left arm plasma cannon once again emitted a low hum. A brilliant blue orb of light streaked through the smoke, accurately hitting the back engine compartment of a power armor. The high-temperature plasma instantly melted through the armor, triggering an internal secondary explosion, and the power armor immediately became a fireball. Dorio, meanwhile, charged towards another power armor like a brute. The moment the opponent turned his gun, her arm-mounted oscillation generator simultaneously slammed into the power armor's leg joint. The immense impact caused the steel giant to lose its balance, stumbling backward. Dorio seized the opportunity, leaped onto it, and with brute force tore open a weak point in its chest armor, stuffing several high-explosive grenades inside before quickly jumping away. Another power armor was destroyed from within. The last remaining power armor and security personnel attempted to organize a counterattack, but Maine's crew gave them no chance. Morris appeared like a phantom from the shadows, her sonic blade tracing an elegant arc, severing the power armor's weapon feed chain. Then her figure flashed, cutting down several security personnel who were attempting to aim at Maine. Rebecca's explosive shotgun continued to roar, suppressing the remaining infantry. Maine's plasma cannon recharged once more. This time, the target was directly the core, not yet fully activated Susanoo gravity field generator. Goodbye, Arasaka's toy. The plasma orb whistled out, hitting the generator's core control unit dead on. After a blinding flash of energy came a violent explosion, and precision parts scattering everywhere. The expensive gravity field generator turned into a pile of charred junk before it could even operate. After clearing the remaining sporadic resistance, Maine looked at the devastated factory interior and said in a deep voice, "Target cleared. Morris, confirm if there are any tails. Everyone else prepare for extraction." 3 key targets, under the assault of 3 distinct units, were successively eliminated before Arasaka's main force could complete its final deployment. Arasaka's meticulously planned triple strike was declared bankrupt before it even began. The professionalism of the Wraiths, the elite nature of Lazarus, and the lethality of Maine's crew were all fully demonstrated in the battles of this night. The temporarily installed shield technology became the key factor for them to achieve their tactical objectives with minimal cost. In the combat command center of the Arasaka White Whale aircraft carrier, the air was so heavy it was almost suffocating. On the massive holographic tactical sand table, the light points representing the 3 assault squads and heavy weapon systems flickered out one after another, eventually solidifying into glaring red loss markers, firmly pinned to the positions of the eastern high ground, the western coast, and the southern factory district. On the auxiliary screens, the last fragments of real-time footage scrolled silently: the burning wreckage of the Amaterasu array, the twisted and broken Take Mikazuchi electromagnetic railgun projectile, the core unit of the Susanoo gravity field generator melted through by plasma cannons. Every frame was like a silent slap, heavily striking the face of every officer. For nearly a minute, the command center was silent, with only the low hum of equipment and a few suppressed, heavy breaths. A muffled thud suddenly broke the frozen air. Director Takayama Shintaro's fist slammed heavily onto the alloy base of the tactical sand table, with such force that the entire sand table shook. His usually meticulously combed hair now had a few strands loose on his forehead, but he seemed completely oblivious. The muscles on his usually calm face were taut, and the veins in his neck subtly bulged. His chest heaved violently twice, as if he was forcibly suppressing the rage about to erupt. The word was squeezed from between his teeth, carrying a chilling coldness, more oppressive than a desperate roar. A bunch of utter trash. He spun around abruptly, his gaze like a razor blade sweeping over the cowering staff behind him. The young officers lowered their heads one after another, not daring to meet his gaze, fearing they would become the focus of this overwhelming fury. Power armor units. Our highly anticipated power armor units. Takayama's voice suddenly rose, every word like it was dipped in ice. In the east, they were picked off one by one like targets by a ragtag army like wraiths. In the west, they were treated as practice dummies by Lazarus mercenaries. In the southern factory, they didn't even manage to organize decent resistance before Maine and his street rats raided their base. He snatched the tactical tablet from the technical staff's hand, quickly pulled up the battlefield data analysis report, his finger almost piercing the screen. "Open your eyes and look." He projected the data from the tablet onto the main screen. Enemy power armor model confirmed. It's Militech's Assault Squad Type 7 basic framework. It's in the same generation as our Oni power armor, Type 9, in terms of paper parameters. There is no insurmountable performance gap. His finger traced over a series of comparative data, his voice trembling imperceptibly from excitement. But what's the result? What's the exchange ratio? 4 Oni power armor in the east were completely annihilated, 0 losses for the enemy power armor. 2 in the west were instantly eliminated. 3 in the factory district couldn't even buy time. Is this a performance gap? This is a generation gap. An absolute generation gap in tactics and equipment application. He paused, took a deep breath, trying to regain his usual composure, but with little effect. He pointed to the faint, constantly rippling light blue halo around the enemy power armor in the footage. The problem lies with this shield. Takayama's voice was decisive. According to battlefield records, our small-caliber autocannons, assault rifles, and even some armor-piercing rounds were effectively deflected or had their kinetic energy weakened by this shield. Yet the enemy's attacks could pour onto our armor without any hindrance. They could forcefully push forward under our firepower, engaging in damage-for-damage, or even no-damage combat. While our pilots were still hesitating over firing angles and evasion routes, their pilots, relying on the extra margin of error provided by the shield, had already charged right into our faces. He looked around at everyone, his eyes, besides anger, held a deeper, cold sense of powerlessness born from being technologically outmatched. This isn't a matter of soldier courage, nor can it be fully explained by a commander's tactical error. This is absolute technological backwardness. Militech, or rather the archmagos behind them, has used a technology we don't yet fully understand to put an impenetrable shell on their power armor. And with this shell, they've turned our meticulously trained power armor units into live targets on a training ground. Just then, Yorinobu Arasaka, who had been standing silently by the porthole, slowly turned around. His face was covered with a layer of frost, his eyes dark and ominous, as if a storm was brewing within them. He had also witnessed the entire defeat, but unlike Takayama's anger, which was based on military logic, his rage was more like a performance, a carefully calculated emotional release. Yorinobu's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling coldness that instantly overshadowed Takayama's reprimand. Once was a failed probe, twice was a troublesome shield. Now, even our most core heavy assault weapons and power armor units are being torn apart like paper in a head-on confrontation. He walked step by step towards Takayama Shintaro, his pace slow and heavy, carrying an invisible sense of oppression. Uncle Takayama, tell me, how much of Arasaka's prestige, the Empire's face, is left now? His voice was sarcastic, being repeatedly trampled into the ground by a bunch of mercenaries, rebels, and street rats. The whole world is watching us, watching this white whale, watching us put on a clumsy farce here. He stopped in front of the tactical sand table, his gaze sweeping over the 3 glaring red loss markers, finally settling on Takayama's face. Since conventional methods are all useless, and you're hesitant about unconventional methods. Yorinobu's lips curved into a cruel arc, a hint of almost insane paranoia flashing in his eyes. Then I'll ask one more time, Director Takayama, will you or will you not hand over the authorization code for the tactical nuclear missile? Must we wait until the enemy attacks this flagship before you admit that only destruction can wash away the shame we are currently enduring? The air in the bridge instantly became extremely tense. All the officers held their breath, their gazes shifting back and forth between Takayama Shintaro and Yorinobu Arasaka. Using nuclear weapons would undoubtedly open Pandora's box, and no one could predict the consequences. Takayama Shintaro, facing Yorinobu's almost forced attitude, his chest heaved violently again. But he quickly controlled his emotions, the flush of anger on his face slowly receding, replaced by a deep solemnity. He knew that Yorinobu was using this as an excuse, trying to force him to make concessions or test his bottom line with extreme proposals. He absolutely could not lose his composure at this moment. Lord Yorinobu, Takayama's voice regained its steadiness, though a suppressed anger could still be heard. I understand your anger, and like you, I am deeply distressed by today's failure. However, using nuclear weapons is still an absolutely unacceptable last resort. He took a step forward, his gaze meeting Yorinobu's without flinching. He knew he had to stop Yorinobu's recklessness. Chapter 172, 206 8,160 words. The technological gap is an objective reality, but that doesn't mean we're helpless. Today's failure was primarily due to underestimating the tactical changes brought by shield technology, and adopting a flawed strategy of dividing our forces for a piecemeal advance, making us vulnerable to being defeated in detail. Takayama quickly adjusted his mindset, returning to his role as a professional military consultant to analyze the problem. Shields aren't invincible. They require energy to maintain, and have an overload limit. The Amaterasu array's energy scorching is theoretically effective, we just failed to protect it. The Take-Mikazuchi electromagnetic railgun projectile's kinetic penetration can also pose a threat. What we lack isn't weapons, but the correct tactics and sufficient pressure to maximize their effectiveness. He brought up a holographic projection of the wasteland town's defensive perimeter, his finger rapidly tracing lines across it. The enemy's core advantage lies in their area of effect energy shields and personal shield technology. However, their forces are limited. Maine's crew, the Wraiths, the Lazarus mercenaries, plus a small number of unknown units that might exist, their total combat power cannot compare to our entire White Whale battle group. They can win a few localized battles through ingenious tactics and technological superiority, but they cannot withstand an endless, all-out war of attrition. Takayama Shintaro's eyes sharpened, carrying a look of desperate resolve. I propose abandoning all clever tactics and returning to the most primitive and reliable law of war, mass and quantity. Concentrate all our landed armored forces including main battle tanks, armored personnel carriers, and self-propelled artillery and intersperse them with the remaining Oni power armor units, forming an iron torrent. At the same time, order the air wing to launch again, at all costs, to conduct continuous, uninterrupted airstrikes on the wasteland town's shield, even if it only serves to deplete its energy. He looked at Yorinobu Arasaka, his tone firm. We will launch wave after wave of frontal assaults. We won't aim for tactical finesse, only for absolute firepower density and assault intensity. We will use our armor and the lives of our soldiers to deplete the enemy's shield energy, to test its defensive limits. Even if we have to pile up corpses, we will carve a bloody path to the center of wasteland town. This is the most foolish method, but also the most effective one currently, Takayama concluded. Against absolute power, any technological advantage can be crushed. We, Arasaka, are never short on resources and resolve. Yorinobu Arasaka listened silently, the cold expression on his face unchanged, though a subtle, undetectable glint flickered deep in his eyes. Takayama's proposal aligned with Arasaka's usual domineering style, and it was indeed the most likely way to break the stalemate in the short term. This massive war of attrition suited him perfectly. More blood spilled, more chaos created, would only provide more perfect conditions for his true plan. He paused for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice still cold, but the oppressive aura around him slightly receded. Since Uncle Takayama is so insistent and determined, then do as you say. I hope this time, you won't disappoint me again. He paused, then added, I will be on the bridge, personally witnessing how Arasaka's iron torrent crushes that obnoxious barrier, and all the enemies within. With that, Yorinobu no longer looked at Takayama, or the others in the command center. He turned and walked back to the viewport, his gaze fixed on the distant land shrouded by the shield. His back appeared somewhat solitary, yet it exuded an unsettling stillness. Takayama Shintaro, having received Yorinobu's tacit approval, immediately turned, resuming his decisive commander's demeanor. Transmit my orders. His voice echoed through the bridge, carrying unquestionable authority. All landed units including the 3rd and 4th Armored Battalions, the 7th Mobile Infantry Regiment, and all remaining Oni power armor units, immediately assemble at the pre-designated attack positions. Form 3 heavy assault clusters, under my direct command. Order the air wing. All available attack aircraft immediately arm and take off. Employ wave-style attack tactics for continuous, 24-hour bombardment of the target shield. I want to hear the explosions over Wasteland Town never cease. Logistics Department, ensure ammunition and energy supplies for the front lines. I need to see a non-stop supply line from the coast to the front. Command after command was swiftly issued, and the entire Arasaka war machine began operating with unprecedented efficiency. On the coast, tank engines roared, exhaust pipes spewing thick smoke. The heavy footsteps of power armor resounded again, intermingling with the crunch of tracks over the ground. In the sky, carrier-based aircraft shrieked overhead, their wings laden with deadly ordnance. A chilling atmosphere permeated the entire landing zone. Amidst this clamor and feverish preparation, Yorinobu Arasaka quietly left the bridge and returned to his private lounge. After confirming no one was watching, he activated the room's highest-level anti-detection shielding. He walked to a ukiyo-e painting depicting Mount Fuji, and pressed an inconspicuous indentation on the edge of the frame. A small opening silently slid open on the side of the frame, revealing an encrypted communication terminal. Yorinobu quickly entered a long string of passwords. The terminal screen lit up, displaying a blurred figure with no distinguishing features. The situation has changed, but the overall picture remains under control, Yorinobu whispered into the microphone, his voice calm and even, completely different from his previous rage on the bridge. Takayama has decided on a frontal assault. This will shed enough blood and draw enough attention. The figure on the other end of the screen flickered slightly, seemingly nodding. Proceed with the second plan, Yorinobu continued to give instructions, his voice even lower. The objective remains the same, the timing, when the frontal battle is at its fiercest, and everyone's attention is drawn there. Ensure the operation is absolutely clandestine. If necessary, you may use that channel. Understood, a processed, gender-neutral electronic voice responded from the other end of the communication, brief and affirmative. Remember, what I want is the key, intact, a deep glint flashed in Yorinobu's eyes. Only by obtaining it can we truly leverage this decaying world. During the operation, no matter what happens, do not expose any connection to me. Command confirmed. For a new dawn, the electronic voice replied. For the dawn that buries the old world, Yorinobu repeated softly, then cut the communication. He deleted all records, restored the terminal to its original state, and the picture frame silently closed, as if nothing had happened. He walked to the window, looking at the iron torrent assembling in the harbor below, his face devoid of any expression. Takayama's frontal assault was destined to be a bloody war of attrition, drawing the eyes of Arasaka, Militech, and all observers. And this was precisely the perfect smokescreen he needed. Under the cover of chaos and bloodshed, his trusted subordinates would execute the true Mission A goal that concerned whether his 50 years of forbearance would finally be realized. He didn't care how many people died on the frontal battlefield, nor did he care if Arasaka would be severely weakened by this war. He even anticipated such an outcome. Only sufficient destruction could clear enough space for the birth of a new world. Go ahead and clash, go ahead and destroy. Yorinobu murmured to himself. When you are both wounded and exhausted, that will be the time for me to reap the harvest. Outside the window, Arasaka's war machine had completed its initial assembly. The massive armored clusters, like steel behemoths poised to strike, had their cannons uniformly pointed towards Wasteland Town. The roaring engines of the air wing rumbled like thunderclouds, presaging the coming storm. Takayama Shintaro's orders swiftly spread throughout the entire operational network via an encrypted data chain, and Arasaka's war machine once again went into full throttle. After a brief pause, a more ferocious offensive than before erupted on the landing zone. Arasaka's armored forces deployed into an attack formation on the outskirts of Night City. Main battle tanks formed the first wave of assault, their heavy treads crushing over the rubble-strewn ground, turrets slowly rotating, searching for any suspicious targets ahead. Armored personnel carriers followed closely, maintaining an appropriate distance, their roof-mounted heavy machine guns already aimed at the distant outline of the defensive line. Infantrymen gripped their weapons through firing ports, their breathing heavy inside their gas masks. Oni power armor units were dispersed on the flanks and in the gaps of the armored cluster, the heavy footsteps of the Oni power armor mixed with the roar of tank engines, forming a continuous low-frequency vibration. These 3-meter-tall steel soldiers were more agile than tanks, and could quickly respond to sudden threats. Behind the armored columns, self-propelled artillery units had completed their firing preparations. Cannon barrels continuously fine-tuned their angles based on data transmitted from the front, and autoloaders fed the first wave of shells into the chambers. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed across the artillery positions. At the same time, carrier-based aircraft took off one after another from the White Whale's deck. After forming up in the designated airspace, the attack aircraft formed a combat formation and pressed towards the Wasteland Town. Pilots confirmed weapon status, and target data was continuously updated in the fire control systems. The entire Arasaka attack echelon advanced steadily like a precise killing machine, following its predetermined program. Brief confirmation signals were transmitted over the radio, with all units maintaining strict combat spacing. There were no superfluous sounds, only the symphony of metal grinding, engine roaring, and treads rumbling, playing the prelude to a full-scale assault on the smoke-filled battlefield. On the outskirts of the wasteland town, the joint defensive line constructed by Wraiths and Lazarus mercenaries units was enduring the heaviest pressure since the start of the war. All units, attention. Frontal engagement. Repeat, a large-scale armored cluster is engaging frontally. In the communication channel, the warning from the frontline observation post carried an undisguised tension. Colonel Hansen's single eye was fixed on the tactical panel, where densely surging red signals almost covered the entire frontal area. His expression became exceptionally grim. Execute the predetermined defensive plan, he roared into the microphone, deploy in echelons, organize crossfire. Lazarus teams, leverage your mobility, hunt and eliminate key targets. Wraith squads, rely on existing fortifications, steadily resist. No one is to retreat a single step without my command. The prelude to the battle was opened by the Arasaka artillery cluster. Dense shells, with piercing whistles, slammed into the defenders' positions, and explosions flashed continuously, forming a searing sea of fire. Smoke billowed into the sky, quickly engulfing the entire battlefield. The earth violently trembled under the continuous explosions. Machine gun bunkers constructed from reinforced concrete prefabrications shook violently under the sustained shelling, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on their reinforced surfaces. When firing positions neatly stacked with standard sandbags were directly hit, the entire structure disintegrated instantly, and sand, debris, mixed with smoke, shot into the sky. The reinforced trench walls, strengthened by combat engineers, peeled off in large chunks under the impact of near misses, exposing the rough internal reinforcement framework. Every heavy artillery shell that fell left a shocking crater on the position. Fragments of prefabrications, twisted metal supports, and sandbag remnants were scattered everywhere by the blast wave. Although these fortifications were much sturdier than temporary shelters, their defensive capabilities were being eroded bit by bit under continuous heavy artillery bombardment. The violent vibrations from the explosions made the internal organs of the soldiers sheltering within churn, while metal shrapnel and concrete fragments flying everywhere posed a fatal threat. As soon as the artillery fire began to extend deeper, Arasaka's armored forces surged forward like a breached dam. Tank main guns spat out dazzling flames, high explosive and armor-piercing shells tore through the air, slamming fiercely into Wraith's strongpoints. Heavy machine guns on armored personnel carriers continuously spewed fire, suppressing any potential counterattack attempts by the defenders with dense barges. Hansen's roar exploded in a brief lull in the explosions. On Wraith's positions, all weapons simultaneously unleashed deadly firepower. Soldiers equipped with new laser rifles fired precise single shots, crimson beams striking the tank's observation equipment and the joint seams of the Oni power armor. Soldiers using traditional ballistic weapons continuously strafed the flanks and treads of armored personnel carriers with armor-piercing bullet belts. Temporarily reinforced anti-tank rocket launcher gunners pulled their triggers, and rockets, trailing distinct exhaust flames and emitting piercing whistles, flew straight towards the Arasaka tanks at the forefront. However, on this vast and chaotic frontal battlefield, the limitations of shield technology began to show. For the veterans among the Lazarus mercenaries, the shield generators installed on their Oni power armor were like a second life. Relying on their superb piloting skills and battlefield intuition, they could accurately judge threat levels and incoming directions, activating shields only at critical moments to block or evade, thereby significantly enhancing their survivability and combat efficiency. These Oni power armor units maneuvered flexibly on the battlefield, using the brief defensive windows created by their shields to quickly cut into the flanks or rear of Arasaka's armored forces, destroying tanks and armored vehicles one by one with precise firepower. But for the more numerous Wraith's regular soldiers, whose training levels and combat experience varied, the situation was completely different. The shield generators on their basic exoskeletons were inherently inferior to Lazarus models, with limited energy reserves and sustained operating time. Facing overwhelming artillery bombardment and dense machine gun fire, many new recruits, due to nervousness and inexperience, often activated their shields too early or continuously, causing their energy cores to quickly overload and shut down in the early stages of engagement. My shield. The shield is down. Energy depleted. Recharge quickly. Recharge can't keep up. Their firepower is too intense. Panicked calls began to echo in the communication channel. Without the protection of their shields, the Wraith's soldiers still relied on their basic exoskeletons and ballistic armor, and their defensive level was instantly reduced to its original state. Large-caliber machine gun bullets fired by Arasaka soldiers easily tore through the exoskeleton's protection, and armor-piercing rounds from anti-material rifles caused terrifying casualties. In an instant, the casualty figures on Wraith's positions began to rise significantly. Soldiers were constantly being hit and falling, with screams and calls for help rising and falling. Combat medics moved through the positions amid a hail of bullets, but often to no avail. The density of firepower on the defensive line began to decrease due to attrition. What surprised Arasaka soldiers even more was that in the brutal close-quarters melee, they found that the enemy's Oni power armor shields seemed to have lost their effect. An Arasaka Oni power armor, at the cost of its left shoulder armor being ablated by a laser, successfully closed in on a Militech commando power armor that was in the process of reloading its ammunition belt. The Arasaka pilot unhesitatingly manipulated the mechanical arm, slamming a heavy combat mace fiercely into the opponent. Based on previous combat experience, this strike would most likely be deflected by the blue energy shield. But this time, the mace struck squarely on the commando's chest armor, emitting a grating sound of tearing metal. The power armor that took the hit stumbled violently, the cockpit area visibly dented, and the entire machine instantly froze. Melee effective. Their shields are useless in close-quarters combat, the Arasaka pilot roared excitedly over the internal channel. This discovery quickly spread throughout the Arasaka assault forces. The Arasaka power armor pilots, who had been hampered by the shields, were greatly invigorated and began to consciously push forward, enduring enemy long-range fire, attempting to engage the defending power armor in close combat. All power armor units, attention. Abandon long-range engagements, immediately close in on targets, and use melee weapons to resolve the fight. The Arasaka frontline commander immediately issued new tactical orders. The battlefield situation shifted accordingly. Leveraging their numerical superiority and the discovery of shield failure in close combat, the Arasaka power armor began to exert greater pressure on the defenders. Militech's commando power armor was clearly at a disadvantage in close-quarters combat. Its design focused more on fire support, lacking effective heavy melee weapons, and its armor protection was relatively weak. Once entangled by an Oni power armor, it was often difficult to parry. Even the Lazarus mercenaries felt the pressure, although their skills were superb, when simultaneously facing multiple Oni power armor that had abandoned ranged attacks, and were solely focused on melee, they had to be more cautious, and their operating space was compressed. Takayama Shintaro, in the rear command center, keenly captured this change through real-time footage transmitted by drones. A cold smile finally appeared on his taut face. Indeed, every technology has its weaknesses. He ordered over the communicator, transmit the order to all attack clusters, intensify frontal pressure, power armor units to advance at full speed, and engage the enemy in close-quarters combat. Spare no cost, tear open their defensive line. Under his command, Arasaka's offensive became even more frenzied. The armored units pushed forward regardless of casualties, and the power armor clusters, like sharks smelling blood, surged towards the defending positions in waves, specifically seeking opportunities for close-quarters combat with the enemy power armor. The casualties of the Wraiths further increased, with multiple sections of the defense line in critical condition, beginning to show signs of wavering. Inside the workshop in the center of Wasteland Town, Osiris' massive metallic body stood silently before the main control console, his crimson optical lenses steadily scanning the waterfall-like data stream across the screen. The deafening explosions and fierce gunfire from outside were muffled into indistinct background noise by the thick soundproofing materials. "Buddy, it seems our shield system has encountered some interesting problems," Osiris' voice echoed in the workshop, with a pensive tone. The servo-skull hovering nearby emitted a faint hum in response. He was receiving and analyzing a massive amount of combat data from the front line in real time. Look at these energy consumption curves, and these failure time point distributions, especially the shield response data during melee contact. The results of the data analysis clearly confirmed some of his previous conjectures, and also revealed the bottlenecks in the current technological application. Make a note, buddy, Osiris said to the servo-skull, his optical lenses flickering slightly. Field data has confirmed our hypothesis. This miniaturized kinetic shield system has inherent design limitations. To ensure energy efficiency and avoid false triggers, the sensing threshold is set to be particularly sensitive to high-speed projectiles, but slow to react to slowly approaching objects. He paused briefly, as if organizing his thoughts. In close-quarters combat, the relative movement speed of the power armor simply does not meet the shield's trigger conditions. This design flaw renders our defensive system completely ineffective at the closest range. Do you understand what I mean, buddy? The servo-skull emitted a regular hum, its I-beam scanning across the data stream. Osiris' processing core operated rapidly, dynamically correcting and supplementing the original upgrade plans based on this new data. It seems that relying solely on defensive shields is no longer enough, buddy. The enemy is adapting to our technological characteristics and adjusting their tactics. We need more direct and effective means of lethal force, especially in the close combat domain where the shield system has obvious flaws. Almost simultaneously with reaching this conclusion, a new weapon design plan had already been generated, simulated, and initially verified in his core database. It's time to prepare some new toys for the boys on the front line, wouldn't you say, buddy? Morris, Osiris' voice resonated in the workshop. Morris, standing by like a shadow, immediately stepped forward. Master. Send the technical blueprints and production parameters for Scheme Beta to the Militech representative and Colonel Hansen. Priority, highest. Osiris' instructions were clear and precise. Inform them that this is an immediate solution for the current close combat disadvantage. Command confirmed. Morris did not hesitate and immediately turned to execute the order. Encrypted data streams instantly traversed the battlefield, arriving at the Militech Coordination Center in the rear, and the Wraith's command post on the front line, respectively. Colonel Hansen was overwhelmed by the rapidly rising casualties and the increasingly strained front line. When he received the new data package from Wasteland Town and saw its contents, a flicker of surprise crossed his single eye, followed by a sharp glint. Chain's word. Simple and direct, he roared, unhesitatingly connecting to an emergency communication with the Militech representative. This is Hansen. Immediately mobilize all frontline 3D printing and rapid manufacturing equipment. Prioritize the production of the new equipment just sent by Archmagos. The power armor Chain's word codenamed Ripper. Produce at full capacity, and send it to the front line as quickly as possible. The Militech representative, upon reviewing the blueprints, was also shaken by the efficiency and direct aesthetic of violence embodied in its design. The battlefield situation was constantly changing, and he immediately ordered his technical support units to fully cooperate with the production. In the relatively safe area behind Wasteland Town, several large military 3D printers and rapid prototyping equipment began operating at full power. High-strength alloy powder was precisely sintered under laser beams, rapidly forming powerful-looking components, stout single-hand grips, sturdy handguards, and the most crucial parts, the Chain's word blade with its menacing teeth and intricate internal structure, along with the power transmission mechanism. The front-line positions were locked in a stalemate after days of intense firefights. Both sides repeatedly contested the ruins, every inch of land soaked in blood and oil. At this critical moment, concise assembly guides and basic operating procedures were distributed via the tactical network to the operating interfaces of every power armor pilot. The first batch of trial-produced Ripper's chainsaw swords were urgently rolled off the production line at the rear workshop and immediately loaded onto transport vehicles fitted with protective armor. These transport vehicles, braving the intermittent artillery fire, painstakingly navigated the damaged roads, delivering the new weapons to the most fiercely contested battle zones. One of these Rippers was specially marked and prioritized for the commander, codenamed Butcher, known for his valiant style and excellent close-quarters combat skills within the Lazarus squad. At this moment, he was leading his squad in a bitter struggle at the weakest point of the defensive line, having repelled multiple fierce assaults from Arasaka forces. He had just used his shoulder-mounted cannon to destroy the observation unit of an Oni power armor, and was now being cornered by two other Arasaka power armor units attempting a pincer attack. He narrowly dodged a heavy combat hammer swing, his shield system flickering erratically under intense energy interference. Just then, the quartermaster's urgent call came through the communication channel. Butcher. New equipment delivered. 3 o'clock, black weapon crate. Butcher maneuvered his power armor in a swift sidestep, his mechanical hand precisely grabbing the special weapon crate, and violently tearing open its shell. Inside, a cold glowing weapon lay silently, a thick grip, a simple guard, and the most striking feature, a nearly 2-meter-long blade covered in sharp teeth. Without the slightest hesitation, Butcher discarded his depleted rotary machine gun, his massive metal fingers firmly gripping the Ripper's handle. His thumb decisively pressed the activation button. Vroom! A low, furious hum suddenly erupted, instantly drowning out all other sounds on the battlefield. The Ripper's teeth spun wildly at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, emitting a sharp, air-rending screech. The high-speed rotating teeth violently rubbed against the air, their surface rapidly glowing with a scorching dark red light. The two Arasaka power armor pilots attempting the pincer attack were stunned by this sudden terrifying weapon, and their movements showed a fatal hesitation. A ferocious grin twisted the corner of Butcher's mouth beneath his faceplate. He controlled his power armor to charge forward abruptly, no longer attempting any evasion, and the Ripper in his hand swept out with destructive momentum, directly aimed at the Oni on his left, which had just raised its combat mace. The Arasaka pilot hastily tried to block with the mace, hoping the opponent's shield would still be ineffective in close combat. But the Ripper completely ignored all defenses. This weapon was born to unleash maximum destructive power at distances where shields were ineffective. Clang boom! The high-speed rotating teeth instantly shredded the blocking mace, and scorching metal fragments sprayed out like a torrential rain. The chainsaw sword continued its momentum, fiercely biting into the Oni's waist armor. This was not cutting, but complete pulverizing destruction. High-strength alloy armor was fragile and vulnerable before the furious teeth, easily torn, shredded, and scattered. Internal wiring, hydraulic lines, and structural supports snapped one after another amidst an ear-splitting metallic wail. Lubricant and coolant gushed from the wound like blood. The Oni's torso was almost completely severed, barely connected by a few twisted metal frames. It stood rigidly in place, its power core emitting a few final convulsive hums, then crashed to the ground, exploding into a fireball amidst a cloud of dust. The entire combat sequence happened in a flash. The other Arasaka power armor pilot witnessed the terrifying scene of his comrade being instantly dismembered, and his communication channel filled with panicked screams. Butcher did not pause, controlling his power armor to turn, carrying the Ripper, which was still humming madly and dripping metal fragments and lubricant, like a demon returned from hell, walking step by step towards his final target. Fear completely overwhelmed the Arasaka pilot's will to fight. He stumbled backward in his power armor, even forgetting to fire. Butcher gave him no chance, lunging forward, the Ripper with a shriek of death, swept upwards from below, directly cleaving from the opponent's crotch to the chest cavity. Another Arasaka power armor turned into sparking wreckage, amidst the teeth-grinding sound of tearing metal. This scene, captured by drones and battlefield recorders, was clearly observed by the high commands of both warring factions. In the Arasaka command center, the faint smile on Takayama Shintaro's face instantly froze. He stared intently at the furious chainsaw sword on the screen, and the entirely different efficiency of close-quarters slaughter it brought. Another new weapon. His voice was low, tinged with disbelief, and a hint of annoyance. The speed of the opponent's technological iteration and battlefield adaptation was faster than imagined. As the first batch of Ripper's chainsaw swords were progressively issued to frontline troops, the battlefield situation began to shift noticeably. The defending forces, who had been steadily retreating due to a disadvantage in close combat, restabilized their positions, and the soldiers' morale clearly rebounded. Especially the Wraith's power armor pilots, after acquiring this simple, direct, and immensely powerful close-quarters weapon, finally had an effective countermeasure when facing Arasaka Oni's forced close-quarters engagements. Although their operating skills and combat experience were still inferior to Lazarus veteran mercenaries, the Ripper's astonishing destructive power largely compensated for these disparities. Many Wraith's pilots found that as long as they could accurately hit the target, the chainsaw sword's high-speed teeth could easily tear through the enemy power armor's armor. The battlefield situation was thus reversed once again. Arasaka's tactic of relying on close-quarters combat to breach the defensive line became far less effective after the defenders acquired highly targeted counterweapons. The offensive front lines once again devolved into a brutal war of attrition, with Arasaka paying a considerable price for every step forward. In the wasteland town's central workshop, Osiris calmly received the combat data of the Ripper chainsaw sword transmitted from the front lines. His crimson optical lens flickered rhythmically as the information stream scrolled. Record: Ripper chainsaw sword initial combat data meets expectations. Effectively fills the close combat defense gap and produces a significant suppressive effect on enemy morale. He paused briefly, calling up the weaponware report. Recommend focusing on optimizing the material formula for the saw teeth in subsequent production batches to enhance their durability in continuous combat environments. The direction of the war had shifted again due to the deployment of this new technology. However, for Osiris, these battlefield changes were merely valuable research data, important references for him to optimize weaponry and understand the war patterns of this world. He continued to calmly observe the development of the battle, analyzing various parameters, preparing to launch the next game-changing project when necessary. Battlefield data, like a surging tide, continuously flowed into Osiris Workshop's main control server through Militech's logistical maintenance interfaces, and the covert data collection subroutines on the Wraiths and Lazarus mercenaries' power armor. The spectrum of explosion shockwaves, the dissipation curves of energy weapons, the penetration efficacy of kinetic ammunition, real-time stress feedback from power armor joints and transmission systems, and even the physiological indicator fluctuations of pilots under extreme conditions. All this massive information was meticulously recorded, categorized, compressed, and finally transformed into a binary torrent, stored in specific sectors of the core database. Osiris' massive dark red body stood still before the main control console, his crimson optical lenses steadily scanning the waterfall-like data stream cascading across the screen. The deafening explosions and intense gunfire from outside were reduced to vague and distant background noise by thick composite soundproofing materials and active acoustic cancellation fields, unable to disturb the high-speed parallel computations of his logic core, which surpassed human comprehension. Buddy, the data samples are mostly collected, and preliminary modeling is complete. Osiris' synthetic voice resounded in the workshop, carrying a calm tone, as if sharing a discovery within Buddy after completing a phase of work. He brought up key datasets, algorithmically cleaned and visualized on the main screen. Look at these battlefield exchange ratio curves and subsystem damage reports. The power armor technology route in this world is indeed. The servoskull hovering beside him emitted a faint hum of understanding, its eye socket's steady blue light flickering in rhythm with the scrolling data, like a focused assistant. Their core technology relies heavily on high-bandwidth neural direct link interfaces. Osiris' metallic finger tapped lightly on the control panel, bringing up several slow-motion and annotated videos of Oni power armor and assault squad, Type 7 in close-quarters combat. In the videos, every micro-operation of the power armor perfectly corresponded to the peak of the pilot's neural signal map. Attempting to seamlessly connect the pilot's biological reaction speed with the mechanical limits of output, theoretically, it can indeed approach the operational ceiling of man-machine integration, especially in environments requiring instantaneous judgment and complex tactical maneuvers. He paused briefly, the focal length of his optical lenses subtly adjusting, as if scrutinizing deeper issues behind the data. But at what cost, Buddy? His voice took on a more distinctly analytical tone. Not to mention the dual burden this connection places on the pilot's mind and body, just the advanced neural implants and sensory synchronization systems required to support this operating mode, their cost, maintenance complexity, and the basic aptitude requirements for pilots are enough to form a high barrier. More importantly, Osiris' synthetic voice dropped a decibel, as if emphasizing the crucial point that followed. This technological path, highly dependent on individual elite pilots, with long training cycles, and demanding stringent logistical support, is too extravagant for an empire that needs to arm billions of stars and contend with endless wars of attrition, buddy. It's more like a precision instrument custom-made for a select few strong individuals, rather than a war anvil that can arm legions, and be repeatedly hammered in mud and blood. The servoskull emitted a series of more rapid binary confirmation tones, seemingly fully grasping the critical difference. Think about it, buddy. Osiris turned slightly towards the hovering servoskull, the light from his optical lenses steadily focused on its sensor array. Yes, the Space Marine's power armor relies on neural links, but they possess the black carapace, the final culmination of 19 modification surgeries, an extraordinary grace bestowed by the Emperor. We, the Adeptus Mechanicus, certainly have the capability to replicate, or even simplify this interface technology, but the key lies in cost. Countless complex resource evaluation formulas and production line simulation data instantly flowed through his logic core. The reality we must face is that the Imperial Guard needs to arm hundreds of millions of ordinary soldiers scattered across every corner of the galaxy. Even if only a small fraction, say 1%, were equipped with such gear requiring deep physical modification to pilot, the resources, time, and logistical support consumed would be an astronomical figure, enough to cripple the budgets of several sectors. Therefore, the guiding principle must be clear. Osiris' synthetic voice carried an undeniable sense of pragmatism, for weaponry, reliability, and ease of maintenance are paramount, followed by performance and advancement. The Empire never lacks cutting-edge technological creations, but what frontline units truly need are tools that can be mass-produced, rapidly deployed, and endure attrition on the harshest battlefields. He concluded, his tone like stating a law of physics: the power armor we are designing, its core purpose is to solve the practical equipment needs of the Imperial Guard. It is to fill the front lines, not to be a technological showcase in some laboratory. Based on this core idea, Osiris began to construct the design plan. First, he rejected the neural direct link operating mode. He pursued structural simplicity, but also required ease of operation. Pilots shouldn't have to memorize thick operating manuals. Then, the solution is very clear, buddy. Osiris' synthetic voice contained a hint of sudden enlightenment. The key lies in the auxiliary system. Or rather, adopting a form more in line with the context of the Warhammer universe, the machine spirit. In the servoskull's eye sockets, the faint blue light flickered noticeably, seemingly in response to this promising idea. Cyberpunk World's power armor is already equipped with low-level artificial intelligence for auxiliary control. This is a ready-made foundation, Osiris explained to his silent companion while retrieving relevant technical archives and code libraries. We don't need to start from scratch. We only need to collect enough combat data from excellent pilots, integrate, optimize, and deep learn it to train a general operational data model highly adapted to battlefield environments. The real challenge is how to implement it safely and compliantly in the Warhammer universe. His crimson optical lenses flickered slightly, revealing a knowing implication. That's the clever part. Archmagos Vox has already approved the production of those ancient logic cores on Nexum, hasn't he? We will load the trained data model into it, letting this core coordinate and drive the entire power armor. As for any potential questions about its intelligent nature, Osiris' synthetic voice took on an almost mocking cadence, as if stating an open secret. Buddy, how can the mysteries of the machine spirit be presumptuously defined by the mundane concept of artificial intelligence? The pilot only needs to focus on the target, give his all, and the rest can be entrusted to the loyal machine spirit. Even if the pilot unfortunately falls in battle, that machine spirit, imbued with will surely continue to carry the unfinished mission until the enemies of humanity are thoroughly purged. With the most critical operational issues resolved, the remaining design work for Osiris had a clear direction, but the specific implementation path still required careful consideration. Buddy, the blueprint framework is in place, but we need to first define the performance boundaries, Osiris said to the servoskull, bringing up the initial structural stress simulation diagram. The strength of the linear framework can theoretically support a charge speed of 15 meters per second, but... The servoskull emitted a short, warning-like tone, simultaneously projecting a set of data into his vision showing the physiological tolerance limits of mortal pilots under overload acceleration. "Yes, I understand," Osiris' synthesized voice carried a tone of deliberation. "We cannot demand Astartes standards from mortals. We need to adjust the structural strength and transmission ratio to the optimal range, not the theoretical limit. The maximum speed, let's set it at 60 kilometers per hour. This should be a reasonable balance between maneuverability and the pilot's endurance." He continued to build the design. An extremely sturdy linear framework served as the skeleton, covered with high-toughness electronic muscle fibers to provide powerful yet relatively soft power output, while critical areas were protected with classic ceramite composite armor. "The shield system, buddy, this is the biggest difference between us and the metal cans of this world." Osiris integrated the model of a simplified personal kinetic shield generator into the design. "My initial idea was a more powerful deflection field, but the volume and energy consumption would increase exponentially." The servoskull quickly simulated the relationship between energy consumption and sustained combat time, and the results showed that if a higher-grade shield were used, the power armor's sustained combat capability would be significantly reduced. "Compromise is necessary," Osiris finally confirmed. "This system doesn't need to withstand a direct hit from a plasma cannon, as long as it can effectively deflect small-caliber solid projectiles and shell fragments, providing the pilot with a few extra seconds of survival time during a charge. The investment in weight and volume is worthwhile. It is precisely because of it that our lad reached a height of 4 meters. The entire design process was not smooth sailing. He constantly had to choose between ideal performance and practical constraints. A life support system, communication array, battlefield situational awareness suite, and a crucial omni-environmental adaptation system were efficiently integrated into the framework. Osiris knew that the Imperium's territory spanned 1 million worlds, from toxic death worlds and lava-flowing volcanic worlds to frozen wastelands near absolute zero, and even areas with anomalous gravity or bizarre atmospheric compositions. This system had to provide a reliable sanctuary for mortal soldiers to survive. Every integration decision was accompanied by repeated considerations of extreme reliability, frontline maintainability, and large-scale deployment costs. "Buddy, we cannot only consider conventional battlefields." Osiris brought up a series of extreme planetary environmental parameters, explaining his design logic to the servoskull. "Our power armor needs to contend with the malice of the entire galaxy, corrosive atmospheres, psychic dust, reality distortions caused by warp whispers, and even worse." The servoskull projected simulated data for several major threats, and marked the corresponding required protection technologies and energy consumption. "Yes, costs will skyrocket," Osiris' synthesized voice carried a pragmatic calmness, "but we don't need to pursue long-term survival on the surface of a death world that belongs to more specialized exploration equipment. Our goal is to ensure survival and combat effectiveness, to ensure that the wearer can maintain combat capability for at least dozens of hours in most extreme environments, buying time for evacuation, or waiting for rescue." Therefore, the core of his design system lay in basic sealing, internal circulation maintenance, and environmental adaptability adjustment. The ceramite shell and composite joints provided basic protection, reinforced filtration, and air synthesis modules could handle various toxic or inert atmospheres. Built-in temperature control units could withstand extreme temperatures. The system even possessed a certain resistance to energy fields and psychic interference. It may not allow the user to move freely in a vacuum for days, but it is enough to support them in fighting their way from the wreckage of a destroyed transport ship to the nearest airlock, Osiris concluded. For the Imperial Guard, that is enough. Every veteran who returns to the front lines alive is a valuable asset. This yet unnamed power armor ultimately adopted a classic humanoid design. Due to being packed with various equipment, its dimensions reached an astonishing 4 meters in height, making it a significant presence even in the giant-filled Warhammer universe. The arms largely maintained a humanoid structure for wielding melee weapons or large firearms, but the forearms were designed as quickly detachable modules for swapping out fixed heavy weapons such as heavy bolters, melta-guns, or loss cannons. The energy core chosen was a plasma reactor of the same class as the Imperial Sentinel Walkers. Astartes power reactors have less power, and would struggle to propel a 4-meter-tall heavy unit like this, Osiris explained his choice to the servo skull. This reactor must provide abundant and stable energy for all systems, especially that energy hog, the shield generator. The cockpit adopted a seated posture, but the space was extremely compact. It essentially hollowed out the humanoid torso and part of the thigh area, creating a space just large enough to accommodate a standard-sized human sitting inside. Of course, if it were a smaller ratling, the space would seem spacious, but Osiris designed the operating interface based on standard human body types, so ratlings would probably not be able to pilot it effectively. The final design product weighed nearly 2 tons. With the arms in humanoid form, the basic output force was set at 5 tons. This is enough to complete most battlefield engineering tasks, or to push a bogged-down Lehman Russ out of the mud, Osiris commented, abandoning some more aggressive melee output indicators to protect the mechanical structure and the pilot. Considering specific tactical needs, Osiris reserved standardized interfaces on the back of the power armor for adapting flight kits. Whether it was a grav chute for slowing descent, or a jump pack for short-range assault capabilities, these could be quickly attached via this interface to meet the needs of special missions such as orbital drops or assaults on complex terrain. However, for reasons of cost and to control equipment complexity, these functions were defined as optional modules rather than standard configurations. In terms of weapon systems, Osiris chose a pragmatic and efficient compatibility strategy. This power armor was designed to directly use most heavy personal weapons from the Astartes arsenal, ensuring that it could quickly form combat effectiveness in the initial stages of deployment without waiting for the establishment of a dedicated logistics system. Of course, he also planned to tailor a more suitable exclusive weapon arsenal for it in the future, based on combat feedback. Regarding the pilot, Osiris' core principle was clear: no invasive neural interface surgical modifications were needed. Instead, the key lay in the pilot establishing an effective, synchronized relationship with the machine spirit built into the power armor. The synchronization process must be gentle enough, buddy, Osiris emphasized to the servo skull when finalizing the neural interface protocol. We need to create an immersive sense of connection, similar to a knight mecha's inheritance ritual, allowing the pilot to feel the machine spirit's pulse and work in unison with it. But the entire process must be far less violent and dangerous. We don't need the pilot to endure the mental impact of ancestral consciousness fragments that would only bring unnecessary risks and meaningless non-combat casualties. Nevertheless, to maximize the potential of the human-machine integration, Osiris still prepared a progressive pilot enhancement plan. He turned to the servo skull and explained, "Buddy, we need to differentiate. For ordinary mortal pilots, a non-invasive solution motor neural reflex assistance and augmented reality interface implants will suffice. But for our Scutarii core who have already undergone systematic modifications," Osiris brought up the standard cybernetic modification checklist for the Scutarii core. Their bodies are already equipped with comprehensive mechanical interfaces. It would be a waste not to fully utilize these existing neural ports and data transmission systems. He designed a deep neural direct link interface protocol for Scutarii core pilots. This would not only directly input the power armor's sensor data stream into their processing centers, but also allow the Scutarii core warriors enhanced neural signals to control the mech more quickly and precisely, achieving near-instinctive reaction speeds. This deep connection solution, Osiris explicitly stated in his internal directives, will be prioritized for my direct Scutarii core units. This is not only a further enhancement of their combat capabilities, but also a logical upgrade based on their existing modifications. Better equipment means higher survival rates and stronger combat power, which benefits all of us. After the overall design was complete, Osiris began to manufacture the prototype. "Buddy, time to get to work," he said to the servo skull, simultaneously disassembling the design blueprints. Adamantium armor, main structural frame, plasma reactor, hydraulic transmission system, and electronic muscle bundles. These core components cannot be produced in this world. Let's send them back to the Warhammer universe and give my apprentices something to do. He then sent the design blueprints for these critical parts through the data interface to the main control system of the Death World base, attaching clear instructions to the Wasteland Workshop apprentice team, produce the listed components according to the attached technical drawings and specifications, with high priority. Inspection standards must strictly comply with the data checklist requirements. This serves as a practical assessment. He could almost imagine the 23 young adjusters of the apprentice team, scrambling yet eagerly energized upon receiving this direct order from the Lord Archmagos. Releasing them from daily maintenance and theoretical study to personally manufacture such complex devices was a valuable opportunity and a severe test. Subsequently, he turned his attention to local production resources. As for some non-core auxiliary parts, Osiris instructed the servoskull, package and send the blueprints for internal wiring harnesses, standard interfaces, and non-load-bearing cover plates for the external armor to Militech. Tell them we need a set of samples, using the best craftsmanship and materials they can provide. Order confirmed. Filtering non-core component blueprints, data package encrypted. Establishing secure link with Militech logistics channel. Transmission initiated, the servoskull responded, its I-beams projecting a new data transmission progress bar. Osiris finally turned to the stably operating dimensional teleporter deep within the workshop. And the shield generator core, as well as the most important machine spirit carrier. His crimson optical lenses gazed at the distorted pale blue light, his voice tinged with careful consideration. The power of this knowledge is probably too premature for this current world. In the following days, Osiris simultaneously advanced several tasks. He monitored the frontline battle situation, analyzed the combat data returned by the Fang's kits, and Ripper Chain's words, and awaited the arrival of both batches of components. Militech demonstrated their efficient industrial capabilities. Although their engineers didn't quite understand some design standards, especially the design philosophy that didn't deliberately pursue lightweighting, but instead focused on structural strength and environmental adaptability, they still completed the production of all outsourced parts within a week and delivered them to the Wasteland workshop through secret channels. These parts were well made and fully met the requirements. On the other hand, the apprentices at the Death World base took more time. During this period, Osiris received several technical inquiries, all concerning material processing and energy circuit stability. He didn't directly provide answers, but instead had them consult technical manuals and standard procedures themselves. Finally, when the matte adamantium armor, smoothly operating plasma reactors, and intricate shield components arrived via the teleporter, Osiris inspected them and found that although the apprentices' work still showed some traces of inexperience, it fully met the standards. In fact, in some less important details, they even added some of their own clever touches. With all parts in place, Osiris began the final assembly of the prototype. His massive body stood in the spacious work area, and several nimble mechanical tentacles extended precisely from behind his back and beneath his robes, like sophisticated tools with independent will. Assembly strictly followed a logical sequence. First, the sturdy linear frame from the Death World was hoisted into place, serving as the skeleton of the entire mech. Next, complex hydraulic transmission systems and bundles of electronic muscles were individually embedded into the frame's reserved slots and secured. Subsequently, auxiliary parts from Militech were efficiently integrated to connect and enclose these core components. The most crucial power and protection systems were left for last. The Sentinel-class plasma reactor was carefully embedded in the core of the torso, and multiple layers of adamantium armor plates were then riveted to key areas. Finally, the precisely structured shield generator was installed above the reactor and connected to the main power source. Throughout the process, Osiris' crimson optical lenses steadily scanned each component, with sensors continuously monitoring torque, sealing, and circuit connectivity. There were no superfluous movements, only the steady hum of the mechanical tentacles, the dull thud of metal components joining, and the rhythmic sounds of tools. After several hours of continuous work, all systems were initially integrated. A few days later, a 4-meter-tall power armor stood silently in the center of the workshop. Its sturdy body was encased in an intentionally dark red adamantium shell, with clean and powerful lines. On its head monitor, Osiris even playfully added a single horn, though it was a communication antenna. The plasma reactor on its back emitted a low hum, indicating ample power reserves, and the weapon interfaces at the ends of its arms were empty, ready for various weapons to be installed at any time. Although it stood motionless, its stillness exuded a breathtaking sense of oppression. Chapter 173. Hiring V-1247 words. The prototype assembly was complete. Next came the crucial field test. However, the choice of test pilot caused Osiris' logic core to briefly fall into deliberation. Militech personnel were immediately ruled out. He had no immediate plans to share the technology contained within this prototype, especially the machine spirit, system, and shield technology, with the powers of this world. Members of Maine's crew. He retrieved their neural response speed and combat skill data. Rebecca might dare to pilot it, but she was better suited for wild assaults than precise control. Maine and Doria were more accustomed to fighting with their own cyberware. Falco was a driver, not a mech pilot. Pilar and Kiwi were technical support. Their average education level and fine motor skills made Osiris feel they were less than ideal. David Martinez was a promising candidate, with neural sensitivity and learning ability that met the requirements. But he was a technical apprentice Osiris was investing resources in, and using him as a test pilot for a potentially damaged prototype seemed a bit wasteful. The Netrunner girl who yearned for the moon. Her abilities were decent, but her loyalty was questionable. Osiris didn't want to find her one day piloting this power armor, a crystallization of his efforts, breaking through Earth's gravity and heading straight for the moon. Although this was just a prototype for testing, and for Osiris, building another one would just be a matter of putting an apprentice through the paces again. For a tech priest, any unnecessary loss was shameful. His gaze swept through the database, finally settling on a figure who had been somewhat idle recently, the former Arasaka Counterintelligence Department Deputy Director, Valerie. At this moment, Valerie was in a relatively quiet corner of the dump HQ, undergoing basic rehabilitation training. Her right arm was still encased in a medical brace, and her face was pale from blood loss and her recent turbulent experiences. Betrayed and hunted by the corporation, she had almost died. Although she was temporarily safe now, her eyes, besides the fatigue of surviving a disaster, held a deeper trace of unwillingness and confusion about the future. Osiris retrieved her detailed file and recent activity records. As a corporate elite who once dominated Night City, these abilities were beyond doubt. Her combat readiness, on-the-spot adaptability, and psychological endurance had all undergone rigorous testing. She had been ruthlessly abandoned and almost eliminated by Arasaka, and her loyalty to the corporation had long vanished. Currently, she was at a stage where she urgently needed to find a new foothold and purpose. A capable, experienced potential test pilot who harbors deep resentment towards the corporation and is temporarily without a place to go. Osiris' voice carried a sense of confirmation after completing a calculation. Buddy, what do you think? The servo-skull flew half a circle around him, emitting a hum of agreement. It seems we need to have a talk with this former corporate employee. Osiris' massive body turned towards the workshop exit, his metal feet making steady sounds as they hit the ground. Perhaps we can offer her an opportunity to prove her worth again, or even seek revenge for the past. He needed to assess V's physical recovery, and more importantly, test whether she had the potential for initial synchronization with the power armor's machine spirit, and her attitude towards piloting this war machine to serve Mr. Archmagos. If all went well, the first combat data collection for this unnamed power armor would be completed by this former Arasaka operative. Osiris' summons were conveyed through Morris, brief, and without superfluous words. Valerie followed the silent female guard through the labyrinthine passages of the dump HQ, finally stopping before a heavy metal door. The door slid open silently, and a scent mixed with oil, static electricity, and some indescribable energy field wafted out. Valerie stepped in, her gaze quickly and discreetly sweeping the interior. The space was wider than she expected, with various instruments she didn't recognize emitting faint lights, and thick cables coiling at the edge of her vision. Her professional instinct made her try to remember the layout and possible exits, but she couldn't deduce the function of most of the equipment. Then, her gaze fixed on the center of the workshop. That massive, dark red metal construct stood silently there, its structure inhuman, bearing a mechanical feel that was almost sacrilegious. It reminded Valerie of the ultimate creations of mad scientists in old sci-fi movies, but at the same time, it exuded a strange, almost religious solemnity. When the crimson optical lenses turned towards her and clearly locked onto her, Valerie's breathing suddenly hitched, and her steps involuntarily paused. Although she considered herself prepared for this Mr. Archmagos through intelligence fragments and descriptions from Maine's crew, the impact of seeing him in person far exceeded any report. At this moment, she fully understood why Arasaka had chosen to retreat after paying such a heavy price. This was not merely a disparity in force, but an instinctive apprehension when facing an existence beyond comprehension. Archmagos. Valerie forced herself to calm down, nodding slightly, her voice as steady as possible. She had been the deputy director of Arasaka's counterintelligence department, had seen countless major scenes, but standing before this entity, she felt as if she were facing a deep starry sea, a sense of insignificance naturally arising within her. More ironically, not long ago, her mission was to try to contact or even evaluate this entity. Osiris' synthesized voice echoed in the empty workshop, steady and without fluctuation, betraying no emotion. I am aware of your situation. Arasaka abandoned you, like discarding a tool that had lost its usefulness. Valerie's lips curved into a small, bitter arc. The corporation is always like that. I have a position here. Osiris didn't beat around the bush, cutting straight to the chase. Work for me. Valerie looked up at the crimson lenses, not immediately showing wild joy or indecision. She had experienced betrayal and being hunted, and was no longer the corporate employee who easily believed promises. Work for you. What specifically? How is it different from toiling for Arasaka before? I don't want to be a corporate dog anymore. You will only be responsible to me, executing my commands. Osiris replied, you need not heed the will of Militech or any other force. You are not an employee of any corporation, you are my subordinate. Valerie pondered for a moment, then spoke again, this time with a touch of her usual pragmatism. Then, what can I get? Archmagos. My brother, Jackie, and I used to dream of making a name for ourselves in Night City, of being above others. Night City. Osiris' synthesized voice seemed to carry an extremely faint, almost mocking, undertone. An ambition confined to one city is too small. Serve me, and the heights you can reach in the future are far beyond what a big shot in Night City can compare to. Anyone can make promises, Mr. Archmagos. Valerie appeared very calm. At the very least, I need a settlement fund so that Jackie and I can have no worries. Osiris didn't hesitate at all. You and Jackie Wells, 1 ton of gold each. As an initial settlement fund. Valerie's pupils slightly contracted. 1 ton of gold. 1 ton each. Even during her days as an Arasaka executive, this was an unimaginable sum. This gesture was simple, crude, yet extremely convincing. Chapter 174, These New Job 1111 words very generous. She took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in her heart. But money alone isn't enough. In this world, especially after everything I've been through, I understand that power is fundamental. The power to no longer be easily manipulated or slaughtered by others. Osiris' crimson optical lens turned to one side of the workshop, where the dark red power armor, having just completed its final assembly, stood silently in the shadows, its unicorn-like antenna on its head gleaming coldly under the lights. Power armor, cybernetic enhancements, advanced weapon systems, as long as you prove your worth, these can all be provided. Resources, for me, are not a bottleneck. He refocused his gaze on Valerie, and his synthesized voice suddenly became grave, carrying an undeniable weight. But for all of this, there is one prerequisite, one sole requirement. The air in the workshop seemed to solidify with his words. Absolute loyalty. Osiris' voice was cold and clear, every word like a hammer striking metal. If loyalty isn't absolute, then it's absolutely disloyal. This is my creed. Any form of betrayal, deception, or feigned obedience is intolerable. Can you accept this? Valerie met those crimson optical lenses, feeling an unprecedented pressure. She knew very well that this wasn't an ordinary employment contract, it was more like an oath of allegiance. The entity before her could indeed grant her the wealth and power she desired, but it also demanded unreserved submission. She thought of Arasaka's ruthlessness, of her despair when her arm was severed, and of Jackie and their once seemingly unattainable dream. With hardly any hesitation, she nodded, her eyes becoming resolute. "I accept," Valerie said. "As long as you fulfill your promise, Jackie and I are willing to pledge our loyalty." When Valerie found Jackie, he was surrounded by several newly rotated Wraiths recruits, squatting by a pile of crates in a corner of the outpost. His booming voice and exaggerated gestures stood out in the crowd. He was clearly boasting about some remarkable experience. "Just one bang of a shot. I used this old friend of mine," he raised his hand, mimicking firing a gun, "to blow out the last working eyeball of that cyberpsycho. You should have seen it." A recruit, listening intently, happened to glance at Valerie approaching, and nudged Jackie with his elbow. Jackie turned around, saw Valerie, and his face immediately broke into that characteristic, brilliant smile with a touch of Haywood District swagger. "Look who it is." He stood up and waved at the recruits. "Go on, scram, my girl, and I have important business to discuss." The recruits chuckled and dispersed. Jackie walked a few steps to Valerie, lowering his voice slightly, the excitement not yet completely faded from his face. "How was it? They didn't give you any trouble, did they?" "No," Valerie shook her head, her tone calm but with an undeniable resolve. "Jackie, I found a new job. For both of us." "A new job?" Jackie raised an eyebrow, casually holstering his pistol. "Which fixer introduced it?" "Not a fixer," Valerie interrupted him, looking directly into Jackie's eyes. "It's the boss here, the Archmagos." Jackie's smile faded a bit, looking somewhat bewildered. "Archmagos? Who's that?" "Maine's mysterious boss." "My God, Valerie, that's no ordinary big shot. How did you get connected? And you brought me along too." He scratched his head, looking a bit confused, but there was no doubt in his eyes, only curiosity about Valerie's decision. "The process was a bit complicated, I'll explain it in detail later," Valerie said briefly. She didn't want to explain now how she stood before that entity and reached an agreement. "You just need to know that we work for him. The pay is very generous, far beyond your imagination." She recalled the promise of a ton of gold. Jackie looked at her serious expression, then at her empty right sleeve, remembering how she had been hunted like a stray dog by the corporation before. He took a deep breath, and his large, fan-like hand clapped Valerie's uninjured shoulder. "You call the shots, sis," Jackie said firmly. "You'd never screw me over. If you think this path works, then I, Jackie Wells, am with you. Working for a big shot is better than having inconsistent jobs on the street. Maybe we can really make a name for ourselves." The light of aspiration rekindled in his eyes, although he didn't fully understand who this Archmagos truly was. Valerie breathed a sigh of relief. Jackie's trust was what she needed most at that moment. "Next, I have a mission. The Archmagos gave me a set of equipment that needs testing." "Equipment? What cool stuff?" Jackie was interested. "A power armor," Valerie said. Jackie whistled, his face full of envy. "Going big right away. What about me? What do I do?" "You're on standby for now," Valerie looked at him. "Familiarize yourself with the environment here, stay ready. I'll let you know when I need you." Although Jackie was a bit disappointed not to be able to participate immediately, he still nodded, "Understood. Be careful, driving that tin can is no joke." Soon after, Valerie stood in Osiris' workshop again. Her right sleeve was no longer empty, in its place was a rugged, angular mechanical prosthetic arm. This was the medical assistance provided by Osiris. Although its industrial aesthetic was almost crude, far less refined than Arasaka's high-end prosthetics, the sense of power and responsiveness it conveyed was exceptionally good, far exceeding any model she had used in the past. The dark red power armor with the unicorn-like antenna on its head had been moved to the test preparation area. Under Osiris' remote instructions and Mora's silent assistance, Valerie climbed through the stern ladder into the cockpit located in the power armor's chest cavity. The hatch closed heavily behind her, sealing off the outside. Internal lighting came on, the lights stark. The cockpit was narrower than she expected, with an extremely minimalist, even somewhat primitive layout. There were no comfortable seats, only an ergonomic metal frame structure that looked more like the riding position of a motorcycle or small aircraft. The pilot needed to straddle it and secure themselves with straps. Her mechanical right hand instinctively gripped, precisely fitting into an exposed control interface, feeling a slight locking sensation. There were no complex neural connection cables. The primary controls relied on several main screens in front of her, physical buttons, joysticks, and the helmet display she wore, which was now activating and projecting a wraparound view. System startup. Valerie, following instructions, combined voice commands and manual operations to issue the command. Chapter 175. Upgrades 1261 words. A deep hum instantly emanated from the core of the torso, as if a giant beast had been awakened. A subtle yet powerful vibration came from the metal frame beneath her. Almost simultaneously, a calm, clear electronic synthesized voice sounded in the cockpit, its tone steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Auxiliary operating system online. Commencing pilot adaptation calibration. The helmet display in front of Valerie suddenly lit up, not only clearly presenting a 360-degree unobstructed view of the outside world but also rapidly overlaying layers of tactical data, body status readings, and environmental analysis information. At the edge of her vision, a concise status bar displayed system synchronization rate, 78% and continuously optimizing. Attempt basic limb movements, the AI prompted. Valerie complied, cautiously moving her arms, including the newly installed mechanical prosthetic. The massive mechanical arms of the power armor responded accordingly, with high synchronization and precise movements. However, she could feel a subtle sense of sluggishness. It wasn't that the commands weren't responsive, but rather a lack of the ultimate fluidity of mind moving with intention that top-tier neural-linked power armor was rumored to possess, nor the exaggerated feeling of the power armor becoming a second skin, or herself becoming a Superman, as legends claimed. It feels a bit heavy, and the response isn't crisp enough, she reported over the internal communication channel, simultaneously feeling the weight of the machine transmitted through the metal frame. Experimental model, emphasizing structural strength and full-domain environmental protection. Current response curve is set to safety mode preset, the AI's voice immediately responded. At the same time, Valerie noticed the synchronization rate reading in her vision jumped to 85%, and the operational stickiness seemed to have lessened somewhat. The auxiliary system is dynamically optimizing based on the pilot's neuromuscle electrical signals and operating habits. The adaptation process is expected to take 3 to 5 minutes. Performance can be gradually unleashed. Osiris' voice also came through the encrypted channel, calm and unruffled, as if stating an established fact. Now proceed to the designated test area. Data collection begins. The heavy metal feet took their first step, emitting a dull, solid thud. With the subtle assistance of the AI system, Valerie piloted the 4-meter-tall red power armor, walking steadily but not quickly out of the workshop, stepping by step into the area designated as a test site on the outskirts of the wasteland town, which was also adjacent to the edge of the combat zone. The dark red power armor piloted by Valerie immediately became the focus of attention from all sides as soon as it appeared in the test area. At the Wraith's position, Colonel Hansen put down his binoculars, his brow slightly furrowed. He had just witnessed the red machine complete a standard tactical turn, its movements as precise as a textbook, yet always exuding a sense of steadiness, or rather, clumsiness, that felt out of place in this fast-paced battlefield. Archmagos has brought out something new again, Hansen said to his adjutant beside him, his tone scrutinizing. It's truly massive, and its armor coverage far exceeds our fangs. But its maneuverability, it even seems inferior to Militech's original Commando. The adjutant was also observing, its movement pattern is very peculiar, ruling out the possibility of direct neural linking. It's more like it relies on a highly optimized auxiliary driving system. The movements are precise, but it lacks that biological explosive power. Is it a different technological path, or is something being held back? He paused, then added, considering it's the work of that individual, I lean towards the latter. This thing might have put all its weight into protection, and some function we don't yet know about. Meanwhile, in the Lazarus Squad's defensive area, Butcher leaned back in his power armor's cockpit, his gaze beneath the faceplate as sharp as an eagle's. He wasn't focused on the macro speed, but on the details. Red, single horn, new model, Butcher briefly informed his team over the encrypted channel, his voice carrying a cold quality through the synthesizer. Observe its joint articulation and center of gravity shifts. Very stable, overly stable. It doesn't look like it's walking, it's more like compacting the ground. He noticed that when the red power armor crossed a broken low wall, its movements were fluid yet completely unskillful, relying entirely on powerful basic output and structural strength to brute force its way over, without any intention of conserving energy. A command control system capable of such precision indicates a sophisticated underlying system, he continued to analyze. The output is definitely sufficient, but flexibility has been deliberately restricted, or rather, sacrificed for other purposes. It lacks proactive tactical maneuver prediction, not like it's being controlled by an experienced pilot, at least not entirely. He habitually deconstructed his opponent from the perspective of close-quarters combat. This red power armor felt to him like a moving, impenetrable wall, seemingly clumsy, yet possibly concealing unshakable defense and unexpected counterattack power. He could not underestimate any creation that came out of that workshop. Apparent sluggishness often meant extreme specialization internally. At the same time, Arasaka's frontline observation post immediately detected this conspicuous red machine. Command Center, this is forward observation post. Detecting one unidentified power armor model, located in the enemy's test area. Features include dark red paint and a unicorn-like protrusion on the head. The observer's voice came through the encrypted channel, professional and swift. The Arasaka frontline commander immediately retrieved the real-time footage. In the video, the red power armor was performing standard tactical movement tests, turning while moving, obstacle crossing, weapon interface checks. Every movement was precise and standardized, but lacked the fluidity expected of top-tier power armor. The technical analyst's voice sounded on the command channel, target movement pattern analysis complete. Neural direct link characteristics ruled out, suspected to be using an auxiliary driving system. Movements are standardized but response delay is obvious, peak speed is below the ONI power armor -9 baseline. Preliminary assessment is an enemy's new experimental machine, possibly in early testing stages. The commander gazed at the screen, his fingers lightly tapping the control panel. Having suffered losses in shield technology and melee weapons, his judgment was even more cautious. But the performance parameters displayed by this experimental machine indeed seemed unremarkable. A test machine appearing alone in the forward area. The commander mused. Either the opponent is overconfident, or this tin can is hiding something we haven't seen. He switched communication channels, his tone decisive. Hunter Squad, attention, lock onto the red unicorn target. Prioritize defense capability testing, then eliminate it once weaknesses are found. Remember, do not underestimate the enemy, execute according to standard engagement procedures. The moment the order was given, 3 experienced ONI power armor IXS immediately changed their routes. Using the cover of ruins, they fanned out in skilled tactical formations, like seasoned hunters, silently outflanking the test area. Within the test area, Valerie had just completed a set of directional maneuvers, and was feeling the power armor's handling characteristics under inertia. Just then, a yellow warning indicator lit up at the edge of her helmet display, as 3 rapidly moving light points quickly approached. Warning: 3 hostile power armor signals detected, in a tactical encirclement formation. Threat level, medium. The auxiliary AI's prompt sounded as steady as ever. Valerie took a deep breath, tightening her grip on the control stick. Her gaze swept over the status panel. All parameters remained stable, and the shield energy indicator bar remained reassuringly full. The real test, it seemed, was coming sooner than expected. Chapter 176, Weapon 1275 words. Valerie's breathing was exceptionally clear within the sealed cockpit as she stared intently at 3 rapidly approaching red dots on the tactical interface. The auxiliary AI's voice remained steady, but the information it provided was far from optimistic. Target locked. Enemy Units 1 and 3 are equipped with heavy rotary machine guns. Unit 2's left arm is an armor-piercing rocket launcher. Estimated contact time, 15 seconds. Recommendation: prioritize evasion of Unit 2's initial volley. Almost as soon as the AI finished speaking, a flash of fire flickered in the distance. A rocket trailing white smoke shrieked from the shoulder of Unit 2's Oni power armor. Valerie instinctively wanted to maneuver the power armor into a tactical role, but the machine's response was a half-beat slow. That sticky feeling resurfaced. Attitude adjustment assist activated. Shield energy focused on frontal impact point. The AI's prompt was almost simultaneous with the action. The massive body of the red power armor did not make an exaggerated evasive maneuver. Instead, its legs bent slightly, and multiple attitude control thrusters on its soles and the sides of its legs suddenly erupted with short, powerful blue flames, propelling the machine into a seemingly clumsy, yet incredibly precise, sideways slide, moving half a body length away. At the same time, the previously uniformly distributed light blue shield glow in front instantly became dense and substantive in the direction of the incoming rocket. The rocket exploded, almost grazing the edge of the shield. The shockwave caused the massive machine to sway, ripples intensely spread across the shield's surface, and the energy reading instantly dropped a small notch, but the structure remained intact. Shield effectiveness decreased by 7. Threat not neutralized. The AI reported calmly. The other 2 Oni power armors had already seized the opportunity to flank from the left and right. Their heavy rotary machine guns began to roar wildly, bullets pouring onto the red power armor's shield like a metal storm, creating an unbroken series of energy ripples. Shield overload risk increasing. Recommendation: engage in close combat to dismantle the enemy's numerical advantage. The AI proposed a new tactic. Valerie gritted her teeth and pushed the control stick forward. Approved. Lock onto the right target. The red power armor once again displayed efficient maneuverability, calculated precisely by the AI, belying its cumbersome appearance. It didn't try to compete with the opponent in a shooting match. Instead, enduring the hail of bullets from the enemy on its left, its leg thrusters flared again, and its massive body suddenly surged forward, heading straight for the Oni power armor on the right that was firing frantically. The pilot of that Oni power armor clearly hadn't expected the opponent to charge so directly, and at such rapidly increasing speed. He instinctively stopped firing, attempting to retreat, and raise his mechanical arm to block. Simultaneously, his slightly startled shout came through the channel, "It's coming straight for me." But it was too late. As the distance between the 2 rapidly closed to less than 10 meters, the AI's prompt sounded again, right arm power gauntlet activated. Target: enemy unit's chest armor core area. Valerie felt a unique, deep, and powerful vibrational feedback from the right arm control stick, as if the mechanical prosthetic she held wasn't a control stick, but some living force eager to be unleashed. She saw on the display that, on the surface of her power armor's right fist, a barely perceptible, space-distorting force field instantly generated. Without hesitation, she pushed the control stick forward with all her might, following the guidance trajectory on the auxiliary interface. The red power armor's right fist, with an unstoppable momentum, directly smashed into the Oni power armor's hastily raised blocking arm, and the chest cavity behind it. There was no deafening impact, no sparks flying from tearing metal. Instead, there was a more eerie, teeth-grinding crunch, as if 1,000 pieces of glass and metal were simultaneously pulverized by some invisible force. The disintegrating force field on the power gauntlet, upon contact, was like a hot knife cutting through butter, or perhaps more like an eraser wiping away a pencil mark. The Oni power armor's blocking arm, forged from high-strength alloy, instantly disintegrated from the point of contact, turning into a rapidly spreading cloud of metallic dust shimmering with faint electrical sparks. Immediately following were its chest armor, internal skeleton, intricate wiring, and even the cockpit itself, all matter within the power gauntlet's coverage was utterly pulverized and annihilated from a molecular level in an instant. The upper torso of that Oni power armor looked as if a giant, invisible beast had taken a huge bite out of it, leaving a massive void with irregularly melted and pulverized edges. Through the void, one could even see the barren ground behind. The wreckage, having lost its core structure and power, swayed once, then heavily crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battlefield, which moments ago had been filled with gunfire, fell into a momentary silence. In the channel, only the last half-gasp of the destroyed Oni power armor pilot, abruptly cut off, and the crackling of electrical shorts remained. Valerie herself was stunned. She watched as one enemy unit signal on her display instantly extinguished, and then, through the optical sensors, saw the shocking, massive void in the Oni power armor's chest, and the metallic dust still floating around, not yet fully settled. She instinctively moved her mechanical right hand, feeling the gradually subsiding vibration transmitted through the control stick. The power of this punch far exceeded her imagination, even sending a chill down her spine. Target 1, confirmed eliminated. The AI's voice broke the brief silence, as if it had merely completed a routine data log. At the same time, at the Wraith's position, Colonel Hansen suddenly lowered his binoculars, his face filled with shock and excitement. "My God, did you see that?" He turned to his adjutant beside him, his voice slightly raised with excitement. That punch, it directly vaporized more than half of the Oni power armor's chest. Not pierced but completely disintegrated. The adjutant, equally unable to hide his shock, nodded repeatedly. There are absolutely no conventional damage marks. This destruction mechanism is unheard of. The weapon the Archmagos brought out this time has completely exceeded our cognitive scope. Hansen stroked his chin, a glint in his single eye. Immediately encrypt and transmit this combat record back to headquarters. If our fangs could also be equipped with this kind of weapon. He didn't finish his sentence, but his gaze said it all. At Lazarus Squad's defensive position, Butcher gazed at the dark red power armor in the distance through his faceplate, his fingers on the control stick unconsciously tightening. Unlike the shock of others, his weathered face showed an almost obsessive expression. A perfect close combat solution. He murmured in the squad's encrypted channel, his voice filled with an unsuppressed longing. No armor penetration needed, ignores defenses, one-hit kill. This is the power a power armor should have. He stared intently at the lingering energy ripples on the red machine's right arm, as if admiring a peerless work of art. If our squad could be equipped with this gear. He mumbled to himself, then ordered in the channel, all personnel, pay attention. Record all combat data. Especially the details of that power gauntlet's use. I want the most complete analysis report. As a battle-hardened mercenary, he knew too well the value of such a weapon in close combat. This was not just a new piece of equipment, but a revolutionary weapon capable of changing the rules of the battlefield. Chapter 177, Undeniable 1445 words. Meanwhile, Arasaka's command channel quickly restored order after a brief period of chaos, but the atmosphere was completely different. Is the analysis complete? The frontline commander's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. Confirmed to be an unknown weapon model. This could be an even more valuable acquisition than shield technology. The technical analyst's voice was equally urgent but professional. Preliminary assessment indicates a molecular-level decomposition effect. This weapon technology far surpasses any of our existing single-person equipment. Commander, I recommend changing the combat objective. Prioritize attempting to capture this test unit, or at least acquire fragments of its weapon. A glint of greed flashed in the commander's eyes, and he immediately issued new orders. Order Hunter Team B to deploy immediately. Coordinate with the remaining 2 Oni power armor units, and tie down the target at all costs. Attention, try to keep the unit intact, especially the right arm weapon system. However, just as Arasaka was deploying its forces, Valerie in the test area had already received new instructions. Test mission complete. Data collection has reached the expected threshold. The auxiliary AI's voice sounded steadily. Recommend immediate withdrawal to a safe zone. Valerie glanced at the tactical interface. Two glowing dots representing the surviving Oni power armor units were reorganizing in the distance, while four new high-speed signals were flanking her. Trying to run. Not that easy. The pilot of one of the Oni power armor units roared on the public channel, clearly having received a death order. The two remaining Arasaka power armor units lunged from left and right, attempting to block her retreat with crossfire. Retreat route planning complete. Recommendation: eliminate pursuit threats. The AI calmly presented its solution. Valerie took a deep breath, pulling the control stick back slightly. The red power armor, seemingly cumbersome, turned and retreated. But just as the two Oni power armor units thought they had succeeded, and were sprinting at full speed, the AI's prompt sounded again. Emergency brake, turn right 37 degrees, right arm attack window, 0. 8 seconds. Valerie executed it without hesitation. The massive body of the red power armor suddenly stopped short and turned, its right fist, carrying that deadly decomposition field, precisely met the Oni power armor charging from the right. The pilot of that unit had no time to react, only able to watch as the iron fist plunged into their cockpit area. Another grating sound of shattering, and the upper body of the second Oni power armor turned into a sky full of metallic dust. Left target entering optimal range. The AI's prompt followed immediately. Valerie didn't even look back. The auxiliary weapon bay on her left arm instantly opened, and a volley of specialized armor-piercing rounds whistled out, precisely penetrating the leg joint of the last Oni power armor. The unbalanced unit crashed to the ground, sliding a distance and kicking up a cloud of dust. Threat cleared, continue withdrawal. The entire process was fluid, from turning to neutralizing two threats, taking only a few short seconds. When the newly deployed Hunter Team B arrived, they only saw the red power armor steadily retreating, and two piles of wreckage on the ground still sparking with electricity, one of which was eerily powdery. It got away. Team B's leader slammed his fist on the console, but dared not pursue further. The opponent had retreated into the cover of the enemy's defensive line, and that terrifying right fist left them with lingering fear. At the Wraith's position, Colonel Hansen couldn't help but whistle, clean and sharp. That pilot is promising. Meanwhile, Lazarus Butcher nodded slightly in his cockpit, accurate judgment, decisive execution. That auxiliary system is quite excellent. Valerie piloted the red power armor steadily back to her own lines. When the hatch opened, her forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. Although this battle was short, the mental and physical toll was immense. How do you feel? Osiris' voice came through the encrypted channel, still calm and unruffled. This weapon, it's terrifying. Valerie answered truthfully, looking down at her mechanical right hand. But it's also truly powerful. Data collection was very successful. Osiris said. Go get some good rest. Starting tomorrow, you will learn how to use a more diverse range of weapon systems. Valerie took a deep breath and climbed out of the power armor. When she stood on the ground again, her steps felt somewhat light. She looked back at the dark red steel giant, knowing that from today, her life had completely changed direction. After Valerie left, Osiris' crimson optical lens turned to the dark red power armor standing silently in the center of the workshop. Data cables extended like living things from the control panel, precisely connecting to the interfaces on the power armor's back. Retrieve all test data, focusing on analyzing the efficiency of pilot operation and auxiliary system coordination. He gave the instruction to the servo skull hovering nearby. A massive stream of data scrolled rapidly across the screen. Osiris quietly scrutinized every frame, every operational command, and every system feedback. A moment later, he slowly spoke. The pilot's basic qualities are acceptable, and her combat awareness is fair. However, under pressure, there's a noticeable delay in coordination with the auxiliary system. His voice carried a careful evaluative tone. She relies too much on her own judgment and fails to fully trust the tactical advice provided by the AI. In 3 evasion maneuvers, 2 instances of operational hesitation led to an additional 7% shield energy consumption. Melee kill efficiency also did not reach the theoretical optimum. The servoskull emitted a regular hum, projecting several key data nodes that confirmed his assessment. Combat effectiveness, not reaching optimal theoretical value. Osiris finally concluded, man-machine coordination requires more training. His attention shifted to the weapon system. The combat data for the Power Fist satisfied him, but its extremely short range and special lethality mechanism limited tactical flexibility. A single weapon cannot cope with a complex battlefield. He called up the power armor's 3D structural diagram, his metallic fingers tapping several key points. A standardized weapon configuration scheme needs to be established. He quickly conceived two preliminary directions. The first scheme was relatively balanced, adding a small caliber laser cannon to the shoulder for reliable medium to long-range suppressive fire, equipping a physical shield to enhance frontal defense, and for melee, selecting the combat-proven chain's word. This configuration offered both offense and defense, with wide adaptability. The second scheme focused more on enhancing firepower output while retaining critical melee deterrence, removing the relatively secondary left forearm, and replacing it with a fixed heavy weapon module. There were also two options: a plasma bombard, immensely powerful, capable of instantly vaporizing most heavily armored targets, or a storm bolter, which, while slightly less powerful per shot, had a high rate of fire, high reliability, and was simpler and cheaper to maintain. The core idea of this configuration was to use the heavy weapon on the left arm to provide powerful medium to long-range suppression and breaching capabilities, while the fully retained right arm and its power fist ensured a one-hit kill solution in close quarters or sudden engagements. This allowed the power armor to act both as a mobile artillery platform and to deliver unbearable fatal blows when enemies breached its inner perimeter. Osiris processor rapidly simulated the performance of both configurations in different battlefield environments. The second scheme, perhaps, better suits the current pilots. Personality traits. He murmured to himself, his crimson lens flickering slightly. But the cost and logistical pressure need to be carefully weighed. He did not make an immediate decision. The design and prototyping of these weapon modules would take time, and the integration between Valerie and the power armor was far from complete. Record these two schemes. Osiris told the servoskull. Send the technical parameters of the heavy weapon module to the Death World base and arrange for apprentices to begin production. He brought up the weapon interface data and continued to instruct, at the same time, send these standardized interface protocols to Militech. Have them provide several local weapon schemes based on this framework. The servoskull emitted a confirmation hum, immediately beginning to execute the dual instructions. Osiris watched the data transfer progress. Allowing the technical philosophies of two worlds to converge at this point might yield unexpected results. The power of Warhammer Universe weapons was undeniable, but the technology of this world might offer different perspectives in certain specific areas. Let's see what schemes they can come up with. He murmured, then turned and walked to the main console. The production of weapon modules would take time, and during this period, he had more data to analyze. Chapter 178, Understood. 1208 words. When the standardized weapon interface parameters provided by Osiris reached Militech headquarters, it immediately attracted significant attention. Previous combat observation data relayed by the Wraiths and Lazarus teams, especially the combat records of that red experimental machine, had already caused a stir within relevant departments. Inside the Technical Analysis Center, the gigantic holographic screen repeatedly played the brief combat footage. When the power gauntlet turned the upper body of the Oni power armor into metallic dust, an uncontrollable gasp echoed through the conference room. Molecular-level decomposition. This completely exceeds our current understanding of materials science. A senior weapons expert pushed up his glasses, his voice trembling with disbelief. More importantly, their shield system demonstrated an effectiveness far superior to our imitations. Based on energy readings, its instantaneous impact resistance is at least 3 times higher than our simulated models. Another engineer, specializing in power armor control systems, pointed to the data stream and added, "What's most astonishing is their auxiliary piloting system. Without any direct neural interface, it achieved combat effectiveness close to top-tier neural piloting, purely through sensor fusion and algorithm optimization. If this system could be widely adopted. He didn't finish, but everyone present understood what it meant. It would completely revolutionize the selection criteria for power armor pilots and drastically reduce training costs. When the topic shifted to the newly received weapon interface parameters, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even more fervent. The interface standard is quite precise and highly compatible. The project manager carefully examined the technical documents. We can consider integrating and adapting the laser weapon system validated on the Centaur exoskeleton. While its power might not match their native weapons, we have an advantage in energy consumption and reliability. Why not consider multifunctionality? Another young technician suggested. Install small rocket pods on the shoulders to provide suppressive fire in conjunction with laser weapons. Or integrate electronic warfare modules to disable the enemy's systems before engagement. What about the cost? The representative from the finance department immediately raised an objection. The R&D expenses for these specialized modules. Cost is not the primary consideration. The project manager interrupted. Compared to the potential technical returns, these investments are entirely worthwhile. Headquarters has already approved a special budget. The meeting lasted for several hours, with various proposals being put forward, discussed, and revised. Just as the debate reached an impasse, an old engineer, who had been silent, slowly spoke. Perhaps we should change our approach. Since the other party proactively provided interface standards, it indicates they are also seeking some level of technical exchange. Why don't we prepare two proposals, one showcasing our most cutting-edge technological capabilities, and another emphasizing practicality and mass production potential? This suggestion was immediately met with approval. Soon, two preliminary proposals were finalized. One was a technology verification model centered on high-performance laser weapons, and the other was a multifunctional configuration combining rocket pods and electronic warfare modules. When these proposals were encrypted and sent back to the wasteland town, Militech's senior executives were awaiting a response. They knew this was not merely a weapon procurement, but an excellent opportunity to glimpse the technological foundation of that mysterious workshop. As Valerie's combat data from the experimental machine spread within the wasteland town, Li Wei, the team leader of Kong Tao Cien's temporary outpost, immediately convened his team members for an urgent analysis. The team's technical expert pointed to the combat footage repeatedly playing on the holographic screen. This molecular-level decomposition technology is completely beyond our comprehension. More importantly, their shield system and auxiliary piloting algorithms. Li Wei silently observed the clean and decisive combat performance of the red power armor on the screen, then made a decision. Prepare. I will personally visit Mr. Archmagos. Half an hour later, Li Wei stood alone at the entrance of the workshop. Morris appeared silently, gesturing for him to follow. Passing through the heavy metal door, Li Wei was once again led to a side reception room. Osiris Projection was already waiting there, and upon seeing Li Wei enter, gave him a friendly nod. Archmagos. Li Wei bowed slightly. Thank you for seeing me. The projection calmly regarded him. Kong Tao Cien's special envoy, what is your purpose? We witnessed the recent test and hope to cooperate with you. Li Wei went straight to the point. Kong Tao Cien has been deeply involved in the field of intelligent weapons for many years, and believes it can offer unique value in certain aspects. He brought up a technical brief projection. We have some unique insights in target tracking algorithms for intelligent aiming systems, as well as neural network collaboration for light weapons. Osiris Projection nodded slightly. Kong Tao's intelligent weapon guidance systems indeed perform excellently at comparable sizes, especially their predictive algorithms for moving targets. However, I noticed that your internal situation seems not entirely harmonious. Li Wei's expression stiffened slightly, clearly unwilling to discuss this sensitive topic. The North America branch does have some management disagreements, but this is an internal matter for Kong Tao. An unstable partner will bring uncontrollable risks. The projection interrupted him, his tone still calm but carrying an undeniable weight. especially a branch that might lean towards Arasaka, which would severely interfere with our cooperation. Li Wei took a deep breath, realizing that the other party had made his meaning very clear. He cautiously responded, "Mr. Archmagos, Kong Tao will resolve this issue, and I believe it will not affect our cooperation. Morris will assist you in purging your ranks." Osiris' projection directly decided. "Before that, I hope to see your preliminary concepts for intelligent weapon adaptation solutions. We will immediately launch the highest priority R&D project." Faced with Osiris' assertiveness, Li Wei could only overlook the issue, and he indeed wanted to deal with those traitors in Night City, so he merely solemnly promised, "Kong Tao Cien will certainly present a solution that satisfies you." The projection was silent for a moment. Osiris gazed scrutinizing Li Wei, seemingly re-evaluating the potential value of this cooperation. Finally, he added, "Remember, efficiency is the foundation of cooperation. I hope to see substantive progress in the shortest possible time." "Understood." Li Wei bowed slightly. "We will prioritize allocating the headquarters' top technical team to ensure the preliminary solution is completed in the shortest possible time." After the communication ended, Li Wei immediately returned to the outpost to convene the technical team. He deeply understood the importance of this cooperation for Kong Tao Cien's market strategy in North America, and knew even more clearly that he must seize this critical opportunity to establish a cooperative relationship with Mr. Archmagos. Meanwhile, inside the workshop, Osiris issued new instructions to Morris, who stood by, "Assist Kong Tao Cien in dealing with their North America branch. Pay attention to collecting their technical data, especially evidence of cooperation with Arasaka. Prioritize efficiency in the operation, and eliminate this potential destabilizing factor." "Understood." Morris nodded slightly, her figure silently disappearing into the shadows, beginning preparations for this cleansing operation against Kong Tao's North America branch. Her mission was clear and direct: eliminate traitors for Kong Tao Cien headquarters, acquire valuable technical intelligence for her master, and remove a potential source of future trouble. Chapter 179, Standoff 1321 words. The standoff between Arasaka and Militech in the Badlands outside Night City had devolved into a brutal and stable war of attrition. Both sides tacitly limited the combat zone to the vicinity of the wasteland town and the broader desolate areas, as if an invisible line separated the conflict from the neon sea of Night City. This was not out of mercy, but based on cold, calculated self-interest. Maintaining a superficially intact Night City was far more beneficial for the corporation's long-term interests than destroying it. In this designated killing field, the slaughter continued from dawn till dusk. Arasaka's Oni power armor clusters, under the cover of tanks and self-propelled artillery, continuously assaulted the combined defensive line formed by Wraiths, Lazarus mercenaries, and Militech experimental units. The tactics of both sides constantly evolved through bloody practice. Arasaka, relying on its vast industrial base and troop reserves, adopted a strategy of continuous pressure. Despite more than a dozen Oni power armors being destroyed daily, some had their reactors detonated by Lazarus snipers from long range, others had their armor torn open in close combat by the Wraith's Ripper Chain's words, and even more were instantly dismembered by the elusive dark red experimental machine with its power fist, yet their logistics supply lines consistently maintained efficient operation. The White Whale and the rear base continuously sent new power armors and pilots to the front line. Arasaka also adapted to the changing battlefield, adjusting armor-piercing ammunition formulas, strengthening close-quarters combat training, and even deploying special sniper rifles specifically targeting power armor joints. Militech and its allies also faced immense pressure. The Wraith's power armor units suffered heavy losses, with many pilots who had just completed basic training, and were not even proficient in shield energy management turning into burning wrecks under Arasaka's furious assault. Colonel Hansen's face grew gloomier each day as he looked at the growing casualty list. However, technical support from the Archmagos and Militech's own emergency production capacity barely maintained the stability of the front line. Although the Fang's power armor was still inferior to the Oni power armor in basic performance, it often gained an advantage in exchange ratios due to shield technology and continuously updated weapon modules. Lazarus mercenaries, with their superb piloting skills and rich combat experience, acted as a fire brigade. Their commander, Butcher, showed great interest in the Red experimental machine's power fist, repeatedly attempting to acquire related technology. This war had unknowingly become a testing ground for both sides' technological weapons. Every piece of battlefield data was carefully collected, analyzed, and fed back to the R&D departments in the rear. Arasaka was constantly optimizing the Oni Power Armor's armor distribution and firepower configuration, Militech, based on the shield technology, and weapon interfaces provided by the Archmagos, accelerated the development of its own derivative models. Behind this seemingly evenly matched confrontation, Osiris' presence was quietly shifting the balance of the war. He did not directly intervene in any specific battles, but the technology he provided, from the area shields guarding the wasteland town, to the kinetic shields enhancing individual soldier survivability, to the chains words and new weapon modules on the experimental machine, had already become a key factor influencing the war. He was like a calm observer, collecting data and validating technology through the battlefield, which served as a massive testing platform. To some extent, both warring parties became participants in his macroscopic experiment, passively engaging in brutal competition along the technological path he had defined. Meanwhile, in the workshop at the center of the wasteland town, Osiris' attention was not focused on specific tactical command on the front line. As long as the defensive line remained stable and valuable real-world combat data continued to flow back, this war of attrition happening outside his door held value for him. His processing core was focused on the first systematic optimization of the dark red experimental machine. He carefully reviewed the technical proposals submitted by Militech and Kong Tao. Militech's two proposals, centered on high-performance laser weapons, or a multifunctional configuration combining rocket pods and electronic warfare modules, demonstrated a solid industrial foundation and pragmatic thinking. "Steady as she goes, buddy," Osiris commented to the servoskull silently hovering beside him, its crimson optical lens scanning Militech's proposal data stream. "It lacks eye-catching creativity, but it's stable in structure and mature in technology. This level of equipment would be quite suitable for the Imperial Guard. After all, the Imperial Guard doesn't need, nor can it afford, overly high-tech weaponry." In contrast, Kong Tao's proposal embodied a different technological path, focusing on the collaborative combat network between intelligent weapon fire control systems and light weapons. Osiris paid particular attention to its target prediction algorithm. The concept of this algorithm is somewhat interesting. Its accuracy and adaptability exceed the baseline, he whispered to the servoskull, pulling up the relevant data chain. Although limited by the power of the basic platform, it seems underpowered against heavily armored targets, but this intelligent fire control logic. Perhaps it could be used to improve the Space Marines' bolters, further enhancing their point-kill efficiency. He archived these technical proposals from this world. Militech's proposal was marked as applicable for Imperial Guard standardized equipment reference, while Kong Tao's intelligent fire control algorithm was extracted separately, noted as potential for high-level individual weapon optimization. He did not entirely rely on these external technologies, but used their effective ideas as data reserves and sources of inspiration. Subsequently, he integrated the data returned from Valerie's combat tests with the general feedback from frontline units, and began the systematic optimization of the experimental machine. The core framework remained unchanged: the sturdy linear skeleton, ceramite composite armor, plasma reactor, and shield core all performed steadily and required no modification. The focus of the iteration was on refining details and upgrading the weapon system. He fine-tuned the response curve of the leg hydraulic transmission system, enhancing movement fluidity under normal conditions. He improved the human-machine interface within the cockpit, optimizing the layout and tactile feel of several key physical buttons. At the same time, he also refined the tactical suggestion logic of the auxiliary AI, making it more aligned with the thought patterns of pilots with combat experience like Valerie. The key to this round of upgrades, however, lay in the expansion of weapon modules and a complete overhaul of the piloting mode. Based on previous concepts, he designed and manufactured various quickly interchangeable weapon modules. These included small laser cannons added to the shoulders to provide continuous and precise medium-range suppressive fire, a replaceable heavy weapon platform for the left arm, with options including a plasma bombard cannon with astonishing single-shot power but high energy consumption, and a storm bolter with rapid fire rate and better reliability. Additionally, a physical shield to enhance frontal defense was also included in the standard configuration, used to form the last line of defense when shields were overloaded or facing saturation attacks. Close combat options, while retaining the iconic Power Fist, also included a backup Ripper Chain's word for the standardized interface. Concurrently, he completely abandoned the old piloting mode based on joysticks and augmented reality interfaces, installing a brand new neural direct link interface for the experimental machine. This was not the radical technology common in this world that required deep physical modification, but rather a more gentle, deep connection protocol designed based on his understanding of the Skitarii Core's modification technology. It could directly input the power armor's sensor data stream into the pilot's brain, and transmit the pilot's neural commands to the machine more swiftly and accurately, thereby achieving almost instinctive reactions, significantly reducing operational delay, and greatly enhancing human-machine collaboration efficiency. "It's time for the second round of testing, buddy," Osiris said to the hovering servoskull, as an internal communication command was sent to Valerie. "We need to accurately quantify the combat power increase from the neural direct link mode and evaluate the most cost-effective weapon module combination in actual combat." Chapter 180, New Job 1252 words. As Valerie approached, Jackie immediately noticed her. He waved excitedly, temporarily interrupting his grand pronouncements. "Come tell these two youngsters, wasn't it Nova when you shattered that Oni power armor with one punch in that red mech?" Valerie shook her head gently, her mechanical prosthetics making a faint whirring sound. "Just completing a test mission, Jackie." Her gaze first fell on David, looking at the complex mechanical blueprints in front of him, and she couldn't help but recall how she was when she first joined Arasaka. This young man was so similar to her back then, both believing that with effort, they could climb the corporate ladder. It was only after losing an arm and nearly dying that she saw the truth, but David, she hoped this young man would understand something sooner. "How is your learning progress?" Her voice unconsciously softened a little. David looked up, giving a helpless smile. "It's all right, it's just too much knowledge. Lord Archmago's technical system is truly too profound." He looked at Valerie with clear admiration, and a hint of the unique longing of youth. "Miss Valerie, what does it truly feel like to pilot a power armor?" Just as David asked, Valerie noticed a subtle change in Lucy's stance. Although the silver-haired netrunner still maintained a languid posture, her center of gravity had quietly adjusted to a state where she could exert force at any moment. Valerie's mechanical fingers unconsciously tightened. She was too familiar with this posture. It was an instinctive reaction trained by Arasaka. "At first, the mech feels very heavy, and operating it has a sense of sluggishness," Valerie answered David's question, her gaze subtly sweeping over Lucy. "But once you adapt, that sense of power and security is very special." She paused deliberately, observing Lucy's eyelashes tremble slightly. "Especially with some recent upgrades, it should perform even better." Jackie leaned over, lowering his voice but unable to hide his pride. "My buddy, and I also secretly learned a few tricks. Those fangs of the wraiths, I've seen them operate them several times. If it weren't for not having that damned neural interface surgery, I would have gone up and tried my hand at it already." He patted his strong chest. "Pure reaction and instinct are enough." Valerie sighed helplessly and turned her attention to Jackie. "Don't be reckless, Jackie. Piloting military power armor isn't that simple." Her peripheral vision was still locked on Lucy. She had seen the file of this former Arasaka netrunner in the corporate system codename Lucy, a stealth operative specializing in high-risk data retrieval missions outside the Blackwall, who had disappeared during an operation 3 years ago and was marked as defected. Arasaka's counterintelligence department had launched a secret investigation into it. "Don't worry, sis." Jackie waved his hand carelessly, then became excited again. "I heard you're going for another test. This time, can you talk to Colonel Hansen and let me observe?" "Just watch, I promise not to cause any trouble." "We'll see." Valerie didn't agree immediately. She took one last look at David. The young man was listening intently to their conversation, his eyes sparkling with a longing for the future that she had once known all too well. "Archmagos is waiting for me, I need to go to the workshop." She patted David's shoulder. "Focus on your studies, knowledge is the most important weapon." When she turned to Lucy, their gazes briefly met. Valerie nodded slightly, receiving an almost imperceptible nod in response. Leaving the three young people, each with their own thoughts, Valerie walked alone back to the workshop, her inner turmoil still unsettled. Jackie's unrestrained enthusiasm was like a strong drink on a winter day, always bringing a touch of warmth to her in the cold reality. And the thirst for knowledge in David's eyes made her see her past self, struggling on the streets years ago, who eventually, through sheer grit and brains, squeezed into Arasaka Academy. That similar trajectory made her feel an involuntary pity, even a sense of responsibility. She didn't want this young man to repeat her mistakes. However, Lucy's presence was like a tiny ice shard, silently piercing deep into her consciousness. That seemingly indifferent face, and the Arasaka secret training program it represented, constantly reminded Valerie of her own stained past, ultimately abandoned without mercy. She chose to remain silent for now, not exposing Lucy's true identity to Maine or Mr. Archmagos. This was partly out of a subtle empathy of shared suffering in this damned world. Traitors are often just survivors, and also to leave herself some leeway. But years of counterintelligence work had long etched vigilance into her bones. Reason kept sending warnings. Lucy's defection process was too perfect, almost erasing all traceable trace, which no ordinary trainee could achieve. Was there a deeper scheme hidden behind it? Was it a long-term mole carefully planted by Arasaka, or did it involve a higher-level power struggle? This uncertainty itself was the most dangerous signal. She gently gripped her cold mechanical prosthetic, feeling the precise and reliable power transmit to her central nervous system. Regardless of Lucy's intentions, Valerie was no longer the subordinate manager who sacrificed herself for the company. Valerie tightened her mechanical right hand, feeling the precise feedback from the prosthetic. Now she had a new object of loyalty, a new mission. As for the shadows of the past, let them remain, for now, in those unspoken glances. "Time to work," she murmured to herself, striding with firm steps towards the workshop. Stepping into the workshop again, Valerie's keen eyes immediately caught the changes in the test machine. The dark red paint seemed a little more vibrant, the single horn antenna on its head still conspicuous, but the entire machine exuded a refined sense after meticulous polishing. Previously exposed pipelines were cleverly rearranged and stored, and the protective armor at the joints also seemed to have been reinforced. The most striking changes were concentrated in the weapon system. The entire left arm was replaced with a complex heavy weapon platform, currently loaded with a formidable storm bolter. Although the right arm retained that intimidating power fist, a small laser emitter was added to the outer side of the forearm, and a fully rotatable laser cannon mount was added to the shoulder. "Get in," Osiris' voice directly sounded in her ear, without any extra pleasantries. "The piloting mode has been updated to neural direct connection. The interface is behind your seat, and compatible with your prosthetic's neural port." Valerie deftly climbed onto the power armor and squeezed herself into the cockpit. The interior space had been replanned, with a more compact and reasonable layout. As she settled into the redesigned seat, she felt a slight pressure at the back of her neck as the neural interface automatically connected. She took a deep breath and started the system according to procedure. A low rumble instantly filled her senses, but unlike before, this time the sound seemed to resonate directly in her bones rather than through her ears. The moment the helmet display lit up, a 360-degree panoramic view flooded her consciousness like a tide. She no longer needed to deliberately see all information about the surrounding environment, from the cold texture of the workshop wall behind her to the subtle vibrations of the metal grate beneath her feet, naturally became part of her perception. This completely new experience left her momentarily dazed, as if this steel giant had become an extension of her body. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.